Chapter 921. Qilong Galaxy. A vast galaxy is constantly filled with spaceships entering and exiting, carrying people in and out. Since Lin Luo brought everyone to the Qilong main planet, they discovered a wealth of remnant technology there, which has significantly advanced Earth's technology. After decades of development, human-developed spaceships are now capable of traversing most of the universe and reaching the Qilong Galaxy. Zhou Jiahui transformed into a white dragon, guarding the routes of the numerous spaceships passing through. Of all those who arrived in the Qilong Galaxy, she was the one who benefited the most. Zhou Jiahui gained some of the blood of Qilong and Lin Luo, greatly increasing her strength and becoming the first to evolve to the ultimate life form. Yi Tian, who had previously made the fastest progress, was surpassed by her, reaching the ultimate life form in the next step. Zhou Jiahui is a member of the Catastrophic Investigation Bureau, and one of its most powerful members. Many tasks are entrusted to her, ensuring the spaceship's voyages beyond the planet. Sometimes, spaceships encounter black holes. Spaceship technology still has many shortcomings, and some problems cannot be solved. If Zhou Jiahui had acted promptly, these troubles would have been resolved. Humanity's technology was too weak. Even with the Azure Dragon's technology, it was still far behind. After the last spaceship entered the Azure Dragon's main planet, Zhou Jiahui prepared to return. Zhou Jiahui had absorbed a great deal of Azure Dragon blood, and maintaining her white dragon body required a great deal of energy. If she had used her previous body, she wouldn't have needed to expend so much energy, and could have maintained it for a long time. Jiahui, how is the situation going? Chen Li Mei arrived in a spaceship and said, the last scheduled spaceship has arrived. We can pack up now. Zhou Jiahui said. Yes, get on board and rest quickly. You've been working for so long you need a good rest. Okay, I'm coming. Zhou Jiahui entered the spaceship, and the spaceship flew towards the Azure Dragon star. How's the construction going lately? Don't ask me. You know when you get in. The spaceship entered the Azure Dragon star, and the entire planet looked brand new. As the spaceship landed, the buildings on the ground grew rapidly. On the horizon, brand new buildings sprang up like mushrooms after rain. They towered into the sky, seemingly vying for supremacy. Each building was unique, some featuring modern glass curtain walls that reflected a dazzling array of colors in the sunlight. Shopping malls, industrial zones, science parks, green communities, and more dotted the entire Azure Dragon star. How's it going? Chen Li Mei asked with a smile. Zhou Jiahui was surprised. It's only been a month, and such a huge change. I remember I haven't been back for a month, and the entire Azure Dragon star has changed so much. If I hadn't known for sure it was Azure Dragon star, I would have almost thought it was Earth. Everything else is the same as Earth. The only difference is the size. Azure Dragon star is massive, and the time difference is different. A day is 72 hours long, Chen Li Mei said. Zhou Jiahui said, it seems the time difference will make some people happy, and some sad. We need to do a good job of legislating. We can't disrupt our daily routines, and cause even greater chaos. Chen Li Mei said. It's almost evening. Where are we going to eat? Zhou Jiahui had been guarding the outer universe for a month, and hadn't eaten properly, usually only eating energy-boosting foods. Let's go to the Star Lord's home. After Lin Luo left, Chen Li Mei and the others decided to enshrine him as the Star Lord. Earth was about to suffer a catastrophic disaster, and it was Lin Luo's bravery that saved the entire planet. After several catastrophes, Earth was no longer content with humanity. If everyone wanted to develop further, they had to leave Earth and head for new planets. Lin Luo discovered the Azure Dragon star, and everyone began a large-scale migration. In just over a decade, Earth's technology has grown explosively. Space travel, something we long dreamed of, has finally become a reality. Earth has seen a surge in talent and significant technological advancements, but not nearly as fast as those inherited from the Azure Dragon star. Living conditions on Azure Dragon star are much better, allowing everyone to quickly level up, and children born there are much stronger than before, a quality unavailable on Earth. Everyone living on Azure Dragon star with even a modicum of conscience is grateful to Lin Luo. Lin Luo's statue, erected in the very center of Azure Dragon star, is remarkably majestic and enormous. Cheng Xuexin and her daughter, Guanyin, Su Qing, and others were accommodated in the most luxurious villa on Azure Dragon star. Everyone could see this building from afar. It was the home of the Star Master, a place that served as a powerful rallying point. The spaceship landed at its designated location, and the two emerged from it and rode in an unmanned vehicle to Cheng Xuexin's home. Driverless cars have already been implemented on Earth, but due to some issues, they can't be used everywhere. With the technology inherited from the Azure Dragon Galaxy, some of these issues have been easily resolved. You're here. I just finished cooking. Please come in quickly, Zheng Xuexin said enthusiastically. No need to be so polite. We come in on our own. We were in a hurry, and just wanted to eat at your house. We didn't bring anything with us, Chen Limei said. That's ridiculous. Didn't I just tell you we have everything? It's useless for you to bring anything with you, Zheng Xuexin said. Chen Limei and the other person had already entered and greeted everyone. Su Daji, Su Qing, Yi Weiwei, and others were already waiting inside. Let's eat first. We can talk later if you need anything. The food won't taste good if it gets cold, Zheng Xuexin said enthusiastically. Then I won't hold you back. Zhou Jiahui was already starving. Looking at the plates of delicious food, she was already ravenous, quickly devouring the food before her. The food was consumed at a visible speed. Everyone was no ordinary person, and they ate very quickly. This food is amazing. I feel so full of energy after eating it, Zhou Jiahui said happily. It's normal for you to feel that way. These are all specially left for us by Lin Luo. He said we were slow to level up, and there would be dangers in the universe at the end, so he gave us so much meat. Zheng Shui thought to herself. Su Qing gave a thumbs up and said, Brother Xiaoluo is the best. He cared about us so much before he left, leaving us so much food. We're a little embarrassed now. This is what Lin Luo left for you. It's a little inappropriate for me to eat this food here, Zhou Jiahui said awkwardly. There's nothing wrong with that. This meat will spoil if left out too long, so it's better to share it with everyone. Zheng Shui thought to herself, feel free to eat it. If you really mind, I wouldn't have invited you to come over for dinner. Chapter 922. So much time has passed. I wonder if Lin Luo is in danger. That's my biggest worry. Zheng Xuexin sighed. Chen Limei advised, don't worry too much. I believe the dragon god will get better. He's already made it through such difficult times, let alone heading to the 8th universe. There's nothing to worry about here. Why don't we organize a group and head to the 8th universe to see if we can find Brother Xiaoluo? Su Qing suggested. Su Daji, Yunshu Succubus, Yueshan, and the others' beautiful eyes shone brightly. They all missed Lin Luo dearly. Su Qing expressed her feelings. Don't be impulsive, Chen Limei said quickly. Before Lin Luo left, he had told her that the women might consider heading to the 8th universe after he left. Yi Weiwei shook her head and said, the 8th universe is so dangerous. If I don't find Lin Luo, I might end up in trouble. Li Sun also said that the people of the 8th universe are very hostile to those from outside the universe. We'd definitely be rejected as soon as we show up. Who knows, we might be in danger, or even something even more terrifying might happen. That's right, don't be impulsive. Zhou Jiahui agreed. Guanyin said, let's wait patiently. I believe my husband has settled down in the 8th universe, and will come pick us up when the opportunity arises. I believe that too. Li Yinyan agreed, Brother Xiaoluo is a very good person. Su Qing sighed and said, don't be nervous. I'm just saying it, not saying it. I hope they're doing well. Yi Weiwei looked towards the 8th universe. Zheng Xuexin said more maturely, you don't have to think about going to the 8th universe. We can also build our own home. We didn't have an environment for development before, but now it's very good. With a little effort, everyone can evolve to eternal life. Xiaoluo has gone to the 8th universe. His strength will undoubtedly improve, and he will evolve to a higher level. If our life level is too low, we likely hold him back. We still need to work hard. Su Qing nodded vigorously. Instead of dwelling on this and wasting time, it's better to work hard and significantly improve our own strength. Brother Xiaoluo is back, and I must impress him. That's right. Let's all work together, Yi Weiwei said. Recently, we discovered a planet filled with exotic beasts. Our expedition team has already gone there and encountered some. The powerful ones are at the level of God King, while the weaker ones are at the level of God. The expedition team attempted to kill a god beast, but on their way out, they were attacked by a god king level beast, and several people were killed. The result is quite good. At least we brought back the exotic beast. According to analysis, this exotic beast is extremely powerful. Eating its body will bring huge benefits. We will definitely hunt it in large numbers from now on, Chen Limei said. I brought the blueprints. I can't do this alone. I need you, Guanyin. You're the strongest among us, Zhou Jiahui said. Do you predict that this beast planet contains ultimate life? Guanyin asked. Zhou Jiahui nodded and said, it's very likely. Eternal life isn't ruled out. But there's one thing we don't need to worry about. There are no beasts above eternal life. Our end-of-universe resources are limited, and we can't yet produce eternal life. Chun-Li Mei said, realm restrictions are a great benefit to us. At least, we don't have to worry about an eternal life suddenly appearing and annihilating us. We're still very weak against eternal life. Let's work hard and evolve to eternal life as soon as possible. When Xiao Luo returns, he definitely want to surprise us, so we must give him one too. Zheng Xuexin said confidently. Mom, you're the worst off right now. You need to work hard. Look, I recently evolved to the true God realm, while you're still at the God level. As your daughter, I have great hope for you. Li Yinyan sighed. Zheng Xuexin clenched her fists and said, it seems I've been too lenient with you. Even your mother dared to mock you here. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Sister Weiwei, Sister Guanyin, Sister Su Qing. Help me. My mom is serious this time. She's going to sacrifice her own family for the greater good. Li Yinyan cried miserably. Ha ha ha. The girl's mood brightened considerably, and the villa was filled with laughter again. Jim. Little Lindsay, can you speed up? Why are you still training? You're already strong enough. Give opportunities to newcomers like me. You need to learn selfless dedication. The god of karma urged from outside. Lin Luo had shattered the cosmic royal family last time, causing huge losses to Nara. His next battles would be brief and limited, playing it safe. He wouldn't crush them completely, at most, he'd win and end the fight. Why are you urging me? Didn't I tell you the battle will be over soon? Why are you still talking nonsense outside? If I keep nagging you, I won't come out. Lin Luo frowned. Okay, you're threatening me, aren't you? Then I stay quiet and wait for you to come out. The god of karma knew Lin Luo's personality. He was usually arrogant, but sometimes he would be more cautious, even when he needed to be. Lin Luo emerged from the gym, and the god of karma entered. Time flew by, 100 years whizzing by. During these 100 years, everyone hadn't wasted a single moment, spending their days either playing games or working out at the gym. The 8th universe was quite impressive, with highly advanced technology. Advances in games and gyms allowed many people to achieve significant improvement without leaving home. These two technologies not only satisfied those who stayed at home, but also helped some second-generation rich children. Many parents had accomplished parents, allowing their children to acquire abundant resources without having to work hard. The number of second-generation rich children was, at most, ranked in the top 10 races. On Earth, second-generation rich children was a negative term, but in the 8th universe, it was a more favorable one. Many second-generation rich children were naturally gifted, and with the support of various resources, they could achieve even higher positions in the future. The only drawback for second-generation rich children was setbacks. It wasn't that everyone couldn't handle them, most could. Lin Luo felt the urge to return to the end universe, and bring both the real-life battle simulator and the gym. He believed that with the help of these two things, everyone's strength would be greatly improved. Lin Luo had just gone to take a shower when Billy came to inform him that Nara would be back soon. Nara had been very busy for the past 100 years, carrying out missions almost every day, with little free time. Chapter 923. Lin Luo occasionally spoke with Nara on the phone, asking if any of the elders had inquired about her. Nara's reply was no, as if the mysterious elder had forgotten about them. Lin Luo felt that Nara was approachable, and many of her actions were well-intentioned. Nara would only act to protect herself if she felt threatened. Lin Luo could understand this. Anyone would act the same way. They would prioritize their own interests. Lin Luo didn't think Nara was lying, but rather that the elder behind the scenes hadn't mentioned the matter. Nara's assessment of the elder behind the scenes was that he held a high position. Generally speaking, elders had direct contact with the team. Within the Universal Alliance, they held decision-making power and the authority to issue points. Of course, elders didn't use points recklessly, as this could lead to confusion, and would normally be subject to oversight by the council. This elder must be a high-ranking member of the Council of Elders, having spent a long time in the Universal Alliance and possessing a deep understanding of the operational aspects. Only the elders behind the scenes could easily bypass certain steps, and they assigned Nara the corresponding tasks. Lin Luo hoped the elders behind the scenes would forget about him. This would be his best safety. If the elders behind the scenes still remembered him, he would likely be a key chess piece in the future, and he might even die. Lin Luo notified the Jade Emperor, who immediately went to prepare food. The Jade Emperor had recently made great progress, and was very close to eternal life. A breakthrough was only a matter of time. Lin Luo was also very close to eternal life, and it wouldn't be long before he could evolve. This was good news for him. To become the captain of the Cosmic Alliance, The first requirement is to achieve the state of eternal life. Ho too is slightly slower than the Jade Emperor, but she's also close to evolving to eternal life. The Jade Emperor, besides Lin Luo, is the most talented and ambitious, while Ho too is far inferior. But Ho too has Lin Luo with her, and the two of them often practice dual cultivation together, so naturally, Ho too's progress is much faster. The Ghost God is also progressing rapidly increasing in level, becoming a dark horse among the crowd. The Karma God was initially lazy, but seeing the Ghost God's rapid progress, he had no time to rest and began to work hard. The Karma God is one of the 10 native gods of the devouring world and the luckiest. The other 9 are sealed, and only she is free to move. She has been active for many years, but her strength has not increased much. Although the Karma God uses the excuse of being restricted by the Supreme Heaven, part of the reason is her laziness. Recently, the Karma God has been working hard and has made significant improvements in strength, progressing much faster than the Ghost God. Take it easy. Captain Nara will be returning from her mission. We go meet her later. She's been a big help in our good life. Lin Luo said. What are you talking about? Captain Nara is coming back. I want to thank her profusely. The good rest we had in the last 100 years is all thanks to her. The God of Karma quickly closed the gym and ran out. Why are you almost done with the battle? You're urging me to finish quickly so you can exercise. Now I'm out. You were in there just a few minutes and it's over. Lin Luo said with a scowl. The God of Karma said, look at what you're saying. Isn't this a special situation? If it weren't, I would definitely train here. Miss Nara has been so kind to us. Now that she's back, even if I have something serious to say, I come out. Lin Luo said disdainfully, consider your own conscience. Do you believe this? Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I do. The God of Karma said disdainfully, little Lin, I've been with you for so long, and I found you to be the type of person who's ungrateful. Nara has been so good to us, we should call her our foster mother. Well, you're worthy of it. Your shamelessness is far superior to anyone else's. No one who can compare to you has yet to be born. Lin Luo gave the God of Karma a thumbs up. The God of Karma angrily said, what are you saying? You're just jealous of my talent and my linguistic abilities. I'm quite jealous of you. You can turn black into white, and white into black. Only you can do that. Lin Luo said with a thumbs up. I don't want to argue with you. You're just jealous of my talent. The God of Karma spread his hands, using the tactic of a mental victory. Lin Luo realized that without arguing with the God of Karma, his own level had dropped significantly. He couldn't even break the God of Karma's defense. If you don't work hard, then forget it. You're taking my kindness for granted. When the Ghost God surpasses you, she definitely humiliate you. Lin Luo said. Don't mention that little bitch. I finally didn't see her today. I'm feeling much better. You insist on mentioning her, and it makes me feel worse. The God of Karma raged. Some people don't want to see me, and I'm embarrassed to be in front of them. The Ghost God came out of the gym, and respectfully greeted Lin Luo with a hello, Dragon God. Hello to you too, Lin Luo replied. The Devil God sneered, you lazy bastard. I've seen lazy people, but never as lazy as you. And you're not exactly like me, sealed away in one place. For billions of years, you've been the only one able to move, yet your strength hasn't improved at all. Now I finally understand. It's because you're too lazy. What's wrong? I beat you up a while ago, which made you work harder all of a sudden. Now that you've finally caught up to me, you're slacking off again. You definitely make excuses. Today's training is special because Captain Nara is back, so I gave up. Captain Nara won't be here for 2 hours. Why are you giving up now? Isn't it too early? The God of Karma angrily said, do you have the right to criticize me? You give it up fighting yourself, and Captain Nara still won't be here for another 2 hours. I came out of the gym when I heard you yelling outside. I thought something had happened. You're such a jerk of a teammate, interrupting my training every day. The Devil God sneered. Shut up, you bastard. The God of Karma said, somewhat disarmed. You two should both keep quiet. Captain Nara will be here soon. Don't argue like you did last time. It's truly embarrassing. If you two just keep quiet, I'm afraid you end up socially dead. Lin Luo said. The God of Karma said, I'm a gentle person and don't like arguing with others. It's mainly because some people are so unreasonable that they keep coming to me to argue. Shut up. I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you. What do you mean by arguing with me? You're always asking for it. The God of Trick retorted. Chapter 924. You two stop arguing. Let's go get ready. Lin Luo persuaded. The ghostly god, and the Karma God stopped arguing and headed inside the large apartment. As soon as Lin Luo and the other two entered the living room, they were greeted by an alluring aroma. What a nice smell. The Karma God Cricket said, Damn Jade Emperor, he must be holding back. His cooking isn't that fragrant, but today it's so fragrant. The Ghostly God said disapprovingly, You think everyone is like you? Don't think so badly of others. The Karma God was extremely dissatisfied. You're not right. What do you mean by like me? Just like me. There aren't many people as nice as me in the 8th and 9th universes combined. Your shamelessness depends on you. You should say that there aren't many people as shameless as you in the entire 8th and 9th universes combined. The Ghostly God said disdainfully. Didn't you two promise me not to argue later? People will be here soon, and it would be embarrassing to argue any further. Lin Luo hurriedly dissuaded them. Your favorite braised pork is here. The Jade Emperor brought a plate of steaming braised pork and placed it on the table. The braised pork was translucent and exuded an alluring aroma. Li Sun gave a thumbs up and said, As expected of the Jade Emperor, your cooking is getting better and better. This braised pork looks much better than before. What do you mean? Wasn't my cooking good before? The Jade Emperor feigned anger. Li Sun quickly said, That's not what I meant. What I meant was that it was delicious before, and it's even better now. It's simply perfect. The Jade Emperor laughed. Look how scared you are. I'm just saying, don't be so nervous. Besides, I'm probably not that scary, am I? Not at all. Jean Dashan scoffed. Li Sun has been timid since childhood, and his behavior has been a bit extreme. Jade Emperor, you're a very kind person, much more generous than many powerful ones. Okay, Dashan, yes, even you dare to mock me. Isn't our friendship coming to an end? Li Sun said angrily. The door slowly opened, and a familiar figure appeared. Her skin was all green, her figure was devilish, and her legs were long. Foster mother, you're here. The god of karma rushed over. Foster mother? Nara said, bewildered. Sure enough, this guy is still so reliable. He embarrassed us right away, even calling us foster mother. The god of ghosts sighed. King Karma's actions are normal. He's really thick-skinned. Anyway, it's rare for me to call him that, Jean Dashan said. Li Sun enviously said, Now you finally understand why Lord Yin and Yang, despite staying by the dragon god's side, doesn't seem to be disdained by him, instead living a life of self-absorption. Being thick-skinned does have its advantages, Jean Dashan said. What are you two doing? Envy? Said the ghost god. The Yin and Yang god remained composed and explained, Captain Nara, you taken care of us for so long these past 100 years. I don't think calling you foster mother is excessive. A mother's love for her daughter is only so much. Okay. Nara smiled. No need for such strange titles. From now on, just treat me as you normally would. We're an investment partnership, and my investment isn't for nothing. When you become powerful in the future, you must repay me well. Don't let my efforts go to waste. The god of karma patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Captain Nara. You have good judgment. I'm not just anybody. With my talent, I'd be at least an elder in the future. Okay, that's the best. If you become powerful, it will be a good thing for me too. Nara smiled. Hurry up and invite Captain Nara over. The food is ready, said the Jade Emperor. The god of karma respectfully greeted a waiter and invited Nara to her seat. Foster mother, please take a seat, said the god of karma. Nara's expression was a little awkward. She smiled wryly. No need to be so formal. Just treat me normally. The god of karma said, No, you're our honored guest. You don't need to feel any sense of guilt. You deserve it. You spent so much on us during this time, and we have no way to repay you. Not much, actually. Nara gave a rather unpleasant smile. The expenses everyone had incurred during this time were quite staggering. The other people's expenses were fine. She felt they could easily be covered. The main issue was the space royal family member Lin Luo had killed last time, which nearly wiped out Nara's annual salary. She had to support a whole race, plus Lin Luo and his men, and she had to give bonuses to the team members from time to time, which led to a growing debt. Nara hadn't returned to her service planet often in the past 100 years, but had been out there taking missions every day. Thankfully, after 100 years, Nara's debt was almost gone. There wasn't much left. Nara couldn't resist the tempting braised pork. She picked up a piece with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, chewing it. As she continued to bite down, her eyes brightened. It's delicious. I had so many braised pork dishes, but none compare to this, Nara said. The Jade Emperor smiled. As long as you think it's delicious, I'm afraid it won't be quite as good. I'm not saying that with your skill, even on Earth, there wouldn't be many chefs who could cook better than you. Nara said. That's not true. There's still some distance to go. The Jade Emperor said. Let's eat first. We can talk about some things later. First, fill our stomachs. Nara had been on missions non-stop during this period, sleeping outdoors and eating pre-prepared meals. Pre-prepared meals are made by combining various energy hormones and ingredients. They are very delicious, highly nutritious, and can quickly replenish one's energy. Some people who lack energy don't need to drink any special mixtures. They can quickly recover by eating pre-prepared meals. Pre-prepared meals are great. They taste delicious and provide a quick boost of energy, making them perfect for workdays. The downside is obvious. Consuming too much pre-prepared food can easily lead to abnormalities and the development of strange growths. A certain Burning Man, who was particularly fond of these pre-prepared meals, developed numerous tumors on his body. The Burning Man rushed to the hospital for examination, but nothing was found. These tumors were not only harmless, but also beneficial. The tumors store a vast amount of energy, allowing the Burning Man to utilize them whenever his strength ran low. The Burning Man, overjoyed to learn of the tumors' usefulness, immediately considered them his most precious possessions. Chapter 925. Later, the company where the Burning Man worked was attacked by a cosmic rebel group. Most of the people in the company died, but only the Burning Man survived. The Burning Man's survival was primarily due to his tumor. He was being pursued by a powerful rebel. He had already used up a great deal of energy trying to break through the encirclement and was left with very little strength. So, the tumor became the Burning Man's last resort, and with this little energy, he managed to kill the rebel. The Burning Man was extremely lucky and happened to encounter a patrolling squad from the 8th Universe Alliance. The 8th Universe Alliance squad immediately reported to headquarters, and the Divine and Ghostly Army, specifically designed to deal with rebels, was dispatched. The rebels were immediately defeated and pursued for a long distance by the Divine and Ghostly Army. Thanks to the Burning Man's timely notification, the rebels' actions were very limited. Their main goal was to attack several service planets. The service planets were relatively lax in defense, believing themselves to be the core of the Cosmic Alliance and generally immune to attack. The border between the 8th Universe and the 7th Universe was normally guarded by the military. The 5 armies of the 8th Cosmic Alliance are all elite, making it difficult for any external enemy to break through. A stealthy attack on a service planet by the rebels would likely cause devastating losses. The Burning Man thus became a major contributor. Without his assistance, the Cosmic Alliance would have suffered heavy losses. This was a blessing in disguise for the Burning Man, who received numerous awards from the Cosmic Alliance and even became the captain of a Cosmic Alliance squad. The Burning Man, not one to forget their roots, even took advantage of the huge benefits they had received and promoted pre-prepared meals. The company that owned the pre-prepared meals he ate was called 8 Foods, a company considered only middling among the many. 8 Foods' main selling point is its low price and large quantity, perfectly suiting the Burning Man's frugal nature. The Burning Man's exploits became known to many prepackaged meal companies, who requested them to film promotional advertisements, but were consistently rejected. This Burning Man remained true to his original aspirations, believing his current success was entirely due to 8 Foods. 8 Foods was also very accommodating, offering a very reasonable price, and the two sides entered into their first collaboration. The Burning Man's exploits were filmed into a commercial, and when he was on the verge of death, he ate a meal prepared by 8 Foods and was instantly revived. The commercial became an instant hit throughout Universe 8, with many flocking to buy 8 Foods meals. 8 Foods quickly grew, becoming a major player in Universe 8, with a large consumer base. Later, the Universal Alliance partnered with 8 Foods to provide meals for the Universal Alliance's army and squads. Normally, aboard the spacecraft, the military and space teams could only eat pre-prepared meals from the 8 Foods pre-prepared meal company. They were not allowed to order meals from other companies or cook their own meals. Unnoticed, the 8 Foods pre-prepared meal company had grown into a behemoth. Nara disliked pre-prepared meals. Earth also had pre-prepared meals, but they were heavily seasoned with various additives, which were very harmful to the human body if consumed over a long period of time. The pre-prepared meals in the 8th Universe were even worse. They simply consumed whatever food could enhance their energy, with no regard for the health of their customers. Nara had seen the tumors on the fire people, and found them extremely disgusting. She didn't want to grow this thing, and would rather die than not. When out there, Nara avoided pre-prepared meals if possible, preferring to eat more nutritious foods. She was the most miserable member of Team 399, while the others weren't too averse to pre-prepared meals. Many of them grew up in Universe 8, where pre-prepared meals were marketed as healthy energy, and the more they ate, the better. Nara was the most ferocious among them, devouring most of the food by herself. The others often ate the Jade Emperor's food, didn't do any physical work, and weren't particularly hungry. Nara took a sip of kelp and squid soup. Kelp is a species similar to seaweed, and since both life forms are relatively advanced, it's rich in nutrients. The two races once had glorious histories on their home planets, once threatening to become the planet's foremost. Later, the Universal Alliance discovered them and learned of their edible value, and they were quickly devoured to near extinction. Specialized breeding companies have reserved some in advance for specialized cultivation, and the price has increased several times. Because this happens so frequently, many seedlings are extremely fearful, fearing they will be the next target. Some species, upon death, have their bodies destroyed, fearing that others will learn of their nutritional value and lead to the destruction of the entire species. So satisfying. Jade Emperor, your cooking is truly delicious. I want to recruit you into my team and have you cook for me every day, said Nara. The god of karma said, Foster mother, I think you can do this. The Jade Emperor will definitely agree. Nora shook her head and said, that won't work. The Jade Emperor has great talent. It would be a shame to recruit him as a chef on the team, mainly because the 8th Universe battleship can't cook. Otherwise, I have considered it. The Jade Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Cooking was his hobby, but he wouldn't be happy with it becoming a profession. The Jade Emperor preferred fighting and killing, so he could evolve to a higher level in the future. The 8th Universe is such a beautiful environment, and the Jade Emperor doesn't want to lie down. He survived being sealed in the devouring world for so long because of his strong will. Stepmother, please take me into your team. I know so much. If you let me join your team, I'd definitely be of great help. Karma. After all, it's not easy for my team to join, because your identities haven't been issued yet. The Universal Alliance has been tightening the screws lately. Some illegal immigrants recently arrived in our 8th universe, and committed some bad deeds. Their identities are now being changed to people from smaller planets. After the Universal Alliance learned of this, they've been conducting stricter inspections. It's very difficult to get multiple identities. I already gotten Lin Luo an identity. You have to put yours on hold for now. It should be completed in 10 years. That's probably the longest it will take. If it's shorter, it could be completed in 2 or 3 years, Nara explained. That's such a shame. The god of karma sighed. The god of tricks taunted, I don't need to pretend. You're actually very happy. You just want to slack off. Working is a pain in the ass. Shut up, you little bitch. What right do you have to criticize me for my hard work? At least I'm generally positive. You only mock those who are more motivated than you. The god of karma raged. You're incredibly shameless. Ghost God said, others can claim to be ambitious, but you can't claim to be the laziest among us. Chapter 926. The god of karma blushed and said, you're just accusing me. I'm clearly the most hardworking. Mother, don't listen to her. I told you you're shameless. The god of tricks continued his taunting. Alright, keep quiet. It's good to stay here. You should get some training. Let Lin Luo go out for a while, and wait for him to form a team. You join his team. My team won't be easy to join. Joining an old team will require some strict investigation, and there's a good chance some issues will be uncovered. It's best for you to wait. It's normal for new teams to have new members join, and the investigation won't be as strict, Nara explained. The Jade Emperor sighed, I was thinking of going outside to investigate, but it seems that won't work. I can get you temporary ID cards, but it's risky. If there's a record left, and one of you is found out later, it could expose everyone else, Nara said. Forget it then. Let's just be safe. We feel pretty good here. There's a gym and a game room, and we can take turns playing. It won't be boring at all. Ho-Tu shook her head. Nala agreed, it's best if you understand. Just bear with it for now. Sometimes going out isn't necessarily a good thing. I feel like staying here is pretty good. There's food, drinks, and places to play, but it's a big burden on you. Ho-Tu said. Nala shook her head, not a big burden. As the captain of a Universal Alliance, if I can't even afford your small expenses, I'd be completely useless. You may not know the value of a Universal Alliance. Becoming a member of a team is already difficult, let alone becoming a captain. It's quite challenging. She wanted to tell everyone to save some money, and not spend so much on food. It was simply too much for her. Nara was someone who cared about her reputation. She couldn't bring herself to admit her poverty in front of so many fellow villagers. At worst, she could take on more missions, and pay off her debts sooner. It wasn't easy. There was a tribe to support, a team to raise, and a group of fellow villagers to cultivate. Lin Luo could see that Nara's smile was a bit forced. We won't use you for nothing. When we can make money in the 8th universe, we pay you back. Ho Tu echoed, we're not shameless people. We definitely pay you back when we have the chance. What are you talking about? We're all from the same hometown. It's okay if you don't pay me back. Nara didn't say anything definitive. In her heart, she really wanted Lin Luo to pay her back. Oh, let's talk about this later. With your help, we're able to stabilize the 8th universe, and we're already very happy. Lin Luo said. Let's get down to business first. I found you a race called the Wind Clan. This race's innate ability is to control the wind. They produced 1 or 2 powerful individuals who have reached the level of eternal life. They were targeted by a company called Qiangxing. The Wind Clan chose not to compromise and, led by 2 powerful members within the clan, staged a resistance. Unfortunately, the resistance was futile. Qiangxing is a medium-sized company with eternal life within it. Otherwise, the company's qualifications would be incomplete, and it would have practically crushed the Wind Clan. Many people from the Wind tribe have become laborers for powerful companies. They're called husbands, but in reality, they're no different from slaves. Many have died from exhaustion while working. The Wind tribe's population has shrunk from 100 million to 5 million. This rate of decline shows that the Wind tribe has suffered inhumane treatment. This kind of thing is very common in the 8th universe. Companies oppressing a race, literally annihilating it, is a common occurrence. Ho Tu said heartbrokenly, is there no force stopping them? Some people are trying to stop them. There are some humanitarian organizations in the 8th universe that oppose violence, but the effect isn't very good. Jean Dashan said. You may have some illusions about these humanitarian organizations, hoping they stand up for themselves, but that's basically impossible. Li Sun's parents are elders of the Universal Alliance and know much more. The humanitarian organizations themselves lack strength, and their inability to stop is one thing. The main reason these organizations are controlled by companies that enjoy persecution. Their purpose in establishing humanitarian organizations is simple. They figure it's better to establish one themselves than to wait for others to do so. Since humanitarian organizations can't cause much harm, these companies don't need to worry too much. The god of karma admired, amazing. As expected, no advanced creature is simple. I shouldn't look down on them, but how can you even admire them? Said the god of trick. Don't talk nonsense, I think there's nothing we can do about it. In the face of absolute strength, any resistance is futile. What do you know, you little bitch? The god of karma said angrily. That's true. On our earth, there are many opportunities for resistance, and there's no class stratification. The 8th universe has experienced a long period of development. Let me give you a simple analogy. It's like a computer that has suffered many virus attacks in the past. Each time it develops resistance. In the end, this computer is almost perfect. It's not certain to be infected, but it would be extremely difficult to do so. I think you understand the analogy. Nara said. I understand. Lin Luo said, you want to become a member of the Wind Clan. Have the Wind Clan obtained the rights of citizens of the 8th universe? Yes, they have. The Wind Clan is one of the most oppressed races. The 8th universe is so vast that many races disappear and are gone forever. Survivors, like the Wind Clan, are rare. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 races. A 1 in 1,000 probability is very low. Nara said. How did the Wind Clan survive? Ho Tu asked curiously. Later, Qiangxing Company acquired a new owner, the son of the previous owner. The previous owner established connections with the Universal Alliance and became an elder. As you know, many things require some superficial work, just like some major powers on Earth. They have to do a very good job of outward appearances, but some things are done inhumanely. So, Qiangxing Company released many oppressed races and applied for residency permits for them, allowing them to move freely in the 8th universe and ensuring their safety. Living in the 8th universe doesn't just require exuding the aura of the 8th universe, you also need a residency permit. This permit proves your race's legal status in the 8th universe. Chapter 927. Captain Nara made it clear. Li Xuandao, having the aura of the 8th universe is just the beginning. The residence permit is crucial. Without it, anyone can do anything to you at any time, and the Universal Alliance won't enforce the law. Kaori said, what if someone doesn't follow the rules of martial virtue, and sees you have a residence permit, and starts a fight? Wouldn't that be the same outcome? You're worrying about that. The residence permit was invented by the Universal Alliance, and everyone must follow its rules. The Universal Alliance is a behemoth in the 8th universe, unmatched. Anyone who openly opposes it will be annihilated. Nara said, if I tell you this, you won't understand immediately. So let me give you an example. There was a company called Tianxia, whose shareholders were a powerful clan from a small universe. This powerful clan had unified the entire small universe, encompassing all opposing races and ruling over tens of thousands of life-bearing planets. Not content with just one small universe, this powerful clan sought to gain greater benefits in the 8th universe and established a company called Tianxia. The Chong clan chose the name Tianxia to reflect their immense ambitions. Their future development was not just a small universe, but a vast one. Tianxia Company grew rapidly, quickly becoming a major corporation. The Chong clan's success in everything they did led to unprecedented inflated self-confidence. They sought greater profits, and thus set their sights on the Universal Alliance. The Universal Alliance was superior to many other companies, and many of them were dissatisfied. All companies were happy to see Tianxia confront the Cosmic Alliance, hoping to witness the Cosmic Alliance's might. If Tianxia couldn't defeat the Cosmic Alliance, they would simply remain quiet and continue to eat their share of the cake. If the Cosmic Alliance, unable to suppress Tianxia, chose to yield, then they shouldn't blame the other companies for being rude. All companies would become hungry wolves, eager to get as much meat as possible from the Cosmic Alliance. If they yielded once, they would speculate many times, making it very likely that the Cosmic Alliance would no longer be a dominant force in the 8th universe. Many companies are self-interested, each seeking to gain greater benefits. The Cosmic Alliance, having become the sole dominant force in the 8th universe, naturally understood this. They initially responded to Tianxia's harsh demands with appeasement, lowering their own stance. The Cosmic Alliance's actions immediately stirred up many companies, eager to grab a piece of the pie. In their eyes, the Cosmic Alliance was a fat sheep, and any bite would yield significant benefits. Before these companies could act, the Cosmic Alliance took the lead, dispatching its Cosmic Squad to liquidate Tianxia. Tianxia was unable to react, and was struck by the combined force of the Cosmic Squad. The battle raged for a day, and the entire Tianxia company was completely annihilated by the Cosmic Alliance. The Chong clan immediately begged for mercy from the Cosmic Alliance, but the Cosmic Alliance showed no sign of stopping and immediately annihilated the Chong clan's small Cosmic. The Cosmic Alliance demonstrated its strength, proving that it would be easy for them to destroy any major company. Many companies see themselves as hungry wolves, eager to tear a piece of flesh from the Cosmic Alliance. But they forget that the Cosmic Alliance is a Tyrannosaurus Rex-like overlord, capable of easily annihilating them. While many companies eye the Cosmic Alliance as fat meat, the Cosmic Alliance also eyes its smaller counterparts. The Cosmic Alliance is subject to numerous constraints, preventing it from proactively launching attacks. These companies, however, are free to launch attacks. The Cosmic Alliance is simply waiting for the big companies to attack so it can devour them. The Cosmic Alliance is powerful. It's easy to overthrow a company, but it's practically impossible to overthrow the Cosmic Alliance, said Nara. I understand. Lin Luo nodded. Nara said, I strayed off topic. The main point is about the Wind Tribe. You obtained a residence permit. I registered a new name, Lin Luo, using your original name. This will help you better integrate into your identity. Otherwise, you wouldn't react immediately when people called your name, which might reveal some flaws. I also processed your residence permit and your identity documents. The residence permit contains your identity information, as well as your legal ID. Someone from the Universe Alliance checked it, a comprehensive inspection. A residence permit is a must for any adult race. It contains a lot of your information. These checks are necessary to prevent infiltration from other universes. Lin Luo said, I understand. You used to live in the Wind Tribe gathering area. They wouldn't doubt your identity, because there really is a person named Lin Luo. He disappeared in an accident some time ago, and the Wind Tribe was unable to find him for a long time. You're about the same height as this Wind Tribe member. The only difference is that you'd be much more handsome. I alter your features so you look exactly like the missing Wind Tribe member, said Nara. Thank you for your help, said Lin Luo politely. You need to be more reasonable in some matters, otherwise it will be very troublesome if they find you. I'm sure you understand that joining the team isn't easy. Anyway, just try to appear as impressive as possible. This will attract the attention of the larger forces, and you'll be promoted faster, Nara instructed. Lin Luo asked, this Wind Tribe member has a family, so why does he need to play such a good role? The Wind Tribe members were liberated by Tianxia Company, but their status remains low, at the bottom of the pack. People often die. He seems to have a sister who works at a company. Every once in a while, his sister would send him money. Lin Luo was doing okay, considered relatively well off among the Wind tribe members. But his sister's care didn't improve his life, and he often used her money to hang out with friends. I asked Crocodile Ancestor to investigate, and they found that the cause of Lin Luo's death was likely caused by his friends. The real Wind tribe member, Lin Luo, may be dead, Nara said. It seems that this name isn't necessarily suitable for everyone. For example, Xiao Linzi is more resilient and can withstand this test, but this Wind tribe member named Lin Luo couldn't withstand the pressure and died. The god of karma said, "Are you praising me or mocking me? Why do I feel like you're talking strangely?" Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, "Of course I was complimenting you. You're being a little petty. I was praising you for your greatness, saying you have incredible luck, something not many people can compare to." "Shut up. I don't want to hear you," Lin Luo said angrily. Chapter 928. "Should I give you a few days to say goodbye?" Nala asked. Lin Luo smiled. "Look at what you're saying. What's there to say goodbye to? It's not like we never see each other again, just a while. I believe it won't be long before everyone can manage. I believe you're capable. Say goodbye to everyone. Tomorrow you head to the Wind tribe. You be staying there for a long time," Nala said. "Okay." Lin Luo enjoyed a good meal with everyone and spent some time with Ho Tu. Ho Tu, revealing her charmingly white collarbone and smooth skin, rested her head on Lin Luo's arm. She rolled over and sank into Lin Luo's arms. "Once you leave this time, we might not see each other for a long time." Ho Tu's tone was filled with a strong sense of reluctance. Lin Luo said, "There's no other way. All good things must come to an end. This brief farewell is for a better reunion. Promise me you come back," Ho Tu pleaded. "Don't worry," Lin Luo said. Ho Tu rolled over and landed on top of Lin Luo. Under the dim electronic light, Ho Tu's skin was fair and delicate, her figure a seductive figure in the moonlight, her legs long and curvaceous. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you were tired?" Lin Luo's heart was beating rapidly. "When I thought about parting with you, I wanted to make it a good one. Tomorrow you won't be by my side." Ho Tu continued with her next move, her red lips radiant with allure. "Don't talk, kiss me." Fengxing. A small city like Earth. Lin Luo walked into Wind City, a crowd of people pointing and talking. "Isn't this Lin Na's brother? He's been missing for a long time, and everyone said he was dead. How come he's suddenly back?" Sometimes official evidence isn't always correct, right? Maybe Lin Luo happened to be somewhere, and the authorities haven't found him. That's perfectly normal. We're a very big city. What do you mean they haven't found him? Don't you know Lin Luo wasn't missing? He was murdered. The mastermind behind the murder was the city lord's son and his cronies. I heard they knocked him unconscious and dumped him somewhere. Even an old clan leader asked about it, but the city lord kept it a secret. Lin Luo offended the city lord's son, and now he's back alive. He's not going to end well. We better stay away from him. The city lord's family is not something we can mess with. Lin Luo's ears were sharp, and he picked up on what was going on around him. Nara's information was correct. The original owner, Lin Luo, had died an unnatural death, most likely a conspiracy orchestrated by the city lord's son and several others. "It seems I need to kill some people if I want to use this identity," Lin Luo said. Nara had implanted the original owner's memories into Lin Luo's mind. The body had been found by the crocodile ancestor, shattered beyond recognition on a cliff. The Wind clan couldn't find the body, but the Universal Alliance would be easy to find. Nara had already begun selecting the right person 100 years ago, and this man Lin Luo had long been on her radar. Of course, Nara wouldn't let her men take action. Taking lives was one thing, and it would easily leave traces. A careful investigation would reveal that Lin Luo's identity fraud was inevitable, and he would be easily caught. Lin Luo's fate was likely the same as those described by those around him, betrayed by a few cronies, and thrown down the mountain. The details of the incident were that Lin Luo and the city lord's son, Lin Feihuang, both fell in love with a girl named Lin Xianxian. Lin Luo was the newest Lin Xianxian he had met, and he was deeply attracted to this innocent and beautiful girl. So Lin Luo launched a frenzied offensive and quickly won her over. The two were spotted while shopping by the city lord's son, Lin Feihuang. Lin Feihuang, who was very fond of Lin Xianxian, demanded that Lin Luo withdraw from the competition. As a normal Feng clan male, how could Lin Luo allow anyone to snatch the person he loved? Even if it was the city lord's son, Lin Feihuang, Lin Luo would not give up. The two argued in the street, and nearly came to blows. Lin Feihuang offered numerous conditions, hoping to dissuade Lin Luo. At first, Lin Luo objected, But when Lin Fei Huang's offer proved too high, he considered withdrawing. The original owner, a man of unwavering loyalty, insisted on doubling the price, even though he was already satisfied. Lin Fei Huang couldn't afford it, and Lin Luo scoffed. Perhaps Lin Luo's harsh words prompted Lin Fei Huang to consider murder. Tragically, Lin Luo was betrayed by his friends, who, after a date, threw him off a mountain. After receiving Lin Fei Huang's money, several of his friends fled. Seeing Lin Luo's death, his girlfriend, Lin Xianxian, betrayed the original owner and followed Lin Fei Huang. It's safe to say that none of these three people are good people, including their cronies. The only one who suffered the most was the original owner's sister, Lin Na. Upon learning her brother had been murdered, she rushed back from her squad. Lin Na, having learned the truth, wanted revenge. But the city lord's influence was clearly far greater than hers. Lin Na's company was a medium-sized one with a decent background. But Lin Na was a new member, and it was unlikely that this medium-sized company would stand up for a member of a smaller company. If Lin Luo doesn't show up soon, Lin Na will seek revenge in her own way. Lin Luo returned home to a single-family villa. Since Lin Na joined the Fat Fu Lai team, her income has increased significantly, and with Lin Luo, her living conditions have improved considerably. Before, the two of them lived without parents in a welfare house, their only daily worry being to have enough food. Thankfully, at the age of 13, Lin Na awakened her Wind clan abilities early, was noticed by a school teacher, and joined the Fat Fu Lai team. The Wind tribe's ability to control wind ranks above average among many races. Controlling wind has a significant drawback, an unavoidable one: it requires air. Without air, they are incapable of functioning, and their strength is significantly weakened. Once the Wind tribe evolves to eternal life, this drawback is significantly reduced, allowing them to generate air on their own, though the effect isn't particularly effective. Lin Na possesses exceptional talent, and after training, she quickly joined Fat Fu Lai. She quickly passed her internship and became a full-fledged member of a small team, receiving a generous annual benefit. The original owner lived a wealthy life with Lin Na, living in a single-family villa, enjoying the finest food, and attending the best schools. Compared to Lin Na's exceptional talent, the original owner's was relatively average. Chapter 929. Generally speaking, Wind Tribe members awaken their abilities before the age of 30. Achieving this in their teens is considered exceptionally gifted. If a Wind Tribe member hasn't awakened after the age of 20, their talent is considered poor. The original owner clearly had poor talent, having not yet awakened at the age of 20. The original owner had always been indifferent to her own lack of talent, believing that with her sister, she would have no worries about food and clothing. The people around the original owner were also wealthy second generations, and their daily pursuits were generally unproductive. Lin Luo returned home. As soon as he opened the door, a cloud of dust rushed in. The house had been uninhabited for some time. He entered the villa, which was exquisitely decorated and cost a considerable amount of money. In the hall hung a painting of a man and a woman. The man was the original owner in her teens, and the woman was her sister, Lin Na. He had seen photos of Lin Na. She was very beautiful, with fair skin and a voluptuous figure, about 1.70 meters tall. Lin Na was a natural beauty even as a child. No wonder she grew up so beautiful. The original owner's expression was impatient, suggesting the photo shoot wasn't going smoothly. There was only one family photo, no more. It seems their parents died young, leaving no special photos. Lin Luo toured the entire villa and found only one photo. Looking at the single photo, it seems the original owner disliked having their photo taken. Perhaps her sister wanted to, but perhaps work kept her from taking photos. The host likely only had one photo. Lin Luo toured the entire villa and roughly deduced the situation. With a simple family background and only one older sister, Lin Luo didn't need to do anything deliberately, making him a perfect replacement. Nala chose Lin Luo for this very reason. The more complicated the family background, the greater the likelihood that Lin Luo would be exposed. Lin Luo's friends were just a bunch of crooked friends. They all fled, thinking they killed Lin Luo. Lin Luo himself didn't know where they'd gone. My situation is relatively easy. I just need to hide it from the sister in this villa, and I won't have to worry about anything else. Nala had made all the preparations. Lin Luo only needed to deal with the original owner's sister. When Lin Luo entered the Wind Tribe planet, Nala had instructed him on how to deal with the original owner's sister, Lin Na. If the original owner's sister discovered Lin Luo's problem, Lin Luo would have two choices. One option was for Lin Luo to kill Lin Na, leaving the rest of the situation to them, and properly dismantling the sister. The other option was for Lin Luo to leave, and pretend nothing had happened. Both options had their pros and cons. The first option offered Lin Luo the advantage of continuing, but the disadvantage was that it might leave hidden dangers. If Lin Luo had enemies in the future, they might investigate this. The other option was for Lin Luo to return and wait for a new opportunity. Lin Luo couldn't make a choice yet, and would wait until he saw Lin Na. "I'm feeling a little hungry." Lin Luo had come out alone. Usually, the Jade Emperor cooked for him at home, and he could eat at his own meal. He had come out on his own to make a living, and he had to make many arrangements himself. Lin Luo didn't prepare any food, for now, he wanted to align with the original owner's behavior. The original owner was a very lazy person, and Lin Na was the one who suffered the most. Since Lin Na had prospered, the original owner hadn't suffered much. The door suddenly burst open, and a beautiful woman rushed in, standing before Lin Luo. Before Lin Luo could say anything, the beautiful woman had already pounced on him and embraced him. "Brother, you're finally back. I've been searching for you so hard." Lin Na hugged Lin Luo tightly, and for a moment, Lin Luo couldn't breathe. Lin Luo was a very soft-hearted person, and he couldn't bear to hurt Lin Na's feelings. Lin Na cried for a long time before stopping and saying, "Tell me what happened, and I avenge you." "No need, sister. You can't afford to offend them," Lin Luo quickly said. "They hurt you so much, I will never let them go," Lin Na said. Lin Luo said, "No, he's the city lord's son. Your life would be in danger. But I can't let you be bullied in vain. They almost killed you. I absolutely can't let that happen," Lin Na said. "I don't want to lose you either," Lin Luo said. Lin Na patted Lin Luo's head. "I understand. There's no rush for revenge. I'm not saying I need it now. I wait until I'm powerful enough and become a senior executive at Fat Fu Lai Company." "Thank you, sister." Lin Luo felt awkward calling someone so much younger than her sister. Luckily, Lin Na wasn't around them often, otherwise Lin Luo would have been terribly embarrassed. Lin Na's strength was quite impressive. At only 22, she had already reached the Divine King realm, not far from the ultimate life form. No wonder Fat Fu Lai was willing to recruit Lin Na early, it was primarily because of her qualifications. "Brother, you must have not eaten in days. I prepare something for you now. Whatever you want, I make it for you," Lin Na said. "Whatever I like will be fine." Lin Luo didn't know the food on the Wind Tribe planet, so naturally he couldn't name a few good dishes. So, he decided to let Lin Na make the arrangements. "You like our Wind Tribe's wind-mouth fish the most. I go buy it for you right now," Lin Na said. "No need to go to all that trouble. Just arrange a few dishes," Lin Luo quickly said. "No, I finally got back. I have to make you something delicious. Sister treated you so badly, just giving you money every day, thinking money could solve everything. Now I think I was wrong. We've been together since we were little. If I don't have time for you, who will?" Lin Na said with determination. "Your return this time feels like God has heard my prayers. This has been a wake-up call for me. I decided to take a month off and spend that time with you." Lin Luo wanted to say, "Really? No need. If you want to go to work, go. You don't need to take care of me. He has his hands and feet, and can do it himself. He really doesn't need you, Lin Na, to help him." "Okay." Lin Luo gave a polite smile. "He's terrified right now, and needs his family's care." Lin Luo acted too calmly, which would surely make Lin Na suspicious. The good news is that Lin Na and Lin Luo had been separated for a long time. During this time, Lin Na had been working hard, not even coming home for Chinese New Year. She had been away for 5 or 6 years. Sometimes, they would only meet briefly, and then Lin Na would go off to attend to other matters. Lin Na worked so hard for a reason. She wanted to give the original owner a good life. Chapter 930. Not only was the original owner ungrateful to his sister, he often felt the money she gave him was too little, insufficient for his own expenses. Lin Luo finally understood the original owner's situation. He wasn't destined for wealth, and even if he were, he spent money like water. "Stay home for a while. I'm going out to buy some food. Don't open the door to anyone who comes," Lin Na said worriedly. "I understand," Lin Luo said. Lin Na closed the door behind her as she left the house, overjoyed to have her brother back. Lin Luo's behavior was a little unusual, but Lin Na didn't care. The thing he worried about most probably wouldn't happen. Lin Na wasn't one for details, at least not with Lin Luo. Nala had finally found a suitable replacement, and Lin Luo didn't want to see her work go to waste because of him. The door opened, and a beautiful girl from the Wind Tribe walked out. The clothing worn by the Wind Tribe girls bore many similarities to those worn by JK girls on Earth, creating a youthful vibe. The Wind Tribe girl, who suddenly intruded, her JK clothing accentuating her elegance, her long slender legs. Not only do the Wind Tribe's appearance closely resemble that of humans, but their aesthetics and culture also closely overlap with human civilization. Lin Xianxian. When Lin Luo saw this person, 3 words immediately came to his mind. Nala's actions were comprehensive, including the identities of Lin Xianxian and several of her cronies. Lin Luo, you're still alive. Lin Xianxian lunged forward, throwing herself into Lin Luo's arms. Lin Luo didn't resist, and held Lin Xianxian in his arms. Whoa! Lin Xianxian burst into tears in Lin Luo's arms, saying, I thought I'd never see you again. I prayed to God for so many days, and God heard my cries, and brought you back to my side. Lin Luo patted Lin Xuanxuan's shoulder and said, Don't cry. I'm back. Don't worry. I get revenge on those people for whatever they did to me. Will it be dangerous? Lin Xianxian asked worriedly. It's definitely dangerous, but I can't just let it go. Don't worry about this matter. Lin Luo said. Will you listen to my advice for once, and stop getting revenge on them? If I don't get revenge on them, what will you do? They continue to harass you, and won't let you be my girlfriend anymore. But I don't want to see you get hurt again. Promise me to let me handle this. You can't beat them. Your sister is very powerful. There's still a big gap between you and them. Lin Xianxian advised. Okay then. Lin Luo nodded reluctantly. Lin Xianxian said, Stay home for a while. I pretend to break up with you, and stop them from bothering you. I understand. Lin Luo nodded heavily. Lin Xianxian continued to talk to Lin Luo, her words full of concern, yet Lin Luo could clearly sense a sense of distance. When Lin Luo pretended to get closer, Lin Xianxian would subconsciously move back, fearing that Lin Luo would touch her. From Lin Xuanxuan's words and actions, Lin Luo could roughly guess their relationship. Lin Xianxian had always been pampering Lin Luo, and Lin Luo had always been in a relatively low position. My sister will be back soon. Why don't you leave first? If she sees you, things will get bad. Lin Luo didn't want to waste time talking to Lin Xianxian, so he made up an excuse. I'm leaving now. Be safe. Don't go to school for the time being. Lin Xianxian just didn't want to talk anymore. Acting was exhausting. Before leaving, Lin Xianxian extended her hand to Lin Luo, leaving him completely stunned. On Earth, this meant she was asking for money, but on the Wind Tribe continent, it might mean something else. Lin Luo took out 50 cosmic coins and gave them to Lin Xianxian, who pocketed them. So little today? Lin Xianxian said, somewhat dissatisfied. I just came back from outside and didn't ask my sister for money. Don't worry, I ask for more money next time. Even if I don't have any, I get it for you. Lin Luo promised. Lin Xianxian smiled and said, I knew you were the best, the most understanding. Don't worry, when my sister returns, I find a way to get his money, and I give it to you. Lin Luo patted his chest. You're the best. Before leaving, Lin Xianxian didn't forget to praise Lin Luo profusely. Lin Luo had probably learned from Lin Xianxian that Lin Luo was a lickspittle, and he licked her furiously. Based on Lin Luo's years of experience, he knew that the rich second-generation kid might have attacked the original owner because Lin Xianxian had tipped him off. If the original owner wanted to attack the City Lord's son, he might have told Lin Xianxian, who would have told the City Lord's son. Just as Lin Xianxian left home, Lin Na returned from outside, her hands laden with bags. Lin Luo wanted to help, but given the original owner's personality, she probably wouldn't have. Lin Na smiled and said, Brother, you don't need to help. Let me do it alone. I can do it all. Just wait. Lin Luo responded and continued to sit on the sofa watching TV. Lin Na put down her bags and began preparing the ingredients, busy cooking. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. The longer Lin Luo lived in this role, the more he realized that the original owner was ungrateful. Although the original owner's parents died young, and she suffered some hardships, she later had a kind sister who made life relatively painless. An hour later, Lin Na had the meal ready. Xiao Luo, the meal is ready. Come and eat quickly. I made you your favorite bream, Lin Na called. Lin Luo arrived at the table and immediately spotted the bream. It resembled Earth's grouper, except its mouth was much larger. The fish's mouth opened wide, its teeth densely packed inside. This was Lin Luo's first time eating this kind of fish. It was probably a specialty of the Wind Tribe planet. He hadn't seen it before during his time in the Cosmic Alliance. He couldn't act unfamiliar, or else Lin Na would become suspicious. Lin Luo used a spoon, a special one for the Wind tribe, to scoop a piece from the fish and tasted it carefully. The flesh was firm and chewy, without a trace of fishy smell. After taking a bite, Lin Luo felt a warm sensation all over his body. The Windmouth fish was not only delicious, but also very nutritious. It gave Lin Luo a good boost of energy. Lin Luo had eaten a lot of food from the 8th universe, and could roughly estimate that this Windmouth fish would cost around 100 cosmic coins. This price was quite high even for Nara, let alone Lin Na. As the captain of the Cosmic Alliance team, Nara's monthly salary was around 10,000. Chapter 931. Lin Na was a member of the Fat Fu Lai team. Fat Fu Lai was only a medium-sized company, far less large than the Cosmic Alliance. Lin Luo could roughly infer from Nara's words that Lin Na's salary at Fat Fu Lai was around 4,000. Lin Na's willingness to spend 100 cosmic coins on her brother was quite generous. Is it okay? Lin Na asked. It's delicious. Sister's cooking is truly delicious. Lin Luo replied. Lin Na's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her face. Sister, what's wrong with you? Lin Luo was startled, afraid that the person before her had noticed her problem. Lin Na wiped her tears and said, I'm so happy that my brother has grown up and knows how to praise my cooking. Before, you wouldn't say anything when I asked you, and I thought you'd say it wasn't delicious. Oh, after this incident, I feel like I need to grow up and stop relying on you for everything. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Na's doting on the original owner was excessive. He simply praised the food, and Lin Na was moved to tears. Lin Luo felt how humbled Lin Na was, living in the presence of the original owner. If it's delicious, eat more. Lin Na wanted to say something, but forced herself to hold it back. She hesitated for a long time, then couldn't help but ask, Brother, are you still seeing Lin Xian? Lin Na quickly explained, I'm not trying to control you, I'm just asking. Lin Luo said more affectionately, Sister, you may have always misunderstood Xian. Xian has always been good to me. After I was resurrected, she came to see me immediately. Who could be so kind? Lin Na sighed and said, I feel like I can't advise you on this matter. I'm mainly telling you to be careful. You already died once. I understand. Lin Luo nodded. After dinner, Lin Luo sat on the sofa like a grown-up, watching TV. The Wind Tribe planet has a dedicated TV station that broadcasts cosmic news. Lin Xian, the strongest member of our Wind Tribe, has finally passed numerous trials and tribulations and been admitted to the Universal Alliance. This is an honor for our Wind Tribe. Lin Xian has successfully made history. I believe that Lin Xian's membership in the Universal Alliance team is just the beginning. He will become our Wind Tribe's first captain in the Universal Alliance, truly creating unprecedented history. Lin Weicheng is a rare talent in our Wind Tribe. At only 18, he joined the Fat Fu Lai Company, the earliest since Lin Na. I believe Lin Weicheng will shine brightly in the future and become a rare talent in our Wind Tribe. Another piece of good news, just recently announced, our genius Lin Na will soon become captain due to her outstanding performance. As soon as she reaches ultimate life, she'd be promoted to captain. The Wind Tribe's dedicated television station broadcasts one piece of good news after another. Lin Na leaned on the sofa and said, Is my sister amazing? Excellent. Lin Luo gave a thumbs up. Lin Na said, I take a few days off to take care of you here, and then we help you get here. You already disappeared here once, and I'm worried something might happen to you. When I become captain, we can move to a bigger city, where the environment will be better. I understand. Lin Luo nodded. Lin Na patted Lin Luo's head and said, When the time comes, you can ask Lin Xian. If she wants to go with you, we take her. If she doesn't, you should know the trade-offs. Lin Luo said confidently, Sister, don't worry. If I say I'm leaving, Xian will definitely go with us. I hope so. Lin Na sighed, but it was clear in her heart that Lin Xian wouldn't leave. At that moment, Lin Na's phone rang. She checked the screen and saw it was a call from the company. She immediately turned it on and answered. Hello, Captain, what's going on? Where are you now? We have a very important mission to carry out, and everyone needs to come. Please hurry as soon as possible. My brother disappeared. I finally found him, and I'm with him now. Can I take a leave? Lin Na said with embarrassment. You should understand that if it weren't urgent, I wouldn't come to you. This is crucial to your future promotion to captain, the captain said. I understand, Lin Na said. Think about it. If you miss this opportunity, you might not even have this position for 2 or 3 years. I put a lot of effort into securing this position for you, the captain said. "I'll be right there." Lin Na sighed. Competition at Fat Fu Lai was fierce, and she had finally made it to the pre-selected captain position. For a civilian, Lin Na was a very lucky person. The captain of Lin Luo's team was about to be promoted to company management, and Lin Na had always done a very good job. It was this captain who had originally helped recruit Lin Na to the company. Now that the captain was in trouble, Lin Na was returning not only for herself but also for Du Ziheng's kindness. "Xiao Luo, I have a lot of things to do at the company, and can't stay with you." "I'm leaving early," Lin Na said. "I understand. You go ahead and do your work. I'm a grown-up now, so nothing will happen. After this experience, I see them more clearly, and I'd be more careful," Lin Luo said. "I'm relieved to see you grow up. I can protect you forever, but I occasionally need to be away. During this time, you must take good care of yourself. Whatever you encounter, don't be stubborn. Avoid it if you can. If you're not satisfied, don't retaliate. Wait until I come back to deal with this matter, okay?" Lin Na said. "I understand." Lin Luo nodded. Lin Na gave a few more instructions before leaving home. Finally left. Lin Luo felt a surge of relief. It had been so difficult coordinating the performance, he was afraid he'd mess up if he wasn't careful. In the vast villa, Lin Luo was the only one left. If you say the original owner was a little lonely, I feel a bit lonely too. Being alone here, without family, it's normal to feel lonely. Lin Luo usually stayed in the large flat Nara had arranged, where everyone was together, filled with laughter and joy. The Karma God was loud and unreasonable, but he could liven up the atmosphere. The Karma God is such a jerk. I'm always annoyed by her noise, and now that she's gone, I feel like something's wrong. I can't have that thought. If this guy finds out, he'd definitely take advantage of me. Lin Luo dismissed the negative thoughts and prepared to go see Lin Xianxian. Chapter 932. Lin Xianxian had come to visit Lin Luo earlier. After a brief exchange, Lin Luo felt the problem was serious. One of Lin Luo's clones emerged from his body. It hadn't been used for a long time, primarily because it wasn't strong enough to keep up. Not long ago, Lin Luo arrived in the 8th universe and encountered creatures stronger than himself, which was already a struggle. Using his clones not only failed to increase his combat power, but actually weakened it. Lin Luo arrived on the Wind Tribe planet and used his clones, making investigations much easier. His main body stayed at home, while his clones returned to their original form. When Lin Xianxian left, Lin Luo installed a locator for her. Nala had purchased the locator and left it for Lin Luo to use in case of emergency. Lin Luo left home and headed towards the locator. The clone donned a mask to avoid showing its face on the surveillance cameras. Lin Luo arrived in a wealthy area. The streets were filled with surveillance cameras and guarded by security guards. The security guard was quite powerful, an ultimate lifeform, guarding the main gate. It was the same everywhere. The rich and the poor were treated differently. According to the information Nara gave me, this Lin Xianxian was very poor, probably too poor to live here. The person living here was the rich second generation who killed the original owner. Lin Luo knew a saying, "Your goddess, the rich man's maid." Lin Luo guessed that Lin Xianxian had long been a rich second generation, and the original owner's death was inextricably linked to Lin Xianxian. His clone possessed the power of an ultimate lifeform, far stronger than the average ultimate lifeform. The security guard at the main gate was an ultimate lifeform, and he was indeed very careless in his work, constantly playing with his phone. Lin Luo easily crossed over and entered the wealthy area. He again used the power of the weird god, which had aided him and left behind some energy. With this residual energy, Lin Luo easily avoided the surveillance footage. He easily entered and came to the locator. Lin Luo entered the luxurious villa and easily found Lin Xuanxuan's room. His eyes gleamed as he used the power of the causal god, a spatial ability that allowed him to see through walls. Lin Luo looked into the room. There were two people, Lin Xianxian and an ordinary Wind Clan man in his 20s. This ordinary Wind Clan man in his 20s was the son of the city lord who had been in conflict with the original owner. His name was Lin Letian. He had no occupation and spent his days in debauchery. He usually hunted for women, approaching any woman he liked. Few women Lin Letian noticed escaped his clutches. Lin Letian had no talent for evolutionary development since childhood. His siblings awakened their own abilities long before, and upon reaching adulthood, they generally left home to join teams at various companies. Only Lin Letian remained at home, reaching the level of a true god in his 20s. But the city lord showed no sign of neglect for his worthless son. Instead, he was extremely protective. Under his parents' doting, Lin Letian grew increasingly arrogant, regularly getting into trouble. Lin Lishan's parents rarely reprimanded him, and when they did, it was only verbal, not disciplinary. When Lin Luo heard about Lin Lishan's story, he couldn't help but think of Li Sun. Li Sun's story mirrored Lin Lishan's. Both lacked talent, yet their parents both showed the utmost care. But Li Sun was kind-hearted, willing to lend a hand when he saw others in need, and would do his best to help. Lin Letian, on the other hand, was pure bad blood, a jerk who'd die if he didn't cause trouble. If his parents weren't dead, he'd surely be met with vengeance. Lin Xianxian completely transformed herself in front of Lin Letian, fully demonstrating her transformation from innocent high school girl to escort. "Little cutie, give me a kiss," Lin Letian said. "That's annoying. Didn't you just kiss me on the mouth?" Lin Xianxian said coquettishly. "A kiss? How can you? Promise me you won't kiss me on the mouth. You leave me feeling trapped." "I promise you I won't." Lin Letian said he wouldn't kiss her, but he actually did. Lin Xuanxuan's mouth was sealed shut, unable to utter a word. They kissed for a long time before letting go, and Lin Xuanxuan's pretty face flushed. Lin Xianxian said shyly, "I didn't say we didn't kiss, so why did you still kiss? You're so annoying. There's a saying that goes, women don't love men who aren't bad. Besides, it's not that you don't want something, it's that I want something more. If I didn't do this, wouldn't you like me?" Lin Letian said. Lin Xianxian said, "I gave my heart and soul to you. You arranged for me to go to college. You know, my father is the city lord, but his abilities are limited. Your grades are terrible. If your grades were better, I might still have a chance." Lin Letian said with embarrassment. "You men are all bad guys. You get me, and then go back on your word. You promised me that if I were with you, you would find a way for me to go to college. After college, you would help me find a job so I could join a company as a team member." Lin Xianxian stood up from Lin Lishan's lap and pointed at him angrily. Lin Letian smiled at the angry Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian was indeed very beautiful, even when angry. He had had many girlfriends before, and the prettiest of them was not as pretty as Lin Xianxian. "You're not giving yourself completely to me. You still have a lot of reservations." Lin Letian smirked. "How about this? You give yourself completely to me, and I try my best to get things done." "You've been dreaming. I haven't even given you everything yet, and you already regretted it. If I were to give you everything, wouldn't I be at a loss?" Lin Xuanxuan's face flushed with anger. "Baby, don't be angry." Lin Letian stood up from the sofa and put his arm around Lin Xuanxuan's slender waist. "Don't worry, I already promised you. I definitely help you get your dream of going to college. I can definitely help you, but I don't think there's anything good about going to college. Think about it, isn't joining the team all about the money? My parents are rich enough. You can enjoy a lot with me without having to work so hard. I don't think those team members are any good. Look at that Lin Luo I killed. He was so arrogant in front of me, saying that his sister, Fatty Fulai, was a member of the team. He said my dad is the city lord. So what? If I dare to touch him, his sister will definitely make me feel bad when she comes back." Lin Letian snorted coldly. "At first, I was really scared. I didn't dare to touch him, for fear that his sister would come after me. I didn't expect this guy to want to attack me. I definitely couldn't tolerate it. I had to kill him first. I was a little worried about killing him, but later I realized my worries were unnecessary. His sister is very powerful. Even if she wanted to kill him, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it." Chapter 933. Lin Xianxian reluctantly entered Lin Lishan's arms. "You're just saying it nicely. You can rely on your own parents, but I can't rely on yours. Your parents are my parents. What would I do if you didn't want me anymore?" Lin Letian said, "Don't worry. You're so beautiful. All my girlfriends combined aren't as pretty as you. I'm just worried you might not want to run away. There are many people in college who are more capable than me. What's wrong? Why don't you trust me?" Lin Xianxian angrily said, "If you didn't trust me earlier, then you shouldn't have pursued me." Lin Letian patted Lin Xianxian on the back and said, "Don't be angry, I'm just a little worried. I apologize here, and will do my best to arrange for you to go to school. But you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" "If you go to college, we can consummate our marriage. What do you think?" "Sure. I want to go to the Wen tribe's top university. Don't let me go to any other universities. They won't give you good jobs." "I understand." The two of them occasionally flirted, a pair of complete scumbags. Lin Letian acted like a scumbag, trying his best to seduce Lin Xianxian and have her have sex with him. Lin Xianxian was also a high-level player, no less capable than Lin Letian. She only gave him the sweet treats, and didn't give him the final push. The two of them were a perfect match. Lin Luo sighed. Both of them were high-level players. The original owner was a girlfriend man. How could he possibly outsmart these two? In the end, the original owner died prematurely, which was only natural, creating this pair of scumbags. Through the conversation between Lin Letian and Lin Xianxian, Lin Luo roughly understood the whole story. Lin Xianxian was a woman from the Wind tribe, who lacked talent, but she was incredibly ambitious and restless, yearning to one day reach a high level of evolution. Her cultivation level wasn't very high, relying solely on her beautiful appearance. The original owner had a chance encounter with Lin Xianxian, and was completely captivated by her. Lin Xianxian learned about the original owner's family background, and wasn't entirely satisfied. So, Lin Xianxian wanted to use the original owner as a stepping stone. Lin Luo and Lin Letian had met through friendship, and their relationship was quite good. Lin Lixian's generosity impressed Lin Luo. Later, Lin Luo became a beautiful girlfriend, Lin Xianxian, and since he loved showing off, he couldn't hide his feelings and wanted to show them off. The moment Lin Letian laid eyes on Lin Xianxian, he was immediately attracted. Lin Xianxian set her sights on Lin Letian, wanting to break up with the original owner so she could be with him. She didn't want to leave immediately, as the original owner was a sycophant, practically obliging to her every request and easy to exploit. Lin Xianxian wanted to squeeze out the original owner's surplus value before leaving with Lin Letian. She was relatively young and not very good at manipulating people. Not only did she fail to drain the original owner's gold, she also pushed him into a desperate situation. The original owner threatened to kill Lin Letian, leaving Lin Xianxian panicked. Lin Xianxian confirmed that the original owner wasn't joking and would actually take action. Lin Xianxian decisively abandoned the original owner and chose Lin Letian. Lin Letian said, "I heard that Lin Luo's sister is very beautiful. She's stunningly beautiful and has a fantastic figure. Is that true? Have you met his sister? Why are you asking me that?" Lin Xianxian complained. "Isn't Lin Na a celebrity from our phone clan? She often appears on our TV shows, but you don't see her every day." Lin Letian said, "Sometimes, what's on TV is beautified, so you can't tell what she looks like. Only how she looks in real life is considered good-looking. You scumbag, now that you got me, are you thinking about someone else? I was just asking, not really asking what you want. Besides, she doesn't like me, so I can't touch her. You mean I'm cheap, and only someone of my level can be interested in you?" Lin Xianxian said angrily. Lin Letian said, "You misunderstood. I'm just asking. Everyone loves beauty. In my heart, you're the only one I love most. Now and forever, I will only love you. You must think I'm easy to fool, so I won't be fooled." Lin Xianxian said. "How can you possibly forgive me?" Lin Letian said. "I've been running low on living expenses lately. You know I need money for a lot of things, like attending a lot of expensive tutoring classes," Lin Xianxian said. "I prepared this for you a long time ago. This card contains 30,000 universe coins. Spend it." Lin Letian took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian took the card and said rather disgruntledly, "It's only 3,000 universe coins. Can't you give me more?" "I knew you'd say that. I got another bank card for you." Lin Letian took out another bank card. "Give it to me quickly." Lin Xianxian reached for it. "That won't do. You need to give me service once." Lin Lixian's face shone with lewdness. "Don't push your luck. I do it to you next time, and you want me to do it again this time. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't do it again?" Lin Xianxian said. "As boyfriend and girlfriend, it's normal for us to do this. How about you give me your body, and I treat you well? First, tell me how much money you have in your card." 10,000 universe coins. That's a very high price. If I were to find those women, 500 would be enough. Now I'm giving you 10,000. Lin Letian said. "Go find those women." Lin Xianxian stood up and left. Lin Letian quickly grabbed Lin Xianxian and said, "Don't be angry. I was just kidding. I have 1,000 in cash. I give it all to you, okay? That's more than enough." Lin Xianxian put the money away. Lin Luo then witnessed an erotic scene. 3 minutes later, Lin Xianxian went to the bathroom to spit it out, brushed her teeth thoroughly, and rinsed her mouth several times. "This was well worth the money," Lin Letian said with a savory chuckle. Lin Xianxian angrily said, "Don't disgust me. I'm not like them. I mean, you really love me, that's why I do this for you. I never do it for someone like Lin Luo." I thought you'd done it for Lin Luo too, Lin Letian said. Asshole, I don't want to talk to you anymore, Lin Xianxian said angrily. Lin Luo, listening to her, felt strange, as if she were talking about him. He consoled himself. There are many people named Lin Luo in the world, not him. But honestly, the original owner was quite pitiful, being played around by these two. The original owner foolishly trusted Lin Xianxian, and ended up being betrayed without even realizing it. I almost forgot about this. I heard Lin Luo was resurrected. Is that true? Lin Letian asked. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lin Xianxian asked. Chapter 934. What a joke. I'm afraid of him. Lin Letian said, this loser just has a sister. She knew I was behind this, but she couldn't do anything about it. What can I do now? I think you better not touch him. If his sister loses her mind, she might kill me. Even your parents won't be able to stop her then. I met his sister earlier, and she threatened me. If anything happened to Lin Luo, she'd kill me. Lin Xianxian complained. That bitch actually threatened my woman. I give her a good beating when I get the chance. Lin Letian said angrily. Come on. If you mess with Lin Luo, Fat Fulai won't do anything. But if you mess with Lin Na, they definitely will. Even your parents won't be able to protect you then. Besides, those useless people under you aren't enough. We need to spend a lot of money to hire some experts. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with Lin Luo. Lin Xianxian said. Lin Letian was silent for a moment before saying, you have a point. The main reason Fat Fulai is unwilling to intervene is because the deceased was Lin Na's brother. If it had been Lin Na, the outcome would have been different. So you have to think it over. I think we should let this matter go. As long as Lin Luo didn't intend to kill you, everything will be easy to handle. Lin Xianxian said. Okay, you can go back first. Lin Lishan's mood had turned sour. He had been under a lot of pressure recently. He was used to misbehaving, and his parents didn't punish him. When Lin Letian killed Lin Luo, his parents harshly criticized him, asking him why he had killed Lin Luo, given his usual misbehavior. I don't know about Lin Luo's sister, Lin Na. Lin Na is a very capable person, a standout in the city, often featured on television. Lin Na has performed well in many battles, and becoming the captain of the Fat Fulai team is a matter of time, even at such a young age. If Lin Na doesn't leave Fat Fulai in the future, she will at least become a core elite member of the company, and at most she could reach the top of the company. If Lin Na were more ambitious, she would have a strong chance of joining the Cosmic Alliance. The Cosmic Alliance protects family members. If Lin Na joins the Cosmic Alliance and reopens the investigation, Lin Letian will face great consequences in the future. If Lin Letian hadn't killed Lin Luo, his family would have wanted to invest in Lin Na. Lin Lishan's father was quite capable to become the mayor of a city, not just a fool. Everyone who left his city had received investment from Lin Lishan's father. Lin Na had always been an investment target, and Lin Lishan's father had invested a lot of money. But with Lin Luo's death, it now seems that all his efforts have been wasted, and he is basically useless. Lin Na, mindful of Lin Lishan's father's substantial investment, hadn't rushed directly to the city lord's mansion to kill. Lin Xianxian, in high spirits after receiving the money, left Lin Lishan's private villa. These 5 pieces of shit took 500,000 yuan from me, and couldn't even kill a single person. Lin Letian was furious and called Lin Dong. Brother Letian, didn't you say not to call us unless necessary? Why are you calling us now? What's going on at this critical moment? The call was quickly connected, and Lin Dong answered. How dare you say that? Look at what you done. Didn't you tell me Lin Luo was going to kill me, and that's why I gave you 500,000 universe coins to kill him? You took my money, but not only did you fail to kill Lin Luo, you also kept me locked up for so long. You're more than just trash. Lin Letian huffed. Lin Dong explained in astonishment, Brother Letian, jokes about a dead person aren't funny. We clearly killed Lin Luo, and we buried the body there. You didn't destroy the body and hid it somewhere. That's not what you told me before. You said you pushed the body down there, and it disappeared. Lin Letian said. I wasn't telling you that because I was worried. It was urgent that day, and there wasn't enough time to deal with the body? Lin Dong stammered. Okay, I underestimated you. You even had a trick up your sleeve. I never expected that. Lin Letian angrily said. Calm down, we didn't want this to happen. Can't you see we're all in hiding now? We took your 500,000, but we didn't even know where to spend it. We underestimated Lin Luo's sister, Lin Na. Our families have some influence, and we thought we could fight against her. I didn't expect Sister Lin Luo to be so desperate for revenge. Anyone involved in this will be punished. Our family doesn't dare to protect us. Also, although Fat Fuel Company isn't helping Lin Na, they're putting pressure on the Wind Tribe Security Department. They're looking for us everywhere now. We're lucky to be alive. Lin Dong complained. Lin Letian said, "You're blaming me now, kid? You're blaming me for asking you to do this. If you regretted it, you should have told me earlier. You should have returned the money. You can't handle things on your own, and now you're blaming me. If you had 500,000 universe coins, I escaped to a safer planet, preferably one that Fatty Fu couldn't control." Lin Dong sighed. "This was my first time doing this too. My inexperience led to this loophole. Next time, I'd be more motivated and won't make this mistake." "You're still thinking about next time. You can find anyone next time, but don't find me. You almost got me killed." Lin Letian complained. Lin Dong laughed. "I was just kidding. I won't dare do it again next time. I can't even live a normal life right now. My family brings me food, and I haven't been out in ages. I don't have time for jokes. The most important thing right now is whether that body is still there. Is the Lin Luo you see alive now the real Lin Luo? Brother Letian, you suspect Lin Luo isn't dead. It's very possible that he crawled out of that hole again after we left." "Yes, that's very likely, but there's another possibility." "What possibility?" "You probably heard about this. There are many extraterrestrial immigrants who want to stay in the 8th universe and need a suitable identity. They replace certain people, and these people disappear for various reasons." "No way, Lin Luo is ordinary. No one would be interested, right?" Lin Dong said. "What should I say? Are you a fool? They just need an identity. Everything else is secondary," Lin Letian said. Lin Dong said excitedly, "If we find out the problem with Lin Luo, and it's not the original owner who's resurrected, but someone from another universe, what reward will we get?" Chapter 935. "You idiot, you haven't finished your work yet, and you're still thinking about the reward. I really want to kill you. How could someone as useless as you exist? It's outrageous that I'm even cooperating with you." Lin Letian lashed out at Lin Dong, venting his recent frustrations. "It seems the information I got was a little off. This Lin Letian is quite impressive. He managed to figure this out so naturally." Lin Luo had been eavesdropping for a long time outside, witnessing many fascinating scenes. Lin Letian said, "This is extremely urgent. Come quickly, and see if the person who's alive is Lin Luo. I'll be right there." Lin Dong nodded hurriedly. "Just gather a group of people. I don't have to search for them one by one." The thing Lin Luo hoped for most might be happening. An hour later, Lin Dong ran to Lin Lishan's house. Lin Luo had come to take a look, to get a general understanding of the situation before proceeding, but he didn't expect to stumble upon something like this. Lin Letian didn't suspect he was an illegal alien immigrant. Lin Luo simply didn't want to kill these people. Since he seriously doubted himself, he had no choice but to take some action, especially with regard to the original owner's body. It wasn't that Crocodile Ancestor was being incompetent and deliberately not making an effort to search. Crocodile Ancestor had helped Lin Luo locate the original owner's body, but couldn't find it at the intended location. The entire Wind Clan planet was so vast that searching every single location would be extremely cumbersome. If Lin Luo found the original owner's body, the best approach would be to destroy it, leaving no trace. "Brother Letian, are you in there?" Lin Dong called out several times. "Why are you yelling? Are you crying your heart out?" Lin Letian emerged, his face grim. "Didn't I tell you to go to a place and send me your location first? I come find you later. Do you realize that if you come directly to me like this, I might be suspected of complicity? They don't have any concrete evidence right now. If you come to me, they have it." Lin Dong rubbed his head and said, "Don't be so nervous. Now that Lin Luo is alive, and our wanted warrants are gone, we can move freely anywhere. That's a plus. I advise you to leave. The Wind Tribe planet officials may have let you go, but Lin Luo's sister, Lin Na, has not. You almost killed her brother, and she definitely won't let you go," Lin Letian said. "We knew that, so even after we knew Lin Luo had appeared, we didn't dare come out. I wonder if Sister Lin Na has already left," Lin Dong said. Lin Letian said, "They probably left. Let's go over and confirm where Lin Luo's body is," Lin Dong said. "We paid you so much money to do something that seems like a complete mess." Lin Letian led the way out, followed by Lin Dong. "Hello, Brother Letian." For people were waiting outside. Seeing Lin Letian approach, they quickly greeted him. "What's wrong? You brought so many people here at once. Are you afraid I attack you?" Lin Letian said coldly. Lin Dong smiled. Brother Letian, what are you talking about? I don't trust anyone, but you. 500,000 universe coins, I give it to you. You 5, after this matter is resolved, get out of here immediately. Don't stay here, or you get me into trouble. Lin Letian scoffed. I understand. Let's see if Lin Luo is dead. Lin Dong said. The 6 of them found a flying car, a new energy flying car with a top speed exceeding the speed of sound. In general, the technology of the 8th universe is far superior to Earth's. The flying car's speed wasn't fast in Lin Luo's eyes, and he quickly caught up. After flying for over 10 minutes, the flying car landed at the foot of a mountain. Lin Dong, Lin Leshan, and the other 6 got out of the car one after another. Lin Leshan smelled the rancid air and was disgusted. This guy couldn't have chosen a better place. He had to choose this place. It stinks, Lin Leshan said, covering his nose. You're disposing of the body here, so it must be kept secret. This place is permeated with a rancid odor year-round, and few people pass by. Lin Dong said. Lin Leshan regretted it, saying, only that idiot Lin Luo listened to you. Honestly, I was completely screwed by this guy. I didn't even intend to kill him, but he actually did. I ended up killing him in a heartbeat. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Leshan resorted to extreme measures because his courtship failed. In reality, he didn't need to. Lin Xianxian was a smart girl, and she had already chosen her partner. Lin Leshan knew that Lin Xianxian and Lin Luo were having an affair, and that she was trying to defraud him of his money. Once Lin Xianxian had completely defrauded Lin Luo, she would naturally return to Lin Leshan's side. Lin Leshan, realizing that Lin Luo was trying to kill him, lost control of his emotions, and ordered the 5 people from Lin Dong to kill Lin Luo. Lin Dong said, Brother Letian, you're feeling a bit regretful now. How about we wait, and see if Lin Luo's body is gone? Since there's an 80% chance that Lin Luo is still alive, we shouldn't take action and just pretend this never happened, okay? That's a good idea. Then, just return all 500,000 universe coins to me, Lin Letian said. Brother Letian, I'm afraid that won't work. Even though we may not have done anything, we worked hard. If he attacks you and you're gone by accident, Lin Luo still has some strength. Lin Dong argued. Shut up. I have plenty of people protecting me. If I hadn't deliberately come out alone, what chance would he have? Sister Lin Luo is very powerful, but compared to my family's strength, there's a huge gap. I don't even have to kill this guy. It would save me a lot of trouble. And I wasted 500,000 universe coins by coming here with you. Lin Luo is not worth that much. Lin Letian complained. It's already happened. There's no point regretting. The most important thing now is to see if Lin Luo is dead. Lin Dong was quite upset with Lin Letian. He had clearly given the order to kill Lin Luo. Now that it had happened, Lin Letian placed all the blame on him. If it weren't for the powerful influence behind Lin Letian, Lin Dong would have killed him on the spot. You're so unlucky, Lin Letian cursed as he walked forward. After some searching, Lin Dong and his 5 companions found the original burial site. Is this where you buried the body? Lin Letian pointed to the underground tunnel. Yes, I remember it clearly. I made a mark there just in case I forgot. Lin Dong nodded. The soil hasn't been dug up. It doesn't look like anyone would come out from underneath. Lin Letian frowned. Chapter 936. I checked and saw the same thing. The soil is intact. It seems Lin Luo is truly dead. Lin Dong nodded. A younger brother asked in astonishment, if Lin Luo didn't resurrect, then who is the person who's alive now? It seems just as I expected. This person isn't Lin Luo at all. They're likely an immigrant from outer space. Lin Leshan sneered. Dig it up and take a look. Let's confirm it thoroughly, Lin Dong commanded. Several younger brothers dug vigorously with shovels. Soon, they uncovered a pit, revealing a somewhat decomposed body. It was Lin Luo. A deep strangled mark marked his neck, and a stench of corpse emanated from it. Bad luck, Lin Leshan said, covering his nose. Brother Letian, your guess was correct. Lin Dong gave a thumbs up. Lin Letian said proudly, I knew there was something wrong with this guy. I was wondering, Lin Luo is clearly dead, how could he be resurrected? There's definitely something wrong with a resurrected person. So how do we resolve this? Lin Dong asked. Simple. If an illegal immigrant from outer space can replace someone, then they must be very powerful. We can't make the decision on this matter. I tell my father about this. He should be able to handle this matter. They'd probably give us a lot of benefits. Otherwise, if the Universal Alliance investigates thoroughly, the people behind it won't be able to handle it. Lin Letian smiled. Lin Dong rubbed his hands together and said, "How much benefit can we get? You still want benefits? I gave you 500,000 universal coins, and you're still not satisfied. I think you better be satisfied and leave here as soon as possible. News of Lin Luo's death will spread later. Now that Lin Na is back, you're all doomed," Lin Letian said coldly. "Brother Letian, it's so late at night, and so cold, and we come all this way. You can't just give us nothing at all?" Lin Dong said unwillingly. "You look so worthless. Everything you do is rubbish, and yet you keep asking for favors. Sometimes I really want to kill you." Lin Letian glanced around, speaking in the dark and windy night. "Now that this is settled, I give you another 100,000 universe coins. This will be our buyout." "Okay, thank you, Brother Letian," Lin Dong said. Lin Letian said, "Let me tell you, after you get these 100,000 universe coins, we have no further contact. All our contact information will be destroyed. From now on, whether you live or die, it's none of my business, and the same goes for mine. Brother Letian, do you want this?" Lin Dong was reluctant to give up, and wanted to gain more benefits from Lin Letian. His family was well off, a minor tycoon, but compared to City Lord Lin Lishan's son, the gap was enormous. "Get away from me, kid. You're acting like I know you well. I've been having bad luck ever since we started working together. Whether you take these 100,000 universe coins or not, I won't contact you again. Think carefully. If you take the money, you still get it. If you don't, the result will be the same," Lin Letian warned with a cold face. Lin Dong, knowing Lin Letian was serious, gritted his teeth and said, "Now that you said that, it's pointless for us to keep pestering you, right? Just 100,000 universe coins. Can you give us that now? I've given you all my remaining savings. I have less than 100,000 left. One thing you can rest assured about is that I won't cheat. I won't fight a poor man like you," Lin Letian said. "I trust Brother Lishan's character." Lin Dong felt that it was a good deal overall. "Last time, I killed someone and only got 500,000 universe coins. This time, 100,000 universe coins was a steal. What's the point of saying all this? We're all just making a deal. I transfer the full amount to your account within 3 days, and then you can leave peacefully," Lin Letian said. "Then we leave first," Lin Dong said, not wanting to be embarrassed. "Let's go. I take the body back." Lin Letian nodded. "We don't need to go back to the villa with you. It's not safe here," Lin Dong said. "Don't worry. I already called my men over. They'll be there soon to protect me." Lin Letian was worried about Lin Dong and the other three. "Then take care, Brother Letian." Lin Dong saw through Lin Lishan's guard. He wasn't a desperate criminal. He couldn't kill Lin Luo and then go on to kill Lin Letian. Lin Letian was incomparable to Lin Luo. Lin Luo only had a powerful sister, not a particularly powerful person himself. Lin Letian was different. Lin Lishan's father had always been a kind-hearted man, supporting many people, including Lin Luo's sister, Lin Na. This was far beyond the reach of Lin Luo's family. If Lin Dong killed Lin Letian here, his family would surely be killed as well. Bad luck. You guys are the ones who are really out of luck by pestering me. Lin Letian took out his communicator and tried to call his father. Before he could dial the number, he saw a terrifying sight. A giant dragon head suddenly appeared. The dragon opened its bloody maw and swallowed Lin Letian whole. "I originally thought I didn't want to kill you, but now it seems I must. None of those people will escape." Lin Luo chased in the direction Lin Dong had left. "Brother, this Lin Letian is too much. He doesn't even consider us human. We killed Lin Luo, and now he's guarding us like thieves. Yes. I think we should just go all out and kill him too. The 10 trillion cosmic coins will be his life-saving payment. Anyway, we got 500,000 cosmic coins. That's enough to keep us busy for a long time. He really doesn't treat us like human beings." The 4 younger brothers were very dissatisfied with Lin Letian and complained. "You 4 shut up. You're just standing there watching, feeling nothing. I'm the one facing Lin Letian directly. This guy took out all his anger on me. I really want to kill him," Lin Dong said angrily. "Brother, let's just go all out. We go back and finish Lin Letian off. Then we leave the Wind Tribe planet and live happily on another planet. As long as we run fast enough, they won't be able to catch us. We didn't escape the Wind Tribe planet last time because we were hoping for a lucky break," a younger brother suggested. "I called you an idiot, and that's absolutely right. Lin Letian is no match for Lin Luo. If we kill Lin Luo, his sister will at most cause trouble for us, not our family. If we kill Lin Letian, Will his father let our family go? Lin Dong said. Chapter 937. Brother, you're so thoughtful. I almost forgot about this. If we had killed Lin Letian, our family would be in real trouble. These powerful people are truly despicable. We, the so-called second-generation rich, can't even compare to them. We only have money, but no power. Lin Luo, that useless loser who relies on me, is even worse than us. His family is dirt poor, and his rise to fame is thanks to my sister joining Fat Fu Lai. It's truly unbearable that someone like him could rise to prominence. All 5 of them are second-generation rich, with assets totaling 100,000 universe coins, which is considered extremely wealthy on the Wind Tribe planet. Their wealth alone is far inferior to that of the powerful. Lin Luo alone is not even comparable to the 5 of them. That's good to know. 500,000 universe coins, plus the 100,000 from before, I take 200,000, and you each take 100,000. With these universe coins, we can live comfortably for a long time, Lin Dong said. This suddenly resurrected alien has helped us immensely. Without him, we'd be in a situation where we have money but nowhere to spend it. Yes, we should be grateful to him. If he hadn't appeared, we really wouldn't be able to escape this predicament for a while. I don't want to do anything bad anymore. We leave here in 3 days. Lin Lishan's plans for alien immigration are his business, and have nothing to do with us. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. You should always think positively of everything. Lin Letian is a bit too bold. He thinks he's so powerful. In reality, any alien who can unknowingly replace someone must be very powerful and capable, at least at the level of a team member. What level are Sister Lin Luo and Lin Na at? A younger brother asked doubtfully. Can you be more ambitious? Fat Fu Lai is a decent company, but it's still far behind the Universe Alliance. Only members of the Universe Alliance can achieve this. Otherwise, it's hard to reach this level. Lin Dong slapped the younger brother on the head, causing him to scream in pain. The younger brother said, anyone who dares to secretly communicate with alien immigrants is truly impressive. The people in the Universe Alliance are truly powerful. They're not afraid of being discovered. The consequences will be disastrous. The Universe Alliance hates illegal aliens the most. Lin Dong said, this kind of thing must have a lot of benefits. Otherwise, who would take such a risk? We're not at that level. Earning 100,000 universe coins is already great. We're a bit wishful thinking if we want more. Safety is the most important thing. Being wanted by the security department before was truly terrifying. The other said with lingering fear. We're still too weak. Sometimes we have to stop while we're ahead. Even if we want too much, we need to rely on our own abilities. Lin Dong chose to give up. You guys have 500,000 universe coins, right? Can you hand it over? I can spare your lives. A figure emerged from the darkness ahead, blocking Lin Dong's path. Run! Lin Dong sensed something was wrong behind him. The light belonging to Lin Letian had gone out. Perhaps something unexpected had happened. Lin Letian was being too arrogant. Trying to trick creatures from the outer universe, or those who could reach the 8th universe, was no easy task. Lin Dong suspected that Lin Letian was dead, and that the person who had killed him was Lin Luo's replacement. The 4 younger brothers, their faces pale with fear, fled in all directions. A dragon figure appeared, its bloody maw gaping open, swallowing one of the younger brothers whole. The other 3 younger brothers didn't get far before being devoured by the dragon figure. What kind of monster is this so powerful? Lin Dong was practically pissing himself with fear. He had never left the Wind Tribe planet, and had never seen such a terrifying creature before. He quickly took out a jade stone and injected it with his bioenergy. The jade stone was called a space transfer stone, primarily manufactured by the Cosmic Alliance. Lin Dong had purchased it for 10,000 cosmic coins, specifically for his escape. Once the space transfer stone was activated, Lin Dong was transported so quickly that no one could catch him. Unless the other immortal being forcibly dragged him out of space, no one could catch him. Ripples of space appeared around Lin Dong, and he was enveloped in a special spatial energy, about to be transported. Hurry up! Lin Dong kept urging, sensing death approaching. Have you gotten my permission to make these adjustments? The golden dragon claws grasped Lin Dong, the force in its grip suddenly increasing, shattering the spatial energy. It's over, Lin Dong shouted. You're quite brave, kid. I almost let you escape. If you had, I would have been in big trouble. Fortunately, I acted quickly and in time. Lin Luo was also startled. This place was the 8th universe. His identity was very sensitive. If it were revealed, it wouldn't just be him who would suffer, but Nara and the others as well. Lin Dong trembled all over, swallowed hard, and said, "Are you the one replacing Lin Luo?" "That's right. I'm the illegal immigrant from another universe you're talking about." "You're so bold. You dare to plot against me? Do you know that when revenge strikes you all be dead?" Lin Luo admitted. Lin Dong trembled all over and begged for mercy. "Boss, I didn't mean to plot against you. All this attention is on that damn Lin Letian. Lin Letian is right behind us." He pointed Lin Luo in the direction and told him to rush over. "I already devoured that Lin Letian you're talking about. You're so bold. You dare to plot against me, a bunch of trash, who haven't even reached the ultimate lifeform level." Lin Luo sneered. "Sorry, boss, I really didn't mean to plot against you. It's all that Lin Letian's fault," Lin Dong said. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking where you kept your 500,000 universe coins. Hand them over, and I spare your life. If you don't, I kill you right now," Lin Luo threatened. "Can you really spare me?" Lin Dong said. "Of course." Lin Luo nodded. Lin Dong swallowed and said, "Can I run a little further and then transfer the money to you? I promise I won't stay on the Wind Tribe planet and disappear completely. You didn't bargain with me. If you don't give me the money, you die now," Lin Luo threatened. Lin Dong and Lin Letian had made the transaction in cash, which was placed somewhere and not deposited into an account. "Take me there now," Lin Luo said coldly. "You know the price of lying is immediate death." "I dare not." Lin Dong hurriedly shook his head. Lin Luo coerced Lin Dong into finding the location where the money was buried, but the location Lin Dong claimed was significantly off from the original location. Lin Dong was far from honest, so Lin Luo had to resort to some means to make his life worse than death. "I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but I didn't expect you to lie to me and insist on torturing you." Lin Luo swallowed Lin Dong in one gulp. Chapter 938. Fortunately, Lin Dong and Lin Letian were dealing in cash, not from a company bank account. Lin Luo didn't dare to take the 500,000 cosmic coins. Lin Luo temporarily placed the money in his personal space, a private space inside his ring that Nara had specially prepared for him. He had some secrets that couldn't be stored elsewhere, so this was the best place to use them. After devouring Lin Letian and the others, Lin Luo successfully gained the abilities of the Wind Tribe. This one filled the gaps in Lin Luo's abilities. Next, Lin Luo would use the abilities of the Wind Tribe, a unique species. The Cosmic Alliance strictly inspects illegal immigrants from other universes, conducting checks at regular intervals. It was obviously impossible for Lin Luo to do this without Wind Tribe abilities. For the next few days, Lin Luo did nothing but stay home, eating and drinking. Even the usually boisterous Lin Xianxian fell silent, having not texted Lin Luo in ages. Lin Na suddenly opened the door and approached Lin Luo. "Brother." Lin Na gave Lin Luo a hug. "Sister, what are you doing?" Lin Luo asked, puzzled. "As long as you're okay, don't worry about what's going on outside. I take care of everything for you. Just stay home and rest," Lin Na said. Lin Luo nodded. "I understand. Is anyone there?" There was a knock on the door outside. A group of people dressed as security personnel entered, holding the appropriate electronic identification cards that glowed. "Please check our identities. If there's no problem with our identities, you be interrogated. That Fu-Lai company has accepted our tacit consent." The leader produced his credentials. Lin Na stood in front of Lin Luo and said, "You can investigate me, but not my brother. He's low-ranking and fragile. He's no match for Lin Letian, let alone someone who kills and destroys the body." Lin Luo feigned confusion and said, "Sister, can you tell me what happened? I don't know anything right now. Lin Letian and his 5 brothers are dead." Lin Na decided to tell her brother. This couldn't be hidden. Rather than having others tell Lin Luo, it would be better for her to tell him herself, giving him some advance warning. "His 5 brothers are your cronies, and the leader is Lin Dong," Lin Na said. "Lin Dong is dead," Lin Luo said, bewildered. Lin Na comforted Lin Luo, saying, "Don't worry. With me here, no one will interfere with you. Just tell me what happened. They won't hurt you. My name is Lin Yaqiong, the person in charge of this investigation. Don't worry, I won't favor anyone. You can be sure of that." The beautiful woman in the lead extended her white hand. Lin Luo reached out and shook Lin Yaqiong's hand, saying, "My name is Lin Luo. Nice to meet you." The security officers around him burst into laughter, finding Lin Luo quite amusing. Lin Yaqiong said, "Okay, Lin Na, don't insist. Don't worry. Our security department isn't that bad. It's not just what the city lord said. It all depends on our investigation." Lin Na nodded and said, we trust your credibility. You're the most honest security official in the government. If you can't bring us justice, who else can? You can go now. I don't think there's any problem with the investigation of you, but the pressure from above is quite high, so we still need to go through the process. If we don't investigate you directly, others will definitely have opinions. There's no other way. The Lord of Lifeng City values his son very much, Lin Yaqiong said. I understand. Before leaving, Lin Na didn't forget to tell Lin Luo, I'm here. Even if the sky falls, I still hold it up. I understand. Lin Luo internally complained. Lin Na was truly a brother-in-law. What was going on? Lin Na was still thinking about him. With the support of Fat Fulai Company behind Lin Na, Lin Luo's worries were much lessened. Sometimes, some people have too much power and can change the outcome of a matter. Lin Luo was taken to a security office, his hands unchained. Lin Luo, where were you on November 20th? A security officer asked. I've been home the whole time resting. I just had a near-death experience, and my sister won't let me go out, so I've been staying home the whole time, Lin Luo said. The security officer asked, what can you prove you've been staying home the whole time? I have surveillance cameras at home. My sister installed them because she was afraid I'd be attacked. She can see them at all times. I understand what you said. Next, I review your surveillance to see if you're lying, the security officer said. Okay, I accept the investigation. When can I leave? Lin Luo said. We have to review the surveillance before we can come out. Then I wait. 2 hours later, the security guard finally arrived in front of Lin Luo. You can leave now. The matter has been thoroughly investigated, the guard said. What about my sister? Lin Luo asked. Don't worry, the guard said. Your sister's evidence is even more comprehensive than yours. When Lin Letian and his men died, your sister was on a mission. She couldn't have killed them all. I see, Lin Luo said gratefully. Is Lin Xianxian your girlfriend? The guard suddenly asked. What's wrong? Is she okay? I haven't seen her in a few days. She usually comes to see me, Lin Luo said. She's been a very strong suspect lately. We discovered that Lin Xianxian was at the villa the day Lin Letian died, and the two of them were very close. Ah, that's impossible. Xianxian had always rejected his confessions, so how could she have been so close? Is there some flaw in the investigation? I know you don't believe it, but it's the truth. We have footage from Lin Lishan's private villa showing Lin Xuanxuan's entire relationship. The two of them were extremely close, and the security guard has confirmed it. The security guard explained, that's why you haven't seen her during this time. It's perfectly normal. Lin Luo's face grimaced slightly as he said, I still don't quite believe Lin Xianxian is that kind of person. Young man, sometimes no one wants this to happen, but there's no other way, you just have to accept it, the security guard said, speaking with the air of someone who's experienced it. Okay, I get it. Lin Luo thought Lin Xianxian was definitely going to end badly. Lin Xianxian thought she was smart, that she could play two people off, but in reality, she was the dumbest person. Chapter 939. The original owner and Lin Letian were fools, almost defenseless second-generation rich kids. But the people behind them, who had reached such positions, were no simple characters. Lin Lishan's father, unable to find an outlet for his anger, might very well use Lin Xianxian as a vent. Lin Xuanxuan's detention in the security department was likely a sign from above. If the murderer couldn't be found, she might simply be the murderer. Lin Luo walked out of the security department and headed home. It was 8 o'clock, and Lin Luo was starving. He wanted to cook something for himself, but thinking about the original owner's instructions, he immediately gave up. The original owner was a lazy person, and his sister, Lin Na, took care of him. When Lin Na was away, he would hire someone to cook for him. Because of the suddenness of the incident today, Lin Na told the cook not to come over, lest the food go to waste. Lin Luo had hoped to get a free dinner, but he hadn't expected the security department to be so stingy they wouldn't even offer him a meal. Should I eat a little secretly? Lin Luo hesitated. Brother, I'm back. Lin Na rushed in happily. Sister. Lin Luo hurried to greet her. Lin Na embraced Lin Luo passionately, expressing her joy. It had to be said that Lin Na had a fantastic figure. Lin Luo felt a little embarrassed even to hold her. Lin Na caressed Lin Luo's head lovingly and said, Brother, let me tell you, I'm here. I won't let you get hurt. Thank you, sister. Lin Luo said. Their suspicions are unfounded. My brother is so kind, and these people actually suspect him of murder. Don't they think twice? Lin Na said angrily, my brother is such a good person. How could he be a murderer? You can tell at a glance. Lin Luo felt a surge of amusement. It's true that people close to them always look at him through tinted glasses. The main reason Lin Letian killed the original owner was because of the original owner. If the original owner hadn't wanted to kill Lin Letian, why would Lin Letian have killed the original owner? You're starving. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have told any fan not to cook. Otherwise, my brother wouldn't have been hungry. Lin Na said ashamedly. It's not that serious. I was just hungry for a while, not for long, and I just got back from outside. Lin Luo smiled. Sister, I cook for you now. I bought a lot of the fish you asked for earlier and put it in the refrigerator. I can take it out and cook it for you right now. Lin Na went to the refrigerator, opened it, and took out the bream. The bream was worth 1,000 cosmic coins, and Lin Na bought 4 or 5 of them and put them in the refrigerator. Her monthly salary was probably only 4 or 5,000 cosmic coins, and she spent so much on her brother all at once. Lin Luo felt pity for Lin Na, the little girl who lost her parents at a young age and had to care for her younger brother. Luckily, Lin Na was talented enough to live a comfortable life through her own abilities, allowing her younger brother to enjoy the benefits as well. But her younger brother was far from being a good person, despite Lin Na's generous investment in his upbringing. The original owner, far from showing any gratitude, spent her days flirting with other women and hanging out with a bunch of shady friends. Lin Na had no intention of blaming the original owner, and instead devotedly protected her. In reality, the original owner was already dead, and Lin Luo had disposed of his body. Brother, the meal's ready. Come and eat, Lin Na called. Okay, I'm coming. Lin Luo followed. This is your favorite fish. Eat more. It's good for your health. Lin Na used chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish for Lin Luo. The Wind Tribe's tableware is similar to that used on Earth. Lin Luo calls them chopsticks. Okay, thank you, sister. Lin Luo had to pretend. Lin Na's eyes flushed, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Lin Luo knew some of Lin Na's past, and understood that she was moved. Lin Na wiped her tears with a tissue and said, I'm sorry. I make a fool of myself. I was a little emotional just now, and I couldn't help but cry. It's okay, sister. I do better in the future, and won't worry you anymore. Lin Luo said. Then I'd be so happy. If you can learn well, I can live without getting a promotion. Lin Na said. Sister, what are you talking about? That's too much. If you don't get promoted, how can you buy me good food? Our living conditions will become so poor. I won't even be able to afford school then. Lin Luo, imitating the original owner's personality, gave Lin Na a good scolding. Lin Na wasn't the least bit angry. Instead, she said happily, Brother, you're right. Sister, you must work hard. You can't let me live a hard life. I have to make a better life for you. Okay. Lin Luo knew about Lin Xuanxuan's affairs, and it was impossible not to ask about them. That would be strange. Sister, you should know everything about Xian, right? Lin Luo stopped eating. I get it. It's best not to get involved in this matter. She's doomed. Lin Xian thinks she's clever and can toy with your feelings, but in reality, she's the most vulnerable, Lin Xian said. Lin Luo, unwilling to give up, said, Sister, you mean Xian is beyond saving, and none of us can save them. We can't save them. Lin Na had the ability to save them, but she also hated Lin Xian and wished her dead. How could she possibly speak to save her? She knew that saving Lin Xian would likely offend a lot of people. Lin Na only loved her brother. She didn't care about anyone else. Lin Luo, imitating the original owner again, lamented, Xian betrayed me. I almost died because of her, but I still don't want her to get hurt. I understand how you feel, but there's nothing I can do. You should calm down for now. The results haven't come out yet. If they do, you can go out and have some fun and go to school normally, Lin Na said. I understand. Lin Luo finished his meal and sat on the sofa, imitating the original owner. I'm sorry, brother. For your future, Lin Xian must die, Lin Na said cruelly. In the cell. It really wasn't me. How could a weak woman like me kill Lin Letian and his 5 accomplices? Lin Xuanxuan's face was distorted. Her pretty face was marred by several wounds, her arms and legs covered in cuts, and a small amount of blood oozed from them. Lin Xian had recently been subjected to inhumane torture, and even her voice trembled. It's best if you confess. You can avoid much pain. And don't think that if you don't confess, you won't be tortured. If you don't confess, you only be tortured more severely. The security guard said sternly. But if I confess, I might even lose my life, Lin Xian said angrily. Chapter 940. You're quite clever, woman. No wonder you were able to manipulate Lin Letian and Lin Luo. You're so clever, you're harming yourself and others. You're just a commoner. How could you have the audacity to manipulate two people? Your parents are just lowly laborers. Your father is an idler, and your mother is a factory worker. In Lifeng City, there are few families worse off than yours. It's already great that you've found Lin Luo, yet you're trying to provoke a fight between the two. The security officer said rudely. Lin Xianxian said pitifully, but I didn't kill Lin Letian. How could I have killed him with my strength? You're feigning ignorance, still thinking you're clever. Didn't I make it clear to you that even if you're innocent, you have to admit that Lin Luo and Lin Letian are forces you can't afford to offend? The security officer said rudely. Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth and sobbed, I have to sacrifice myself. I made it clear. Neither of these forces is to be trifled with. You're overthinking it, trying to gain advantages on both sides. That's impossible. If Lin Luo hadn't returned last time, you likely have been operated on too. Luckily Lin Luo returned, so you didn't die. I didn't expect you to be so bold. You still think you can play both sides and gain greater advantages. This lesson should be enough to make you regret it, the security guard said coldly. I know I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? I promise I won't mess around again and start a new life. Are you kidding? I advise you to agree. If you don't, you just suffer a little more. Don't worry, we don't have the death penalty on our Wind Tribe planet. You just spend a few years in jail and be back. The security guard said. Really? Just jail time, Lin Xianxian said. The security guard said rather ruthlessly, I don't think I need to lie to you. You have no chance to resist. Even if it's the death penalty, what can you do? This is my last act of kindness. Okay. Lin Xianxian, reluctantly, signed the confession. The confession stated that Lin Xianxian was an accomplice, having joined forces with a group of space bandits to rob Lin Letian. Among them, the 5 wealthy second generations from Lindong were also accomplices, helping Lin Xianxian in the deception. As a helpless, weak woman with no prominent family background, the 5 Lindong men naturally couldn't get any money and chose to abandon her. Lin Xianxian was lucky enough to survive thanks to the abandonment of the 5 people from Lindong. The 5 wealthy second generations from Lindong were caught in a dispute over the spoils with the cosmic bandits, who took away the entire 500,000 yuan. I already signed this confession, so I won't be punished any further, right? Lin Xianxian asked. Don't worry, even if I label you a cook, no one will believe it. You're a weak woman, and no one is stupid enough to think you could kill everyone. Just stay in jail. It'd be an explanation to Lord Feng. We're not particularly afraid of him. We're all colleagues, so we can give him a result so we don't feel awkward when we meet again. The security guard replied. Why is my life so miserable? Lin Xianxian burst into tears and sobbed. The security guard said, all right, stop pretending here. We all know your dark past, and we won't believe you just because you cry. The door to the interrogation room was knocked, and a beautiful, heroic woman entered. Chief, the security guard said. Sister, please help me. I'm not confessing sincerely. They tortured me into confessing. Thinking she had found a lifeline, Lin Xianxian quickly spoke to Lin Yaqiong. Why are you like this? All I said just now is in vain. No matter who comes, there's no way to change the outcome. You've been convicted of a felony. There's no way this matter has anything to do with you. If you want a chance to be acquitted, your family members can come forward. They have enough power, or if you have particularly powerful relatives, they can help you get out of this. The security officer was furious, fearing Lin Yaqiong would hold him accountable. Lin Yaqiong patted the security officer's shoulder and said, don't be so angry. I know the procedure. I won't arbitrarily change the outcome of the interrogation because of something. Thank you for your understanding, Chief. Our work isn't easy either. I've been telling her for ages, but she won't listen. She doesn't understand that the most important thing in society is social etiquette. Okay, I understand. Close the door when you leave, Lin Yaqiong said. Okay. The security officer walked out of the interrogation room, closing the door behind him. Sister, is there really nothing you can do? I'm truly innocent. Think about it, I'm just one person, and my strength is so weak. How could I possibly deceive Lin Letian? Lin Letian isn't a fool, Lin Xianxian said. Okay, there's no point in telling me all this. Even if I believed you, it wouldn't work. Whether Lin Letian is missing or truly dead, someone needs to explain. It's easy for you to leave. Unless you can find one of the 5 people from Lindong, and have them take the blame for you, you can be released safely. Think it through. Lin Yaqiong said. Lin Xuanxuan's body went limp, half lying in the chair. If you can't find anyone, how can I possibly help? Sister, confess your guilt. Honestly, you're not wrong. It's just that the forces behind you are too weak. If you had a reliable force, you could get out safely, Lin Yaqiong said. Lin Xuanxuan's dim eyes lit up. Can you give me a call? I want to find Lin Luo. He won't give up on me. I'm sure he saved me. I'm sorry, I can't give you that chance. Someone's told you not to call Lin Luo. Lin Yaqiong refused. Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth and said, it must be Lin Luo's sister, Lin Na. She's always disliked me. Last time I left Yilu's house, she warned me not to see her brother again. Don't be too resentful of Lin Luo's sister. As someone in a higher position, Lin Na has been very polite to you. If it were someone else, they would have physically eliminated you, and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Do you think your family's financial situation would allow you to file a complaint? Lin Yaqiong asked. Chapter 941. How could it be so tragic? Living in such a family, I always wanted to change my fate, but my talent is limited. I can't rise to prominence on my own. I can only resort to this method of maneuvering around two people to gain more benefits. Lin Xuanxuan's eyes welled with tears, her hands clenched into fists. You're lucky to be alive this time. Both sides are furious, but no one wants you dead. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived. Lin Yaqiong said. Where will I go? Lin Xianxian asked. To the Wen tribe's largest women's prison. Aren't there many people dying there every year? If you want to survive, you have to rely on yourself, Lin Yaqiong said. Sister, do you have a way to save me? Lin Xianxian asked anxiously. I do have a way to save you. You probably guessed it. I can't have come to see you just because I have too much free time. I must have my own reasons. Lin Yaqiong no longer concealed anything. Lin Xianxian said, I don't want to go to that damn place. As long as you can help me, I do anything. Lin Yaqiong smiled and said, do you think you can do anything for me right now? I don't think there's anything. Lin Xianxian lowered her head. It seems you understand that you can't do much for me. Lin Yaqiong said, you might be able to help me with something in the future. I won't tell you, for fear you might leak it. Thank you, sister. I never forget your life-saving grace. Lin Xianxian thanked him. Lin Yaqiong smiled and said, you're very smart and talented, but you're too young and haven't experienced much. You need time to hone your skills. Only after this experience will you become even more outstanding. Thank you, sister. After this incident, Lin Xianxian deeply realized the world's discrepancies. Her self-proclaimed beauty was useless in the face of life and death. As long as the other party ignored this, Lin Xianxian would find herself at the bottom of the social ladder. Others could easily decide her life or death, but Lin Xianxian had no control over it. Now, confess your guilt sincerely. The more you confess, the less pain you suffer, Lin Yaqiong said. I understand. Lin Xianxian lowered her head, secretly resolving to change everything. She felt naive, believing her beauty could accomplish anything. Lin Xianxian would never make that mistake again. Overall, she was lucky to have escaped death, and still had a chance to survive. Lin Yaqiong had given her a chance to become stronger, and she believed she would achieve great things in the future. Lin Luo stayed in the villa, cared for by Lin Na for several days. Lin Na's care was truly meticulous, practically doting. Even before Lin Luo went to bed, Lin Na would check on him. The original owner's capricious and arrogant personality was largely due to Lin Na's doting. Xiao Luo, I can't be with you today. I need to take care of some things. Stay home and be good. If anything bad happens, remember to call me. I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay, sister. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. This brother-supporting demon was finally leaving. If it dragged on any longer, he might not be able to bear it. Lin Na hugged Lin Luo and kissed him passionately. Sister, I have to go to work. You stay home. Okay. Lin Luo felt helpless. Lin Na was too enthusiastic. He had no idea what to do. Go to school now, you'll be graduating soon. I find you a clerical job at Fatfuli, and you can just stay there and relax. Lin Na stroked Lin Luo's head and said, I don't expect you to be anything special. I just want to find a beautiful, honest, and loyal wife after you. Lin Xianxian is quite pretty, and I don't mind her family background. The problem is, this girl is incredibly ambitious. She might not want a simple life. If she doesn't see anything better, that's fine. But if she sees something better, she wants to climb up. Sooner or later, you'll be abandoned by her. She doesn't really need to be beautiful, just someone you like. A slightly good personality is what's important. After you get married, I help you a lot. At least you have enough to eat and wear. You have to work hard. I work so hard mainly for you. Lin Luo said impatiently, Sister, I get it. You said the same thing hundreds of times, and my ears are numb from hearing it. Okay, I stop. If I say any more, I'd be annoying myself. Lin Na said. Lin Luo said, Goodbye, sister. Lin Na said with relief, That's great. You really grown up and said goodbye to me. Lin Na said she was leaving and exchanged pleasantries with Lin Luo for a long time before finally leaving. You're such a clingy sister. Lin Luo sighed. During their time together, Lin Luo had many flaws that made Lin Na feel something was amiss. But Lin Na didn't care. She only had her brother in her eyes. As long as her brother was alive, Lin Na could ignore everything. Next, we should graduate early. We still have some time to go. We can't rush. If we do, with such a major case already happening, I think suspicions are present. Lin Luo suspected Lin Yaqiong might be suspicious of him. There was something distinctly wrong with the way she looked at him. Lin Yaqiong might have another identity, the inspector of the Universal Alliance. Lin Luo had learned this from Nara. Even with the 8th Universe's strict defenses, many immigrants still arrived. Some people would collude with those from other universes to gain personal benefits. One of the Elder's fathers, a senior counselor, had proposed a plan to establish an inspector to oversee the entire universe. The number of illegal immigrants discovered by the inspector every year reached thousands, almost becoming the primary source of illegal immigrants from other universes. Lin Luo killed Lin Letian and his men, believing his methods weren't particularly sophisticated, leaving behind numerous clues that would make him easily caught. In the days that followed, Lin Na would call him daily, while Lin Luo continued to attend school. Lin Luo's school was the best near Wind City, highly ranked on the entire Wind tribe planet. He had special bodyguards for his travels, all hired by Lin Na. Lin Na, fearing her brother might get into trouble again, had a special escort every day who would report back to her. Lin Luo was free only at home. At other times, he was under surveillance. Chapter 942. Lin Luo didn't immediately object to Lin Na's actions, believing it was normal for someone who had just experienced life and death to be a little sleazy. Lin Luo could react later. The original owner wasn't a good person at school. She often hung out with Lin Dong and other wealthy second generations, constantly doing bad things. Many people ran away when they saw her, let alone became friends. The original owner might not have been a bad person, but she had never had parents, and her only sister had been working away from home for years to make a living. Later, the original owner befriended Lin Dong and other wealthy second generations, and gradually became a bad person. The original owner's affection for Lin Xianxian was only moderate, not as intense as one might have imagined. It was mainly because he saw a reflection of his former self in her. Lin Letian liked Lin Xianxian because she was more down-to-earth, unlike those rich young ladies, and not as innocent as she appeared. Lin Luo wasn't particularly interested in the Wind tribe planet. He was simply completing his mission. He couldn't escape Lin Na for the time being, so he could only live a routine life, waiting to make plans after graduating from university. Lin Luo would then directly apply to the Universal Alliance, and taking the exam wouldn't be a problem. The Universal Alliance company exam was like the civil service exam on Earth. Everyone rushed to take the test. Some thought passing would be a chance to bring honor to their family. Lin Luo tried out for the reserve role, his main duties being to help the team with cleaning and combat support. Cleaning was essentially done by machines, and his main role was to control the machines, though he could be expected to assist in combat. Although he was supposed to assist in combat, he wasn't actually needed. He wouldn't be needed against powerful opponents. A team's entire staff perished, and Lin Luo and other reserve personnel were intent on escaping rather than continuing the fight. After many Universal Alliance teams were destroyed, the reserve personnel generally perished with them. This wasn't to say that reserve personnel were particularly loyal. If the team was destroyed, they would have perished along with it. It was primarily because they lacked the necessary strength to escape, effectively preventing them from doing so. Many reserve personnel chose to flee, but the end result wasn't very good. Few managed to escape. Some reserve personnel survived, not because they participated in the battle, but because they simply didn't go, missing the battle. A single battle involved numerous reserve personnel. Nara's team consisted of 20 main personnel, and 200 reserve personnel. Reserves typically performed routine, non-dangerous tasks, such as arriving on an unfamiliar planet. Some team captains were more ruthless, using reserve personnel specifically to test the waters and eliminate potential dangers, thus protecting their own and their own team members. This was rare. The Universal Alliance clearly stipulated that reserve personnel were its property, intended primarily for training, not sacrifice. Of course, this rule was primarily intended to target the second-generation rich from the major races. Many of these second-generation rich know some of the questions in advance, making them easy candidates for reserve team members, but their chances of becoming full members are relatively slim. If every captain did this, wouldn't some of these second-generation rich just be going there to die? Lin Luo planned to take the reserve team exam, join the Universal Alliance, and then take the next step to become a full member. The 8th universe was filled with too many rules and regulations, leaving Lin Luo feeling helpless. Lin Luo returned home, and the people he was protecting had left. He entered the house and sat on the sofa, watching TV. Although Lin Luo's life had been rather dull lately, it was quite relaxing. Since the Earth catastrophe, Lin Luo hadn't felt this good in a long time. Every day he'd just been lying around, living a 9-to-5 routine. A device on Lin Luo's body was beeping. He pressed it, and his consciousness was transported to another place. Nala had given him this device before he left, saying it would be convenient for communication. Lin Luo's home had surveillance cameras. Ever since the original owner's death, Nala's love for him had become somewhat morbid, requiring her to monitor her brother's every move. Fortunately, they weren't installed in the bathroom or toilet. Nala had also instructed Lin Luo not to touch the device unless she was contacting him. The device had just activated, and Lin Luo pressed it, transporting his consciousness to a virtual world. Lin Luo. Nara's consciousness appeared, flanked by the god of karma, Ho-Tu, and the Jade Emperor. How have you been lately? Lin Luo was inevitably a little excited to see his old friend. The god of karma said, shouldn't I be the one to say this first? We've been doing fine lately. Without you, we've been eating and drinking every day. But haven't you been suffering? The Jade Emperor smiled. I remember you didn't say that before I came. You said Lin Luo had become so successful that he'd forgotten about me. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? The god of karma flatly denied. Actually, you are that kind of person, Lin Luo said. Yin and Yang said in a haughty tone, forget it. It's been ages since we last met. If I were to start the conversation with you and start arguing, it would be unmannerly of me. Ho-Tu's eyes flushed slightly as she asked, Lin Luo, how have you been lately? Have you encountered any danger on the Wind Clan planet? Don't worry about that. There's no way we encounter so many dangers. Lin Luo said. Don't worry too much. The level of the creatures on this Wind Clan planet isn't high, only level 1. The strongest creature is an eternal. With Lin Luo's near-eternal life force, escaping would be quite easy. I deliberately chose a weaker planet. Nara said. Can I tell you how things are going? My position is now basically stable, and no one will suspect me. However, there's one person who might still doubt me, the inspector you mentioned. Lin Luo briefly recounted the entire situation and told everyone that he suspected Lin Yaqiong was the inspector. Your speculation is quite plausible. The overseer was created by one of the elders, the counselor, as a disguised form of support for his son. Nara said, now, I have some bad news for you. I mentioned this earlier. The elder about to be promoted to counselor has been dreaming day and night of being killed. It's very likely that the entire 8th universe will be under martial law again, making it even harder for you to get in. The god of karma said angrily, an elder who has evolved into an immortal being is still so timid. If someone tries to kill him in the future, he can just strengthen himself and be so cautious. I think if no one tries to kill him, he'd just scare himself to death. Nara smiled helplessly at his level of life, and with so much power, his greatest fear is death. It's normal for him to react this way. It's mainly because he's affecting our interests. Otherwise, he can do whatever he wants. The god of karma said angrily. Chapter 943. Lin Luo asked, I'm currently replacing some people's identities. Later, when the god of karma, Ho-Tu, and the others attempt to do so, I'm afraid the difficulty will increase significantly. Then you don't have to worry too much. Every policy has its countermeasures. You see, the controls are quite strict right now, with many inspectors patrolling the area. But I still sent you in anyway, said Nara. That's right. Lin Luo nodded. The god of karma said, I believe in Captain Nara's abilities. You can definitely lead me into the Universal Alliance. Nara smiled, you don't have to curry favor. Which elder is in charge? It's already a great honor for me to arrange an identity for you. If I want to help you join the team, it's up to Lin Luo. Little Lin, you better work hard. Get into the Universal Alliance as soon as possible and create your own team so we can join, said the god of karma. You have to work hard too. By then, you'd be too inexperienced. My team won't accept a loser like you, Lin Luo said bluntly. The god of karma said angrily, whose colored pen are you talking about? I'm willing to join your team. You should be secretly happy. People like you are truly disgusting. I despise you. If I had a team to choose, I definitely wouldn't join. Then I have to thank you very much. I give you a red envelope when the time comes, said Lin Luo. The god of karma clenched his fists and said, you despicable fellow. You two should stop talking. You're always arguing with the god of ghost, and now you're arguing with Lin Luo. The Jade Emperor laughed. The god of karma, rather unconvinced, said, the god of ghost is the one you're flirting with, so you're only speaking up for her. How can you say it's my fault? She was clearly the one arguing with me. By the way, where are they? Lin Luo asked. Nara replied, they wanted to come, too. It's mainly because this instrument can only accommodate 4 or 5 people at a time. More people can't enter, but they really wanted to. So we played rock paper scissors, and the little bitch lost to me. The god of karma said smugly. Compared to you, I rather the god of trick win, Lin Luo said. The god of karma said angrily, what do you mean? Literally. I came to see you out of good intentions, but you're disgusted with me. I seen through the person you are, and I won't come to see you again. Thank you. To be honest, I rather the god of trick come to see me. The god of trick is like a little fangirl. He's not just outwardly attractive, but he's actually a middle-aged woman. Who do you call a middle-aged woman? I misjudged you. If I had known, I wouldn't have trained you. I really should have taken a good look at the back of your head to see if there's any rebelliousness. I'm sure you have it. The god of karma said angrily. Well, you still don't understand the situation. You're only alive thanks to me. You just love to complain and nag. Lin Luo said. The two argued for a long time, but Lin Luo finally gained the upper hand. The god of karma panted, just because you're a good argumenter doesn't mean you're truly powerful. It's more that I argued with that little bitch so much that I'm exhausted, and you took advantage of me. You definitely wouldn't be able to win an argument with me normally. Just keep your words to yourself. It's embarrassing. Lin Luo said disdainfully. You? The god of karma exploded. Nara smiled. All right, both of you, keep your words to yourself. Time's almost up, and we can go back. Goodbye. Lin Luo argued with the god of karma mainly because he was bored. The original owner was a loner, with only Lin Dong and his 5 friends. He couldn't suddenly change his ways, and start making friends with others, he would be suspected. The god of karma's eyes lit up, as if he understood something. His face flushed with anger. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You just want to piss me off. You're bored, so what? But why are you deliberately arguing with me? You realize it now? It's too late. Lin Luo laughed. Just wait. Sooner or later, you learn the consequences of offending me. I'm going to give you a real rip. The god of karma gritted his teeth. Lin Luo said, if you want to plot against me, I have to be even more careful. To prevent you from doing so, I definitely not let you join my team when I build one. The god of karma said angrily, I be yours. Okay, it seems I have to take my time building the team. If you join my team, I monitor you in real time. From now on, you be my team member, and I keep a close eye on you. Don't you dare? Lin Luo didn't forget to argue with the god of karma again. Alright, just be quiet. I'm leaving. Nara smiled helplessly. Ho Tu waved to Lin Luo, saying, take care, my husband. I will take care of myself, Lin Luo said. The Jade Emperor waved, saying, thank you for your hard work. You've been the one who sacrificed the most from the beginning to the end. It's not just for you, is it? I also want to stay in the 8th universe. I believe that in the near future, we will have a place in the 8th universe. Lin Luo said. Stop talking nonsense and start building your team. If I join your team, I will definitely kill you. The god of karma gritted his teeth. I've been looking forward to this day. Lin Luo smiled. The energy in the instrument vanished, and Lin Luo's consciousness returned to his body. It was as if he had just dreamed, seeing familiar people again. The technology in the 8th universe is still very advanced. Looking back now, it seemed surreal. Lin Luo was a little uncomfortable. After his argument with the god of karma, he felt refreshed. Humans are social animals, and spending too much time alone inevitably leads to loneliness. Unfortunately, after this meeting, Nara wouldn't see him for a long time. This instrument was highly confidential, but it required a considerable amount of energy. The instrument was charged with natural energy. The amount it could charge depended entirely on the instrument itself, not external forces. For the next few days, Lin Luo lived his life as usual. He heard about Lin Xuanxuan's final disposition. Lin Xianxian was sent to the women's prison for forced labor. This prison was quite good, having a good reputation among the many prisons on Wind Clan planets. Women are a vulnerable group in many races, and women in many Feng Clan prisons face immense torture upon entry. Given City Lord Li Feng's personality, he wouldn't let him go so easily. He'd definitely torture him to death. After all, he hasn't found his son's true murderer, and finding a scapegoat is a way to vent his anger. Lin Luo stroked his chin, wondering who would help Lin Xianxian. He had investigated Lin Xianxian, and she knew she had no power behind her. The person who would help Lin Xianxian was most likely Lin Yaqiong. If Lin Yaqiong wanted to investigate Lin Luo's problems, Lin Xianxian would be the best place to start. Lin Luo had a premonition that he would meet Lin Xianxian again. Chapter 944. Lin Yaqiong possesses immense power, and even if she wanted to release Lin Xianxian, she couldn't. Furthermore, Lin Xuanxuan's abilities were limited, making her too weak to handle Lin Luo. Lin Yaqiong needed to find a place to properly discipline her. Once she felt Lin Xianxian was ready, she would naturally release her. Lin Luo was wary, certain to encounter Lin Xianxian again. Another possibility was that Lin Yaqiong looked down on Lin Luo, and felt the reward for capturing him now was limited. In the future, when Lin Luo became more powerful, Lin Yaqiong could capture him again, earning him a greater reward. Lin Luo felt this possibility was the most likely, and that Lin Yaqiong would gain a great deal. Lin Luo couldn't fathom Lin Yaqiong's intentions, so for now, all he could do was proceed step by step. Lin Luo was thinking about something when Lin Na called. "Xiao Luo, how have you been lately?" "I'm fine. Don't I have surveillance footage? You can see it all. Are you mad at me?" "No, I'm just stating a fact, not angry," Lin Luo said deliberately. "I installed surveillance in the living room, mainly to monitor those criminals. I'm afraid they retaliate against you. Lin Xianxian was arrested, but she can't be the mastermind. She's too weak. There must be someone behind this. Lin Letian might suspect me and try to harm you. I installed surveillance cameras throughout the house to prevent any accidents. If anyone breaks in, I get the news immediately. I hired someone to monitor the situation. She alerted me at any time, so I can contact the company immediately. Lifeng Cheng is still far behind Fafulai. If the company warns him, even the Lifeng Cheng City Lord will give up," Lin Na explained. "Okay, I understand your good intentions, sister. It was my fault before, I misunderstood you." Lin Luo deliberately asked Lin Na questions, mainly to dispel some of her doubts. Being monitored is uncomfortable for anyone, and it's normal to raise some doubts. Lin Na said gently, "It's okay. I'm working so hard to give you a better life. If you're gone, everything will become meaningless. Sister, you can find your own happiness. I support you." Lin Luo internally complained, hoping Lin Na would let him go. Lin Na shook her head, saying, "Sister, I won't marry in this life. Maybe I meet someone I like in the future, but not yet. I won't marry just for the sake of getting married." "Okay." Lin Luo was speechless. It seemed that trying to distract Lin Na from doing anything else was basically impossible. "Make sure you eat on time. Tell me if anything bad happens, especially if someone at school bullies you. I know some teachers at that university who can help me handle it properly." Lin Na continued to tell Lin Luo a lot more. "Sister, I understand," Lin Luo said. "I have to go to work. Remember to tell me if anything happens. I always be your biggest support," Lin Na said. "Okay, I remember." Lin Luo felt helpless towards Lin Na. Trying to get rid of this clingy little devil for a while was impossible. After watching TV for a while, Lin Luo went to bed. The Wind Tribe University taught some knowledge, but it was useless to him. Lin Luo was already an eternal, his mastery of power surpassing anyone else's. Honestly, those teachers still came to teach him. Lin Luo should have been the one teaching them. Time flew by, and soon it was the final exam. Almost 6 months had passed since Lin Na's last call. Lin Luo's bodyguards and nannies were all normal, but the fact that they hadn't heard Lin Na's call was itself unusual. Given Lin Na's personality, she called every once in a while. Lin Luo didn't proactively ask, perhaps because she was busy and had forgotten about him. He wanted to use this free time to do something meaningful. He couldn't possibly do what Lin Na had said, getting a job as a clerk at Fat Fu Lai and living a 9-to-5 life. Lin Na's arrangement was already a very good thing for the original owner. But it wasn't for Lin Luo. He had a team of people to manage, and he couldn't just stay in a clerk's position. He wanted to become even stronger, to protect the entire end universe in the future. Lee soon revealed that the 8th universe will invade the entire N universe in the future, causing it to cease to exist. The timeline for this plan hasn't been determined yet, but it will definitely happen in the future. The 8th universe ranks 8th among the 8 universes, and its strength also ranks 8th. In many battles between the 8 universes, the 8th universe always comes in last. The 8th universe is often at a disadvantage in battles, resulting in many resources being lost to the 7 universes. As one universe grows stronger, the other loses. The 8th universe understands that it is not just the 7th universe, it also connects to the 4th, 5th, and 6th universes. The universes are connected in an irregular pattern, not in a sequential order. Only the 8th and 9th universes are parallel, with the 9th universe behind the 8th. Anyone who wishes to enter the End universe must pass through the 8th universe, otherwise, entry is impossible. The 8th universe is in a dire situation. Many areas have been occupied by other universes, and numerous planets have become their resources. The Universal Alliance is extremely concerned. The 8th universe's resources are being eroded, and they are the biggest victims. So, the Universal Alliance has a mad plan to expand the 8th universe, and thus strengthen the entire universe. The expansion plan involves destroying the entire End universe, killing all its inhabitants, and merging all its planets into the 8th universe. The 8th universe expansion plan is a very ambitious one, and implementing it is extremely challenging. Many members of the Universal Alliance disagree, believing that this approach would require a significant initial investment of manpower and resources, making it somewhat unprofitable. Some members are simply outdated, and do not want the 8th universe to change. In their minds, changes in the 8th universe could potentially harm their own interests, and they didn't want that to happen. However, as the 8th universe's territory was swallowed up by other universes, the 8th universe as a whole suffered. As a result, the 8th universe was increasingly inclined to swallow up the 9th universe, aiming to restore its greatness. Lin Luo felt that preventing this would be extremely difficult. The 8th universe was too powerful, with numerous immortal beings. Unless Lin Luo reached the final stage of evolution, he could prevent this from happening. And that was only possible if the 8th universe's strongest being had reached that final stage. Otherwise, the 8th universe would have been swallowed up long ago. Chapter 945. All I can do is try to stop it. If I can't, there's nothing I can do, Lin Luo said helplessly. A middle-aged Wen clan woman of ordinary appearance and a relatively good figure walked up to the podium. This woman was Lin Luo's homeroom teacher. Time flies by in college. The end of the semester is almost here, and the upcoming exams will determine everything for you. Do you want to continue your studies in college? Or should I prepare to apply for a civil service position at a good company? It's a 9-to-5 life, and they cover your social security and provident fund every month. Of course, the best future is joining the company's combat team. The benefits of a combat team are much better than those of a civil service position in a company. Working there offers a variety of benefits. Of course, among all the companies, the one with the best benefits is the Universal Alliance. 5 people from our Wen clan have already been admitted to the Universal Alliance and become members. Among them, 4 of our Wen clan university have been admitted. We had over 400,000 Wen tribe graduates from universities, so the probability is as high as 1 in 100,000, which is incredibly high. Some people might think this probability is low, but you don't understand the situation outside. The Stone tribe next to us is in a similar situation. Not a single one has ever come out. The Stone tribe has offered a lot of money, trying to poach our talent, but we've been rebuffed. We Wen tribe lack everything, but the one thing we lack the most is integrity. You don't need to go back to a mid-sized company. Companies like Fat Fu Lai are excellent. Our representative, Lin Na, is only 20 years old, and she's already on the verge of becoming a captain. Many people have heard the news from Fat Fu Lai. Thanks to their continuous efforts, they soon become a premium company. They might still have relatively low admission requirements right now. Once Fat Fu Lai becomes a premium company, it'd be much harder for everyone to get in. Joining the Cosmic Alliance isn't realistic, but Fat Fu Lai is a great option. Getting in now puts you at the threshold of a mid-level company, but you get the same treatment as a premium company in the future. We have many seniors here, so you won't be at a disadvantage. We at Fengzi University have always been very united. The homeroom teacher began to ramble on, explaining that while the job market is somewhat poor this year, our university is still very good. Many students want to work at small companies, which are highly sought after by companies. The entrance exam for a mid-level company is more difficult, but for those who make it, getting a clerical position is quite satisfying. This year's hot company is Fat Fu Lai, a mid-level company on the verge of becoming a premium company. Lin Luo was somewhat surprised to hear this news. Lin Na's love for her younger brother was truly meticulous. The news about Fat Fu Lai had only just been announced, but Lin Luo had already known about it. Lin Na had made it clear to Lin Luo that Fat Fu Lai had great potential for growth in the future. The financial backer behind Fat Fu Lai was a council member, a member of a minority ethnic group with limited personal influence. He wanted to nurture his own company, become his right-hand man, and help him with matters. Fat Fu Lai's development into a high-end company isn't the pinnacle. It will continue to grow and become one of the top forces. Lin Luo became a clerk at Fat Fu Lai, and he would reap enormous benefits in the future. Lin Na's arrangements were all intentional, and Lin Luo wasn't prepared to follow her lead. A rather pretty female classmate from the Wind tribe approached Lin Luo and said, "Lin Luo, I heard your sister is Lin Na. She should know some inside information, right? Could you tell me a little?" The female classmate deliberately moved closer, leaning against Lin Luo. Lin Luo felt a softness on his arm, and understood what the female classmate meant. "I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with Fat Fu Lai. The only people who know her are my sister, not me." Lin Luo pushed the female classmate away. While she was pretty, she was far inferior to Ho Tu. He already had a large harem, and didn't need any more useless people. Several classmates approached Lin Luo, hoping to learn more about Fat Fu Lai's problems. Lin Luo declined all of them, and went to the registration office to sign up for the Universal Alliance exam. The recruitment office at Fat Fu Lai Company was already packed. Almost everyone wanted to join. Fat Fu Lai Company had many vacancies, and was about to be promoted to a high-level company, requiring a large number of talented individuals. The students of the Wind tribe at Wind University have always been exceptional. Many could excel with a little training. The Universal Alliance recruitment office was almost empty, but that wasn't to say anyone didn't want to join the Universal Alliance. The main reason is that the Cosmic Alliance has very high standards, and many people are self-aware and won't humiliate themselves. The person at the registration desk was a silver-haired lady. She was tall and slender, with a curvaceous figure that was practically perfect. Her long silver hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering with a captivating luster, like cascading moonlight. Each strand softly clung to her fair skin, gently brushing against her slender waist and rounded hips, accentuating her allure. She wore a tight black leather jacket, which perfectly outlined her ample breasts and slender waist. She paired it with a super short leather skirt, the hem barely covering her thighs, revealing a pair of straight, slender legs. Their curves flowed naturally, their muscles firm and powerful, exuding a healthy and sexy charm. Adding to her black high heels, her already tall figure appeared even more graceful. The silver-haired lady had a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and luscious red lips. "Boy, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman?" the silver-haired lady said coldly. She was in a very bad mood. Other teams recruited from better races, but she had chosen the Wind tribe. The Wind tribe was considered a relatively inferior race, formerly a slave race, and they had finally produced a few geniuses. To call them geniuses wasn't that great. Compared to the mediocre Wind tribe members, they were considered geniuses. In reality, they were still far from true geniuses. Jialan had already given up on treatment, thinking of just letting it go. The best team members were university students from certain races. These students had just been trained, had simple minds, were easily obedient, and had considerable talent. Jialan had recruited both university students and those who had just started their careers, and the difference between the two was enormous. University students worked hard, were more talented, and were easily obedient. Those who changed careers lately thought they were clever, their own little tricks brooding, always hoping for a brilliant move. But mishaps often led to mission failures and even deaths. Jialan once cried because she was tricked, and she remembers it vividly. Chapter 946. Jialan was very reluctant to recruit those who had joined later in the team, especially those whose teams had encountered accidents and whose members had survived. These people were the most unreliable. They were people who only cared about themselves. Jialan had hired someone out of kindness, but she had let many members of the team down. Over 100 years had passed, and Jialan still felt resentful. Jialan was very keen on recruiting pure college students. These students were very useful, whether as regular or reserve personnel. Perhaps she hadn't paid enough, so she was assigned here by her superiors. Jialan had been sitting in this position for a long time, her face stern. The people from Fengzi University were so frightened by her attitude that no one dared to approach and ask questions. Lin Luo feigned fear and said, "My beautiful sister, your Universal Alliance is not recruiting. Do you think I can join your team? Are you sure?" Jialan's face remained stern. "Sure, I had a dream since I was a child, always wanting to join the Universal Alliance. I never thought I'd be so close this time. I will definitely join your team, Lin Luo said. Your God King level is a bit low. Level doesn't really matter, talent is key. Your Wind Tribe's planet has so few resources, so improving your level this much is quite impressive. This test is a bit dangerous. You could be fatal. Here's a game tester. If you're willing to enter, I can let you take the test right away, Jialan said. No problem. Lin Luo nodded. Your test scenario is that our Deep Blue team faces a rebel attack. You play the role of a reserve member, navigating through rebel blockades and notifying nearby teams to come and support us, Jialan said. No problem, leave it to me, Lin Luo said. Jialan said, let me warn you first. Many people who join our team fail to get past the first rebel blockade. To give you a realistic experience, you might get hurt if you fail in battle. Don't worry, I do it, Lin Luo said. Seeing you're so confident, I can't refuse you outright, so I let you try. Jialan led Lin Luo to a game cabin and let him in. Lin Luo entered the cabin and played a game simulation. This type of cabin is specially provided by the Universal Alliance, specifically for use by certain teams. Some teams can replay their experiences multiple times when they encounter danger, increasing their combat experience. Universal Alliance teams are often recruited by their team leaders, giving them a lot of autonomy. Lin Luo entered the cabin and quickly found himself in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by several planets. These planets were all red, likely due to their high concentrations of sulfides, which gave the atmosphere a reddish appearance. Planets with such high sulfide concentrations are essentially lifeless. The eighth universe contains many abandoned star systems, rarely home to life. Generally, they're abandoned, and many rebels hide in these places. These rebels are supported by other universes, their goal being to antagonize the eighth universe. The eighth universe will also financially support rebels from other universes to achieve its own goals. Most universes aren't very friendly with each other, they all harbor mutual disdain. A space battleship, dark blue in color, docked in the center of this area, with some of its equipment similar to Nora's. Overall, the silver-haired lady's warships were superior. Nara was just a civilian, with virtually no support from her race. Nara frequently donated considerable sums to support her race. The silver-haired lady was likely a member of the renowned Immortal Clan of Universe 8, a group that ranked among the top 50 races. A group of rebels rushed over, most of them heavily armed, representing various races from Universe 8. Lin Luo entered the game simulation and gained a wealth of information. The Deep Blue team, while searching the area, unexpectedly discovered a rebel plot. The rebels were called the Red Rose, a combination of multiple races. Their leader was Gang Shan, a traitor from the Giant Clan. Gang Shan had previously been a captain of the Universal Alliance Army, defending Universes 6 and 8. However, he could not resist the allure of Universe 6 and chose to defect, killing many within the army during his time there. Later, Gang Shan disappeared. The Universal Alliance assumed he had fled to Universe 6, but they didn't realize he had been staying in Universe 8, hiding on a few small planets. Universe 6 provided him with considerable support, allowing him to launch a rebel attack against Universe 8. Gang Shan was familiar with Universe 8 and had carried out 4 or 5 successful attacks, each one inflicting significant damage. The Deep Blue team appeared there, searching for Gang Shan. Unfortunately, the Deep Blue team discovered Gang Shan, and Gang Shan also discovered the Deep Blue team, leading to a fierce battle. Jialan of the Deep Blue team knew she couldn't retreat, so she took the initiative. She decided to execute a decapitation plan, killing Gang Shan. This would fragment the rebels, making it easier to defeat them piecemeal. Jialan killed many rebels, and successfully found Gang Shan. A battle ensued, with neither side able to defeat the other. The rebels were too numerous, constantly charging forward, hoping to crush the Deep Blue team. The core members of the Deep Blue team, along with their reserves, fought off the rebel attacks. The battle on the space battleship was crucial to the final victory. As a reserve, Lin Luo's current mission was to escape and seek support from the team. The Deep Blue team alone would struggle to hold off the rebel attacks. Next to the Deep Blue team stood the Divine Hand team, a formidable force among the many other teams. Lin Luo could predict the outcome. A Deep Blue team reserve would have sought support from the Divine Hand team. The difficulty of this situation was neither easy nor difficult, but also quite difficult. The difficulty was that Lin Luo didn't have to confront the rebels head-on. He only needed to request reinforcements and could simply avoid them. If the rebels saw Lin Luo, they would surely attack, and he could easily lose his life. Jialan was very considerate of Lin Luo, knowing that the Wind tribe were relatively weak and not very strong in head-on combat, but they were very capable of escaping. If Jialan had fought for Lin Luo, it would have been truly difficult. Lin Luo used the Wind tribe's power to create a wind ruin. This kind of wind ruin is rarely mastered, and only possessed by Wind tribe members with great self-control. In the past, the Wind tribe's ancestors had devised many methods to help the Wind tribe adapt to combat in outer space, including this one. Chapter 947. Lin Luo, having devoured Lin Letian and his men, had acquired the abilities of the Wind tribe and put them to good use. Using the wind ruins was a simple task. So, he used them to move freely through the rebel camp. Many beings of higher levels than Lin Luo were unable to reach him. The Wind tribe weren't particularly fast, but they were incredibly agile, allowing them to move freely through the rebel camp. In just a few minutes, Lin Luo successfully made his way through the rebel camp and reached the God Hand squad. He explained his purpose, and the God Hand squad immediately began to provide support. Outside. Captain, what's the situation? Have you found anyone? The deputy captain was a pink-haired girl with a delicate appearance and a decent figure. The pink-haired girl stood out in the crowd, but she was far inferior to the silver-haired Queen Jialan. We can say we found it, or we can say we didn't. Basically, we don't have high hopes. Think about it, the Wind tribe has only had 5 members enter the Universal Alliance in all these years. How lucky must we be to find a qualified Wind tribe member? And these 5 aren't necessarily exceptional, they're just a bit better than other Wind tribe members. Some teams are inherently weaker than ours, so the requirements are lower, and the people they select are definitely inferior. Jialan said helplessly. Pink said, Captain, your requirements are too high. I think the reserve requirements are lower. I believe if they were placed in our team and trained, they would definitely be exceptional. Sometimes, someone's weakness isn't necessarily due to their incompetence. Lack of luck is also a factor. Jialan sighed, my standards are already much lower, but you're saying these people are too bad. Didn't you see there's not a single one? No, we finally got one here, and they're currently testing in the game cabin. I don't know how they're doing, but they look so fragile, I think they're probably not going to make it. Forget it. We finally got one here, let's give them a chance. If we don't even give them a chance, they won't come, Pink advised. That's the only way to think about it, Jialan said helplessly. Clearance completed. Please ask staff to come and check in, and confirm the final results. What's going on? Cleared? Pink asked, puzzled. Captain, did you arrange for one of our reserve members to take the test? How did it get done so quickly? Only 10 minutes. Impossible. I personally sent this Wind Tribe University student in. I'm sure of that. There's no way I could have made a mistake, Jialan said confidently. The game cabin opened, and Lin Luo emerged. Which recent Wind Tribe graduate are you? Pink asked, pointing at Lin Luo. Lin Luo feigned confusion and said, Sir, is there a problem? I feel this mission is incredibly simple. I simply entered, used my wind ruins to easily navigate the rebels, and then reached the God Hand squad and successfully cleared the mission. It's that simple. As the deputy captain of the Deep Blue squad, Pink naturally knew what mission Lin Luo was referring to. It's truly quite simple. Lin Luo nodded. Pink said, Captain, we seem to have discovered a treasure. It looks quite valuable. We can entrust him with some of our team's responsibilities in the future. Looks like we're lucky. At least we didn't return empty-handed. Jialan didn't have high hopes for Lin Luo, believing it was largely down to luck. Lin Luo happened to have the wind ruins, which allowed him to navigate the rebels. Pink smiled at Jialan. Captain, this means you agree to let him join our team. That's great. It's been a while since someone joined our squad, and now we finally have one. Are you that happy? It's just a new member, a reserve one at that. Jialan said, speechless. Captain, you have no idea what's going on. Don't you think about the fact that our team hasn't had any new members in a long time? Not to mention regular members, there aren't even any reserves. That's because your expectations are too high. If the standards were a little lower, we have plenty of new members. There are only 5 veterans in our team now, and each of them has their own missions, making it difficult for them to get together. The number of reserves is also pitifully small, only 7. Other teams have at least 30 or so in reserve, yet ours is the only one with such a small number of people. There are practically no teams worse off than ours, Pink said. Jialan said impatiently, don't keep nagging like an old woman. I'm working hard, aren't I? Didn't you see I paid that guy quite a bit to recruit us last time? She couldn't help but feel annoyed. I didn't expect this guy to take the money and not do the job. Why would he send me to the Wind Tribe when there's nothing better? I really don't want to complain about this Wind Tribe. There aren't many talented people there, are they? It's not a waste of money to recruit one person. Captain, it's done. If we don't see it, this test isn't that great. It's actually quite difficult for them. Just one person passing is enough, Pink said. Lin Luo's voice was agitated. 2 bosses, have I passed your test now? I can join your team now. Who said passing the test was so easy? There are still many challenges ahead. You're still a long way from becoming one of us, Pink deliberately said, making things difficult. Lin Luo feigned disappointment, saying, I told you joining the Cosmic Alliance isn't that easy. He then encouraged himself again. There are still a few more tests to take, so take them. My dream since childhood has been to join the Cosmic Alliance. You're just a fresh graduate, so easy to fool. You actually believed me when I told you a few things. Our tests are simple, there's only one. You thought the test just now was easy, but it was actually quite difficult. It's just that you were lucky, and that's why you were so lucky. Pink encouraged him. Talking about luck is a bit too arbitrary. I say you have decent skills. With hard work, you can become a full-fledged member of our team. Thank you so much. Sister will be so happy to know I joined the Cosmic Alliance. Lin Luo skipped away. Why are you running so fast, kid? You haven't got your acceptance form yet. We'd be recruiting here for a while. Come back in a month, and use that time to prepare. Pink quickly caught up with Lin Luo, and handed him the acceptance form. Thank you, Pink. I didn't tell you my name, so how did you know it was Pink? Because my hair is pink, I call you Pink. Okay, you're really smart. Go back and tell your family. Pink saw Lin Luo off, and returned to Jialan's side. Jialan remained expressionless, watching the people passing by. Chapter 948. Captain, can you please cheer up? We got a new member after all. You should smile more. Pink came over to Jialan, and nudged him with her elbow. Jialan sighed. How can I be happy? I was planning to add at least 7 or 8 members today, but now there's only one person taking the test. Captain, you feel much better if you change your perspective. Think about it, you just took the test, and the chance of passing is 100%. You passed immediately, Pink said. Jialan sighed. If you put it that way, I think there's some truth to that. The chance is quite high, almost 100%. Captain, look. So many people are coming here, recruiting. We got a lot of work to do. Pink pointed to the vast crowd in the distance. Jialan said disdainfully, what are they doing here? They can't just pass the test. They must have been thinking that guy was weak because he said he passed. So they all came running over. At least it's something to keep busy. Maybe with more people, there might be a few good people. It's hard to say, Pink said. Jialan's face was ashen. Just daydream on. If you thought everyone could succeed, our team would have been full long ago. Besides, we're the Deep Blue team, we can't accept just any random person. Captain, you're just expecting too much. A good outcome always comes from a certain level of hope. How can you expect such a good outcome if you don't have any hope at all? Pink said. I hope so, Jialan said. A group of Wind Tribe University students ran over, and seeing the recruiters were 2 beautiful women, their confidence soared. Excuse me, is this the Universal Alliance recruitment site? We like to participate. I can give you the opportunity, but you must strictly abide by my rules. If you cause trouble here, I won't be polite at all. Jialan knew that Pink and she were beautiful, and that some people might think they were easy targets. She had killed many creatures, and there was an invisible murderous aura about her. The murderous aura was fully released, frightening those around her, and they dared not even think of anything bad. Pink nudged Jialan with her elbow. Captain, don't be so strict. These people are just kids. We need to be polite to them, and let them perform better. You scared them like this, and they don't even have the courage to take the test. It seems that the kid before you gave you hope, making you think someone else could pass. I'm 100% sure that no one here needs to take the test. The final score will definitely be failing. It's a waste of time and energy. Jialan sighed. I don't believe it. I think there's a chance that 1 or 2 people will pass. You don't even know if you tried, so how can you be sure? I think we should give it a try. Maybe we find someone good. Pink said confidently. As long as you're happy, Jialan said. Everyone, don't mess around. Our team is very strict. Don't think that just because we're pretty, you have some bad ideas. It's best not to have such suicidal thoughts. If we take action, you die miserably. Better come and take the test. Your performance will determine whether you can join our reserve forces. Pink spoke more directly, reminding the Wind Tribe students who had come over. Some of them had harbored ill thoughts, but they immediately dismissed them. They couldn't help but recall what their teacher had said. Some people appear weak but are actually very powerful. A group of people rushed over to take the test, and Jialan and Pink quickly got busy. When Lin Luo returned to the university, a group of classmates rushed over. These classmates weren't coming to congratulate Lin Luo, congratulating him on his successful entry into the Universal Alliance. In their eyes, Lin Luo couldn't possibly have been selected. After so many years, only 5 members of the Wind Tribe had been selected. No one thought Lin Luo was some lucky individual who happened to be selected for the Universal Alliance. Nor would they be bored, deliberately coming over to mock Lin Luo. Mainly because Lin Luo refused to help them, many blamed him for their failure to join Fat Fu Lai Company. If Lin Luo was willing to reveal some useful information, they believed they had a good chance of joining. A wave of taunts descended upon Lin Luo, especially the female classmate who had just attempted to seduce him. She believed she was incredibly beautiful and felt her attempt would undoubtedly succeed. She had done her homework before attempting to seduce Lin Luo, believing that even a poor girl like Lin Xian could easily fool him. The female classmate, convinced that her beauty meant she was easily seduced, suffered an unexpected setback. Lin Luo's decisive and ruthless rejection left the female classmate resentful and eager for revenge. When Lin Luo arrived, the female classmate was the one mocking him the most. The others joined in the taunting, venting their anger. Many people at Fat Fu Lai, unable to join, were devastated and sought to vent their anger on Lin Luo. These people were destined to be disappointed. It was unfortunate that Lin Luo had joined the Cosmic Alliance. A group of people again questioned Lin Luo, accusing him of lying. Some even filmed a video and tried to post it online, sparking widespread outcry. But these people were destined to be disappointed. Lin Luo easily joined the Cosmic Alliance and produced proof. Then a group of people became delusional, believing that the Cosmic Alliance recruitment was easy, that even Lin Luo, with his average grades, could join, and that with his own abilities, he would surely be able to get in. Lin Luo despised these people. They were completely overthinking it. The test was incredibly difficult. If the original owner had taken the test, there would have been virtually no hope. Lin Luo arrived outside, where someone was already waiting. The woman was quite pretty, with a nice figure, her long legs particularly striking. "Sister Shui, have you been waiting?" Lin Luo received a message from his sister, Lin Na, today. She was about to go on a dangerous mission, and the signal there was not very good, so it was likely she would be out of reach for a long time. So, before leaving, Lin Na specifically asked her best friend, Lin Shui, to entertain him. Lin Shui was quite influential, a prominent figure in the Wind clan, and quite famous. Chapter 949. Lin Luo had seen Lin Shui on television many times. Lin Shui's achievements were even greater than Lin Na's, having already joined the Universal Alliance. The 5 pillars of the Wind clan, also known as the 5 lucky ones, include Lin Shui. Lin Shui trotted over to Lin Luo and said, "You're Lin Na's younger brother, Lin Luo. You're quite impressive. You recognized me instantly. I thought I have to look for you, but you did. It's not that I'm exceptional, it's more that your sister is beautiful and often appears on TV, so I recognized her instantly." Lin Luo said, "You're quite articulate, unlike your sister's description. Perhaps she's been protecting you too well, and hasn't seen your true character. Some girls are impressed by your words the first time they see you." Lin Shui smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, sister. I'm actually quite shy." Lin Luo smiled. Lin Shui was a bit of a whimsical person. "Tell me if you have a girlfriend." "I promise I won't tell you." "No, I'm still single." "That's out of place. You're so handsome and still single. I have to find someone for you sooner rather than later, so you can find someone to date." "Thank you, sister." Lin Luo blushed. Lin Shui looked pretty, but her thoughts were a bit too whimsical. Lin Shui said, "I forgot to tell you, your sister and I are very close. We were roommates when we were in school. Your sister is very talented and can pick up things instantly. There were many things I couldn't learn back then, and she taught me. Usually, if my tutor couldn't teach me, I ask your sister to study with me, then repeat it back to me. Then, I learn easily, and you have many unique understandings. Your sister wasn't too poor. If her family were better off, she could definitely join the Universal Alliance. However, to make your life better, she decisively chose to join Fat Fu Lai. I was luckier. My family was relatively well off, and with your sister's regular tutoring, my grades improved dramatically. I quickly became one of the best students in school, almost always ranking first. Later, when I took the exam, I successfully passed the Universal Alliance. It's a shame your sister joined Fat Fu Lai, practically signing a self-indenture. The Universal Alliance's benefits are better than Fat Fu Lai's. It's far from comparable to Fat Fu Lai. Look, she works overtime every day, while I don't have to work that much overtime. Private companies, like Fat Fu Lai, are incredibly dangerous. Many of the missions your sister participates in are incredibly dangerous, exceeding the company's upper limit for difficulty, and completely unregulated. Not only does she work excruciating overtime every day, but she also carries out some extremely dangerous missions. These dangerous missions aren't just words, they're truly dangerous. A single mistake could cost you your life. Lin Luo feigned sadness, lowering his head. I haven't seen my sister in a long time. Is she in danger? You can be assured of that. Your sister won't have such an easy time. Lin Shui quickly said, look at me. I'm so clueless with my words, constantly spouting nonsense. I've forgotten my main reason for coming to see you. Did you take the exam? Yes. How did it go? Not bad, I passed with flying colors. Good boy. Lin Shui patted Lin Luo's shoulder and said, you're much more capable than I thought. I originally thought you need some connections to get you through Fat Fu Lai's exam, but now it seems that's completely unnecessary. You can easily pass it on your own. Sister, you misunderstood. We didn't go through Fat Fu Lai, I went through the Universal Alliance company. Lin Luo said. Ah, are you sure you're not kidding? This joke isn't funny. Lin Shui was momentarily surprised. Sister Lin, I'm not kidding. I just left the Cosmic Alliance, and have successfully received my acceptance letter. In the next week, I'll be joining the Deep Blue team. What do you mean, you're joining the Deep Blue team? Are there any problems? Of course there are, and they're quite serious. The Deep Blue team is incredibly famous in the Cosmic Alliance. If you were to join another team, Sister Shui would be thrilled for you, but I really don't recommend you join this team. Lin Shui described the Deep Blue team in detail, explaining that it was dangerous, extremely powerful, and the missions it performed were extremely difficult. Ranked in the top 20 of the many teams, the missions they performed were highly challenging, and the mortality rate was also very high. Of course, the Deep Blue team's treatment and benefits far surpassed those of other teams. A newcomer like Lin Luo, joining as a reserve, could earn a monthly salary of 5,000 cosmic coins, plus various bonuses and benefits. The salaries of some regular team members might be around that much, so it's fair to say the Deep Blue team salaries are already quite high. You're a reserve, so the mortality rate might be even higher. The mortality rate for this member is as high as 50%. There were originally over 30 full members, but now there are only about 8. During this period, the Deep Blue team was allowed to recruit from other teams. Full members received salaries and benefits comparable to those of regular team captains, but still, no one wanted to join. The same goes for reserve members. The Deep Blue team is supposed to be a well-rounded team, yet in the end, only a few joined. You walked into a den of wolves. Lin Shui's face was grim. Ah! According to you, I'm not finished. Lin Luo feigned panic. Lin Shui slapped her forehead and said, your world is falling. I feel like mine is falling too. If your sister knew I was late and let you join the Deep Blue team, and if anything happened to you there, I'd be finished. Your sister would definitely judge me dead. I could have easily made a horrible mistake. If I had come earlier, this wouldn't have happened. I regret it so much. Sister Shui, it's not as serious as you say. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. You just graduated from college, so you definitely don't understand the seriousness of this situation. If you spend some time with the Universal Alliance team, you understand what I'm saying. Lin Shui was frantic, unsure what to do next. Sister Shui, don't worry too much. I have to do a lot of things on my own. I can't be protected by you forever. I have my own ideas, and I'm not stupid, Lin Luo said. You're still too naive. You can't hear me right now. Once you join the team, you understand the severity of my words. Feeling sorry for her friend Lin Na, Lin Shui briefly spoke to Lin Luo and prepared to use her connections to see if she could help him. Chapter 950. Xiao Luo, go home first. I use my connections to help you solve this problem. Lin Shui waved to Lin Luo, and the escort arrived just in time. Lin Luo shook his head. He didn't want Lin Shui to succeed. He wanted to join some less important teams if he wanted a chance to make a contribution, and he wanted to join a more dangerous team, where there were more opportunities for meritorious service. He couldn't bring himself to say that, so he let Lin Shui handle it. Lin Luo was worried that if Lin Shui succeeded in disrupting the situation, his original plan would be ruined. He would go back and ask Nara later. It had been a long time since I last spoke with Nara, and I wondered how she was doing. Also, Lena might have had an accident. Given how doting Lena was on Lin Luo, there was no way she wouldn't come at this moment, and she wouldn't ask a friend to replace her. Lin Luo boarded the space car and returned home a short while later. As soon as he entered the house, he felt something strange with the equipment on his body. Lin Luo sat on the sofa and found an opportunity to use the equipment to make a call. His consciousness quickly drifted away, entering an illusory world. "Husband." A familiar voice called out. Lin Luo turned and looked. It was none other than Ho Tu. Ho Tu pulled Lin Luo into her arms, and the two of them embraced each other securely. This was the world of consciousness. They weren't holding each other physically, but they could still feel each other's warmth. "How have you been lately?" Lin Luo asked. Ho Tu smiled. "Shouldn't I be the one asking how you're doing? Why are you asking me? I'm sure I'm fine. What could possibly happen if I've been staying on the service planet all this time?" "That's good." Lin Luo nodded. "You two should stop being so disgusting. Coming in and seeing this cuddling scene is so unpleasant." The god of karma appeared along with Nara and Li Sun. Only 5 people could enter the consciousness world, so Li Sun came in place of the Jade Emperor. Lin Luo, Dragon God. Nara and Li Sun shouted. "Why are you in again? Can someone else come in? You already been in once, and you're really annoying," Lin Luo said with disdain. "I just had to come in to piss you off. Besides, I'm not the only one who came twice. Ho Tu came twice too. Why didn't you say anything to her?" The god of karma said angrily. "She's different from you. She's my wife. It's only natural for her to come to me. I have nothing to do with you." "Oh right, we're still enemies. You always insult me, and I always scold you. You're the one I hate to see the most," Lin Luo said. "Well, you ungrateful fellow. If I had known you were this kind of person, I wouldn't have helped you at all," said the god of karma. "What help? You're the most shameless person. You never helped me, and yet you claim you did. Others are so far behind you." Lin Luo gave a thumbs up, making the god of karma incredibly proud. Ho Tu smiled at Lin Luo, saying, "The god of karma wanted to see you. She doesn't mean any harm. You're a pretty good person." "I was just kidding her," Lin Luo said with a smile. The god of karma, somewhat disarmed, said, "Are you kidding me? Am I kidding? Look how pissed Lin Luo is off me. How could it be so easily broken? I get it. You must have had an argument with the trickster god when you got here, otherwise you wouldn't be so vulnerable." "Who said that? I'm a good-tempered person, and never argue with anyone. It was that little bitch who picked on me," the god of karma said aggrievedly. Nara smiled. "If you work harder, you won't be outshined by him. You two have similar talents, but I say yours is superior, as you wield the power of space and time. The trickster god possesses a unique power, but its impact is very limited, far inferior to your dual abilities. He's no match for you. If you two were the same level, she'd be much weaker." The god of karma nodded. "I think so too." It was clear that the god of karma only listened to the first half of Nara's words, and chose to forget the second half. Nara shook her head helplessly, not wanting to continue trying to dissuade him. She had told the god of karma many times, but each time he ignored her. Some people's personalities are just like that, and it's hard to change. Lin Luo lashed out bluntly. "You're not working hard at all? You're just trying to rely on me when you have someone to rely on. You're just trying to rely on me. Don't talk nonsense." "I don't mean to rely on you," the god of karma said confidently. "You two should just cut down on your words. Every time you see each other, you're arguing." Nala smiled bitterly. The god of karma, the villain, complained first. "Sister Nala, you've seen that it's always Lin Luo who's targeting me. You have to be careful of this guy. He's an ungrateful person, known as Chinshimi. You might not know Chinshimi, but he's a wicked scumbag on Earth. He changes wives as soon as he gets one. He has many wives. I heard of this guy, I guess. He's a bit of a drama." Nara had been in Yin country for a while, and knew a lot about it. "Yes, so you have to be very careful not to be deceived by this scumbag. It's not as serious as you say." Nara smiled, covering her mouth. Ho Tu asked with concern, "How's it going? Is everything going smoothly?" "It's going pretty smoothly. Recruitment started the day I graduated from university, and I went straight to the Universal Alliance for recruitment and got in easily," Lin Luo replied. "That's good." Ho Tu breathed a sigh of relief. "Did you cheat?" the god of karma asked bluntly. "What do you mean by cheating? You're asking without thinking. How can I cheat? I'd be discovered if I use my own power. I simply use the power of the Wind Tribe. It's not that difficult." I just devoured the Wind Tribe, and then I gained their abilities. Practicing with the Wind Tribe's abilities will quickly lead to this. You almost be able to pass the level perfectly, and you be able to participate in battle after a while. Lin Luo couldn't help but sigh. Being on the Wind Tribe planet every day, living a 9-to-5 life, sometimes I still can't get used to it. Maybe it's because I experienced so much on Earth, without combat, I'm still not used to it. After all this talk, I forgot one thing. What Universal Alliance did you join? Nara asked. I joined a team called the Deep Blue Team. I heard it's quite famous, ranking very high among the other teams. Lin Luo replied. Your luck isn't particularly good either, Nara frowned. Chapter 951. Why do you say that? Ho Tu asked nervously, her expression even more nervous than Lin Luo's. Nara said, it's mainly because the Deep Blue Squad suffered a high number of casualties. Each mission they undertook was quite difficult. The Deep Blue Squad used to be highly staffed, with almost all members being eternal beings or higher. Besides the captain, there are 2 eternal beings. Captain Jiaolan, in particular, is a legendary figure who once fought against the Immortal Rebellion with his eternal being. Generally speaking, there were many battles, and the immortal beings fought fiercely. It can be said that battles between immortal beings and eternal beings were almost always crushing. For an eternal being to escape the clutches of an immortal being is something worth boasting about. Everyone who knows about it would give him a thumbs up. Lisa nodded and said, our Shinong tribe once had a. This person, a Yongdu life, encountered a very powerful immortal being and escaped from his clutches. Upon learning of this, the planetary leaders praised him profusely. It's more than just a simple praise. After the praise, the planetary leaders supported this person, allowing him to quickly evolve to an immortal life form. Without this support, it would have been difficult for him to achieve immortality all at once. There are relatively many Yongdu lives in the 8th universe, and only immortal beings are considered the top. This person, after entering immortality, was also very powerful. A planetary leader challenged him, and he ultimately won. He has been missing from our planet for some time now. According to reliable sources, he has been secretly trained, most likely to serve as our planet's administrator. I heard of Jiaolan from the Deep Blue Team. After the old captain entered the council, she was appointed captain, and the Deep Blue Team's top strength is improving. The Deep Blue Team is generally weakening because the missions they accept are too difficult, and many people die during them. Replenishing the Deep Blue Team is difficult, and even the reserves require ultimate life. Ho Tu said, with such a high mortality rate, there should be very few people joining, right? Yes, very few. The Deep Blue Team is recruiting not only from all planets in Universe 8, but also from various teams. I received an invitation earlier, Nara said. The god of karma asked curiously, so what happened next? The captain rejected me outright before I even had time to consider it. She was about to retire, and Team 399 needed a successor. I was a good candidate, so I naturally became one of the successors, said Nara. After listening to Nara's account, Lin Luo was convinced that the Deep Blue Team was dangerous. Even the slightest mishandling of a mission could be fatal. Ho Tu couldn't help but worry. Given the level of danger the Deep Blue Squad is facing, eternal life isn't very safe there. We're likely to run into danger. Don't worry. We encountered plenty of dangers before, and this isn't just the beginning. I always manage to escape them. I'm sure we can do it, Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, don't worry about this kid. He's incredibly tough. He won't die that easily. Why do I feel like you're mocking me when you say that? Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, don't feel that way. I'm clearly mocking you. Joining the Deep Blue Squad is a good idea. Promotions in other squads are slower. The Deep Blue Squad has plenty of military exploits, making it easy for them to undertake extremely difficult missions, even those that are life-threatening. Nara said. There's nothing I can do. Maybe I'm destined to be with the Deep Blue Team. It's probably too late for me to regret it now. They won't let me quit so easily. Lin Luo said helplessly. Nara said, it's just fate. Don't worry, it's not that bad. You're just a reserve. Sometimes you don't have to go on missions. Lin Luo said. Lin Na seems to have disappeared recently. Given how much she dotes on her brother, it's impossible for her not to call on such an important day. I need to investigate this. I give you an answer when the time comes. It must have been a dangerous mission, and it's possible he met with an accident. Nara said. Thank you. Lin Luo thanked her. Nara smiled and said, no need to thank me. This is what I should do. If you want to repay me, work hard and become a Universal Alliance elder. Then you can take good care of me, and I can rest easy. Striving alone is too tiring. Okay, I work hard. Lin Luo nodded. The god of karma said, Little Lin, something's wrong with you. With your current identity, no one except one person might suspect you. The most dangerous person is the original owner's sister. Didn't she also provide real-time surveillance for you? Logically, you want the original owner's sister dead, but Lin Na has disappeared, and you're surprisingly concerned. Tell me the truth, are you attracted to someone else's sister? Lin Luo laughed. Your suspicion is unfounded. What do you mean by attracted to her? It's mainly because I think she's a good person. I'm worried about such a good person, so it's reasonable to ask about her. The god of karma said, Don't explain. I don't know you yet. You're just obsessed with Lin Na, and you're so nervous now that she's disappeared. You're just kidding. You really have a strong imagination. Lin Luo gave a thumbs up. The god of karma complained to Ho Tu, You need to keep a close eye on your husband. He's a philanderer. I trust my husband. Ho Tu hesitated. It's hopeless. The god of karma said helplessly. Stop messing around. The relationship between Ho Tu and me isn't something you, an outsider, can destroy. Lin Luo said. Seeing his attempts to sow discord failed, the god of karma gave up. I need to tell you some things to keep in mind. Okay. Lin Luo discussed some precautions with Nara. Nara was about to exit the world of consciousness. The instrument's energy was limited, and couldn't be maintained for long. The god of karma said, Little Lin, you must work hard to establish your team. I'm practically going moldy serving the planet. If I don't make a living, I have to work harder. Okay, then you be a reserve member of my team. I torture you, and show you what it means to offend me, Lin Luo warned. The god of karma chuckled, I hope you get the chance. Everyone knows how to brag. Dragon God, I believe you can do it. I met many powerful people, but I don't think any of them are as powerful as you. Li Sun encouraged. You flatterer, can you stop talking? The god of karma said disdainfully. I'm just being honest. The dragon god is truly exceptional. You're getting bolder and bolder. If you have the guts, say something to me again. The god of karma threatened Li Sun, forcing him to yield. Chapter 952. Take care of yourself. Don't force yourself. We're not in a rush. Life on the service planet isn't that bad, it's quite good. Ho Tu waved goodbye. I understand. It won't be too stressful. Lin Luo exited his consciousness world, his device's power almost depleted. He checked the Wind Tribe planet communicator, and didn't receive a call from Lin Na. The communicator did receive a message, but it wasn't from Lin Na, but from Lin Shui. It seemed something truly unexpected happened, otherwise there wouldn't have been any messages. Lin Luo was certain something had happened to Lin Na. Lin Luo had mixed feelings about Lin Na, the original owner's sister. As the god of karma had said, Lin Na's death would be his greatest benefit, allowing him to be less involved in many of his affairs. Lin Luo had many plans for the future, and if Lin Na knew about them, she might interfere. But Lin Na was also a rather pitiful sister. Aside from her support for her brother, she had few flaws. Lin Na was also kind to others. The bodyguards and ants at home were very kind, and accordingly, they were treated very well. Now that Lin Luo had joined the Deep Blue team, Lin Na's influence on him would be limited. Forget it, I just look for him. As someone who has taken over the original owner's identity, it's only right that I help him take care of his sister. Lin Luo thought about helping if he had the chance, provided he could save his own life and identity. On Earth, Lin Luo was the most powerful, able to do whatever he wanted, but not in the 8th universe. The 8th universe was home to many beings more powerful than him. Lin Luo was stuck between eternal life and eternal life. At best, he could deal with eternal life, but he could also escape from it. However, if Lin Luo encountered particularly powerful immortal beings, he would have to be extremely careful, as he might not be able to escape. Eternal beings, needless to say, no matter how special Lin Luo was, he would be gone. Lin Luo was overthinking things. At this point, he still didn't know where Lin Na was. He needed to find out where she was, and whether she was still alive. Lin Na was already dead, so no matter how capable Lin Luo was, it would be useless. Lin Luo had decided to save Lin Na, and called Lin Shui. Xiao Luo, what's the matter with you calling so late at night? Tell me if there's anything. Your sister entrusted you to me. I definitely help you no matter what you need. Not long after the call was connected, Lin Shui's enthusiastic voice reached him. Nothing's wrong with me. I just wanted to ask if my sister is in trouble. Lin Luo paused for a long moment before asking Lin Shui. There was silence on the other end of the line. Lin Shui didn't respond. Sister Shui, you can tell me. I know sooner or later, Lin Luo said, feigning sadness. Something happened to your sister. I didn't want to tell you, but she's told me it would worry you. But since you asked, I tell you. Lin Shui thought for a moment, and decided to tell Lin Luo, so she could be mentally prepared. If something really happened to Lin Na, Fat Fu Lai would also tell Lin Luo about her. Fat Fu Lai is a relatively legitimate company, and they provide a death benefit, and Lin Luo would receive a substantial sum. Of course, since Lin Luo is already an adult, Fat Fu Lai would certainly tell him everything. Lin Na's Fat Fu Lai team is called the Phoenix Team. The captain is a member of the Phoenix Clan, a powerful race. The Phoenix Clan is different from what Lin Luo imagined. I was a purely bird-like creature, but rather a humanoid. They are covered in golden feathers and carry flames, which they can manipulate to fight. They are absolutely formidable among all races. Among the many Fat Fu Lai companies, the Phoenix Team is truly exceptional and considered one of the company's ace teams. Lin Na is truly exceptional, which is why she deserves to join this team. Lin Luo previously thought Lin Na's salary was around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, but it's actually higher, around 7,000 yuan, with many performance-based rewards. The Phoenix Clan's missions are always challenging, and each one can be life-threatening. Every time the Phoenix Clan takes action, they receive a certain labor fee, around 1,000 yuan. There are also various year-end bonuses, performance-based rewards, 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund, and so on, and the amounts paid are much higher. The 8th universe is developing much faster than Earth, and the benefits are much better. There's nothing wrong with that. Lin Na's income was around 10,000 yuan, which was already very high. Some official members of the Universal Alliance earned about the same. However, compared to the official members of the Universal Alliance, who were living a life of desperation, Lin Na's situation was much more dangerous. She nearly died several times, but luckily survived. At the same time, there were 10 members of the Phoenix Squad. Now only 3 remain, one of whom was Lin Na. The other 2 couldn't handle the high intensity. Everyone in the Phoenix Squad was in great danger. Even the captain died several times, let alone the others. Unable to handle the pressure, these 2 individuals voluntarily chose to withdraw from the Phoenix Squad. Lin Na, on the other hand, remained with the Phoenix Squad, and the team captain was preparing to hand over her position to Lin Na. The Phoenix Squad captain, who had reached Yongdu life at a certain life level, had made numerous contributions to the company, and was now eligible for retirement. Lin Shui sighed, I've been trying to persuade your sister to leave the Phoenix Squad early. You graduated now, and she had to stay for your better life. Now that you graduated and can support yourself, my sister won't listen. She told me that Fat Fu Lai has given her so much. If Fat Fu Lai hadn't hired her sooner, her life might have been difficult. They say one should learn to repay a debt of gratitude. It's impossible to say you're leaving the company now that you're well. Sometimes I just think your sister is too kind. That's why she got ripped off. In fact, even if Fat Fu Lai hadn't approached her, many other companies would have, given her talent back then. Your sister has been largely indebted to Fat Fu Lai. Every mission she participated in was incredibly dangerous, and she nearly died several times. Forget it. Your sister is just a stubborn person. I don't know if I was really a pessimist, but after I said something to her, she disappeared during the mission. Now the entire team is in jeopardy. Lin Shui felt immense guilt over Lin Na's disappearance, believing it was her own pessimism that led to her disappearance. Wow! As she spoke, Lin Shui couldn't help but sob, tears streaming down her face. It's all my fault. I knew your sister was going on such a dangerous mission, but I still pessimistically predicted it, and I accidentally hit the nail on the head. Chapter 953. Lin Luo was speechless, not knowing what to say. He was Lin Na's brother. Something had happened to Lin Na, so I shouldn't be the one feeling sad. Why were you, Lin Shui, crying? But Lin Luo thought it was normal. Women are made of water, after all. Crying when faced with something bad is normal, regardless of race. The fact that Lin Shui cried for Lin Na proved their close relationship, and that the stories they shared were true. Sister Lin Shui, don't be sad. I believe you're fine. Lin Luo had no choice but to take the initiative to comfort Lin Shui. Lin Shui on the other end of the phone wiped away her tears. Look, why am I crying? I also think your sister will be fine. She's been out of contact several times, but she always returned safely. I'm sure she'd be back this time. I also believe that my sister is such a kind person. She'd definitely be able to escape this danger. Your sister will be very happy to know that you made it to the Universal Alliance team based on your own abilities. She's always wanted you to have a good job. Yes, I believe that too. My sister is fine. Can you tell me where she's missing? Lin Luo asked. Probably on a forest planet. There are many ancient creatures here. You may not know what ancient creatures are. Let me explain. They're creatures that have lived for tens of thousands of years, and then revive themselves. These creatures are so old that they become very powerful. At that moment, they become extremely powerful. Fat Fueli Company is primarily a profit-making company, and we usually collect medicinal herbs. The forest planets are home to many precious medicinal herbs, such as the Wanyan crane dance and Wanyan branches and leaves. These valuable herbs are very helpful for young species. Many companies rely on this as their daily business, relying on the correct universe to maintain their normal operations. Fat Fueli is a prime example. Fat Fueli often sends the Phoenix team to collect medicinal ingredients. The process is extremely difficult and fraught with danger, and many have died. Lin Shui sighed. Lin Luo said guiltily, Sister has done so much for me, but I haven't learned to be proactive. I taken what she's given me for granted, and I actually taken a lot of risks. Especially last time, it worried her for a long time. Actually, I always wanted to tell you, but your sister wouldn't let me. She thinks you're already exhausted from class, and she can't disturb you with her own affairs. Your sister is truly the most pitiful person. You lost your parents at a young age, and you showed tremendous talent. You were chosen by Fat Fueli Company. She wasn't thinking about herself, but about you. She lives in fear every day, wanting you to have a good life. Fat Fueli Company is a legitimate company, with many safe and easy teams. They don't do as much work as you do, but the pay is lower. But costs are relatively low on our Wind Tribe planet, and the salary of a regular Fat Fueli employee is more than enough to cover our expenses here, Lin Shui said. Is my sister on Forest Planet? Yes, probably somewhere around there. Lin Shui felt there was nothing to hide from Lin Luo. Lin Luo knew about Forest Company, but he didn't know how to get there. Thank you, Sister Shui. I'm sure she's fine, and will be home soon, Lin Luo said. I believe that too, Lin Shui said. The two chatted for a while before Lin Luo hung up. Lin Shui was just an official member of a humble team in the Universal Alliance. Her benefits were probably not even half as good as those of Lin Na's Phoenix team, but at least she got paid and had plenty of days off. Lin Shui's family was wealthy, and she was most content with this kind of life. A good salary, not much work, and no danger. Her team meant that Lin Shui wouldn't be able to reach very high levels of intelligence. They knew the planet where Lin Na disappeared was already the limit. After Lin Luo hung up, Nara sent an investigative message. On December 15th, 1200 million years after the founding of the universe, the Phoenix team of Fat Fueli Company entered a forest planet, intending to collect a plant called Earth God Blood Red. Early Earth God Blood Red juveniles weren't very strong, probably at the level of the God King. But each Earth God Blood Red juvenile was protected by two adults, who were extremely vigilant, and would not allow any creature to approach. If any living creature approaches, they will immediately attack. The Phoenix squad has been inside the forest planet for nearly 2 weeks, and still hasn't emerged. Fat Fueli Company is inevitably worried, and has mobilized numerous personnel for a rescue mission, but none have returned. The Phoenix squad is crucial to Fat Fueli Company, and they are currently planning to collaborate with the Universal Alliance to dispatch personnel for a rescue mission. However, Fat Fueli Company is about to be promoted to a high-level company, and does not want its image to be damaged by the Phoenix squad incident. The rescue mission will likely take 5 or 6 days, and Fat Fueli Company is currently negotiating. After 5 days, everyone will be dead, and they still need to come and rescue us. Lin Luo discovered that these companies were not much different from the ruthless companies on Earth. When it comes to choosing between saving lives and profit, they decisively choose profit. I do it myself. Lin Luo asked Nara. Nara immediately sent a message, telling Lin Luo not to act rashly. Something had happened to Lin Na, and it might be too late for him to rush over. Lin Luo told Nara about his clone ability. He would send his clone over, while his main body would remain on the Wind Tribe planet, unexposed. It wouldn't matter if his clone died outside, it wouldn't harm Lin Luo much. Nara thought about it, and agreed with Lin Luo. She felt that being more ruthless could reduce the risk of vulnerability, but living would be too boring. Nara's situation was similar. She wasn't a real greenskin. When the greenskins took care of her, not everyone agreed, just a few. But after successfully reaching shore, Nara didn't forget the favor and continued to support the greenskins. Many homeless greenskins were rescued by Nara, who transported them all to her service planet. Nara was considered poor among the captains of the various teams, primarily because most of the money from the service planet went to the greenskins. Nara was very impressed by Lin Luo's grateful nature. Nara was Lin Luo's biggest financial backer, so naturally she hoped that he would be able to repay her with success in the future. It was impossible for her to claim she didn't want anything in return simply because they were from the same hometown. Lin Luo discussed the details with Nara and prepared to personally dispatch them. He was also lucky. Nara happened to have a good relationship with the Fat Fu Lai Company and the Universal Alliance's Shenlai team, which was about to collaborate, allowing him to obtain this information. Lin Luo returned to the sofa, and his clone quietly departed, heading towards the forest planet. Chapter 954. Forest Planet. Countless vegetation covered the entire planet, a lush green, resembling a forest ocean. The sunlight was abundant, bathing every green plant in it. A woman in combat uniform rested against a large tree. Her uniform was torn in many places, revealing her fair skin. There were wounds on her skin, bleeding continuously, and now scabs had formed. It was truly difficult to escape here. This person was Lin Na, who had disappeared for a long time. Lin Na took out some synthetic food and briefly replenished herself, barely regaining some strength. Her face was pale, and the memory of the previous incident filled her with lingering fear. This wasn't the first time the Phoenix Squad had come to harvest Earth God Blood Red, but they had never encountered such a disaster. A powerful adult Earth God Blood Red attacked and directly destroyed their space battleship. Lin Na's Phoenix Squad earned high profits annually, and all equipment was fully utilized, with Fat Fu Lai investing a great deal of effort in its construction. They trusted their space battleship, naturally the best in the company, having been tested to withstand a blow from an immortal being. On several occasions when pursued by space rebels, their space battleship had saved the lives of the entire team. But against this Earth God Blood Red, the space battleship couldn't even withstand a single blow, proving just how powerful it was. It easily shattered the space battleship. Lin Na felt very unlucky this time. Earth God Blood Red always had an extremely powerful individual, likely reaching the immortal realm. The space battleship exploded, killing several regular members. Lin Na felt her survival was entirely down to luck, perhaps even her parents' blessing from heaven. I can't die. I have to go back to see my brother. He can't live without me. I have to wait until he gets married and has children to fulfill my parents' wishes. Only then will I be at peace. Lin Na's injuries were serious, and she was only awake now thanks to the potions she had on her. Once the energy provided by the stimulant wore off, Lin Na would likely fall into a coma. The forest planet was a paleontological planet, undeveloped. Falling unconscious there was extremely dangerous, and one could very well die at the hands of some of the paleontological creatures. Just now, Lin Na had encountered several powerful paleontological creatures, forcing herself to fight them off. If some of the paleontological creatures came, and their numbers were too great, Lin Na might not be able to withstand them. Lin Na stopped eating the synthetic food. She only had some on her person, and the amount wasn't very large. If she finished it all, it would be difficult to find new food on the forest planet, and some of the food was too much to eat. Lin Na stumbled forward, alert at the slightest sound nearby. She was at the ultimate life realm, yet now, she was no match for even the Divine King realm ancient creatures. A slightly more powerful ancient creature could claim Lin Na's life. After walking for a while, Lin Na felt extremely exhausted, her body constantly sounding alarms. Her injuries were severe, and she would have rested, but the surrounding environment didn't allow for that, so she could only persevere and keep moving forward. Lin Na could no longer walk and sat on the ground, panting heavily. I'm so tired. I have to keep going. If I don't, how can I ever see my brother again? Lin Na tried to rise again, but her body was too heavy, and she collapsed to the ground again. Squeak, squeak. The sound of a nearby rat-like beast instantly jolted Lin Na awake. Lin Na knew her wounds hadn't healed, and the oozing blood and the lingering scent of blood were attracting small predators. These small predators' favorite habit was to wait for dying creatures. When a creature seemed near death, these small predators would rush in and devour it. Lin Na forced herself to stay awake, and green energy emanated from her body, quickly forming wind blades as she charged towards the small predators. Several of the small predators were instantly dismembered, becoming dozens of pieces that fell from the tree. The remaining small predators, seeing their comrades being slain, immediately fled. Lin Na knew this was temporary. Many of the small predators didn't leave, but simply retreated further away, staring at her. The small predator's flesh shed a large amount of blood, filling the air with a foul odor. This odor was much stronger than the fresh blood from Lin Na's body, and could be smelled from a great distance, attracting the attention of larger creatures. Lin Na forced herself to move forward, trying to get as far away from where she had been lying. A rustling sound echoed from the nearby bushes. The small predator had not let go of her, and was following her closely. Lin Na's hearing was very sensitive, and she could hear sounds from far away. In the distance, the heavy footsteps of a giant creature could be heard. Lin Na's face paled. As he had expected, the small creatures died, shattered into dozens of pieces, emitting a strong smell of blood, attracting the attention of larger creatures. If he had been slower, he might have encountered a larger creature. Lin Na knew her physical condition made her unable to withstand any large creature, even one at the level of a god king. If she couldn't kill the predator quickly, she would likely be killed herself. I must survive. Lin Na forced herself to keep going forward. Gradually, her steps weakened, and her body began to stagger, threatening to fall at any moment. Some of the small predators grew bolder, already crawling to Lin Na's feet, looking very arrogant. All Lin Na could do was to send out her wind blades, slaying one or two to keep them away. But the small predators were too numerous to be killed. They had very low intelligence and often acted on instinct. Small predators saw only food. Previously, Lin Na wasn't a terrifying creature, but rather a delicious, fat piece of meat. I really can't accept this. Lin Na, completely exhausted, collapsed against a large tree. She still had a bit of strength left in her body, ready to use her wind tribe's power, but she didn't dare. Small predators like mice weren't very powerful, but their odor after being killed was unpleasant, spreading throughout the surrounding area. Lin Na's killing of a small predator meant she had to leave the area. Otherwise, a large predator would soon arrive, and Lin Na would almost certainly die. Lin Na knew that if she didn't kill the small predators following her, her death was only a matter of time. While the small predators weren't very powerful, they were highly intelligent. They knew Lin Na still had some strength left, so they didn't attack, but waited nearby, ready to kill her. Chapter 955. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A small predator, impatient, found a suitable angle and attacked Lin Na. Lin Na grabbed the small predator, which struggled frantically, feeling the pain. She flung it aside with all her might, sending it far away. Lin Na was now struggling to survive. All she could do was buy time. Brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back to you again. You must live well from now on. That fuel company is great. A clerk's job there is easy. You don't have to take the risks I took, and the salary isn't easy to earn. Lin Na took out her communicator and began to speak her final words. After a while, that fuel company would send a search and rescue team, and her body and communicator would be found. Lin Na had thought she would die, and she had managed to escape several times by sheer luck. This time, she might not be able to escape, and she might die here. I'm probably not going to make it this time. No matter how strong my willpower is, it's useless. Lin Na stared blankly at the sky, recalling the past. Her parents had been gone since she was a child, and she had depended on her younger brother for support. Life was extremely hard back then. Even a full meal was a luxury. Lin Na decided to work hard. She couldn't let her younger brother starve. Thankfully, her talent was high enough that she was noticed by many companies. Many companies offered better pay than Fat Fu Lai, and the risks were less severe. But there was one thing these companies couldn't do better than Fat Fu Lai. They could help her younger brother go to school. Her parents were just ordinary Wind clan members, not even qualified to attend school. The hierarchy within the Wind tribe is very strict. Those at the top enjoy everything, while those below them can only choose to obey. Thankfully, my younger brother graduated from college. I can rest assured. It's a shame I can't watch him find a job. Lin Na's strength was exhausted, and her whole body slumped. Her eyelids felt heavy, ready to close. Lin Na knew that if she closed them, she might never open them again. A group of small predators darted through the jungle, densely packed and numerous. They were about to feast. This was a rare opportunity. If they missed it, larger creatures would soon arrive. Once a larger creature joined them, these small predators would have no chance. I hope the communicator isn't damaged. Lin Na's consciousness gradually faded, and she held the communicator in her arms. Suddenly, a giant golden dragon descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura that scared off the small predators. The small predators fled, leaving at the speed of a receding tide. I was almost too late. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been even a little later, Lin Na might have been nothing but a skeleton. Thankfully, he arrived just in time, before any small predators devoured her. Finding Lin Na was a real challenge, but fortunately, he had previously devoured a powerful canine creature, which had given him the ability to find scents. The forest planet was so vast, and Lin Luo searched many places before finally finding Lin Na. You love me so much, I can't let you down. I save your life. Lin Luo was about to embark on a mission with the Deep Blue team, and it was impossible for Lin Na to stop him. He took Lin Na away, and several powerful ancient creatures were already targeting her. These ancient creatures were highly intelligent, and would not attack easily. They waited to see if the smaller creatures could dismember Lin Na before striking. Seeing the more powerful dragon, Lin Luo, these ancient creatures gave up. Lin Luo found a safe place, and unleashed a terrifying dragon's might, frightening away the surrounding creatures. He took out a resurrection potion, developed by the Universal Alliance Company, and costing billions of universal coins to produce. One potion cost 100,000 universal coins, and Lin Luo felt deeply distressed when he bought it. He was able to afford it mainly because of Lin Na's money. On the Wind Tribe planet, just like on Earth, every penny was strictly controlled. The universal coins were issued by the Universal Alliance, and naturally they were controlled to prevent their misuse. It was precisely because of the Universal Alliance's control that the universal coins had never shown any signs of collapse. Lin Luo had killed Lin Dong and his group and obtained 500,000 universal coins, but this money was clearly unusable. Of course, Lin Dong can use this money, given Lin Lishan's chat history. The Universal Alliance won't care about these matters. They only check whether your money is counterfeit. Murder, robbery, and theft of money are commonplace and occur frequently in the 8th universe. Lin Luo is from the 8th universe, so using this money is fine. The problem is, he's not from the 8th universe, and using this money would undoubtedly expose his identity. If his identity were exposed, he wouldn't be the only one to suffer. Nara and her group would suffer as well. Lin Na is a complete brother-supporting demon. She doesn't need to be reminded of many things, and she'd do them perfectly well, even offering her money on her own initiative. Especially after the last incident, Lin Na didn't blame him, but instead placed the blame entirely on herself. She believed it must be her insufficient financial support that led to her brother's loss to Lin Letian. If her brother had more money, Lin Letian would have been the one to die. Lin Na's mindset was rather paranoid. She could let anyone else die, but not her brother. Lin Luo thought it was natural for Lin Na to have such thoughts. After all, she was a supportive brother. Unknowingly, Lin Luo had accumulated 100,000 yuan on his card, and since he hadn't spent much recently, he used it to buy a resurrection potion. Before coming here, Lin Luo had decided that if Lin Na's injuries weren't serious, he would save as much as possible. Seeing how serious Lin Na's injuries were, he realized he couldn't save the money after all, so he had to spend it. Lin Luo found a place, and injected the resurrection potion into Lin Na's arm. She might wake up after a while. He sensed the presence of a large creature, and it suddenly rushed over. Lin Luo swiftly killed a large creature. It was rather strange looking, possessing 2 snake-like heads, and was considered an ultimate life form. The forest planet was a truly magical place, filled with powerful creatures, all from Earth's legends and myths. Lin Luo's clone was only half as powerful as his original, so it was relatively easy to slay an ultimate life form. He gutted the ultimate life form, and cut several pieces of flesh from it. Lin Luo built a large fire, cut the flesh from the large creature, and grilled it over it. The flame used was a kind of spark, capable of reaching temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius, capable of roasting any meat. The meat roasted over the fire, the juices sizzling. Chapter 956. Just a moment later, the aroma of meat wafted into the air. Lin Luo had an urge to bring out the flavor of earth seasoning and sprinkle some on the meat. It would surely be delicious. He thought for a moment, then gave up. It would easily expose him, so he decided to just eat it as is. After all, Lin Luo wasn't grilling the meat for himself, but mainly to replenish Lin Na's energy. The aroma of meat drifted into Lin Na's nose. Lin Na had been injected with a resurrection potion, which contained numerous repair factors, constantly repairing her body. To replenish her energy, she needed to eat. Her body's repair process wasn't that fast. Lin Na was still recovering. She wanted to wake up, but it wasn't fast enough. However, her body, instinctively hungry, urged her to get up. It looks like the injury isn't serious. The resurrection potion took effect shortly after it was injected. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that after all this time, the person he saved would die. That would be a complete waste of effort. Water? Lin Na raised her hand. Lin Luo took out a bottle of water, opened Lin Na's mouth, and carefully poured it into her mouth. He could only maintain this state and return to his original appearance, which might be risky. The 8th universe lacked humans. Although a few races were similar, a closer look revealed the problem. Lin Luo knew about the story of the farmer and the snake. Just because he saved Lin Na didn't mean she had to be grateful. It was also very possible that Lin Na would stab him in the back. Lin Luo had had a lot of contact with Lin Na, but it was very limited because Lin Luo was Lin Na's younger brother, which was a special case. Some people may be cruel to others, but very kind to their own families. Lin Na might be one of those people, so Lin Luo had to be careful. Lin Luo planned to leave the forest planet once Lin Na's injuries had healed, but he couldn't wait too long. Because of Lin Luo's enormous size, it was difficult for him to hold the mineral water, so he poured it into Lin Na with a single swift motion. Lin Na was completely soaked, her clothes soaked through, showing off her impressive figure, especially her bulging chest. I didn't mean to do this. I did this to save you. Lin Luo apologized inwardly. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Na's mouth and nose were filled with water, and she forced herself to wake from her coma. What's going on? Shouldn't I be dead? Why am I here? Lin Na looked around in confusion and spotted a gigantic golden dragon. She jumped up in fear, fearing the dragon might harm her. Are you awake? Lin Luo communicated in the universal language of the 8th universe. This language was very simple and easy to learn. Who are you? Lin Na asked, puzzled. I'm a paleontologist from the forest planet. I saw you being hunted by other small predators, so I came to your aid and brought you here. How are you feeling now? Lin Luo asked. You must have given me some potion, right? I feel like my body is recovering quickly. I think my injuries will be healed soon. Lin Na's injuries were not serious, mostly superficial, with no internal injuries. The repairing agent in the resurrection potion was greatly helping Lin Na's recovery. Many of the superficial wounds had begun to scab over, and it was only a matter of time before they healed. That's good. You must be very hungry, right? Come quickly, and try some of my meat. Lin Luo clumsily cut off a large piece of meat with his dragon claws. It had been cooked to a golden and crispy texture, oozing with oil and emitting a fragrant aroma. A dragon's body has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it greatly increases combat power, and allows for a wide range of uses, far beyond what a human body can provide. The disadvantage is that a dragon's body is so large that delicate work is extremely difficult. Where should I put it? Lin Luo was again in a dilemma. Lin Na found 2 clean banana leaves. The tops were relatively clean, still stained with some dew. He folded the leaves together, and Lin Luo placed the large piece of meat on top. Thank you, Lin Na thanked him. She took the meat without a second thought and began to chew it. She had no doubts about the meat Lin Luo had given her. Lin Na felt that she was only alive because of him, so what right did she have to doubt him? Lin Luo was quite pleased with Lin Na's behavior, feeling he wasn't an ungrateful person. Some other ungrateful people might have been skeptical of the meat. Lin Na picked up the meat and began to chew without even a moment's hesitation, which was a very good thing. Lin Luo felt that Lin Na's popularity stemmed primarily from her good character. This girl seemed to have no flaws other than her brother-supporting tendencies. Lin Na was so hungry that she no longer cared about her usual appearance, her mouth drooling with succulence. A large piece of meat was quickly devoured, and Lin Na felt a warmth well up inside. The resurrection potion's healing factors gathered immense energy, rapidly repairing her body. How are you feeling now? Thank you for your concern. I'm feeling much better, but I'm still a little hungry. Can I have another piece? Of course. Lin Luo tried to cut more meat, but his bulk slowed him down. I do it myself. I recovered now. I'm sorry to let you do it all. You're my savior. Lin Na thanked Lin Luo, grabbed the knife from her pocket, and began to devour the food. After finishing, Lin Na burped. I'm so full. I never thought food without any seasoning could be this delicious. I guess I'm really hungry, Lin Na sighed. As long as you think it's delicious, that's fine. If it's not enough, I can go kill another one for you. So get well soon. I'm leaving now, Lin Luo said. Sorry, I'm still full for now, Lin Na said sheepishly. It's not a big deal. I stay here for a while, maybe a week at most. You have to make the rest of your journey on your own. Lin Luo had already learned when he arrived at the forest planet for the rescue operation that Fat Fu Lai Company and the Universal Alliance were collaborating to rescue the Phoenix Squad. These companies are just like those on Earth. Their own interests are paramount. Fat Fu Lai Company was about to be upgraded to a high-level company, and its stock was about to be listed. In this environment, it was imperative to conceal any incidents that occurred within the company. If investors knew that Fat Fu Lai Company's ace team, the Phoenix, had explored the forest planet in search of the young Earth god Blood Red, only to be completely annihilated, they would undoubtedly hesitate to buy the stock. Chapter 957. Needless to say, The shareholders are all seasoned veterans. They might increase their investment when they see good news, but they definitely control their investment when they see bad news. That Fuel company prioritizes protecting its own interests, prioritizing saving lives. That Fuel will definitely rescue the Phoenix Squad. This news won't be concealed for long, it will eventually break out. They need to minimize their losses. In reality, Fat Fuel has given up hope. The Phoenix Squad, a top-tier squad with several immortals, has vanished without a trace. The Phoenix Squad's captain is a powerful individual close to immortality, and their spaceship is also powerful enough to withstand a single blow from an immortal. This configuration would be considered exceptional even within the Universal Alliance. Fat Fuel spent a fortune sending personnel into the forest planet, hiring only the Universal Alliance's top-tier squad to conduct the rescue, making it difficult for other teams to do so. Compared to other companies' practices, Fat Fuel is actually doing quite well. Some companies might not even contact the Universal Alliance, sending out a few rescue teams on their own. If they succeed, that's the best. If not, there's nothing they can do. Some companies are even worse, not even sending rescue teams, leaving them to their fate. I just don't know if my company will come to rescue me then. Lin Na finished her meal and looked up at the sky, her face filled with longing. I think they should come to rescue you. Just wait. The forest planet isn't that dangerous. As long as you stay somewhere safe, nothing will happen. Lin Luo said. I see. Lin Na thanked him. Thank you so much for your help. Without you, I'd probably be dead, let alone standing here now. You don't have to thank me so much. I just happened to be passing by there. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you. Lin Luo said. Anyway, thank you very much. Lin Na was quite talkative, and chatted a lot with Lin Luo. You might not know I have a younger brother. He's very handsome, and you're very kind too, but he just has a bit of a bad temper. Many people say he's hopeless, and that I'm spoiling him too much, but I don't think so. You and I had a very hard life growing up. We shared a single steamed bun, sometimes even fighting with dogs for it. If they knew what my brother and I went through, they understand how hard it was for us. My younger brother has this personality because he had such a hard life, and it certainly had a huge impact on me. I feel so guilty about him, and want to give him a good life. Maybe I'm spoiling him a little too much. I know that sometimes spoiling isn't always good, but I just can't help it. Lin Na mentioned her younger brother the most. Lin Luo, I think your idea is a good one. I think everyone has different opinions. You have your own beliefs. I think you know your brother best, and he'd be fine. I think so. Lin Na gazed at the starry sky. It's a shame I'm stuck here. Today is my brother's graduation day, and I didn't get to see him. He'd definitely be sad. It's all my fault. I promised you I visit, and I broke my promise. Don't be sad. I'm sure your brother will understand. Lin Luo said. I think so too. I already prepared for the worst. I was thinking of saying goodbye to my brother forever, but thankfully you're here to help me. What can I call you? Call me Dragon God. That's fine. You're all golden, radiating a dazzling golden light. I think the name Dragon God is quite fitting. Thank you. Lin Luo and Lin Na chatted as night quickly fell. The night on the forest planet was incredibly dark, as if the entire planet was shrouded in black, obscuring everything. The roars of beasts echoed in the distance. A massive creature was approaching. The night on the forest planet is particularly dangerous. We must be cautious. This planet is too primitive, and there are many powerful creatures. Lin Na had just experienced a surprise attack by the immortal Earth God, Blood Red, and the fear in her heart hadn't subsided. She had many missions to complete, and encountered many dangers. Lin Na had never faced such danger before. A behemoth slapped down a spaceship with a single blow, leaving it powerless to resist. Don't worry. I have eternal life, and the dragon might I unleash is so powerful that ordinary creatures dare not approach, Lin Luo said. Okay, thank you. Lin Na's heart warmed, and her body stopped shaking. She didn't know why her luck was so good. Could it be that even someone as unlucky as she was always had a lucky break? Go to sleep. You lie in my arms. What's wrong with that? I can take you and escape in a heartbeat. Would that be too much trouble for you, Lord Dragon God? It's not a big deal. Saving someone means saving them to the very end. I'm just about to get some sleep myself. Lin Luo's massive golden dragon body lay in a circle. Lin Na happily rested in the middle, her fear almost completely gone. Outside, the roars of beasts continued, but after a while, they became less terrifying. Lin Na was already weak, and needed a good rest to recuperate. She fell asleep in Lin Luo's arms not long after. Cause and effect. Lin Luo opened his eyes and took in the girl's beautiful features, her nose high and straight. Lin Na had given him so much money, it was time for him to return the favor. After a while, bored, Lin Luo fell asleep too. At a certain level of life, sleep becomes irrelevant. Generally, only when a creature is extremely tired or injured does sleep need to recover. Today, Lin Luo had expended considerable energy. The entire forest planet was vast, making it difficult to find a single person. He had the ability to locate scents, but that wasn't easy either. He searched almost half the forest planet before finding Lin Na. The man and the dragon fell asleep quickly. The sky was just beginning to brighten, sunlight filtering through, and the sound of birdsong echoed in the distance. Lin Na suddenly opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Where's the dragon god? Lin Na was a bit dazed, thinking she was dreaming. Only after waking up did she realize her dream was real. Yesterday, when she was about to die, a giant golden dragon suddenly appeared and saved her. You're awake. A giant golden dragon descended from the sky and landed beside Lin Na. In its golden claws, it held a bunch of plump, juicy purple fruits. Have some fruit. I just happened to eat too much meat yesterday, so I have some fruit for breakfast to help me break the greasy feeling. Lin Na felt a little embarrassed. Sorry to have you take care of me again. Chapter 958. Don't be so polite. I'm also going to have breakfast. Let's eat together, Lin Luo said. Thank you. Lin Na was very polite, not forgetting to express her gratitude during breakfast. Maintaining his dragon form consumed a great deal of energy. Lin Luo devoured several fruits in one gulp without even chewing. Lin Na ate much less, taking half a day to finish a single piece of fruit. The size difference between them was too great. While Lin Luo could manage a whole piece in one bite, it was normal for Lin Na to finish one in half a day. After half an hour, the man and the dragon finished their breakfast. Since I'm bored anyway, let's see if we can find your teammates. If we can tell them apart, Lin Luo suggested. Lin Na's face lit up. Really? One ancient creature was particularly resistant to aliens, and did not want their living environment destroyed. Many ancient creatures would attack immediately upon seeing outsiders, and few could coexist peacefully with them. A golden dragon like the dragon god is a rare sight, and he's willing to coexist peacefully with it. Lin Luo nodded at the giant dragon's head. Yes, I'm different from the other ancient cities. I prefer my freedom. The forest planet isn't my home. I just come here often for fun. Seeing you remembered an old friend, I offered my help. When I was young and weak, I encountered danger. Someone from outer space rescued me and helped me survive. I wanted to repay you, and I happened to meet you, so I wanted to help you. It's like we established a good relationship. Lin Na said gratefully. You saved me this time, and I will definitely repay you. If you have any requests, please let me know, and I do my best to fulfill them. No need. If you see a weakling on a planet someday, you can help them. Lin Luo said. Okay. Lin Na nodded happily. Come up, I take you out of here. Lin Luo half crouched, and Lin Na jumped on top. Are you ready? Yes. Let's go. Lin Luo spread his massive wings and soared into the distance. The surrounding vegetation was nearly snapped by the strong wind. Lin Luo carried Lin Na high into the sky. She felt the sunlight, her whole body warm. She was so high up that she was afraid to look. After a while, Lin Na adjusted herself somewhat and looked around, admiring the distant scenery. She couldn't help but sigh. I used to stay inside the spaceship, spending every day doing missions and taking care of my brother. I had no time for myself. I never expected these ancient Earths to be so beautiful. I think your brother has matured. You should just rest at home from now on. There's no need to join such a dangerous mission. The Earth God Blood Red you collected is already the dominant species on this planet. Young Earth God Blood Red is a plant species with very limited combat power. Adult Earth God Blood Red is different. It's already an animal species with extraordinary combat power. If you were defeated, it would be very dangerous. Lin Luo deliberately tried to persuade Lin Na to give up. Lin Na was a meddler, and Lin Luo didn't want to go to the Universal Alliance and be controlled by her. You make sense. I might not do such dangerous things anymore. I originally planned to stop after this one. My younger brother works as a clerk in a company, but he doesn't make much money a month. At best, he can barely make ends meet. If he wants to marry a good race, he need a lot of money. I want to make some money here. Later, when he wants to find a good race, he won't have to worry about money. Lin Na sat on Lin Luo's back, her hair blown by the wind. A smile played on her lips as she brushed her hair away from her eyes. She had always been very busy, always worried about money. In the eyes of many colleagues, Lin Na was a very strange person. Every mission Lin Na undertook was dangerous, and she performed exceptionally well during them. She always received the highest salary and had the highest performance. The planet she came from wasn't very expensive. The average income on the Wind Tribe planet was relatively low, around 200 or 300 cosmic coins. The cosmic coins Lin Na earned were enough for her daily needs, and she lived a comfortable life. The burden on her family wasn't that heavy, except for having a younger brother. There are many families even poorer than yours, who earned a lot of money and then stopped. Many people thought Lin Na didn't need to fight anymore, believing that this much money was more than enough for her retirement. But Lin Na had experienced poverty, and knew the horrors of it, which was why she constantly strived to become wealthy. I have a lot to worry about. What about my brother marrying a powerful race? I feel like he'd be able to make money himself. I think he'd be even more lonely without you, Lin Lu advised. Lin Na was silent for a moment, then said, "You're right. If I die this time, my brother will definitely be heartbroken. After this, I leave the team. A long time ago, I performed very well, and Fat Fueli Company gave me two options. One was for me to join the Phoenix team and continue carrying out those high-intensity and dangerous missions. Once I complete more missions and receive a high overall rating, and when I'm close to becoming an immortal, I'd be given a generous reward. The other option is for me to become a senior executive. Senior executives generally don't need to take the initiative and handle more business matters. Only in critical situations do we senior executives need to take action. This option is quite good and safer than the previous ones." Lin Luo said, "I think you should consider the second option. The missions your companies undertake are relatively dangerous, and they're not particularly well performed. The many people in your Phoenix team who suffered misfortune can't be blamed entirely on Earth God Xiahong's fear. You too have problems. After all, you harbored feelings for the young Earth God Xiahong." "You're right." Lin Na knew that capturing Earth God Xiahong often resulted in him being sent to a medicine refinery. Earth God Xiahong is full of treasures, and every part of him can be used as medicine. Some alchemy factories even perform secondary production, cultivating Earth God Blood Red. Young Earth God Blood Red plants cannot be removed from their native soil, otherwise they will quickly die. Generally, alchemy factories receive young Earth God Blood Red plants and quickly process them, grinding them into medicinal powder before they die. The medicinal effects of living and dead Earth God Blood Red plants are completely different. The value of the two differs 100-fold, making comparison impossible. Some alchemy factories possess advanced technology that can temporarily keep young Earth God Blood Red plants alive and allowing them to grow. Chapter 959. The monster refining factory used powerful drugs to grow a portion of the Earth God Blood Red, but the medicinal effects weren't as good as the original. However, the monster refining factory had its own methods. The method was simple. It mixed naturally grown body parts with later growths, resulting in similar medicinal effects. The young Earth God Blood Red was sent to the medicine refinery, where a fate worse than death awaited them. Lin Na was silent for a moment, then said guiltily, "You have a point. I only cared about my own perspective, forgetting the feelings of some ancient creatures. I made money, but it was built on the suffering of others. It's best if you understand." Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. His long words finally paid off. A flock of birds and beasts targeted Lin Luo. With the beaks of crows and the bodies of dogs, they formed a dense mass, numbering over 1,000. The leader had arrived at eternal life, and was enormous, no smaller than Lin Luo. Among the dense crowd of ancient creatures, this leader stood out. It's actually an ancient creature, the dogbird. It's quite powerful among the ancient creatures on forest planets. "Be careful," Lin Na said. "It's not a big deal." Lin Luo was very confident in his combat prowess. Unless he encountered an immortal-level creature, there was no need to be afraid. When he first arrived in the 8th universe, he was somewhat unaccustomed to the environment, as the creatures here were generally quite powerful. In the past, Lin Luo had encountered the Buddha Lord and the Rune Source God, who were both very powerful, but only considered above average in the 8th universe. Lin Luo was significantly stronger than these others, and he had even devoured and absorbed their power, significantly increasing his strength. Yet, among the many eternal beings in the 8th universe, he could only be ranked relatively high. At Nara's house, Lin Luo frequently worked in the gym, significantly improving his physique and boosting his strength. He was no longer the same as before. Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth, and golden flames erupted from it. A large flock of dog birds rushed over, encountering the golden flames. The golden flames burned fiercely, their temperature so high that they instantly touched the dogbirds. The dogbirds' bodies instantly ignited, blazing with flames and emitting shrill cries. They flapped their wings, trying to extinguish the flames. But no matter how hard the dogbirds tried, they could not extinguish the flames. Instead, the golden flames burned fiercely, blazing brilliantly and creating a magnificent spectacle in the sky. In a short while, the dogbirds were reduced to ash, falling from the sky like a black rain. So strong. Lin Na was astonished, realizing the strength of her rescuer. Be careful. The dogbird leader was incredibly clever, hiding behind its own tribe, trying to avoid being burned by the golden flames. It waited a long time, finally finding an opportunity and launching a fatal attack on Lin Luo. Lin Luo had plenty of combat experience, having fought countless creatures on Earth, gaining a wealth of it. The dogbird leader charged forward, its sharp claws slashing towards Lin Luo's chest. Lin Luo showed no sign of slowing down or dodging, charging at the dogbird leader. The two collided, and the dogbird leader's body shattered like an egg hitting stone, its entire body shattering into pieces, spilling a large amount of flesh and blood. Lin Na opened her mouth wide. Not just ordinary strength, but extremely strength. A dogbird leader was killed in an instant. Of the Phoenix team, only Captain Phoenix could achieve this feat. In Fat Fueli Company, there are fewer than 5 people who can instantly kill an eternal-level dogbird leader. With the death of the dogbird leader, the remaining dogs and birds scattered. The flesh and blood of dogbirds are highly nutritious. Some companies often send teams to smear large portions of them as offerings, then take them back and serve them to restaurants. Lin Na shouted. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have burned all these dogbirds to ashes. Lin Luo felt a pang of pain. He actually had many ways to make money. Coming to this forest planet and killing dogbirds. In just a few hours, he could probably earn thousands of cosmic coins. Lin Luo's main problem was his identity. Once that was resolved, it would be easy to make a fortune. His realm was high enough, already very close to the immortal level. Immortal level creatures can establish companies, become regional overlords, and control numerous star systems. Not to mention his relative lack of chastity, achieving financial freedom is quite easy. It's okay. I can't take that much with me. Just give me the dogbird leader. Lin Na's pretty face flushed slightly, feeling she had made a rather excessive request. He now wanted Lin Luo's protection, and he also demanded some of the dogbird's flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of eternal-level creatures is incredibly expensive. Even if Lin Luo kept it for himself, he would still reap significant benefits, let alone give it to himself. Okay, do you have any good things to pack? I help you put them in there. Yes. Lin Na produced a space bag, and Lin Luo placed the killed and packed dogbirds into the space bag. You said it too late. If you had told me earlier, I would have killed the dogbird leader for you, and put them all in here. There wouldn't be a single one left, and now it's all just wasted. Lin Luo said regretfully. That's more than enough. I should be the one feeling embarrassed. I'm still under your protection, and I'm making these unreasonable demands of you. Lin Na's pretty face flushed. It's okay. I can't take this with me anyway. Besides, I don't like dog food. This dogbird is kind of ugly, and it makes me sick. Let's go hunt something else. Lin Luo was very dissatisfied with the dogbird's appearance. It looked like a bat, even uglier. The blood that flowed from the dead dogbird had a foul odor, which was particularly disgusting. The image of the dogbird isn't very good, and its flesh isn't particularly appetizing. Its only advantage is its extremely high nutritional value and lacks poison. Some creatures, before evolving to their ultimate form, often consume dogbirds to help them advance more quickly. Lin Na smiled, covering her mouth. She noticed that the golden dragon before her was a bit of a germaphobe and wouldn't eat anything that wasn't particularly attractive. She recalled the food she'd eaten with the dragon god. It had always looked good and tasted quite good, at least not disgusting. If it tastes terrible, then there's no need to eat it. Let's find something else to eat. It's almost noon, so let's take a break, Lin Luo suggested. Lin Na nodded. We can rest a bit. It's midday now, and many creatures prefer to hunt at this time. It's their natural instinct. It's safer to avoid this time. Chapter 960. I saw a good creature. Lin Luo had found a good prey, one that looked very much like a bear on Earth. He charged down at breakneck speed, transforming into a golden figure. The ancient bear had no time to react, and was instantly crushed into a pulp by Lin Luo, blood dripping profusely. Lin Na exclaimed, Dragon God, you are truly powerful. You killed an eternal creature with just one blow. Not bad. My body is stronger, and this bear's is much weaker. Of course, it was mainly my sneak attack. He didn't react quickly enough, and was smashed to pieces by me. Lin Luo explained. Lin Na smiled. Dragon God, you tend to be modest. My body is smaller, so I handle the meat. You're larger, and I think it'd be difficult for you to roast it. Sure. Lin Luo used his sharp dragon claws to cut, and in a few strokes, he chopped off a large piece of meat, handing it over to Lin Na to handle. He found some more wood and built a fire. The fire burned brightly, radiating heat. The fire was powered by the golden divine fire that Lin Luo had spewed out. Roasting with ordinary flames was impossible. Eternal level meat was extremely difficult to cook. Lin Na removed the fur from the meat and began to wash it with clean water, washing away the blood. Dragon God, my meat is ready. Leave it to me now. Lin Luo picked up the large piece of meat and grilled it over the flames. The large piece of meat roasted over the flames, emitting a rich aroma. The bear we just killed seems quite impressive. It's called a musk bear. This type of bear is extremely powerful, especially in terms of its physical strength. Few creatures of the same level have a stronger physical strength than this one. It emits a musky scent, and the aroma is particularly strong. The fragrance covers a large area, attracting many animals seeking to feed, only to be killed by the musk bear. They're killed and eaten by the bear. He was unlucky enough to have encountered the Dragon God and been struck dead by you. Lin Na said. Now that you mention it, it seems unlucky. The fragrance it emits must be attracting various plants. Lin Luo observed a moment of silence for the musk bear. Dragon God, stand here while I cut the meat for you. Lin Na took the initiative and approached the large piece of meat. She used her own knife to cut the meat, then tossed a large chunk into Lin Luo's mouth. The meat was very sweet, exuding a faint fragrance. Delicious. Lin Luo gave a thumbs up. Lin Na said regretfully, we came here on a dime, and many of the seasonings are inside the spaceship. If the spaceship were next to me, I want the Dragon God to taste the unique flavors of our Wind clan. Lin Luo thought the same thing, primarily because he was afraid of exposing his identity. Otherwise, if he brought out Earth seasonings, he let Lin Na know how delicious Earth food is. Musk bear meat is delicious, but it's also very greasy. We need something to help with the greasiness. Lin Luo went to pick some large purple grapes, each of them eating one. The fruit was very refreshing, clearing away the greasiness. It was late, and they both felt tired, so they laid down together. Lin Na fell asleep first, followed by Lin Luo. Tonight wasn't going to be peaceful. Two powerful musk bears had appeared. Both were nearing immortality, making them quite formidable. Without Lin Na by his side, Lin Luo could try to kill them. The problem was that the musk bears were too powerful. While Lin Luo could handle one, fighting two was a challenge. If he were injured on the forest planet, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Luo hurriedly fled with Lin Na, finding a safe place to sleep. At dawn, they set out again. Time passed quickly, and it was already the 6th day. Lin Na had been well fed during this time, and her body was recovering rapidly, returning to peak condition. Early morning. I'm leaving here tomorrow. See if you can find your teammates. If not, you be on your own for the rest of the day, Lin Luo said. Lin Na's eyes dimmed, and she forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. The forest planet has many terrifying creatures, but I'm not that fragile either. I be careful on the planet, and it's easy to survive. Okay, today we search carefully for the area where your spaceship was destroyed. Maybe your teammates are there. Is that okay? Is it dangerous? There's a powerful Earth God, Blood Red, in that area. If we approach, will they attack us immediately? Don't worry about that. My body will warn me when I approach. If it's dangerous, I won't go there. I just flee. I trust you. Lin Na nodded. Your safety is most important. Not many of our team survived. The spaceship was destroyed last time, and many people were injured. It's extremely dangerous inside the forest planet. I think our captain might be the only one still alive. The others don't have much hope. They probably died on the forest planet. She lowered her head, knowing the pain of seeing her comrades die one by one. You have to believe in miracles, just like I saved you. Sometimes life is unpredictable, and anything can happen. I think saving you is a good start, Lin Luo said. Lin Na's eyes lit up again. You're right. I can't be so pessimistic. I need to be more optimistic. I haven't even started looking yet, and I'm already thinking about such pessimism, just in case a miracle happens. That's right. Let's go and see. Lin Luo gestured for Lin Na to get up from the ground. Lin Na hesitated for a moment, then stopped where she was. What's wrong? Are you worried? Dragon God, do you think we meet again after this separation? I think we will. Lin Luo couldn't guarantee what would happen in the future. Lin Na might eventually learn that her brother was dead. As for whether Lin Na knew her own identity, that was still an unknown. I believe it's possible too. Lin Na quickly wiped the tears from her eyes, afraid Lin Luo would notice, and she landed directly on top of him. Let's go! Lin Luo began to fly, carrying Lin Na towards the Earth God Blood Red's location. Adult Earth God Blood Reds are free-roaming animals, and don't necessarily stay in one place for long. They migrate after a while, settling in new habitats to absorb nutrients from the soil. Staying in one place for too long wouldn't be enough to absorb nutrients. Chapter 961. According to Lin Na's description, the Earth God Blood Red juvenile was nearing maturity, and was about to grow into an adult. This period of time was crucial. The two adult Earth God Blood Reds would give up everything during this period to care for the young Earth God Blood Red. They valued the adult Earth God Blood Red more, and for a time, it would become a valuable helper, helping it find food and build shelter. The forest planet was enormous, home to many powerful creatures. The Earth God Blood Red was not without natural enemies, it did have them. The Earth God Blood Red's natural enemy was a powerful creature, the wood dragon. A wood dragon is a plant-transformed animal, sharing many similarities with the Earth God Blood Red. However, when young, the wood dragon was much weaker, and could be bullied by anyone. A slightly larger creature could kill the wood dragon. The wood dragon had an innate talent, devouring various plants to grow, and all the plants it devoured became part of its body. After a long period of development, the wood dragon will thrive and grow immensely, twice the size of even the Earth God Blood Red. Lin Luo doesn't know much about the forest planet, and having not discussed a thorough investigation with Nara, his knowledge is very limited. Lin Na, a frequent visitor to the forest planet, has a deep understanding of the planet, and knows many things he doesn't. Earth God Blood Red is a dominant being on the forest planet, but the most powerful is still the wood dragon, the true king of this planet. There are 3 powerful wood dragons on the forest planet, all of whom have reached the immortal level. Wood dragons are very powerful, but they rarely attack outsiders. Outsiders are generally intelligent creatures, and not part of their diet. Wood dragons primarily feed on plants, which, when transformed into animals, are still essentially plants, providing them with valuable nutrients. Unless an outsider goes too far, they won't attack. Once, a high-end company dispatched a dozen teams to conduct a blanket plant hunting operation. To prevent attacks from the wood dragons, the company even dispatched a leader possessing immortal level power. The result was a simultaneous attack of 3 wood dragons, unleashing a terrifying aura that frightened the company into immediately seeking peace. After some deliberation, the company finally apologized, surrendered all of their harvested plants, and offered substantial compensation, ultimately relenting. After the company was frightened off, no one dared to do the same again. 3 powerful immortal level creatures rival any high-end company. A typical high-level company might only have 3 immortals at most, 2 of which are just figureheads for the money, with one person being the core talent. If the company encounters a minor incident, the 2 immortals might intervene. If the company encounters a major incident, the 2 immortals won't intervene. The 3 wood dragons left a warning. Every company must obtain their permission before hunting. The Fat Fulai company was able to enter multiple times because of its close relationship with the wood dragons, and the substantial annual protection fees they paid. Otherwise, ordinary companies wouldn't dare enter so many times to collect the most valuable medicinal herb, Earth God Blood Red. The lush forest resembled a vast green ocean, with many similar areas, making it difficult to pinpoint a specific location. Lin Na's memory was hazy, making it difficult to find it. She'd been looking for it in the wrong places for several attempts. It should be just up ahead. Lin Na was a little unsure. I feel like it should be up ahead, if I'm not mistaken. I don't need to put too much pressure on myself. It's okay if I can't find it. We still have a good day to search. Lin Luo said. That's true, but wasting your time is always a bad idea. Lin Na said. It's not a big deal. The main concern is any danger. Searching isn't a big deal. Just treat it as a leisurely stroll. Okay, I got it. Lin Na's location was wrong, so Lin Luo searched the area for a long time. Finally, after searching for a while, the two found the remains of a space battleship. The space battleship had been struck by a massive impact, its entire fuselage shattered. Pieces of debris scattered across the ground, covering dozens of acres nearby. Lin Na couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The Earth God Blood Red, we encountered was incredibly powerful, nearly evolving to the immortal level. Even the multi-upgraded space battleship couldn't withstand a single blow. It's probably one of the strongest Earth God Blood Reds. She glanced around fearfully. Dragon God, do you sense anything's wrong? Does it mean an Earth God Blood Red has appeared? Don't worry about that. If it had, I would have fled immediately. The Earth Water you mentioned is likely much more powerful than me. Lin Luo had a clear understanding of his own strength. Immortal level creatures were far more powerful than himself. If the immortal level Earth God Blood Red were to attack, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. Those who ran slowly would likely be killed. It was all possible. That's good. Lin Na, a little dazed, her eyes red, said, I go look for my teammates' belongings. They already died here, and I can't leave them without a single one. Go ahead and search. If there's any danger, I'd be the first to get you away. Lin Luo said. Thank you so much. I'll never be able to repay your kindness in my lifetime. Lin Na's face was filled with gratitude. She felt that the person who had treated her best in this life might be the dragon god before her. Her parents died young, and she had no memory of them, not even their appearance. As for her younger brother, she had always been the one who had given so much. Sometimes, Lin Na thought that just because Lin Luo was her younger brother, she had to sacrifice so much. Only the dragon god's kindness to her was truly good. Hurry up and shower. We're afraid the earth god Xiahong will return again, and we won't be able to stay here much longer. I'm looking. Lin Na began searching and found a human arm. It was quite feminine, covered in black and white bare hair. Lina! Zhang Bo! Lin Na found the remains of several people, providing ample evidence that they were dead. Not everyone was as lucky as her, having escaped the explosion and managed to survive. Most people perished in the explosion, and some probably didn't even leave a trace. I'm sorry. Lin Na collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Don't cry. This has nothing to do with you. You didn't cause these natural or man-made disasters, Lin Luo consoled her. Chapter 962. No, they were all planning to retire. I'm about to become the captain of the Phoenix Squad, so they follow suit. Lina and Zhang Bo have reconciled with me, and want to help me for a while. If I hadn't insisted on becoming the captain of the Phoenix Squad, they might have retired. Lin Na cried even harder, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Luo comforted her. I think things like this are unpredictable. Who could have known something like this would happen? No one can predict the future. You don't need to blame yourself too much. But the primary fault is still mine, Lin Na said. There's no point in pushing me. It's a done deal. There's no point in regretting it. Lin Luo comforted her. You're right. I need to be strong. Lin Na wiped her tears, her voice tinged with sobs. I understand. Next, I take their remains back. They can't be left on this forest planet without a trace. Okay. Lin Luo accompanied Lin Na in the collection, encountering no danger. Hungry, huh? It was almost evening, and the sky was gray. The man and the dragon searched for half a day, practically tumbling through the surroundings. They found all the dead, but some were missing without a trace. Lina, Zhang Cheng, Zhang Bo. Don't worry, I take you back. Your pensions will be paid, and they go to your families. I see to it that they get the money. Lina promised, patting her chest. Generally, when someone dies in a company, the company will default on their debts. Every company's daily expenses are enormous, and many areas are very expensive, requiring various payments, creating significant financial pressure. Some company executives tend to save money, and pensions are a major component. After all, a person's death is of little use. If someone in the company settles the bill, they might give a little. If no one does, many companies are reluctant to pay, saving a significant amount. Lin Luo silently lamented that it was no wonder that organizations like Fat Fu Lai and the Universal Alliance, translated into the 8th universe language, were called companies, but in some ways, they were just as shady. At first, he had thought these companies were relatively good, with high salaries and good benefits, but that was before he understood the details. Only after learning the details did Lin Luo realize that in some ways, these 8th universe companies were far more shady than those on Earth. Lin Na, lost in her own sorrow, was momentarily unable to react. I'm sorry, what did you ask me just now? I didn't hear you. I asked if you were hungry? Lin Luo asked. Lin Na nodded. I'm hungry. I don't have any leftover bear meat. I cook it, and we eat it together, Lin Luo said. Okay. Lin Na nodded happily. The two began to divide the work. Lin Luo's sharp claws easily cut off a large piece of meat. Lin Na, being smaller, was perfect for handling some of the tasks. The grill was quickly set up, and the meat was placed on it for grilling. The aroma of meat filled the air, filling the air. "It smells so good," Lin Na exclaimed. "It really does smell good," Lin Luo said. "Dragon God, let me feed you." Lin Na smiled, a rare moment. "That's not good. Just cut off a piece, and give it to me directly. It'd be faster. I think it's harder to taste that way. It's better to feed you piece by piece. You enjoy it more this way. Besides, you helped me so much, so feeding you meat is no big deal. If you don't mind the trouble, feed me the meat." Lin Luo usually prefers to use his human body. He mostly uses ginseng for his meals, rarely using his own body. Eating so much at once was a bit strange. Lin Na began cutting the meat, then tossed the grilled meat into Lin Luo's mouth. Lin Luo wasn't shy, opening his dragon mouth and taking one bite at a time. Lin Na was quite caring. She knew that eating meat alone would be very greasy, so she got some purple fruit to help Lin Luo alleviate the greasiness. "How's it going?" "Very delicious." Lin Luo gave a thumbs up. "Then I keep feeding." Lin Na was delighted to receive Lin Luo's praise. "No need, eh? I'm full, you should eat too," Lin Luo said. "Okay," I pulled myself together. Lin Na took out her cutlery and began to eat her meat. Suddenly, a strong wind blew over, and the flames began to flicker. "Ouch!" A terrifying beast roared from the distance. "A powerful monster is approaching. Judging from its aura, it's likely the Earth God Bloodred. Then let's go quickly." "Okay, we leave now." Just as Lin Luo was about to grab Lin Na and leave, a massive monster swooped down from the forest. Its exterior was made entirely of wood, its interior covered in red muscle. Some resembled human limbs, their limbs enormous, thicker than any of the surrounding trees. Lin Luo's pupils constricted sharply. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying monster. It wasn't an animal, nor a plant, but a monster somewhere in between. If his guess was correct, the monster before him was the Earth God Bloodred. Earth God Bloodred. Lin Na looked at the monster with hatred. It was this monster's parents, who had killed her companions. "Let's go!" Lin Luo was about to take Lin Na away, when the Earth God Bloodred reached a terrifying speed, quickly surpassing the speed of sound. A loud explosion echoed through the air. The Earth God Bloodred transformed into a dark shadow and rushed in front of Lin Na. Its bloody mouth opened wide, almost covering its entire face, and it bit down fiercely on Lin Na. Lin Na froze in fear, momentarily forgetting to dodge. She had hunted Earth God Bloodred before, but oftentimes, the killing was done by a group, nearly a dozen or so individuals united to slay him. Captain Feng Wang was the more powerful fighter, often leading the charge, desperately battling Earth God Bloodred. Lin Na served as her second-in-command, using the Wind Tribe's abilities to support Feng Wang from the flanks. Help from the others was also indispensable, and it took several rounds before Earth God Bloodred was finally defeated. Lin Luo took the initiative to block Lin Na, and the two powerful bodies collided. Bang! There were no subtle attacks, just the most ruthless physical collision. Earth God Bloodred flew backward, and Lin Luo was thrown a long distance back. "Be careful." Unable to control the immense inertia, Lin Luo flew towards Lin Na. Lin Na's body was relatively weak, far inferior to Lin Luo's. If Lin Luo touched Lin Na's body, she would likely shatter like an egg. Lin Na is an ordinary intelligent life form. Her body has not been well strengthened, so she will really be smashed into a pulp by Lin Luo. Chapter 963. Wind God whispers. Lin Na, sensing immense danger, quickly used her innate ability, creating a gigantic goddess silhouette behind her. The goddess silhouette was incredibly beautiful, almost identical to Lin Na. A powerful storm erupted from Lin Na's body, impacting Lin Luo with a massive reaction force. "I'm sorry, Dragon God, this is the only move I can use." "It's too late to dodge," Lin Na apologized. "It's okay. The most important thing right now is saving your life," Lin Luo said. A powerful gust of wind assaulted Lin Luo's back, minimizing the force of inertia. Lin Na nearly collided with a large tree, but the inertia was successfully stopped, temporarily easing them both to safety. That was a close call. Lin Na breathed a sigh of relief. The tree was behind her. If she had gotten any closer, she would have likely been crushed to a pulp. "Let's go!" Lin Luo's dragon claws grabbed Lin Na and rushed off. The Earth God Bloodred had already risen, charging towards Lin Luo. The ground began to tremble violently, and a fierce wind whipped up, blowing trees this way and that. Lin Luo and Lin Na flew for a while, reaching maximum speed. Lin Na, facing the wind, said, "This Earth God Blood Red is most likely the one we hunted. He's grown tremendously in recent times, from plant to animal form. His combat power is extraordinary, and he's directly ascended to the eternal level. This is incredible." Lin Luo's massive body soared through the sky, his speed increasing. You said the plant Earth God Blood Red had no combat power, but when he transformed into an animal, he actually became an eternal level creature. Yes, a normal Earth God Blood Red shouldn't be this powerful. Transforming from a plant into an animal is, at most, the ultimate form of life. Only an immortal level descendant could possess such terrifying power, Lin Na explained. Not good. Lin Luo thought he had gained a considerable distance, but when he looked back, he saw Earth God Blood Red approaching. The Earth God Blood Red surface was covered in vegetation, but underneath were the limbs of an animal, a blood-red color that stood out particularly in the evening sun. This terrifying forest monster, with bloodshot eyes, used its limbs to reach its maximum speed, closely pursuing Lin Luo. Lin Na's expression was grim. Could it be that it has recognized me, and is chasing me with the intention of killing me? Don't overthink it. You were inside the space battleship, and Earth God Blood Red hadn't yet transformed into an animal. No matter how powerful it was, how could it possibly recognize you? Lin Luo said. That makes sense. Lin Na suddenly realized, conjuring up a terrifying possibility. He's treating you as food. He's constantly chasing you because he wants to kill you and use you as food. He's treating me as food. This Earth God Blood Red is incredible. Didn't you say that this creature's transformation from plant to animal is considered newborn only when it transforms, while the others before it don't count? It's truly terrifying to be born so naturally. Lin Luo said. This Earth God Blood Red is different. Its parents are immortals, and its talent far surpasses the others. Even at birth, it's already an eternal level creature. Therefore, its hunting prowess is undoubtedly far superior to that of other Earth God Blood Reds. Lin Na nodded. All we can do now is run away. Don't provoke this Earth God Blood Red. If we kill it, we're afraid of its parents' revenge. Lin Luo chose to flee not because he couldn't defeat the Earth God Blood Red, but primarily because he feared its parents. Its parents were too powerful, capable of sinking the Phoenix Squad spaceship in a single blow. Lin Luo feared the Earth God Blood Red's parents' vengeful nature. Otherwise, he would have dealt with little Karami long ago. That's right. Lin Na said with lingering fear. Our spaceship was parked quite far away, about 2 or 3 kilometers from its parents. It's possible its father attacked us and shot down our spaceship. As the two spoke, the Earth God Blood Red leaped with all his might, exceeding the speed of light, arriving beside Lin Luo. The Earth God Blood Red's face was grim, and he struck Lin Luo with a massive fist. Lin Luo possessed the God of Karma, using it to transcend time and space, allowing him to easily evade the Earth God Blood Red's threat. He noticed that the God of Karma could be quite noisy at times, chattering away for ages, but when it was useful, it was truly helpful. The Earth God, Xiahong, purposely moved very close to Lin Luo to prevent him from escaping. The two massive creatures were less than a meter apart, making it nearly impossible for Lin Luo to dodge. The Earth God, Xiahong, struck Lin Luo with his massive fist. Lin Luo's entire dragon body flew backward, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Due to the immense force exerted by the Earth God, Xiahong's descent was so rapid that sparks flew all around him. With a loud bang, Lin Luo slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Suddenly, a wave of pain shot through Lin Luo's face, making him grimace. He hadn't suffered such an injury in a long time, and it was a little hard to react. Lin Na, in Lin Luo's arms, was well protected by him and unharmed. Dragon God, how are you? Lin Na asked nervously. No big deal, just some minor injuries. Lin Luo's golden scales had been reinforced, giving him incredibly strong defense. Even after falling from tens of thousands of meters, none of his scales shattered. You're in so much pain, and you still say you're fine. Lin Na's eyes flushed red. That damn Earth God Xiahong is after us again. Let's go now. Lin Luo didn't have time to comfort Lin Na. He took off flying with her. This time, he used his maximum speed, also employing his spatial speed ability, using several spatial jumps to quickly reach the front. The Earth God Blood Red had no intention of letting Lin Luo go. He repeatedly blocked his escape route and launched deadly attacks. Lin Luo was hit 2 or 3 times and was forced to stand up and flee quickly. If it were any other planet, we would have escaped, but this is the Earth God Blood Red's territory, and there's no way we can escape. Lin Luo was furious. The Earth God Blood Red could manipulate plants, using them to block Lin Luo's path. Unable to evade, Lin Luo could only charge forward. Some creatures, disobeying the Earth God Blood Red's orders, risked their lives to block Lin Luo's path, undoubtedly slowing him down. His rage was reaching a breaking point, and he wanted to turn back and kill the Earth God Blood Red. Lin Luo had suffered many losses before, but this was the first time he had suffered such a heavy loss. The other party, relying on his parents, kept pursuing him relentlessly. "It's all my fault." Lin Na blamed herself. "If I hadn't decided to come here on a whim, I wouldn't have encountered the Earth God Sihong and put the Dragon God in danger. It's not your fault. I wanted to come here myself," Lin Luo consoled her. Chapter 964. Why don't we try to escape farther, perhaps out of the forest planet? Wouldn't that be safer? Lin Na suggested. "I can't escape. This Earth God Blood Red is incredibly cunning. If I try to get any higher, he desperately block my path, preventing me from getting any closer." Lin Luo had tried to escape from the forest planet before, but each time he failed. Lin Na sighed, "Alas, then we're doomed. Escape is impossible. Another way out is to kill this Earth God Blood Red." "How sure are you?" 90%. That's a high number. I said before that I've been holding it back, because I care about its parents. Otherwise, I would have killed it long ago. How powerful could a newly born Earth God Blood Red be? Lin Luo's voice was filled with rage. This Earth God Blood Red truly didn't consider him human. Perhaps in the eyes of the Earth God Blood Red, Lin Luo was just food, already on the table, and it had to eat this delicious meal. "Dragon God, I think if we don't kill this Earth God Sihong, we might not be able to escape," Lin Na said. "I understand." Lin Luo made up his mind and decided to strike back at Earth God Sihong. Earth God Sihong seemed to enjoy the pursuit, deliberately keeping his distance, not pursuing Lin Luo too closely. Lin Luo suddenly turned around and rushed towards Earth God Sihong. Earth God Sihong hadn't expected Lin Luo, who had been running, to suddenly turn and fight him to the death. He was momentarily frightened. Lin Luo wanted to kill Earth God Sihong. If he didn't attack, he would definitely kill him. Just getting injured would be a loss. The Earth God Blood Red flew into a rage, realizing the coward before him had dared to attack him. The two creatures didn't display much power, but engaged in a direct physical collision. The golden and green bodies collided, creating a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Luo unleashed his full force, creating a powerful collision that sent the Earth God Blood Red flying. Lin Na said readily, "This Earth God Blood Red is too overbearing. He's been chasing us. Now we show you our strength." The man and the dragon had been pursued by the Earth God Blood Red for most of the day, from night to day. Both were filled with rage, desperately wanting to kill him. "Kill him, and we flee immediately," Lin Luo decided. "Alright, killing this newly adult Earth God Blood Red will also avenge my fallen team members." Lin Na absolutely hated the Earth God Blood Red the most. Each team member was victimized by him, yet they were unable to avenge him. She let Earth God Sihong go, but Earth God Sihong wouldn't let her go, relentlessly pursuing her. Lin Luo transformed into a streak of golden light, and swiftly approached Earth God Sihong. Earth God Sihong bared his fangs, intimidating Lin Luo. Sharp dragon claws slashed towards Earth God Sihong's chest. Feeling the threat of death, Earth God Sihong immediately dodged. Lin Luo's speed was noticeably faster, and Earth God Sihong's arm was scratched, leaving 3 hideous, deep wounds, from which a profuse blood flowed. The blood-stained Earth God Sihong's fur, turning green into crimson, blossomed in the air. Earth God Sihong's injuries, far from frightening him, fueled his frenzy, and he pounced upon Lin Luo. The golden scales on Lin Luo's body shimmered, revealing his extraordinary strength. Earth God Sihong's lunge was futile, and he was slammed to the ground again. Golden flames erupted from Lin Luo's mouth, their heat so intense that the entire space was distorted, and Earth God Sihong's body was on fire. Earth God Sihong was quickly defeated, appearing vulnerable before Lin Luo. This wasn't to say that Earth God Sihong was weak, or that Lin Luo easily defeated him. In fact, Earth God Sihong was quite powerful. Earth God Sihong had only just been born, yet he possessed eternal-level combat power, and his physical form was so formidable that he could hold his own against Lin Luo's. Lin Luo's physical form had been strengthened countless times, absorbing the energy of numerous powerful creatures, and had undergone significant evolution. He later trained extensively at Nara's gym, rapidly gaining combat experience there. Compared to even the Cosmic Royals, his physical form was not weak. The fact that Earth God Sihong could withstand him was already a sign of his strength. Lin Luo fought fiercely against Earth God Xiahong. Soon, Earth God Xiahong was covered in wounds, blood gushing out, nearly staining his entire body red. Ouch! Earth God Xiahong howled in agony, unable to withstand Lin Luo's attack any longer, and tried to escape. You're trying to escape now. Weren't you impressive just now? You've been chasing me for this long. If it weren't for your parents, I wouldn't have played with you until now. I would have killed and eaten you long ago. You're shameless, so you be my food. Lin Luo knew Earth God Xiahong didn't understand, and his words were nothing but nonsense. But Earth God Xiahong had gone too far, and he was filled with rage. He hadn't been this angry in ages, wanting to kill a creature immediately. Dragon God, you're right. A barely adult Earth God Blood Red is so arrogant. He must not be let off. Lin Na hated Earth God Blood Red to bits. Earth God Blood Red tried to launch himself, swiftly fleeing from Lin Luo. Lin Luo was faster than him, slashing with a fierce dragon claw, sending Earth God Blood Red sprawling to the ground. The immense force sent Earth God Blood Red plummeting to the ground, creating a massive crater. Lin Luo showered Earth God Blood Red with flames again, sending him screaming in pain and writhing desperately on the ground. Serves you right. You deserve this. Did you really think we wouldn't dare attack you? Who do you think you are? Lin Na felt a surge of relief. Give him one final blow. After we flee his parents together, they probably sense that after we kill him, and their parents will be furious and chase us frantically. Lin Luo made a decision. Okay, all is up to you, Dragon God. Lin Na said respectfully. Don't kill me. My parents are immortals. If you kill me, they will never let you go. You will definitely not be able to leave this forest planet. Earth God Xiahong's voice was pleading, but more threatening. You're begging for mercy now, but what were you doing just now? You kept chasing me. Do you think you're so powerful? You even want to treat me as food? Even your parents would have a hard time treating me as food. Lin Luo showed no mercy, and launched a fierce attack on Earth God Xiahong. Earth God Xiahong regained his composure, looking at Lin Luo with fear in his dark eyes. Chapter 965. After Lin Luo exerted his full strength, the roles of the two men reversed. Earth God Xiahong became the prey, and Lin Luo the hunter. Under Lin Luo's relentless pursuit, Earth God Xiahong fled in a desperate manner. Dragon God, we can't delay much longer. I sense a deadly threat approaching, possibly Earth God Xiahong's parents, Lin Na said. I sense it too. I will kill him with my next attack. Lin Luo charged forward, sending Earth God Xiahong flying. Earth God Xiahong had lost too much blood, leaving him weak and unable to resist Lin Luo. Lin Luo opened his maw and bit down, tearing off a large chunk of Earth God Xiahong's flesh. Earth God Xiahong's flesh was quite delicious. It didn't look particularly attractive, even a bit scary. It tasted like meat, with a hint of grass. Lin Luo sensed the approaching danger, and his eating speed accelerated. He bit down fiercely, soon devouring Earth God Blood Red, leaving only its shell. Earth God Blood Red isn't very heavy. Open the dimensional bag, and we put it in. Okay. With Earth God Blood Red's death, both men held their breath for a moment, knowing the danger was rapidly approaching. Lin Na moved swiftly, using the Wind Clan's abilities to increase her speed considerably, and stowed Earth God Blood Red into the dimensional bag. Are you done? Yes. Catch it, and we leave. Lin Luo protected Lin Na and charged straight into the sky. His speed first surpassed the speed of sound, a sound echoing through the air, then quickly surpassed the speed of light, transforming into a streak of golden light. Boom! Not far away, two terrifying figures approached, their bodies immense, like a mountain. Lin Luo's gaze swept over the two mountains, and he suddenly felt uneasy. The two mountains were simply too massive, looming over him like a dark mass. He was already massive enough, about the size of 5 Himalayas. The two Earth Gods Blood Red that were looming over him were enormous, as massive as a dozen Himalayas, making it almost suffocating. One of the mountains was slightly smaller, likely the deceased Earth God Blood Red's mother. An adult Earth God Blood Red is this massive? Is this really an Earth God Blood Red? Isn't that a massive mountain? Lin Luo could imagine a massive space battleship being crushed by the immortal-class Earth God Blood Red single hand. Lin Na exclaimed in shock, this is the power of the Earth God Blood Red. More precisely, it's the power of an immortal-level creature. No matter what creature reaches the immortal level, its strength is greatly enhanced. I see. Lin Luo reached his maximum speed, surpassing the speed of light, and waves of excruciating pain shot through his body. Due to his immense speed, his golden scales caught fire and dimmed. An immortal-level Earth God Blood Red attracted Lin Luo and stretched out his massive hand to grab him. A commanding voice echoed between heaven and earth. You damned ant. You actually killed my child. I demand your life. What a joke. Your child is only allowed to kill me, not me, Lin Luo retorted. Die, ant. The Earth God's massive, blood-red hand reached out towards Lin Luo. The hand was identical to the small Earth God's, covered in dense branches and leaves, and within was flesh and blood, a creature somewhere between animal and plant. It's good to have the Karma God here. Now I can definitely escape easily. Lin Luo suddenly felt that the Karma God was superior, quite useful in critical moments, allowing him to continuously perform space jumps and escape to another location. Dragon God, you must escape, Lin Na said. Lin Na, do I need your help now? Lin Luo asked. Is there anything I can help you with? Just tell me. Lin Na nodded. I need to devour you and use your abilities to escape from here. Ah! There's no time to explain now. If I devour you, I gain your abilities, but I won't digest you. You can spit you out later. Dragon God, it's okay. If you really devour me, I do it willingly. I relied on you to survive. If you kill me now, I won't have any complaints. You misunderstood. I won't kill you. Lin Luo's devouring and merging methods have always been two. One method involves killing the opponent, then devouring their flesh and absorbing it through the stomach and intestines, thereby gaining their abilities. The other method involves a brief fusion with the opponent, allowing Lin Luo to possess their abilities to the maximum extent possible. Both methods have their pros and cons, and it's hard to say which is more advantageous. The first method involves Lin Luo gaining abilities. The strength of the acquired abilities depends primarily on their digestive absorption, and how long they can be used after absorption depends on the opponent's strength. Lin Luo had many abilities in his early days, all acquired through devouring, which were quite powerful against powerful enemies at the time. As Lin Luo grew stronger, the effectiveness of these abilities diminished significantly. After reaching the eternal level, Lin Luo no longer used many of his previously powerful abilities, primarily because they couldn't improve on their own. The fusion of the God of Karma with Lin Luo was quite good. She had grown much stronger during this period, and her abilities had greatly increased, allowing her to amplify them autonomously. Lin Luo wanted to explain, but it seemed he ran out of time. An unprecedented sense of oppression approached. Immortal-level creatures lived up to their reputation. No wonder so many companies needed an immortal behind them, as immortals are considered transcendental beings among many creatures. Lin Luo swallowed Lin Na in one gulp, rapidly merging them. How are you feeling now? Can you use your abilities? Lin Luo asked. Amazing, Dragon God. Lin Na exclaimed delightedly, I was swallowed by you, and I was able to merge with your consciousness. In the face of death, everyone fears, including Lin Na. Lin Luo had saved her, so it was inevitable that Lin Na would be frightened by being suddenly devoured. Of course, Lin Na didn't know Lin Luo possessed such miraculous abilities, otherwise she wouldn't have been so frightened. Next, unleash the Wind Tribe's abilities with all your might. I channel all my energy into you. My speed isn't enough, and there's no way I can escape the Earth God's blood-red hand. Lin Luo could see a massive hand waving from afar. The Earth God's blood-red hand seemed slow, but in reality, from such a great distance, it was already moving faster than light. Immortal-level creatures were truly terrifying. They could attack from such a distance, and their size was terrifying. These creatures were larger than even small stars. Ordinary small planets couldn't contain them. Most fatally, the Earth God's blood-red hand was incredibly large, obscuring half the sky. Chapter 966. If Lin Luo wanted to escape from the Earth God Xiahong's clutches, he had to leave the forest planet. He estimated that it would take 3 minutes to escape from the forest planet and reach outer space, but at the speed of the Earth God Xiahong's palm, it would reach him within 2 minutes. Okay, I use all my abilities now. Lin Na gathered her strength and unleashed it all at once. A fierce wind blew from Lin Luo's body, forming a massive wave that began to gather behind him. With this sudden burst of wind, Lin Luo's speed increased dozens of times, and with a whoosh, he flew off, his speed far exceeding the speed of light. Just as the Earth God Xiahong's palm was about to cover him, Lin Luo left the forest balloon's atmosphere and reached outer space. We succeeded? Lin Na was overjoyed. That was a close call. I really underestimated the immortal-level creatures. I didn't expect them to be this strong. Lin Luo often encountered powerful foes on his evolutionary journey, often fighting across a different realm. He had already evolved to a high level, 1 foot in the immortal realm. Evolving to an immortal-level creature was only a matter of time. Lin Luo hadn't expected that even though he couldn't defeat an immortal-level creature, escaping would be so easy. Clearly, he had underestimated the immortal-level creature and overestimated himself. Lin Luo didn't even dare to touch the immortal-level creature's attacks. Even the slightest contact could kill him. Luckily, he was quick-witted enough to swallow Lin Na, otherwise he might have remained on the forest planet forever. Although the Earth God Xiahong couldn't kill him with a single blow, remaining on the forest planet would have been certain death. You two ants, you think you can kill my son and still get away? You must stay here. A ferocious face emerged from the forest planet, its bloody maw gaping. A gigantic hand slapped Lin Luo. Just as Lin Luo was about to be in danger, a wooden dragon rushed out, blocking Earth God Bloodred's attack. The wooden dragon's massive body wasn't much smaller than Earth God Bloodred's. On the contrary, it was much larger, 4 or 5 times Lin Luo's size. Earth God Bloodred, whom Lin Luo had considered unstoppable, was easily blocked by the wooden dragon. Let's go! Lin Luo had to flee quickly, regardless of their motives in helping him. The affairs of two immortal-level creatures, the wooden dragon and Earth God Bloodred, were not something he could interfere with. A single attack from either immortal-level creature would likely leave him seriously injured. Escape was the best option now. Mui, this matter is none of your business. Earth God Shuehong angrily said, don't blame me for being rude if you try to stop it. A giant dragon emerged from the surface of the green planet. Its head was enormous, no smaller than Earth God Shuehong's, the two being of equal size. I'm going to stop you. What can you do to me? Mui said coldly. Okay, so it seems we're going to fight to the death. This golden dragon must have some connection to you, which is why you're protecting him. Earth God Shuehong said. Mui said coldly, even if it had nothing to do with me, I would still protect him. Your tyranny really annoys me. What do you mean by saying your son can kill and devour at will, and no one can fight back? Your son was devoured by someone else because his skills are too poor. It's no one's fault. You, an older generation, are still taking action against others. That's shameless. You couldn't kill him with one strike, and you chased him off the planet to kill him. I'm truly ashamed of you. The Earth God Xiahong angrily said, I'm not trying to embarrass you. Why are you trying to stop me? This golden dragon has nothing to do with you now. He's escaped, so you're responsible for it. What's the big deal if I'm responsible? We're natural enemies. It's as if we wouldn't have fought without this golden dragon. Mui said. The Earth God Xiahong suppressed his anger. Don't think I don't know what you mean. You're just trying to disgust me. Ha ha ha. Mui smiled and said, since you said that, I won't pretend anymore. Your descendant is quite powerful, having killed so many of my own kind. You know, we wood dragons aren't like earth gods like you, Xiahong, who are born powerful. We're extremely fragile in our early stages, and it takes a long time of devouring to reach our peak. It's revenge. The Earth God Xiahong was furious, his body trembling. Due to his enormous size, the entire ground began to shake, causing a considerable earthquake. So what if it's revenge? This is tit for tat. I told you before, don't let your children kill my kind. They have a hard time growing. A wood dragon of the same level is no match for your children. What did you tell me? Mui said coldly, you're heartbroken now that your son has died, but I won't be heartbroken when my kind has died. I remember this grudge. Earth God Xiahong was furious and powerless, but he didn't dare attack Mui. On the forest planet, a balance of power was maintained between the two sides, 3 wood dragons against 2 Earth God Xiahong, both powerful immortal-level creatures. The 3 wood dragons were often at odds, often engaging in violent clashes, life-or-death struggles. However, when facing a powerful enemy, the 3 wood dragons would unite to fight the 2 Earth God Xiahong. The immortal-level Earth God Xiahong was well aware that Mui had stopped him from taking action, and that he had the support of the other 2 wood dragons. What's the point of such dangerous talk? We're already locked in a stalemate. You want to kill me, and I want to devour you. You? Don't be so angry. Sooner or later, we have a battle to determine who will rule the forest planet. I look forward to that day. Earth God Xiahong had a plan in place. If his son died, he could be reborn, but if he died himself, there would be no recourse. I'm looking forward to it too. I wonder how much external support you can muster by then. Mui tried to get Earth God Xiahong to tell him something, but he ignored him and returned to the surface of the forest planet. Mui did not stop the immortal-level Earth God Xiahong from leaving. Another wood dragon appeared, its massive body looming over the planet's surface. Brother, why don't you take action? Our chances of winning are very high. I believe Mu-san will help us. Eventually, we kill these 2 guys, and we can establish a company. I even thought of a name, Forest Company. We eventually become part of Universe 8. Our Forest Company occupies the Forest Planet, which has always been a treasure trove. It's very easy for our company to get started, and we be able to obtain even more resources later. It's a very good thing to think about. Mu Air spoke excitedly, his eyes filled with longing. Based on the Forest Planet, and with 3 immortal level creatures at its helm, Forest Company is believed to quickly grow into a powerful corporation. Chapter 967. Brother, you're too impatient. Mui shook his head. Mu Air said anxiously, I don't feel happy. I feel a little slow. I inquired about the raw materials on our forest planets. They're very expensive. The cheapest is wood dragon stone. These stones are the stones our wood dragons used to live in when they were first born. In our eyes, this thing is worthless, but for many companies outside, it sells for a very high price. The fluids from our wood dragons flow onto the stones, and the stones are stained with our precious essence for a long time. We sell a piece of wood dragon stone to the outside world for 100 cosmic coins. This price is very expensive for us. After all, the stone is worthless to us, but it can be sold to the outside world for 100 cosmic coins. 100 cosmic coins have a lot of purchasing power. You can buy a lot of things. You know Yunhui Advanced Company, which acquired our wood dragon stone. After processing, the stone can be turned into. Do you know how much it sells for outsiders? Mu-Yi was quite curious. How much? A full 1,000 universe coins. Many wealthy people like to use our wood dragon stone to make face masks. They're attached to the stone, and they have wrinkle removing and whitening effects. They're incredibly effective. It's more than tenfold. 1 fist-size wood dragon stone can make 10 wood dragon masks. These masks are snapped up immediately after they're sold. Later, Yunhui Advanced Company decided the profit wasn't high enough, so they used 1 fist-sized wood dragon stone to make 100 masks, achieving a 1,000-fold profit. Mu Air was quite angry. Sometimes I ask the people at Yunhui Advanced Company if they can sell the wood dragon stone, and they tell me they're selling at a loss. What do you mean by a loss? Even though the profit is 1,000 times the original price, they're still losing money. They're clearly afraid we learn the value of their profits, so they might raise the price of wood dragon stone and cut their profits. I recently sent a subordinate to give me some information on Yunhui Advanced Company's revenue. Before Yunhui Advanced Company partnered with us, it was ranked around 100th. Since partnering with us, their ranking has improved significantly, now over 80. You can see how much profit they made from us. Mu-Yi said, I can't believe our wood dragon stone is so profitable, increasing the assets of an advanced company by so much. If you hadn't told me yourself, I wouldn't have believed it. Mu-Yi still believed his younger brother's words. Mu-Yi and Mu Air were true brothers, born to the same parents, and they had over a dozen children. The wood dragon race is pitifully weak in its early stages, invincible, but becomes formidable in its later stages. The wood dragon race has been breeding on the forest planet for a long time, but no powerful creatures have ever appeared. When Mu-Yi became an immortal, no one would have believed that such a creature could evolve to the level of a forest king. Mu-Yi's evolutionary journey was arduous and filled with hardships. Of the dozen or so siblings, only 2 remained. Mu Air's evolution to immortal level creatures was only possible with Mu-Yi's help. The 2 brothers shared a deep bond, and no one could break their trust. Mu-San, on the other hand, was different. He had to work hard to reach immortal level after they had already evolved. To the brothers, Mu-San was an outsider. Of course, Mu-San's series of actions also left the other 2 people in disbelief. Today, when Mu-Yi was battling the 2 Earth God Blood Reds, Mu Air rushed over immediately. Mu-San, after all this time, still hasn't arrived. Mu Air angrily said, these companies are shameless. Not just Yunhui Advanced Company, but also that Fat Fulai Company. You know, Fat Fulai initially partnered with us, saying they let us hunt Earth God Blood Reds, and we helped them withstand the pressure from the 2 immortal level Earth God Blood Reds, and they give us over 10,000 universe coins. Mu-Yi's face grimaced. He agreed to this project himself, thinking he made a profit. He only informed Fat Fulai about the status of the 2 immortal level Earth God Blood Reds. Immortal level Earth God Blood Reds have a habit of sleeping for a while to ease their digestion. Earth God Blood Reds consume a terrifying amount of food, sometimes consuming tens of thousands of tons, far more than a wood dragon. Wood dragons are creatures between plants and animals. They can sometimes maintain a plant state, photosynthesizing to minimize energy loss. Adult Earth God Blood Reds can't do this. They're already animals, and won't revert back to plants. Ordinary Earth God Blood Reds are fine, their level isn't very high, and the amount of food they consume per action is limited. But immortal level Earth God Blood Reds are completely different. They must consume at least ultimate life, otherwise they won't receive any replenishment. Eating weaker food, immortal level Earth God Blood Reds might as well not attack at all. Except for the nourishment of weaker Earth God Blood Reds, immortal level Earth God Blood Reds will frequently hibernate to alleviate their own energy consumption. Mu Long passed on the message, informing Fat Fulai Company of the sleep duration of the two immortal level Earth Gods, Blood Red, so they could dispatch their ace team to hunt them. The two immortal level Earth Gods, Blood Red, recently discovered that their tribe had dwindled significantly, shortening their sleep duration and making it even harder to attack. Mu said angrily, "Brother, you'd be furious if you knew. They only gave us 10,000 universe coins, and one of their earthlings, the lowest level, is at the God King level, so it could probably sell for over 1,000,000 universe coins." What? A God King level Earth God Blood Red can sell for 1,000,000 universe coins? It's so easy money. I was a little embarrassed earlier because they told me they only sold one Earth God Blood Red for 100,000 universe coins. I thought 100,000 universe coins was a lot. Earth God Blood Red is better than our Mu Long, but not that much more expensive. I didn't expect you to say that a God King level Earth God Blood Red would cost 1,000,000 universe coins. According to what you said, the ultimate life level Earth God Blood Red would have to sell for 10 million, and 10 million is not a small amount. It could probably sell for 20 or 30 million. Mu felt like a native, self-righteous, and self-aware. These ant-like alien intelligent species wouldn't dare to deceive him. According to his brother, he'd been completely tricked. This Fat Fulai Company was incredibly cunning. Mu sighed, "Brother, if you didn't know about this, it would be fine. If you did, I really want to kill everyone in this company." This Fat Fulai Company was nearly bankrupt at first, but then they partnered with us, hunted down several Earth Gods, and the company thrived again. Recently, this Fat Fulai Company has been doing even better. They say it's about to be promoted to a high-level company. The company has seen significant improvements. Chapter 968. Mu angrily declared, "I'm telling you, Fat Fulai Company is so obsessed with money that it's not about life. I warned them beforehand not to try to capture that Earth God Blood Red. That Earth God Blood Red is an immortal level child. If they dare to capture it, the result will likely be fatal destruction. These guys just won't listen to me. I have a feeling if I hadn't warned them, they might not have tried. I warned these greedy people, and they became even more frantic, wanting to capture the immortal level Earth God Blood Red child. According to our estimates, an ultimate life Earth God Blood Red would cost 20 to 30 million, and an eternal level Earth God Blood Red would cost at least 200 to 300 million. Mu nodded. 200 to 300 million is probably the price for a relatively common Earth God Blood Red. Two immortal level Earth God Blood Red children would cost at least 700 to 800 million. Fortunately, the people from Fat Fulai Company didn't succeed, otherwise we would have suffered a huge loss. Mu was furious. "Brother, you just stopped two immortal level Earth Gods, Sihong, from pursuing us. Why were they being hunted? Didn't you just kill their children?" Mu asked. Mu immediately reacted. "It would have been fine if you hadn't said it, but once you did, I realized it. They killed two immortal level Earth Gods, Sihong's children, and they taken their bodies. This is all money." Mu was heartbroken. "Brother, you're so straightforward. You should at least stop them and ask for some protection money. I don't think 10 million is too much. I don't think it's too much either. The problem is, they ran so fast and didn't trust me. They're a talent, right? I feel that Golden Dragon will eventually become an immortal level creature, provided it doesn't die. With such high praise, it's no small feat to be chosen by Big Brother. This kid has a future. If we keep him, I give him his contact information. Once our company is established, we can train him well. If he has strong management skills and is honest, we can even make him our CO. Don't even think about it. He's already escaped, and you're still thinking about being the CO? Besides, starting a company isn't that easy. Haven't you noticed that Musan's behavior has been a bit unusual lately? It's indeed a bit unusual. Logically speaking, Musan wouldn't betray us now, would he? We trained him well, and he actually wants to betray me. I can't stand it. I have to find him, and have a good talk with him." Mu being impulsive, immediately wanted to find Musan. Mu quickly stopped Mu saying, "Don't be impulsive. If you don't approach him now, we can still maintain our previous relationship. If you approach him now, he definitely turn against you, and we have a fight. That would be a perfect opportunity for the two Earth Gods, Blood Red." Mu reacted, "Brother, You mean Mu-san has been seduced and is now neutral. If we approach him immediately, we might force him to rebel. With the two of us against 3 immortals, we won't have any advantage. We'd be in a very passive position. Even if we survive, we might be forced off the forest planet by Earth God Blood Red. Mui nodded. You're getting smarter. You immediately understood the danger we face. As expected, brothers aren't reliable. Think about how much effort we put into cultivating Mu-san. We, the Wood Dragons, are a species apart, and we're natural enemies of Earth God Blood Red. Yet, he's actually playing the role of a pawn for his natural enemy. That's not just disgusting, it's incredibly disgusting. Mu-er said in disgust. Well, establishing a company is difficult. We need to resolve our internal conflicts first. We can invite some unfamiliar creatures to join us, especially Fat Fulai and Yunwi High-Tech. These 2 companies have always cooperated with us, and are very good to us. We also have good relations with their immortal leaders. We can ask for their help. The forest planet can only have one strong leader. You want to establish a company on the forest planet? Tell me there's nothing you absolutely can't tell them. Becoming a company means we don't want more profits. They will never allow us to successfully establish a company and take away their profits. Muido said. Mu-er angrily said, these old scoundrels are truly infuriating. We've given them so much profit over the years, and when I think about asking for a bigger share, and these companies won't give, I really want to storm into their companies and disrupt things. Your approach is just that of a local. While it might make you feel good, it's only a temporary fix. We've been working with these companies for so long, and we need to grow a bit. We can't use our old, clumsy methods anymore. We need to be calm and composed, find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. That's not the right way to put it. We should just sneak a message. By the time they find out, you won't be able to stop us. Muidao. Mu-er nodded, as expected of you, big brother. Some things are faster than others. My thinking is still relatively simple. I always thought those 2 immortal level Earth God Blood Reds were still old-fashioned. According to my investigation, they're secretly selling the Earth God Blood Red. What? Mui explained in surprise. Is your investigation correct? No exaggeration. Perhaps we've been selling more than we should lately. We've been targeting his kind. We only sold some raw materials from other species, rarely the original creatures. Only the Earth God Blood Red is sold as a creature, said Mu-er. Mui nodded. It's quite possible. This old man has changed a lot recently, perhaps because he just had a child. The main reason is that we become increasingly powerful. You know, we obtained universe coins and the immortality elixir. One injection of the immortality elixir costs 10 million universe coins. It's rich in various precious herbs that promote growth. In the past, only our 3 Wood Dragons combined could defeat 2 Earth God Blood Reds. Especially that old Biden. He's truly formidable, even more powerful than our fully grown Earth Dragons. He nearly broke me in battle. There have been great battles on the forest planet before, and many of them involved 2 immortal level Wood Dragons taking on 1 immortal level Earth God Blood Red. At that time, only the male Earth God Xiahong reached the immortal level. The female Earth God Xiahong had not yet achieved this level. For a long time, the immortal level male Earth God Xiahong consistently dominated the 2 brothers. It's no exaggeration to say that upon seeing the male Earth God Xiahong, the 2 Mulong brothers were so frightened that they immediately fled, fearing a fight with him. Chapter 969. For a long time, Earth God Blood Red was the true overlord of the forest planet, with the Wood Dragon playing a supporting role. There was no such thing as a dual natural enemy. In fact, Earth God Blood Red was the Wood Dragon's natural enemy. Every time Earth God Blood Red attacked, many Wood Dragons perished. The Wood Dragon's ability to grow stronger than Earth God Blood Red wasn't a result of the entire forest's needs, but rather a result of scientific research conducted by external companies. This scientific research involves certain assumptions. The claim that when Wood Dragons become powerful, they can counter Earth God Blood Red and prey on it is inherently problematic. The research company wasn't the Universal Alliance, but a high-level company, so its authority isn't absolute. This high-level company also stated that Earth God Blood Red has its own variants, and that, after evolving to a certain level, no matter how a Wood Dragon evolves, it will never reach that level. Perhaps Earth God Blood Red is a bad person, and any creature that enters the forest planet will be attacked by him. Earth God Xiahong is very exclusive. Many companies have previously sought to exploit him, hoping to obtain raw materials from the forest planet for sale. Some of the more powerful companies were able to bargain with Earth God Xiahong, while some weaker companies didn't even have a chance to bargain and would strike back at him. Of all the companies, Yunhui Advance Company was undoubtedly the most astute, secretly contacting Wood Dragon to negotiate. Recognizing the value of the Wood Dragon stone, they immediately proposed a partnership, willing to pay a high price for it, and even personally spent a large sum of money to purchase an immortal needle. The immortal needle injected into Mu Yi's body, and he felt a surge of energy throughout his body and soul. This powerful energy had no side effects, simply increasing his physical strength. After enjoying each injection, Mu Yi had a strong feeling. With enough injections, his physical strength would continue to increase, eventually surpassing the immortal level Earth God Xiahong. Realizing that Mu Yi had been tricked, Yunhui Advance Company immediately made its own demands, primarily seeking cooperation. Seeing that his unwanted Wulong could fetch such a high price, Mu Yi immediately agreed to Yunhui Advance Company's demands. With this initial collaboration, subsequent collaborations became easy. The two sides continued their long-term partnership until Mu Yi learned how much Yunhui Advance Company profited, and the entire dragon was in trouble. He had originally thought he would only make a tenth of the profit, believing that the sales channels were also established, and that there were still some costs and processing involved, so it was normal for them to make a 90% profit. Mu Yi had underestimated the greed of these companies, who were eager to reap 99% of the profits. His mindset had changed, from making money effortlessly to losing it effortlessly. Mu Yi didn't want to be exploited any longer, and wanted to start his own company to reap greater profits. I recently discovered that this old bidden has teamed up with several companies. There are two high-end companies here, Daishianyuan and Xinxin Technology, as well as a number of medium-sized ones, said Mu Er. It seems the situation is getting increasingly dire for me. Mu Yi frowned. Mu Er said angrily, brother, let's unite and take him down. This Mu San. We trained him for so long and spent so much money on him, and he's betrayed us all of a sudden. I think the two of us should strike with lightning speed, kill this Mu San, and then challenge old bidden. Mu Yi rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then quickly shook his head. No. If we can kill the third brother, that's fine. But what if we can't, and we're seriously injured? What will we do? Big brother is so thoughtful. We shouldn't act rashly now. If we act now, we might fall into his trap. The third brother might want to remain neutral. If we act, Mu San will definitely go to his side. Old Biden has lived much longer than us. He's just stubborn, not stupid. If he plays tricks, we won't be able to defeat him. We want a quick victory, and he must have considered that. Let's not be impulsive. It's really infuriating. Damn the third brother. If he had firmly sided with us, our situation would have been much easier. We could have just started fighting. Big brother, you take in so many immortal needles, you definitely win in a one-on-one fight. Mu Er dejected. Mu Dao, people's hearts are unpredictable. We're currently in a very passive position. Old Biden has accumulated considerable strength. I see a lot of needle marks on his body. He's probably been injected with a lot of immortal needles. Regardless, Victory Planet will definitely belong to us two brothers. No one else can stop us. Sooner or later, we have a battle. After the battle, we can cultivate all the Earth God Blood Reds. Indeed, there will be a battle sooner or later. We will take the initiative. If we lose, we be passive, letting the other side take over. The Forest Planet is rich in resources, and is home to 5 immortal level beings. With these 5 immortal level beings, no single company can conquer the entire Forest Planet. Some particularly powerful high-level companies only possess around 5 immortal level beings. A company seeking to occupy the entire Forest Planet would have to resort to direct action by the Universal Alliance. The Universal Alliance is already so extraordinary that it's unlikely they would choose to leave the planet on their own initiative just for a forest planet. After all companies must pay taxes to the Universal Alliance, and all the tens of billions of dollars in transactions on the forest planet are subject to tax. There's money to be made without working, but the profit from working isn't particularly high. The Universal Alliance naturally knows how to do it, and naturally prefers to make money without working. Besides, in the eyes of some high-level companies, the forest planet is extremely profitable, and the wealth there is immense. For the Universal Alliance, which controls the entire 8th universe, this little money is quite small. Mu Er said, brother, what do you say we do with those 2 escaped individuals? They killed old Biden's Earth God, Blood Red Sun? Tell Fatty Fulai Company. We continue to cooperate with Fatty Fulai. Mu Yi said after a moment's thought. It's really frustrating. This Fat Fulai Company has ripped off so much money from me, and yet we're still working with them, and giving them this crucial information. They originally asked us to rescue the Hungry Phoenix Squad. I don't know how low the price they offered us was. Only 10,000 coins. It's a joke. Going there would probably upset old Biden, so they're only willing to pay 10,000 coins. What? They're willing to give you 10,000 coins. They first approached me, saying they give me 5,000 coins to rescue the Phoenix Squad. Mu-E was furious. That's really disrespectful of me, big brother. Only 5,000 coins. Mu-E raged. What do you mean? What do you mean by 5,000? Do you think you're superior to me? Like I'm easier to fool than you? Mu-E was furious. Chapter 970. You're making me angry too. What the hell? Mu-E said angrily, our combined value is only this much. This Fat Fuel company is such a piece of crap. They don't even think about how they became such a high-ranking company. It's all thanks to us. Brother, there's one thing you might find even more irritating after hearing this. They rather spend 100,000 universe coins on the Universe Alliance for help than ask us. That shows how stingy they are towards us. Mu-E said indignantly. Mu-E Dao, it would be fine if you didn't mention this, but it makes me angry. We could probably agree to something with an extra 20,000 or 30,000, but they're asking the Universe Alliance for 100,000 universe coins. Mu-E angrily said, Yunhui High-Tech Company is okay, but Pankuli Company is getting worse and worse. They treat us like slaves, and would rather pay other companies than give us this money. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm going to Pankuli Company right now to have a good conversation. How could they do this? Brother, don't be impulsive. We won't gain any direct benefits from arguing with them. There's probably some grudge between us. These companies in the universe are the most treacherous. It's hard for us to outmaneuver them. That's what you say, but it's like we're being toyed with like monkeys. Mu-E was furious. Forget it. What we need now is patience. Establishing a company is inevitable. It's only a matter of time before Fat Fuel wants to restrict me. I already discussed this with the head of Fat Fuel. This head of Fat Fuel appears to be smiling on the surface, but he's actually quite sinister. It's only natural that he wants to harm me. Perhaps I'd taken too many immortal injections, significantly increasing my strength. We dragons were relatively weak when we were young, but we've grown incredibly powerful. Other immortal level beings can only deliver a limited number of immortal needles, but a few dozen of us won't be a problem. Mu-E gritted his teeth and decided, all we have to do now is endure. Once we defeat the Earth God Xiahong, we seize control of the entire planet and run it ourselves. Then, companies like Fat Fuel and Yunhui High will have to rely on us for profit. Work hard, make money, make money. Mu-E encouraged himself. Sooner or later, these damn companies will have to rely on us for profit. Especially this Fat Fuel company. I already mentally blacklisted it. Anyway, if we can expand the company, we have to make it look good, and we definitely increase the fees and expenses. Mu-E had made up his mind. For his company must be established. It was the key to his own strength. We must work together, Mu-E said confidently. Let's not talk about which golden dragon old Biden's child died on. That Fat Fuel employee is fine with her. Let's just say it's a good relationship. If that golden dragon becomes an immortal, we can work together. Mu-E said. Mu-E said, brother, is there a possibility that this golden dragon could become an immortal, and we could fight an immortal battle together? You're overthinking that. Mu-E smiled and said, even if it becomes an immortal, it would be difficult for it to help us fight. We've been immortal for a long time, at least eons. Immortals aren't clearly divided into different levels, but there are still differences in strength. How can those creatures who have just reached the immortal level compare to us, the old ones? The gap is enormous. We, the old immortals, have accumulated so much experience that we can easily crush those newly arrived immortals. Mu-E said that's true. Look, I lived for so long, yet I'm still so naive. I almost forgot that we become so powerful now thanks to those immortal injections. Let's think carefully about the final duel. It would be best if we contacted a few companies. We could give up some of the initial profits, and then we can handle the later stages ourselves. We must win the early stages. Old Biden must know we're targeting him. He must have gathered many powerful warriors to fight us to the death. His thoughts may be the same as ours. The forest planet has only one king. We can't tolerate old Biden, and neither can we. Mu-E decided. On a great planet. On a small island. Lin Luo landed on it, and Lin Na collapsed on his dragon's back. The shock of the previous battle had almost drained Lin Na of her strength. Lin Na panted heavily. It was so dangerous. I almost died, and couldn't get out. Immortal level creatures are truly terrifying. We eternal level creatures can't contend with them. The immortal level and eternal level creatures are so different. I feel like the gap is even bigger than the ultimate life level and eternal level creatures. When I was ultimate life level, I could still hold my own against the captain during sparring. Eternal level and immortal level creatures are practically impossible to fight. They shatter at the slightest touch. Lin Na couldn't help but shudder at the memory of what had happened before. Which immortal level earth god, Xiahong, is an exception? He's lived a very long time, far more than those weaker immortals can compare to. Lin Luo said. Indeed, dragon god, how are you? I'm fine. How are you feeling now? I feel fine. Lin Na said. I'm leaving here. Be careful for now. Lin Luo said. Lin Na said reluctantly, Dragon god, why are you in such a hurry to leave? We just barely escaped from the forest planet. Now you're leaving, aren't you going to take a good rest? No, I have my own things to do. I was originally supposed to stay with you for only 7 days, but now it's already 8 or 9. I also have things to do. It wouldn't do you any good if I stayed with you. Lin Luo made up an excuse. My aura has been detected by the immortal level earth god Xiahong. If I stay with you, you become a target of suspicion. What if Fat Fu Lai comes looking for you? How will you explain it? Well, Lin Na had been at Fat Fu Lai for quite a while, and knew their style of work. Fat Fu Lai was a for-profit company, founded from the outset with profit as its primary objective. The company's head was an immortal level being with a very bad reputation. Lin Na had heard a lot about the head of Fat Fu Lai within the company. Some labeled him selfish, stingy, and mean-spirited, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Their wages and benefits are much worse than those of other companies. Chapter 971. Lin Na's ace team, the Phoenix, is considered the most elite team in the entire company. The only team that can compare to them is the team led by the head. This team is in name only. While it's called a company team, in reality, it's often run by the head, and many things aren't handled by the company. The team led by the head naturally doesn't receive a percentage of the company's earnings. This means that some of the company's food and drink expenses are spent on company funds. The Phoenix team's treatment is already excellent, only 70% of what a normal team in the Universal Alliance receives. In other companies, the treatment of typical ace teams is very good, and some even surpasses that of ordinary teams in the Universal Alliance. The Phoenix team is considered Fat Fu Lai's most elite team, yet its treatment is only 70% of that of a regular team in the Universal Alliance. This shows how frugal Fat Fu Lai is. Of course, Fat Fu Lai's success is primarily due to the fact that every individual invested in it, resulting in significant returns. Fat Fu Lai's investment targets are those who are vulnerable and vulnerable, those who can exploit others' misfortunes. These individuals can achieve enormous returns at minimal cost, such as Lin Na, the captain of the Phoenix team, and several other members. Some companies consider this behavior despicable, but Fat Fu Lai simply thrives on it. Of course, some companies are no better than Fat Fu Lai, hoping to maximize profits through this method, only to encounter more failures. Fat Fu Lai carefully considers every investment, carefully examining all aspects of the process. They only invest when they believe the investment offers the potential for significant returns. They avoid investments that don't meet these criteria. Most of those unscrupulous companies don't know anything and simply choose to invest directly, resulting in minimal returns, often resulting in a complete waste of money. One thing Fat Fu Lai has going for it is the contract. It's not very long. Some companies want to commit you to a lifetime contract. Fat Fu Lai often chooses a 100-year contract, and at the end of that time, you can leave on your own. During this period, Fat Fu Lai will discuss with you, offering significantly higher wages than before. This will undoubtedly impress many people, as they often feel comfortable in some places, and can simply pay a fee to leave. The captain of the Phoenix team has renewed their contract, having done so many times before, but this time, they don't want to renew. The recent missions issued by Fat Fu Lai are truly terrible, many of them extremely dangerous. Lin Na has no choice. Her contract still has decades to run, so leaving early is out of the question. Company contracts are very strict and protected by the Universal Alliance. Lin Na can apply for a job change and take advantage of labor law protections, but she can't simply leave the company. That's not permitted. Cattle and horses should have the same awareness as cattle and horses. Resisting is wrong. You can complain, but you can't resist. Lin Na knew the situation at her Fat Fu Lai company well. If the higher-ups knew she had a golden dragon by her side, they would definitely question her. She jumped in front of Lin Luo and handed him the space bag. This space bag contains the blood-red corpse of the Earth God you just killed. Dragon God, take it with you. Lin Na said. Lin Luo said, didn't I say I'd give you the remaining carcass? I devoured all the essence inside. The carcass has great medicinal value, so it's useless to me. That Fulai will investigate me later. I definitely won't be able to keep this client. I rather give it to you. That Fulai will definitely investigate me. You know I can't kill this Earth God Blood Red with my strength. That Fulai will interrogate me thoroughly, and then they definitely reveal your secrets. Lin Na said. It seems your company isn't particularly good. You've been holding on to Forest Planet for so long, and your company hasn't come to rescue you. Lin Luo said. Lin Na sighed. It can't be helped. I have to make a living. I have a younger brother to support. I don't know how he did in the exams. If he does well, I might have to spend even more money in the future. Your logic is flawed. What do you mean by doing well in the exams you get more money? Shouldn't you get less money? Maybe he can support himself. Lin Luo said. Lin Na asked, is this the life I planned for him? It requires a lot of money. I probably can't retire after all. I have to go back and see if he passed the exam. If not, all these thoughts of mine are unnecessary. Your brother should pass. Don't worry. Lin Luo didn't leave immediately. He cooked another meal with Lin Na before leaving. He soared through the universe, his mind replaying the battle scenes on the Forest Planet. Those immortal-level creatures are too powerful. I wonder if my original form can withstand their attacks. Lin Luo's clone, possessing only half the strength of his original body, couldn't withstand the Earth God Bloodred's furious attack, so he had no choice but to flee. He felt that if his original body came, the outcome wouldn't be very good. At best, he could withstand 2 Earth God Bloodred's blows. I also want to become an immortal-level creature soon, so I can control my own destiny. It would be best if I founded a company. Only with a company could I adapt to the development here. The more Lin Luo learned about the corporate model of the 8th universe, the more he felt that companies were truly beneficial. Having a company could help him accomplish many things and earn enough universe coins, eliminating the need for him to run around and earn a meager income. Watching the giant golden dragon disappear into the sky, Lin Na remained fixed on her gaze for a long time. Maybe I won't see him again. I don't know if I ever see him again. If I do, I hope the dragon god can evolve to an immortal-level creature, Lin Na muttered to herself. After a long moment, a cold wind blew over, and Lin Na felt the chill, and she averted her gaze. I should go back there next. I can't let anyone know about the dragon god. Lin Na was a dedicated bounty hunter, and knew the value of a giant golden dragon. It would surely attract a large crowd. She couldn't be ungrateful. The dragon god had helped her so much, so she couldn't betray him. Lin Na recovered on the Great Planet for a few days before heading to the Forest Planet. She stayed with Lin Luo. Even if her presence was exposed, Earth God Sihong would have difficulty detecting it, and would only identify the dragon god. Lin Na reached the outside of the Forest Planet, took a deep breath, and entered the atmosphere. After passing through the atmosphere, Lin Na successfully reached the planet's surface. She had to survive here for a few more days, waiting for the Fat Fulai Company to rescue her. The Fat Fulai Company didn't come, so Lin Na had no choice but to leave. Chapter 972. Night. Wind Tribe Planet. Lin Luo secretly used his stealth ability to return to his original form. The most powerful member of the Wind Tribe on Wind Tribe Planet possessed eternal life, but he wasn't particularly strong. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't be easily discovered. He successfully evaded each surveillance camera and returned to his original form. Lin Luo began to access all his memories. No wonder my clone was gone for so long. So much must have happened. It's a good thing I'm back. If I hadn't, it would have been troublesome. He'd been quite bored these past few days, staying home every day and having to call Lin Shui frequently to check on his sister. Lin Na was his only family. He couldn't just say he wasn't calling and show his concern for her. Lin Luo had just finished a phone call to check on Lin Shui, who had been more reassuring, telling him to wait patiently and that she would let him know if anything happened. Lin Luo's expression of comfort was slightly off-kilter, but he tried to control his emotions. He felt much better than before. Now, a quick note. After multiple confirmations, our Wind Tribe planet has produced another genius. This genius is named Lin Luo. He has successfully joined the Universal Alliance, or what we often call the official organization, and has become a member of the Deep Blue Team. Lin Luo may not be well known to many people, but his sister, Lin Na, was very famous at the time. At the age of 17, she was selected to join the Fat Fulai Company, while everyone else was attending school. Lin Na was incredibly talented. She started working early, studying while working. Others had to complete further studies before they could start working, but she didn't, and has been working for a long time. At the time, A captain of the Universal Alliance praised Lin Na's talent, and said that if Fat Fu Lai hadn't already accepted her, he would have recruited her. Lin Luo is Lin Na's younger brother, which is why he performed so well, not only joining the Universal Alliance, but also joining the ace team, Jialan. Although he was only a reserve member, he was already an exceptional talent, something many couldn't. The TV host chattered non-stop, praising Lin Luo. Saving Lin Na was truly difficult. I almost lost my own clone. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief, finally completing his mission. At this moment, Lin Shui called. Lin Luo had expected Lin Shui to call, but not so soon. As soon as Lin Luo answered the phone, Lin Shui's voice rang. Xiao Luo, I have good news for you. Your sister isn't dead. The Universal Alliance has successfully found her. Really? My sister is still alive. Please tell me how she's doing now. Lin Luo said excitedly. She's doing very well. Your sister is truly lucky. I believe such a kind person will surely receive a reward. How could she die on a forest planet? Lin Shui wasn't very clear about the details, but she knew Lin Na was doing well. Lin Luo felt like Lin Shui was treating him like a fool, but he quickly understood that there were some confidential matters that Lin Na couldn't reveal even if she wanted to. Lin Shui burst into tears. I've been so worried lately, afraid something might happen to you and you'd be gone. How could I possibly find such a good friend? Sister Shui, don't be sad. You should be happy now that we can't recruit new people. You shouldn't be sad here, Lin Luo consoled her. Lin Shui wiped her tears. I'm not sad, I'm just happy. I asked so many people, and they all say your sister is hopeless, saying how dangerous the forest planet is. Every time I ask someone, I feel more hopeless. It's so difficult. Fortunately, your sister is not dead. Don't worry. In time, the Universal Alliance will bring your sister back, and you two will be reunited. Lin Luo was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, I understand. Sister Shui, you don't have to get so excited. Your health is the most important thing. If my sister is fine, it'd be bad if you get sick. I understand. I take care of myself. You can rest assured. Lin Shui nodded vigorously. I don't want your sister to come back and visit me in the hospital. It wouldn't look good. Sister Shui, take good care of yourself. I come see you when I have time. Lin Luo was polite. Lin Shui took it seriously. I send you the address. Just come over. There's no one else at home, just me. I live separately from my parents. Oh, okay. Lin Luo was bewildered. Sister, I was just being polite, but you took it seriously. And you're completely unprepared for me. You just gave me the address. What if I have some bad thoughts? What are you going to do? Lin Luo couldn't help but complain internally. Lin Shui said weakly, I haven't gotten much sleep these past few days because of your sister's situation. I'm a little sleepy now, and want to catch up on some sleep. If anything happens, you can call me. Especially if your sister contacts you about something, you must let me know. Sister Shui, get some rest. I handle anything that comes up. I'm not a child anymore, I can't do anything. Lin Luo said. Indeed, I get some rest. Lin Shui said. Lin Luo took out his tablet, ordered a large meal, and had the nanny come over to cook. During this time, he focused all his attention on his clone. His original body remained largely inactive, eating only enough food to sustain himself. Mainly, he didn't do much, staying at home the entire time. His most frequent activity was a phone call with Lin Shui. Lin Luo would also make a symbolic call to Fat Fu Lai, but Fat Fu Lai explained to Lin Na that this was company confidential, and that there were many things that couldn't be shared. Even to Lin Na's family, he couldn't say anything. Lin Luo knew this was the situation. These companies were just like many on Earth. Profit was paramount, and everything else was secondary. Lin Luo didn't care. Calling Fat Fu Lai was primarily a younger brother's duty, preventing any unfavorable clues from being left behind. Which female police officer, Lin Yaqiong, was watching him? She was likely an inspector. He had to be extremely cautious. The clone returned to its original form, and Lin Luo realized he was extremely hungry. The clone had been working hard lately, especially with the encounter with the immortal level creature. Immortal level creatures were incredibly powerful, and Lin Luo, having seen them beforehand, had become even more cautious. Chapter 973. The delivery speed on Wind Planet is remarkably similar to that of Yin Nation. Lin Luo had just placed his order online, when the food was immediately delivered. He splurged a bit, spending 3,000 cosmic coins, a significant amount, roughly equivalent to some family's annual income. The cook was also very quick, arriving shortly thereafter. Job opportunities on Wind Planet are scarce. Everyone wants to find a job outside the universe. Jobs on the planet are cheap, and the pay isn't high. Wind Tribe members aren't particularly talented, so finding work outside is extremely difficult. Many companies won't hire from here. Generally, high-end companies, or even good mid-level companies, probably won't even come, let alone hire. Wind Planet's economy is poor, offering very few jobs, and those who do have them are very appreciative. For example, Lin Luo, the cook, earns 1,000 cosmic coins a month, a very high salary. Even if this cook can cook a lot of food and possesses many skills, the pay is still quite high. If she were to work elsewhere, the most she could earn would be around 800. Lin Na was willing to give her 1,000 universe coins, which was a lot. An extra 200 universe coins a month equals 2,400 universe coins a year, which made a whole difference. The cook and Nani had 2 children to support, both of whom were about to go to college, both with excellent grades and needed support. Lin Luo had come to the 8th universe from the 9th universe. Back then, his view of the local universes was that the strong preyed on the weak, and that to survive, one had to kill the other. Later, he realized he overthought. Civilization and barbarism can coexist, and there's no such thing as an absolute incompatibility. Just like when Westerners discovered the American continent, they brought both brutal invasions and civilization, allowing many nations to rise from the flames of war and grow increasingly powerful. The history of the 8th universe is even longer, and its experiences are no less profound than Earth's. Many races perished in the process of interconnection, leaving behind only the more powerful ones. These powerful races then connected and created some remarkable civilizations. The Wind Tribe planet was one of these, well suited to the civilization of the 8th universe. They were fortunate to be able to participate in this civilization. Lin Luo's understanding of this is that outside civilization lies barbarism. To enter the barbaric interior and experience the civilization within requires a great price, and many weaker races will become victims. The Nani asked Lin Luo for instructions on the dishes to be prepared and immediately began cooking. In just an hour, a table full of delicious dishes filled the table. Lin Luo couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. As expected of a cook worth 1,000 universe coins, she prepared meals quickly and tasted incredibly good. Of course, if we were to ask who cooks the best, it would definitely be the Jade Emperor, who possesses an innate culinary divine body. He's a master cook, and everything he cooks is incredibly delicious. Master Luo, how was the meal today? Not bad. Lin Luo took a large mouthful of the Wind Tribe's unique wind ball. Made primarily of barley flour and mixed with some Wind Tribe ingredients, it perfectly suits the abilities of the Wind Tribe. With prolonged consumption of wind balls, the abilities of the Wind Tribe will become increasingly prominent and powerful. The cooking methods are somewhat similar to those on Earth, with various seasonings used throughout the cooking process. They are closer to Earthlings, and the food they prepare is generally quite delicious. While the Shinong people, to which Li Sun belonged, bear some resemblance to Earthlings, the Feng people are even more similar. This isn't just an appearance, their eating and living habits are also very similar. The nanny, earning a high salary of 1,000 universe coins a month, not only cooks but also cleans. Lin Luo had a hearty meal when his phone rang. Lin Luo, do you have time to attend the class reunion? Everyone has found good jobs and may be parting ways in the future, so we're coming here today to have a good reunion. The caller was a female classmate who wanted to be devoted to Lin Luo, hoping to use Lin Luo's connections to get a job at Fatfulai. The problem was, Lin Luo didn't even apply to Fatfulai himself, so using his connections to get you in was pure wishful thinking. Oh, I'm busy. Lin Luo hung up the phone. Damn Lin Luo, you deserve to be single forever. Lin Juju was about to explode with rage. She was so beautiful, and it was always others who pursued her. How could she be so humble? After Lin Luo secured a reserve spot on the Cosmic Alliance's Deep Blue team, Lin Jiaju also tried out for it, but ultimately failed. Lin Jiaju had no choice but to choose Fatfulai. Fatfulai's job was much easier, but Lin Jiaju still failed. During college, while others were diligently working, Lin Jiaju was in love, playing with sycophants, and scamming people out of money, living a comfortable life. Almost everyone in her class tried to join the Cosmic Alliance, but they all failed. A few unlucky ones were even sent to the hospital. Everyone had no choice but to give up an interview at Fatfulai. A few more capable people, after diligently studying, successfully passed the test and secured internships at the company. Lin Jiaju also learned a lesson. There's a difference between hard work and lack of effort. Those who work hard can get job opportunities at companies in the universe, but those who don't can't. She had finally gotten into the best university in the Wind Tribe, so she naturally didn't want to stay home and become a stay-at-home mom. Salaries on the Wind Tribe planet were limited, and while Lin Jiaoju earned more money working in illicit jobs, it wasn't as much as a salary position at a company. So Lin Jiaoju decided to join a company, no matter the cost. At that moment, a female police inspector from the Wind Tribe planet approached her, offering a way to get her a job at a small company. The prerequisite was that Lin Jiaoju could ask Lin Luo out, by any means necessary. At first, Lin Jiaoju was skeptical, thinking it was like pie in the sky, that she could get a job just by doing some favors. The female inspector produced her ID, proving she was a police inspector, and wasn't exaggerating. Lin Jiaoju was overjoyed. She hadn't expected such good news. Simply by asking Lin Luo out, she could land an offer from a mid-sized company. He can't make it. Lin Yaqiong frowned slightly. Lin Jiaoju quickly said, I give him another call now. I'm sure he show up. With his charm compared to mine, there's no way he fail. It's good that you're confident. Lin Yaqiong nodded. Lin Jiaoju called again, but the result wasn't good. Lin Luo's number didn't go through, he had already blocked her. Chapter 974. Lin Yaqiong sighed. It seems I was right. He's blocked you. You can't call him again. She turned to leave when Lin Jiaoju grabbed her sleeve. Lin Yaqiong frowned slightly. What can I do for you? Superintendent, you said you'd give me a spot. Lin Jiaoju gave an embarrassed smile. Lin Yaqiong said, you don't seem to understand what I'm saying. I can only give you so much money if you ask Lin Luo out. If you can't, it won't work. Even if I don't have any merit, I worked hard, right? Give me a chance. Are you kidding? What merit did you have? Just making 2 calls. Don't bother me anymore. If you do, I'd be mad. Lin Yaqiong ignored Lin Jiaoju and began to think about Lin Luo's problem. This whole thing was so unreasonable. Someone with a weak personality and average skills actually applied for the Deep Blue team of the Universal Alliance. While the Deep Blue team candidate exam wasn't difficult, passing it wasn't easy. Lin Yaqiong now felt more and more that something was seriously wrong with Lin Luo. He didn't look like his true self. He'd likely been replaced by some creature. Only a replacement could possess such powerful strength, changing so much all at once. It's impossible to see Lin Xianxian. I originally wanted to keep this as a hidden chess piece, slowly seeing if the opponent's development was too rapid. I used Lin Xianxian as a test. Now I underestimated their abilities, and tried to overtake them all at once. Lin Yaqiong stroked her delicate, white chin, pondering her next move. If she rashly approached Lin Luo, she might be in considerable danger, as the enemy was quite powerful. I still have to go and take a look. If I report this to the higher-ups without any investigation, they condemn me. The real Lin Yaqiong is dead. The current Lin Yaqiong is a member of the Universal Alliance, a member of a counselor's dedicated special task force, whose duty is to infiltrate planets and conduct investigations. Some illegal immigrants from outer space love to infiltrate a planet. Counselor Songlung's mysterious team enters various planets, and one of their missions is to monitor small planets. Compared to larger planets, small planets are much easier to infiltrate. Lin Yaqiong spent a long time on the Wind Clan planet, and discovered many illegal immigrants trying to sneak in. Her effective monitoring earned her commendation from Counselor Songlung, and she received the best annual rewards, including generous bonuses and medication. When Lin Yaqiong first arrived on the Wind Tribe planet, her strength was quite weak, making her a marginal member of the team. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent to this remote, desolate place, where the workload was heavy and promotion was difficult. On larger planets, and in larger cities, there's often no need to personally intervene. Simply dispatching your men to capture illegal immigrants is sufficient. Capturing them is best, failing that depends on their strength. If they're weak, they can strike if they see a chance to capture them. If they're exceptionally powerful, then retreat is the best option. The members of Senator Songlung's team are merely in a relatively secretive position, not a partnership, they're just part-time workers, earning a fixed monthly salary. Sometimes, even their names couldn't be revealed. Catching more people and becoming more powerful simply meant higher performance and larger bonuses, but otherwise, there was no difference. Where could I find a salary of several thousand a month? Do you want me to work so hard? Lin Yaqiong was an outlier. Her family wasn't well off, and her talent wasn't particularly strong. Joining the Song Lao squad was a coincidence. For others, entering the Wind Tribe planet would be a lifetime of bad luck. But for Lin Yaqiong, it was an opportunity for advancement, a chance to make a lot of money with hard work. When many people were skeptical of her, Lin Yaqiong proved herself extraordinary. For several years in a row, Lin Yaqiong had the lowest number of illegal immigrants caught, yet received the highest bonuses and salary. The salary for the counselor's squad was high, mainly due to the extra income. The monthly salary for the counselor's squad might be 2,000 to 3,000, which was roughly the same as the salary of some reserve members of the official squad, far less than the 5,000 to 6,000 a month for the official squad. Additional income comes from those who were replaced on the counselor's team. For example, Lin Yaqiong, a police superintendent on Wen Tribe, earns 2,000 yuan a month, and with benefits, her salary can reach 3,000 yuan. Lin Yaqiong claims to earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, but in reality, her salary has been around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan since she took office. Over the past 100 years, Lin Yaqiong's salary has increased significantly, now reaching over 5,000 yuan a month. Wen Tribe is a relatively poor planet, but it also offers many good positions. Her salary increased significantly upon taking on the position of police superintendent, reaching a high of 3,000 yuan a month. Lin Yaqiong's salary is definitely not low. At the end of the year, it's significantly higher than some regular employees. Her salary is actually quite average. On some larger planets, some positions might earn around 5,000 or 6,000, which would be enough to reach Lin Yaqiong's current level right from the start. In 3 years, Lin Yaqiong's outstanding work will earn her a transfer to Counselor Songlong's side, becoming an internal management staff member. At that time, she have less work and a higher salary. Lin Yaqiong doesn't actually need to work so hard. All she needs to do is avoid any major incidents on her planet. For example, let's say a powerful illegal immigrant is on the Wen Tribe planet, unnoticed by Lin Yaqiong, sneaking in and causing major unrest. If this happens, Lin Yaqiong will undoubtedly be reprimanded and face various penalties, making it impossible for her to enter headquarters in the future. Under normal circumstances, this would be absolutely impossible. Throughout the long history of the 8th universe, when it comes to monitoring illegal immigration, illegal immigrants are often the weaker party, fearing harm from the monitors. Few are so impatient as to actively provoke the monitors. Most of the time, nothing major will happen. Their responsibility is simply to discover it, not to handle it. The vast 8th universe, with so many powerful beings, would struggle to survive even an immortal-level creature. As long as I can get through this 3-year period of stability, I definitely be able to enter the inner circle, but am I really willing to do that? Lin Yaqiong began to question herself. She had almost failed the exam, and Counselor Songlong had seen it, and agreed to let her enter. It's hard to repay the kindness of someone who has given me a chance. Chapter 975. After years of work, Lin Yaqiong's savings have reached hundreds of thousands of universe coins. With these coins, he won't need to work anymore, and can live a carefree life in Universe 8. He couldn't help but think of some past events. During the Lunar New Year, when he returned to report on his work, he happened to be seen by Counselor Songlong. Lin Yaqiong felt that he was just a nobody. Given Counselor Songlong's power and busy schedule, it would be difficult for him to remember such a small figure. He might have forgotten him long ago. He felt that it was okay for Counselor Songlong to forget him. It was a way of repaying his kindness. After so many years of hard work, everyone else would have missed something. Only he hadn't missed a single thing, doing everything to the best of his ability. Lin Yaqiong never imagined that Counselor Songlong not only hadn't forgotten him, but also remembered his name. Tears welled up in Lin Yaqiong's eyes, and she almost knelt down to hug Counselor Songlong's thighs and express her gratitude. After learning about Lin Yaqiong's work, Counselor Songlong was highly commended and evaluated, deciding to bring her back to Songlong Main Planet, Counselor Songlong's birthplace. Songlong Main Planet is renowned throughout the 8th universe for the birth of 2 immortal-level beings. These 2 individuals are the current Counselor Songlong and Elder Songlong. Elder Songlong is Counselor Songlong's son, and according to recent reports, he has become an immortal-level being. In the entire 8th universe, for 2 immortal-level beings to emerge from a single planet is truly remarkable. Even more remarkable is that these 2 immortal-level beings are father and son, a truly rare occurrence. Lin Yaqiong had always wanted a promotion. His performance was top tier, always ranking first, and he received generous rewards, yet promotions were difficult to come by. It wasn't that he wasn't working hard, but rather that he had no one overseeing him. While salaries and performance were monitored, promotions were often unsupervised. Sometimes, the best way to get a promotion was to bribe someone. At first, Lin Yaqiong was relatively poor and had no money to bribe. But as he gained more money and his rank rose, he no longer cared about bribery. At that time, he was ready to resign, figuring that with his current abilities, it would be relatively easy to join a team and become a full-fledged member. Although his salary and benefits were comparable to those of a full-fledged member of the Cosmic Alliance team, the difference was significant. The counselor's team was supposed to be secretive, and his identity couldn't be exposed. Lin Yaqiong decided to resign after a year, hand over his work, and then apply to become a full-fledged member of the Cosmic Alliance team. He had been planning this for a long time. He knew many of the exam details, so passing them would be easy, and it was practically a 100% chance of joining. The congressman's secret team was strictly supervised, with the exception of a few core members who were required to remain close to the congressman at all times, as they held crucial confidential information. The requirements for other members were less stringent, especially Lin Yaqiong, a marginal member in this case, who could join and leave freely. Over this long period, besides him, many others had rejoined and resigned, and some had simply quit and never been seen again. Before he knew it, Lin Yaqiong had become the oldest member of the team. He had the best performance and was well compensated, but he still lamented how things had changed. This was partly why Lin Yaqiong decided to leave. Time had gone on too long, and he saw no hope. Lin Yaqiong had also been pretending for so long that he almost forgotten his name and gender. He didn't want to continue. He wanted to be himself again, marry, have children, and perhaps live his life like this. Lin Yaqiong considered other ways to one day reach the pinnacle of power, but that was a far-fetched idea. Becoming an immortal, for example, was far from easy. There were many eternal-level beings in the 8th universe, and the probability of achieving that status was less than 0.01%. Lin Yaqiong was thinking about finding a respectable, regular job and living out the rest of his life. Unfortunately, Counselor Songlong recognized him, and Lin Yaqiong was filled with passion again. He decided to shine in his position, and not let Counselor Songlong down. Counselor Songlong was also very kind to him, and he would be promoted to the inner circle. The inner circle was a status symbol. Comparing regular employees with temporary workers, all those assigned to various planets were temporary workers. The people around Counselor Songlong were definitely regular employees. Not only did they enjoy various high-level benefits, their monthly salary likely exceeding that of some captains, but their families were also protected. And then, there was Counselor Songlong's status, as someone close to an immortal-level leader. Everyone had to be polite to them. There were over 10,000 inspectors stationed on various planets, but only 30 were members of the inner circle. This was a tremendous honor. These 30 people were constantly being replaced, with few additions. Most importantly, these 30 people didn't need to deliberately conceal their identities. They could reveal them and earn everyone's admiration. In many cases, they were far more prestigious than the captains of the official universe teams. Lin Yaqiong had seen these 30 people appear, and everyone enthusiastically welcomed them, unwilling to see them relegated to the shadows. Each of the 30 people serving Counselor Songlong was as impressive as a celebrity. Lin Yaqiong had seen them once and felt immensely envious. If he had a choice, he would definitely choose to serve the counselor. Since Lord Songlong has treated me so well, I must repay him. Lin Yaqiong resolutely decided to go and repay his master. I'm so full. Lin Luo devoured the entire 3,000 yuan meal in one gulp, mainly because his clone had consumed so much. The clone had returned to his main body, causing a strong feeling of hunger. He devoured a large amount of food in one go, barely managing to replenish his energy. Lin Luo immediately sensed something was amiss. Someone was approaching. He had a 100-mile radius of perception, and would immediately detect any powerful life form approaching. This aura is so familiar. I'm not mistaken. This person is most likely Lin Yaqiong. If my recent performance has been too outstanding, this guy can't contain himself. Lin Luo's closest acquaintance on the Wind Tribe planet was probably Lin Yaqiong. Lin Xuanxuan's release and placement in a prison were likely due to Lin Yaqiong's help. Lin Yaqiong was quite concerned about Lin Luo, and was a rather formidable figure. Looks like I have to deal with you early. Lin Luo understood what the other party meant. Since he had joined the Deep Blue team, the other party was unable to conduct a search, so he wanted to act quickly. Chapter 976. I can't fight him here. A fight here, regardless of whether I win or lose, will alert some people. I have to lure him away. This time, Lin Luo decided to leave his clone behind, while his main body went out to lure Lin Yaqiong out. He considered using his clone, but was afraid that Lin Yaqiong would be more alert and easily discover any flaws. Lin Yaqiong's target was his main body, not his clone. If Lin Yaqiong discovered Lin Luo, it would likely cause a misunderstanding, which he naturally didn't want to see. Lin Luo chose to leave directly in his main body to avoid any accidents. A giant golden dragon emerged from Lin Luo and fled into the distance. Lin Yaqiong didn't rush over, but instead conducted a preliminary analysis. My guess was correct. The real Lin Luo died long ago. The current Lin Luo is just an imposter, a despicable illegal immigrant. Lin Yaqiong was ecstatic. After a long moment of deliberation, she quickly found what she wanted. He considered retreating. As a prosecutor, his job was to investigate illegal immigrants. Finding them was enough. If they couldn't defeat them, he could call in a specialized Universal Alliance team. Lin Yaqiong didn't need to take any more risks and could simply return. If I go back now and tell everyone all the information, it will be difficult for the Universal Alliance team to investigate. Lin Luo is already a reserve member of the Deep Blue team, and their captain Jiao Lan is notorious for protecting his subordinates. Without solid evidence, it will be difficult. After some hesitation, Lin Yaqiong decided to follow and see. He felt that his sudden arrival had contributed to Lin Luo's decision to leave. Lin Yaqiong wasn't as desperate as before, acting very cautiously. In his past, he might have charged forward and fought tooth and nail. He was now close to a promotion. In another year, he'd be an internal staff member. Lin Yaqiong tried to send a message, but discovered that all his communication devices had failed. Which illegal immigrant from another universe deliberately left behind a clone just to prevent me from releasing the information too quickly? They're quite thoughtful. Lin Yaqiong believed they were trying to take advantage of the situation and escape. Anyone else might have let you go, but since you met me, I definitely won't. This could be a stain on my resume. Lin Yaqiong knew he was about to be promoted to internal staff, and that everyone would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. A lot would be revealed later. Lin Yaqiong had discovered an illegal immigrant, but he didn't take the initiative, focusing solely on preserving himself. Lin Yaqiong could accept the contempt and suspicion of others, but the only thing she couldn't accept was Counselor Songlung's disappointed look. I don't know what I have to fear. His true form is eternal life, and so am I. Even if I can't kill him, I can at least escape. Lin Yaqiong decided to go and see. He sped towards the direction Lin Luo had left. If I can't catch him, there's nothing I can do. Catching him would be the best. Lin Yaqiong had a bad feeling. He preferred not to catch him, so he could have an excuse. If he did catch up, a battle would be inevitable. Feng Luoshan. This mountain is the highest near the city, reaching over 10,000 meters above sea level. The city below is scorching, but this mountain is covered in snow. Normally, few people would come to this place, but Lin Luo had come deliberately to bury a corpse. A large black crow flew over, its wings spread wide enough to cover the entire sky. It was no smaller than Lin Luo. If Lin Luo hadn't remembered Lin Yaqiong's presence, he would have almost forgotten her. The black crow, upon seeing Lin Luo's massive golden dragon form, found a spot to stop. Its eyeballs were enormous, radiating a dark glow as it studied Lin Luo. You must be Lin Yaqiong, right? You're quite a surprise to me. I thought you might be an intelligent being, but you're a giant crow. Lin Luo said. You're quite surprising to me. An eternal alien immigrant, and a formidable golden dragon at that, have arrived in my jurisdiction. My territory has had many creatures, some at the same level as you, but their combat power is completely incomparable. Lin Yaqiong said, I'm about to step down. I didn't expect to catch a big fish like you at this last critical moment. I imagine if I could bring you back, I'd definitely be greatly rewarded. You're about to step down, so why are you still working so hard? Didn't you save Lin Xianxian and want her to test me? Lin Luo said. Lin Yaqiong nodded. I'm not saying I'm leaving this position now. I'm getting a promotion and becoming an internal staff member. If I let you go, it would be a stain on my reputation. Don't even think about it. I won't let you go. If you're weak and say you won't cause me any trouble in the future, then I definitely ignore you. 6 months have passed, and you can leave your affairs to the next person who take over. I won't need to come in person. If you're strong, you should understand what I mean. Lin Luo advised, you're just a laborer, why work so hard? You're stronger, but you're not necessarily my match. If we were to fight, it's unclear who would win. I don't intend to fight you. At most, I'm here to test you, Lin Yaqiong said bluntly. You inspectors are quite cruel. This giant black crow is your true form, and the voice you make is masculine. The real Lin Yaqiong must have died a tragic death. Lin Luo said. Lin Yaqiong asked curiously, you're such a massive creature. Logically, you've slain many powerful creatures. How could you still care about the life and death of an ant? He must have met with an unforeseen fate and been devoured by me. I took on her appearance. As an inspector, there's no other way. It's difficult to acquire all of her behaviors and lifestyles without devouring her. It's not just me. Everyone in our team uses a method. This method has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are that we can quickly disguise ourselves as someone else without being noticed, and those around us won't notice we've been replaced. The disadvantage is that when we play someone for so long, we get stuck in the role and sometimes lose track of who we really are. I've been doing this for 2 or 3 years. It's time to break free of it. Otherwise, I really think I'm this female superintendent. Lin Luo continued, you need a potion to impersonate someone, right? Otherwise, it's impossible to transform directly into that person. You're right. We need a potion to impersonate someone, and the effects last for 3 years. Lin Yaqiong said. Chapter 977. Even if you have nothing to do, you still have to return to headquarters to perform your duties. Yes, and generally it won't take 3 years, maybe every 6 months. Our management is quite strict. If you don't return, headquarters will assume someone may have died. If so, headquarters will issue some compensation to their family. Family? I don't think you have any, otherwise you wouldn't have come after me. Lin Luo said. Lin Yaqiong smiled and said, I can't catch many illegal immigrants from the Foreign Language Society, but you're one of the smarter ones. Don't you want to tell me your real name? I don't want to tell a dying creature so much, but I haven't known my name for a long time. I need to recall. My name is Kroto, a member of the Divine Crow clan. I never heard of the Divine Crow clan. Lin Luo said. Kroto sighed. My race isn't particularly powerful. It's normal you haven't heard of it. We're ranked below average, not much better than the Wind tribe. We're still too weak. Maybe my memory is wrong. The Crow tribe is actually worse than the Wind tribe. The Wind tribe has had many talented individuals enter the Universe Alliance in recent years, but the Crow tribe has had almost none. I'm the only one. Lin Luo sighed. You're the pillar of our race. You shouldn't have chased me. You'd probably die if you did. What's wrong? Are you trying to kill me? You should know full well that if I tried to escape, you wouldn't be able to catch me. I don't think I'd lose. Kroto was quite confident in himself and usually acted cautiously, but he still had a deep understanding of his own strength. He had previously encountered several illegal aliens who had reached the eternal life level and wanted to kill him, and Kroto had won every time. It seems you're very confident in yourself. Sometimes, being too confident isn't good. Lin Luo said. Kroto said, if you were a creature from another universe, I might be afraid. If you were a creature from that universe, I wouldn't be afraid at all. I overestimated you. You don't know that I initially thought you were from the first universe, but now I realize you're not. What do you mean? Lin Luo asked. You're asking knowingly. I made it very clear. You've been in the 8th universe for a long time, and your aura has been assimilated by it. I can't tell whether you're from the 8th universe or another. But I have an instrument that can directly determine which universe you're from. No matter how long you've been in the 8th universe, you always have the aura of other universes. It's innate. Kroto said, chatting with you is a bit tiring. Let me be frank. Your aura doesn't come from any universe. So there's only one possibility. You're from the end universe, a universe known only to us in the 8th universe. A universe known only to the 8th universe? Lin Luo, from what Li Sun had said, understood that his universe was called the 9th universe. Kroto said, some people like to call the end universe the 9th universe, but it's not. New discoveries suggest the 9th universe likely split from the 8th universe, and wasn't a complete universe created by the Big Bang. According to your theory, perhaps 2 powerful beings attacked, splitting the entire universe into 2. Lin Luo thought of some novel tropes. Kroto nodded. That's exactly what I think. I can't believe an eternal level being has appeared in this fragmented universe. Given the course of events, it should be rare. You might be an exception. I'm a little confused by what you're saying. Are you praising me or disparaging me? Lin Luo said. Both. Kroto felt the timing was right. I think it's best you give up. You may be invincible in your own universe, but in ours, you're incredibly weak. Are you going to tell me next, asking me to reveal the person behind this? I might not die. At most, I'd be imprisoned for a few years, and maybe even gain legal status here. Lin Luo said. Do you believe me? Kroto asked. No, you're probably just empty promises. I think I'm definitely empty promises. If we capture you, I won't be able to control your future affairs. You might be transferred to another place. A research institute? I think there's still a lot of room for research on me. Lin Luo said. Kroto, you better not have that outcome. The people in the research institute are terrifying. You be studied thoroughly, like you're in a state of limbo. You seem quite nice, considering me. How about this? Just let me go. I don't think a single achievement means much anyway. I just want to survive here. Do you want to evolve to the immortal level? I do. You can't evolve to the immortal level on your home planet. You can only come to the 8th universe. I don't despise you. You definitely can't. You haven't seen an immortal level, so you think you have hope. If you had seen a powerful immortal level creature, you wouldn't think so. Kroto had a city dweller's sense of superiority, looking down at Lin Luo, the country boy, his words full of contempt. What if I had seen a powerful immortal level? Lin Luo said. Impossible. How could you have seen an immortal level? Immortal level creatures simply can't exist in your crappy universe. Kroto said doubtfully. Lin Luo said, I saw you in Universe 8. Kroto immediately realized, I know where you saw me. Was it the forest planet? No wonder Lina was rescued, it was you. You guessed right. Now you think someone's been letting me off the hook after all this time. Lin Luo said coldly. From the beginning, I might have been the prey, and you the hunter. Kroto felt a chill run through his body. The Lin Luo before him was far more intelligent than he was, he couldn't outsmart him. It's not just a possibility, you've always been that way. I told you so much, but you just won't let me go. Honestly, it would be much better if you turned a blind eye. Why work so hard? You only get a few thousand yuan a month. Lin Luo sighed. Chapter 978. Kroto's face darkened. I wasn't raised to be scared. Don't think you can scare me like this. Think what you will. You can't escape from here anyway. I've been talking to you for so long, and I do know some information. But I think it's pointless to talk to you any longer, because you won't share many of your experiences with me. Lin Luo stopped talking to Kroto. Once they were done, it was time to act. The longer he spent with Kroto, the greater the chance of being discovered. Lin Luo felt that a creature the size of Kroto had likely already been discovered, but the other party hadn't come over to avoid trouble. Kroto sensed something was wrong and immediately tried to escape. How could Lin Luo let him escape? He chose to stand in front of Kroto. The most direct confrontation between two giant creatures is a clash of size. Kroto charged forward. Lin Luo made no attempt to evade, knowing Kroto's intention, and wanting to hit him and drive him away. If he chose to leave, Kroto would immediately flee, leaving him no chance of catching up. With a loud bang, the two massive creatures collided violently. It was a test of physical strength, with the attacker having the advantage, able to draw upon the force of inertia. Kroto was sent flying. Lin Luo simply retreated slightly before forcing himself back under control. Are you a creature from the end universe? How could your body be stronger than mine? I undergone numerous enhancements, using potions worth 3 million universe coins. How could it be weaker than yours? Kroto was utterly astonished, unable to believe he was no match for his opponent. He had no wife or children, and chose not to raise any of his tribe. He spent almost all his money on himself. Although Kroto knew there were many wealthy individuals in the 8th universe willing to spend more on physical enhancement, few could do what he did. The 8th universe had a ranking system where everyone could upload all their data online, where a ranking would be calculated. Kroto had spent 3 million training his body, and he felt guilty not showing it off, so he posted his own body online. The ranking was quite good, placing him in the middle, somewhere around 1,000th. This was a high ranking. Many powerful races had reached the Eternal Realm, yet their physical strength was inferior to his own. The first person Kroto sought as a comparison was the eternal creature Star Lord of the Wind Planet. The Wind Clan, controlled by the Star Lord, was much more harmonious than the Divine Crow Clan, forming a united whole, with vast resources channeled upwards. The Crow Clan didn't even have a planet of their own, they relied on others for survival. Wars often broke out between the two sides, and none submitted to the other. Not even one person had eternal life. Kroto believed that upon returning to his race's planet, relying on his own strength, he would surely become a Star Lord. But this was only a backup option. He first wanted to become an internal member of the Azure Dragon Council. This was far better than being some worthless Star Lord, and even better than those captain-level space squads. The second step is to join a Cosmic Alliance team and become a full member, and finally, to become the master of one's own planet. What's impossible? What's wrong? Does that mean the creatures of our end universe are supposed to be weaker than you? I thought the creatures of your 8th universe were so powerful. Now, after a fight, they're no match for me. Lin Luo said. Yes, just a physical battle, you think you're invincible. I still have many abilities I haven't used yet. Let me show you my strength. Kroto spread his wings, creating a massive gust of wind. The force was so terrifying that it threatened to lift the entire hillside off. Lin Luo didn't flinch at all. He immediately transformed into a golden shadow and rushed towards Kroto. Kroto realized something was wrong, but it was too late to dodge. Lin Luo hit him and sent him flying backwards. Lin Luo's combat experience was far greater than Kroto's. The difference in their physical strength might not be particularly great, but my combat experience was incomparable. Lin Luo had always battled rune gods and supreme celestial beings. Each encounter was a life-or-death struggle, with only one victor. Conversely, Kroto had always been on the front lines, though his front line was still far behind Lin Luo's. Kroto was not adventurous enough. Even when others perceived danger, he would actively avoid it, trying to avoid injury. This time, he was ill-prepared, believing Lin Luo to be easy to control, and rushed forward without much thought. Kroto, upon discovering Lin Luo had come to seek out the end universe, was filled with ecstasy, believing he had a 100% chance of defeating the creature before him. He was due for a promotion soon, and with this achievement, he would surely be recognized by Counselor Songlong. Kroto was a very intelligent creature. After a brief exchange, he could already tell he was no match for the creature before him. He truly felt unlucky. Over the years, he had encountered many creatures from other universes, but never one from the end universe. The probability of encountering one was incredibly low, less than 0.1%. He had already met one, and the other was incredibly powerful, far more powerful than himself. Kroto had a fairly clear understanding of the ranking of the 8th universe's physical bodies. Based on Lin Luo's displayed strength, he would be ranked at least around 800th. I can choose to let you go, but you have to let me go too. What do you think? Kroto said. Lin Luo sneered, Are you kidding me? You want me to let you go? Then you can find someone to deal with me. There's no way I let you go. I don't believe a word you say. I set a trap just to kill you. Kroto's face darkened. You've been exposed. Even if you kill me, the result will be the same. It seems you really treat me like a 3-year-old. What do you mean by the same result? Lin Luo said, No one else can interfere with this. You know why I fled my original body to lure you here, and why all your communications are inoperable. Do you think anyone on this Wind Tribe planet can threaten me? Kroto had been doing this job for so long that he undoubtedly knew what Lin Luo was up to. He ultimately fell for it not because he wasn't smart enough, but because he was numb. Chapter 979. When a person works on one thing for too long and manages to handle it perfectly, they become overconfident and numb to certain tasks. Even though this problem was significant, Kroto instinctively chose to underestimate it. By the time he realized the danger, it was already too late. Okay, I never imagined that after constantly plotting against others, I one day be plotted against by a native. Kroto said coldly. Native? That's a rather novel name. Lin Luo grabbed Kroto and attacked him frantically. A large number of Kroto's feathers fell off his body, and a black rain began to fall. It's bad, Star-Lord. 2 powerful creatures are fighting on our planet. One of them is probably a divine crow, and the other is a giant golden dragon I don't recognize. The Wind Tribe subordinate, who oversees the defense of the Wind Tribe planet, had just arrived at the residence of the Wind Tribe Star-Lord. No need for you to report, I already know. As an Eternal, the Wind Tribe Star-Lord was naturally aware of the ongoing battle between 2 powerful creatures. Lin Yaqiong had long since died, replaced by Counselor Songlong, a fact he also knew about. According to the Universal Alliance's rules, if Lin Yaqiong was attacked, he, as the planet's administrator, was bound to assist. But the creature Lin Yaqiong was fighting was too powerful, and the Wind Tribe Star-Lord feared that if he attacked, he might not be able to defeat her, and even endanger his life. He was an Eternal, yet the weakest among them. This was not only due to his race, but also to his own fear of death. Sir, that divine crow seems to be sending us orders, asking us to come to its aid. Should we help? What's the current situation? The battle is going very badly for the Black Crows. They're being suppressed the entire time by the Golden Dragon. My judgment is that their death is inevitable. Then why should we help? Are we seeking death? The Wind Clan Star-Lord wanted to help, but upon hearing that the Black Crows were weak, he immediately gave up the idea. Sir, this isn't good. I gathered information from this person that he's a member of Counselor Songlong's team. If we don't help, we be held responsible for the subsequent investigation. What do you mean? Sir, don't be angry. What I mean is that if we let him go, we're likely to be held jointly responsible. Have you checked for me? Who wasn't there today? This person is likely a member of Counselor Songlong's team. How could I have imagined that this person could be hiding on our Wind Tribe planet for so long? I had no idea. Lin Yaqiong, Superintendent Yaqiong. The Yachiong I was talking about, who made such rapid progress, turned out to have died long ago, devoured by this divine crow monster. The Wind Tribe Star Lord's face was grim, and he was furious. Generally speaking, when members of a counselor's team need to replace someone on a planet for supervision or to perform certain tasks, they would report the matter to the Star Lord. This Lin Yachiong before him had been lurking for who knows how long, practically ignoring him. Everything else is a small matter. The biggest problem is the trouble that Lin Yachiong has brought upon herself. Why provoke such a powerful creature? You should solve it on another planet. I don't know that the Wind Tribe planet is weak, fragile, and easily shattered, yet they insist on resolving the issue there. Sir, are we really not going to take action? I heard some things about Counselor Songlong. He's extremely ruthless and vicious. If we don't help, he'd likely punish us. I told you to shut up, did you hear me? The Wind Tribe Star Lord was also torn between whether to intervene or not. If he intervened, he feared he would be killed, but if he didn't, he would face punishment from Counselor Qinglong. The Wind Tribe Star Lord felt bitter, unable to withstand the pressure. Aim all your artillery batteries at the Golden Dragon. Use our most powerful cosmic cannons. Ah! The greatest power of our shells is against weaker Eternals, but the other party's physical form seems incredibly powerful. We just tickle him. I told you to, so you did. Now you don't even listen to me. If you want to go out and help, then go out and help. Why are you always hanging on to me? I obey the Star Lord. The planetary defense officer immediately issued an order, directing all artillery batteries toward the Golden Dragon. At his command, all the shells were unleashed, raining down like fairy petals, raining down upon Lin Luo. The shells struck him with a resounding roar, shaking the heavens and earth. Those shells sounded powerful, but in reality, their destructive power was very limited, causing no harm to Lin Luo. Kroto was about to explode with rage. Most of his wings had been lost, revealing his inner body. There were many hideous wounds as long as centipede-shaped on his body, and blood was constantly flowing out of it. Blood splattered, staining the sky red. Idiot! I've seen stupid people, but never one as stupid as this. What's the point of him firing a cannonball designed to target ultimate life? Kroto felt the pain, nearly exploding with rage. You said others said that, but you're wrong about that. They're much smarter than you. If he comes over, he'd definitely have to face me, and there's a high chance I kill him. At that moment, you might have a chance to escape. Others aren't stupid, okay? Lin Luo scoffed. You uncivilized native, do you really think you can win? Do you know how much trouble you get into if you kill me? What's wrong? You can't beat me, so you're thinking about me. Shouldn't I be grateful to you profusely? I'm telling you to think clearly. You're just an illegal immigrant, not guilty of the death penalty. But if you killed me, the situation is completely different. If you're caught by anyone else in the Universal Alliance, you have no chance of survival. Thank you for your concern. Lin Luo manipulated his sharp dragon claws, and fiercely grabbed Kroto's chest. The sharp claws pierced through the flesh and entered the chest cavity, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. The heart is located in the chest, and most life forms have the same structure, including most creatures in the 8th universe. Kroto blew black flames from his mouth, trying to scare Lin Luo away. But how could Lin Luo let him go? Enduring the pain of the burning black flames, he dug out most of his heart. I can't die here yet. I'm about to become an insider. If I die here, all my hard work will be wasted. I can't bear it. Kroto didn't want to die like this. His entire body transformed into black flames, the temperature so high that the surrounding space was distorted. In flames, I'm better than you. Lin Luo's mouth suddenly opened, releasing a torrent of golden flames. Chapter 980. As soon as the golden and black flames touched, they began to devour each other. At first, the black flames could compete with the golden flames, but later, they were completely unable to compete. The golden flames suppressed the black flames, devouring them frantically. Let me go! As long as you let me go, I grant you anything you ask. Faced with this life-or-death crisis, Kroto gave up everything, simply wanting to survive. High-paying jobs, insiders, and so on were useless in the face of life. It's too late to say that now. You got to trouble me. It would be great if we could all just live in peace. Now you're dead, aren't you? Lin Luo certainly had no intention of letting Kroto go. The golden flames completely enveloped Kroto, blazing fiercely. Kroto struggled frantically, unable to escape the burning golden flames. The aroma of flesh and blood wafted out. You put so many additives into your body. Why does it smell so good? Lin Luo sniffed the wafting fragrance, feeling rather strange. Kroto seemed to be pickled, and the flames roasted him, releasing a fragrant aroma. What do you know, you bastard? This fragrance of mine is the product of a potion that cost 3 million. Crota was furious. He had to be insulted like this before his death. Then your 3 million cosmic coins were a waste. At most, you only made yourself smell good, and your strength didn't increase much. You're still so weak, and I easily crushed you. Lin Luo shook his head. I told you, what do you know? Crota was about to explode with anger. Stop talking nonsense. I'm sending you on your way. I'm going to devour you in one gulp. Really? Can't we talk? I think we still have room for negotiation. What are you thinking? We have no room for negotiation. Lin Luo opened his bloody mouth and swallowed Crota whole. He then rushed into outer space, disappearing into the night. Not long after Lin Luo's real body left, the Wind Tribe Star Lord sneaked out. That golden dragon swallowed the Black Crow. The Wind Tribe Star Lord asked the Planetary Defense Officer. The Planetary Defense Officer nodded. It did. The golden dragon was too powerful. It crushed the Black Crow. The Black Crow didn't stand a chance. Now you understand why I'm hiding, right? If I'd gone there, you might not have seen me. That's right. Next, let's quickly deal with the aftermath. Report this to the Universal Alliance and let them handle it. The Wind Tribe Star Lord knew that Lin Yaqiong's death on the Wind Tribe planet would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. All he could do was to deal with the aftermath as best he could. I'd do it right away. Planetary Defense Officer. Avila. Jia Lan was wearing pajamas, her makeup removed, revealing her naturally beautiful face. Her skin was a pale white, with distinct blue lines visible through it. The pajamas were rather cool, revealing her bulging chest and revealing her fair, slender arms and thighs. She was wearing 6D holographic gaming glasses and playing various combat games, which were particularly intense. Captain, are you home? There was a knock on the door, and her teammate's pink voice echoed. Jia Lan made no move to stand up and continued playing. Pink violently opened the door, ran over to Jia Lan, and took off his gaming glasses. Captain, I knew you were here. I called you for so long, and you didn't even answer. Don't you know something big has happened? Pink said anxiously. Jia Lan said angrily, can't you see I'm playing games? What could be more important than playing games? Don't you know why I become so strong? It's all because I'm so good at games. You have to learn from me, and play this game every day. I understand you usually practice playing games, but today something big happened. If it were a small matter, I could definitely handle it, but this is a very big one. Pink said nervously. You're so startled. You've been talking for so long, but you haven't explained what happened. Jia Lan said. It's not entirely my fault. It's mainly because it's so big, I can't explain it all at once. Do you know about Counselor Songlong's team? You know a little bit, right? What happened? I don't have a good impression of them anyway. I was walking down the street, and one of Counselor Songlong's insiders asked for my contact information. I didn't give it to them, and they even attacked me, so I had to beat them up. That kind of thing happens, but it's normal. The captain is so beautiful, it's normal for someone to ask for your contact information. I refused them, but if they still wanted it, it's their fault. It's normal for me to teach them a lesson. The insider thing is annoying, and he even said he was going to call the counselor. How did you get off topic? I was going to say that a member of Counselor Qing Songlong's team, a member of the Divine Crow clan, fought a giant golden dragon and was killed by it. Pink said nervously. He was killed, so what's the use of him coming to us if he's not as skilled as the other one? Jia Lan said nonchalantly. Pink, being killed by creatures from our 8th universe isn't a big deal. We frequently clash and fight each other, and that's normal. It's mainly because they were killed by creatures from another universe. We're just staying on the Wind Tribe planet, so this incident has a lot to do with us. Jia Lan suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why did you come to me so quickly? If you had realized earlier that you could take action yourself, you wouldn't have needed to be strong enough. You'd be an eternal level creature in our team. I only just realized it now. By the time I did, that Songlong Counselor's team member was already dead. Were you putting on makeup and taking a shower again? Jia Lan and Pink had spent a lot of time together, and they knew each other well. Jia Lan loved playing games, often playing battle games to improve himself faster. Pink was different. She was a typical appearance-obsessed person. When she had nothing else to do, she loved putting on makeup and taking a shower. Every day she was either on her way to or in the shower. Who said that? I just happened to be eating there, Pink said guiltily. Jia Lan, don't try to quibble. I don't know you. She must have been showering there, unable to leave, And then I couldn't help. By the time you wanted to help, it was too late. The Sunlung Squad counselor had already been killed. That's not true, Captain. Don't accuse me of this, and try to pin it on me. Pink's pretty face flushed. I'm your captain. I've been with you for so long. Don't I know what you're doing? Jialan said. Chapter 981. Pink saw she couldn't avoid it. I admit it. I was showering when Counselor Songlung was fighting. I couldn't possibly come out to help while I was showering. This is a serious matter. It's fine if we weren't on Wind Tribe Planet, but if we were, this counselor would definitely blame us, saying we were deliberately staying silent. Jialan asked. Then what should we do? Pink paced anxiously. What should we do? Just let it go. Jialan took the 6D holographic glasses back from Pink. Don't bother me. I continue playing games. Captain, after such a big thing, you still have the mood to play games? What can you do? The person is already dead. It's too late for you to help here. They definitely won't stay there to kill you. You're right. Pink nodded helplessly. What do you think Counselor Songlun will do to me? It seems he can directly bring up our case in the parliament. What do you mean by it seems? It seems others will. Generally, there's no need to use the parliament to deal with us. We can just report directly to the Elders' Council that oversees us. What kind of action will we take? Don't worry about that. At most, they deduct our year-end bonuses. It's almost the end of the year anyway, so the Elders' Council will just deduct our year-end bonuses. Ah! My regular salary isn't enough. Without this year-end bonus, how can I buy more cosmetics? This is pushing me into a desperate situation. Our Deep Blue Team's missions are already so difficult, and they're still deducting our year-end bonuses. I'm the first to object. Pink criticized. If you don't have a year-end bonus, just buy less makeup. You're not buying those potions to apply to yourself anyway. All you do every day is buy makeup and smear it on yourself. You don't even bother looking for a partner. All you do all day is do these fancy things. Jialan said disdainfully. Pink complained, Captain, you don't understand. What do you mean by I put on makeup? I have to find a partner. You know I'm a guy who only cares about appearance. I don't like men. Sometimes, it's a happy thing to just entertain myself and satisfy my own eyes. Jialan sneered. And then you set your sights on our new team member, the Wind Tribe member named Lin Luo. Nonsense. I just treat him like my younger brother. I don't have any other thoughts. Pink explained. Don't bother explaining so much to me. I already seen you through and through. What do you mean by younger brother ways of interacting? You just fallen for someone else. Honestly, that guy is quite handsome. Handsomeness isn't the key, it's more about his temperament. He might seem timid, but in the game cabin, he's a completely different person. Jialan commented. Pink laughed. Captain, you're still blaming me. I'm not the same person myself. Do you have any thoughts about this new guy? Otherwise, it's rare to see you comment so much on someone. Do you want me to rip your mouth apart? Just pretend I didn't say anything. Pink saw Jialan's anger and quickly shut up. Let them die. Their year-end bonuses won't necessarily be deducted. We're not their bodyguards. If these people die, it's all our fault. I'm going to be exhausted. Jialan said. Captain, you need to exercise more and try to save our year-end bonus. Without it, I can't buy high-end cosmetics and toiletries. Pink pleaded. Jialan said impatiently, I get it. Spending all day on those things is a waste of money. You should spend it on potions to make yourself stronger. I don't want to take those potions. I heard they have side effects. They can strengthen our bodies for a short time, but the side effects are also very serious. I don't want to become ugly. Pink said. Jialan nodded. I heard of a lot of side effects. The dosage of the drug was so high that it caused the heart to explode. Your idea is good. You could use your money to buy more food and play more games. These games simulate combat. You can join more games to become stronger. I don't think spending money on cosmetics and showers is worthless. Pink said, I'd rather die of beauty than do that. You're hopeless. Jialan sighed. Captain, you're hopeless too. How can a girl be so disdainful of her own beauty? You always dress so sloppily. Pink said. I'm naturally beautiful. Jialan showed off her skin. Pink looked at Jialan's skin and figure and felt much weaker. The two were of similar races, living on the same planet with 7 different skin colors. Their abilities also differ, all quite powerful. Pink belongs to the pink race, considered beautiful among the many races, and her race boasts the most beautiful women. There was once a period of chaos, when many powerful individuals would raid the pink race and take them as slaves. Later, the 7 races united and established the powerful 7-Color Alliance Company, thus averting this chaos. Each race possesses a powerful immortal level being, which ensures the balance between the 7 races. Later, the Universal Alliance was established, inviting the 7-Color Alliance Company to join. The company subsequently dissolved and merged into the alliance. The 7 strongest individuals became council members and have remained active on the council. Following clan members, both sides chose to join the Universal Alliance, becoming either full team members or reserve members. The most outstanding, like Jialan, became captains. There are also many more Elder Level 7 colors, totaling 10, making this a significant number of council members. Jialan qualified enough to join the Elders, but he remained in the Deep Blue team because he was always striving to break through to the immortal level. Elders often serve as retirement. Creatures who enter these realms can lose their fighting spirit. A comfortable environment always leads to decadence. Since the Universal Alliance, 7 individuals have reached the immortal level, 5 of whom are captains, while only 2 are elders. Logically, beings who achieve the status of elder would be more powerful and possess greater talent, but surprisingly, they are still less likely to achieve immortal status than captain-level creatures. Jialan is the most talented of the blue race, and has the greatest potential to become the 8th 7-colored race immortal. Pink is actually quite good, but compared to Jialan, the gap is not just a little bit, but a huge one, a gap that cannot be bridged. Chapter 982. It's just big breasts and no brains. Pink's eyes fell on Jialan's breasts, which were plump and naturally developed. She had tried many methods, but none had worked. It was true that comparing yourself to others was infuriating. Pink had spent tens of millions on this, consulting several companies, but the results were always disappointing. She had also filed several lawsuits and suffered significant losses. Otherwise, the losses would have been even greater. Jialan's face darkened. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Captain, you must have misheard. Pink quickly explained. Then you're afraid to go back to work properly. You're always thinking about random things. It's meaningless. Jialan continued playing games. A vast blue planet. The entire planet was covered in ocean, home to countless powerful creatures. The most powerful of these species was the Azure Dragon, which had immense potential and had produced 2 powerful immortal-level creatures. In the 8th universe, even one species that could achieve immortality was already incredibly powerful, let alone 2. A towering palace in the sky. After Counselor Old Songlong achieved immortality, this planet nominally belonged to him. Considerably building his own base, Counselor Old Songlong constructed his own palace in the sky. It was majestic, imbued with a sense of technology, and fully equipped. A robust satellite system allowed for rapid monitoring of events outside. Counselor Old Songlong also treated his planet's native inhabitants well. When he first ruled the ocean, many marine creatures served as his minions. Even after achieving immortality, these minions remained loyal and guarded him. Normally, when Counselor Songlong wasn't busy with the Cosmic Alliance, he'd be roaming the planetary oceans, leaving matters to his subordinates. A strikingly beautiful, curvaceous merfolk woman held a report. A middle-aged man with a dragon's head approached from outside. Lan Yu, what's the matter that's bringing you to me so urgently? Something serious has happened? The middle-aged man, with the dragon's head, was Counselor Songlong's son. Because he was exceptionally intelligent, Counselor Songlong had kept him by his side as his assistant. When Counselor Songlong was away, he handled all matters. With the exception of matters concerning the Alliance universe, he made all other decisions on his own. Generally, Counselor Songlong's team didn't have much to do. Song Yiling was on vacation. If there were matters he needed to handle, his subordinates would notify him. Yes, there's something that needs your attention. We have a man named Kroto, who has been helping the planet maintain high performance for many years, often apprehending illegal aliens from outer space. Today, he had an accident. He was killed by aliens, his body devoured without a trace. You should be familiar with him. He might be promoted to our inner circle within 2 or 3 years. Lan Yu explained in detail. Song Yiling nodded and said, now that you mention it, I remember him. He's very diligent, and has guarded the Wind Tribe planet for a long time, always following our rules. Originally, his race was too weak, and his talent was lacking, making him unworthy of becoming a member of our inner circle. However, Father took a liking to him, and he was given the green light to join our inner circle. He sighed. This is an excellent employee. We had fresh blood for a long time. It's a shame for him to have such an accident. Since it was Father who appointed him, we need to investigate thoroughly. We're investigating. I already contacted the Wind Clan Star Lord. He said the golden dragon is too powerful, and he doesn't dare to attack. He said he would surely die if he did. Lan Yu said. Song Yiling said angrily, this Wind Clan Star Lord is so cowardly and useless. What are you still explaining? Let's punish him this time. How should we punish him? It seems difficult for us. He is primarily managed by the Elders' Council. Counselors can only manage their own areas. The Elders' Council has the final say in public areas. Lan Yu hesitated. Deduct half a year's salary. This exhibition shouldn't be a problem for us. We just need to do this. Song Yiling said. I checked again, and the Deep Blue team is also recruiting on the Wind Tribe planet. They're still on vacation there, and haven't left yet. Lan Yu couldn't help but complain, the Deep Blue team is our Universal Alliance's ace team. We can't just sit back and watch, and let the Universal Alliance members die. I report this to the Elders' Council, and have them punish them severely. The main thing is, we're issuing a warrant for this man, who is so bold as to even kill our Song Long team. The Song Yuling internal staff discussed for a while, but didn't take Lin Luo too seriously. Kroto was just an extraneous member of the Song Long team. Although he was about to become an internal member, he hadn't yet truly become one. The difference was quite significant. Lin Luo, transformed into a giant golden dragon, wandered around the outer universe for a long time before returning. During this time, many powerful creatures tried to intercept him, but he chose to flee. Lin Luo circled again, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one outside, and then returned to the Wind Tribe planet. Gaining legal status in the 8th universe was truly difficult, and Lin Luo felt it was truly arduous. With Kroto's death, many troubles vanished. Lin Luo felt that killing Kroto was far better than letting him go. From what Kroto had said, he would even become an insider with more power. If Kroto had kept an eye on him, it would have been extremely difficult for Lin Luo to do anything out of the ordinary. Thankfully, Kroto had been dealt with, and Lin Luo's tasks became much easier. Lin Luo felt hungry, and thought about having another big meal and a feast. He checked the time, but decided against it. Besides, if he ate too much, something unusual would be noticed. Lin Luo hadn't slept long enough to change the time, and was woken by Lin Shui. Lin Shui's eyes were red, dark circles formed under her eyes, and her pretty face was filled with fatigue. She yawned. Lin Luo lay in bed, a little embarrassed. Sister Shui, how did you get my key? Lin Shui's pretty face blushed. I'm not shy, so why should you be? You're a grown man, what's there to be ashamed of? Hurry up and get ready. Your sister's coming home soon. Let's go meet her. I get ready right away. Lin Luo pushed Lin Shui out of the room, dressed, and prepared to leave. Lin Shui asked, Are you ready? I'll be ready soon. Lin Luo dressed and walked out. You can't do that. Your sister won't be waiting for you to come back. You need to get dressed. Lin Shui pushed Lin Luo back again and dressed properly. Chapter 983. An hour later, Lin Shui and the others set off and arrived at the Wind Tribe Planet Square. A Cosmic Alliance spaceship descended from the sky, and a moment later, Lin Na and her entourage emerged. This time, Fat Fu Lai Company had spent a fortune to invite the Cosmic Alliance's Flame Squad. This team was founded at the beginning of the Cosmic Alliance, and every member was a veteran of the Cosmic Alliance. The captain was an immortal-level creature, known as Burning Heaven. The Phoenix Squad was attacked by immortal-level creatures from a forest planet, and the team that dared to rescue them also needed immortal-level creatures. Finchen lived on a flame planet, and was discovered by the Speaker, who brought him back. Under the Speaker's training, Burning Heaven grew into an immortal-level creature. The greatest mystery of the 8th universe is the Speaker. Some say his life level has reached the pinnacle of the immortal level, while others say he has already broken through to the final realm. What terrifies the counselors and elders most is that they all know of the Speaker's existence, but they don't know certain things about him. This is the most terrifying thing. However, many people believe that the Speaker existed, and Finchen was one of them. The team Finchen led was not only an indispensable member of the Universal Alliance, but also a member of the Council, wielding considerable power within the Council. Lin Luo had researched Finchen before coming here, hoping he might meet him. Now, it seemed he hadn't thought much, the meeting wouldn't happen. Important figures of this caliber generally don't appear easily. Lin Luo felt it was a pity. Meeting a veteran immortal like Finchen would be immensely beneficial to his own development. After devouring Kroto, his body's evolutionary level increased significantly, putting him within striking distance of the immortal stage. Unfortunately, such an immortal-level creature wouldn't arrive. Sister, Lin Na. Lin Luo and Lin Shui waved together, and trotted over again. You're here. Lin Na's lips curved charmingly. Sister, I'm so glad you're okay. I was terrified to hear you were in trouble on the forest planet. Lin Luo tried his best to appear conscientious, appearing extremely anxious. Lin Na smiled and said, "It's okay. We encountered some danger along the way, but thankfully, thanks to my parents, nothing happened. I'm back safely." Lin Shui couldn't hold back her tears. "You scared me to death. You have to promise me this time. After this mission, you stay home and do the lighter work. Your brother has already graduated from college and doesn't need you to support him anymore. He have his own way in the future. You should stay home and rest for a while." Lin Na smiled and said, "You're the boss of Fat Fulai Company, so I listen to you. But unfortunately, you're not me, so I have to wait and see what work I can do. I already applied, and I be transferred to lighter tasks." The Phoenix Squad's fate was a huge blow to Lin Na. The entire team was dead, leaving her alone. Lin Na had always believed the captain was alive, but after questioning, she found out he was dead too. The captain's death was the worst of all. They were just eternal beings, relatively weak. Captain Phoenix, nearing immortality, was targeted by the Earth God Siahong. Ultimately, the Earth God Siahong slew Phoenix and devoured him. Lin Na was undoubtedly lucky. The time the Earth God Siahong was killing the captain gave her the chance to escape. Otherwise, she might not even have had the chance to encounter the Dragon God. Dragon God, I wonder if he's alright? Lin Na looked up at the starry sky. "Lin Na, what are you talking about?" Lin Shui asked curiously. No, nothing." Lin Na quickly shook her head. Lin Luo looked at Lin Na and knew what she was thinking. The man and the dragon had experienced life-or-death crises numerous times, and Lin Na, in particular, would never forget them. After all, the two of them would rarely cross paths again. Next, Lin Luo joined the Deep Blue team and would carry out some missions. He needed to become strong as quickly as possible, earn a spot in the Universal Alliance, become a captain, and form a team to bring everyone together. In the past, Lin Luo had been skeptical about whether the end of the universe would be a formality, believing that Earth had undergone drastic changes and formality was no longer the end. On arriving in the 8th universe, he discovered that the end of the universe was still formality. After Earth's initial period of chaos, some nations were destroyed, and some old powers vanished. New powers were destined to rise, and even more powerful organizations would eventually form. The 8th universe represents the future Earth, a powerful official organization, with the rest being small companies operating as vassals. However, the 9th universe, where Earth resides, is vastly different from the 8th universe. The 8th universe is rich in resources, boasts a diverse and mixed race, and is extremely difficult to manage. The Universal Alliance has become the most powerful organization, with numerous factions within it, each vying for supremacy and often engaging in conflict. In the final universe, with Earth as the only powerful organization, such a situation will not arise. Of course, the resources of the two are incomparable. A small company in the 8th universe could wipe out the entire 9th universe. If it weren't for the inter-universe barrier that prevented the two from freely traveling, the 9th universe would have become the 8th universe's backyard. "What are you two doing? Didn't you say you wanted to eat? Why are you standing there?" Lin Shui called out. "Xiao Luo, let's go." Lin Na took Lin Luo's hand, and together they headed to the Fengdu Hotel. This hotel is the largest on the Wind Tribe planet, boasting the highest standards in every aspect. A simple meal costs 10,000 universe coins, something many locals simply can't afford. Often, the Star Lord uses this money to entertain distinguished guests from outer space. The three of them sat in a private room. It was enormous, covering over 1,000 square meters. The three of them sat empty. Lin Na said apprehensively, "Lin Shui, it's not right for the three of us to dine in such a large private room." "Why not? You finally made it back alive, so I have to treat you to a good feast. I always wanted to eat at this hotel, and today's the perfect time." Lin Shui said, "I was thinking of inviting others to liven things up, but then I thought, we're not that close to them. Inviting them wouldn't be a good idea, it would interfere with our discussions. You're so kind to me. Of all my friends, you're the only one who would rush to my aid if something happened to me." Lin Na thanked him. Lin Shui said politely, "Well, you helped me so much back then. Without your help, how could I have gotten into the Universal Alliance? I'd probably end up in a small company. Locally, it would have been even worse. I have been married and had children like our sisters a long time ago, probably with several children." Lin Shui lives in a large family, and large families are full of competition. She has many siblings, and everyone is constantly competing. Those who are more outstanding tend to receive more resources, and have more freedom. Those tribesmen who are not outstanding will become tools for reproduction. Chapter 984. Lin Na waved her hand. You don't need to say that. I taught you primarily for money. I was broke back then, and you helped me through a difficult time. That's not true. You helped me a lot later on, too. For example, you helped me pass the Universal Alliance test. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you, and you even helped me figure out some of the questions earlier. Lin Shui waved her hand. Well, it's been so long, and you still keep talking about it. Lin Na smiled helplessly. This kind of thing is a lifelong event. You must remember it well. Tell me how you were rescued. I still don't know how you were rescued. Lin Shui said. I was pretty lucky. I landed in a safe place, and luckily avoided the Earth God's blood-red sweep. You could say I was incredibly lucky. I almost died. Lin Na made up a story. It was about how she was lucky enough not to be seriously injured, surviving for a long time, and losing a lot of creatures to prey on. During this time, she encountered several dangerous situations, and nearly lost everyone. Lin Shui breathed a sigh of relief. I knew good people would be rewarded. Lin Na, you're such a good person, it's impossible for you to be so unlucky. Maybe I was just lucky. The captain died. Lin Na sighed. I don't think luck had much to do with this. It's mainly because the mission you were carrying out was too dangerous. You can avoid it once or twice, but if it happens too many times, you definitely can't avoid it. Lin Shui said. Lin Na thought of her former teammates, and couldn't help but feel sad. This incident is mainly my fault. If I hadn't been the new captain, everyone might not have carried out this mission and retired safely. But I insisted on being the captain, and that's why everyone died. Lin Shui said angrily. Lin Na, how many times have I told you? This isn't your fault. It's mainly Fat Fu Lai's fault. Your salaries aren't high, and you have to do such grueling work every day. You were lucky enough to survive before, but you were unlucky this time, and the accident killed you. Lin Na lowered her head, her eyes dim. You make a lot of sense. We were lucky to survive before, but this time, our luck turned sour, and we didn't make it. Don't blame yourself. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Sometimes, no one can predict the outcome. These places weren't your fault. If you could predict the future, you definitely wouldn't have gone there. The most infuriating thing is Fat Fu Lai. When you were in trouble, they were so focused on their own advancement to a high-end company that they didn't care about your life or death. They waited a week before sending a search and rescue team. Lin Shui said angrily. Lin Na was clearly disappointed with Fat Fu Lai. It was thanks to their training that I was able to make so much money, and now, after this incident, my brother has finally repaid all his debts. Are you quitting Fat Fu Lai? Lin Shui said happily. Lin Na, join my team. My captain often mentions you, saying you're the most talented person in the entire Wind tribe. If Fat Fu Lai hadn't gotten there first, she would have wanted to recruit you. Let's talk about it later. I need some rest for now. Lin Na found it difficult to rest. Her teammates had died on the forest planet. These teammates had families. The dead couldn't be resurrected, but the living had to continue, relying on large pensions to survive. Fat Fu Lai Company was relatively small and poor, especially considering the deaths to be of little use, making compensation extremely difficult to obtain. If no one followed up, Fat Fu Lai might not pay. Lin Na couldn't let her teammates die and leave their families in tears. I almost forgot if my brother got accepted to Fat Fu Lai Company. Lin Na was so lost in grief that she had forgotten even her brother. Lin Luo was delighted. Having a clingy sister wasn't a good thing. She restricted everything. Lin Shui smiled. Your brother is much more capable than either of us. He got accepted directly into the Universal Alliance, passing on his first try. Do you know which team he joined? So impressive. Lin Na's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Luo. Her brother had always been a bit weak. She was worried about his future, so she made special arrangements for his future work. If Lin Luo followed through, he would have a good life. Why don't you grasp the point of the question? Can you guess which team your brother joined? Lin Shui felt ignored and was furious. Lin Na suspected, did you use some connections to get him into your team? Are you looking down on your brother, or are you overly impressed by me? Lin Shui said. That's right. I met your captain twice. He's very strict and won't do anything rash. Lin Na nodded. Lin Shui said to Lin Luo, Xiao Luo, your sister looks at you, and it's clear she doesn't trust you at all. Okay, Sister Shui, stop teasing me. She just went through a dangerous situation and is a bit dazed. Lin Luo told Lin Shui the whole story, including the news that he had just awakened the Wind Ruins. You also mastered the Wind Ruins, Lin Na said, rather surprised. Lin Shui retorted. Lin Na, that's a bit off-putting. You're siblings, so sharing blood means you have some racial talents. If you mastered it, it's only natural that your brother would too. That seems to make sense. Lin Na realized. You should worry about the dangers of the Deep Blue Squad. See if you can switch to another team, Lin Shui said. I know the Deep Blue Squad. They experience the most dangerous situations, and even their captain has changed several times. So, see if you have the authority to transfer your brother to a team with a safer and easier role. He could even be a reserve member. I'm afraid not. The Deep Blue Squad is the ace team. No matter how well connected you are, you can't get in. Lin Na shook her head. So you mean your brother has to join the Deep Blue team? Lin Shui asked. Lin Na's face was solemn. I still want to find a way. I can't let my brother join the Deep Blue team. The Deep Blue team is too dangerous, even for a reserve member. I go find the captain. I don't think so. This seems a bit embarrassing. Lin Luo recalled the past. He had gotten into trouble at school and had to go to his parents. It was very embarrassing. Chapter 985. Lin Shui said, everything else is up to you. This matter can be big or small, but since it concerns your life, just listen to us. We've both been through it before, so we naturally understand the importance of a good job. That's true. That Fu Lai did make my job easier and gave me a lot of help early on, but the return wasn't particularly good. Lin Na harbored a lot of resentment towards Fat Fu Lai. She didn't have many complaints before. But with the deaths of the team members this time, Lin Na hated Fat Fu Lai. Fat Fu Lai's actions were truly dishonest. They waited a week before even starting the search. If Fat Fu Lai had been willing to act sooner, perhaps they could have saved a few more team members. Lin Na wouldn't have been the only one left alive. Lin Na thought of her former teammates, and her gratitude for the company vanished. Lin Luo said, Sister, don't worry. I think I'm fine. The Deep Blue team is quite dangerous, but my escape skills are still good enough. I won't die so easily. You've never been to outer space, so you don't know how dangerous it is. Even an eternal-level creature like me is in danger in the 8th universe, and there's a high chance of death. Lin Na said. Yes, you might think we're making a fuss. At first, I thought the outer space was very interesting, just like you. But after seeing several of my companions die, I realized how dangerous it is. Lin Shui recalled some unpleasant memories. When she first joined the Universal Alliance team, she was very happy, thinking she had accomplished something great. Lin Shui's father had many children, and those who weren't outstanding were sent to work in his factory. There were few jobs available on the Wind Tribe planet. Being a nanny or cleaner for some of the larger families was considered a very good job. Besides these jobs, the most common one was factory labor, requiring 48-hour shifts. I worked for 6 days straight before getting a day off. After learning this, Lin Luo felt that some factories on Earth were quite good, with the maximum overtime being 16 hours. Of course, this was mainly because Earth's day was only 24 hours long, and people didn't have the stamina of the Wind Tribe to work 48 hours straight. Now, it's unknown how many hours a day there are on the Azure Dragon main planet, but even working all day would be enough. Lin Shui was one of the more outstanding children. She had shown considerable talent and good looks since she was young, which is why she was chosen by her father for training. Among Lin Shui's siblings, many were talented and attractive. If they didn't join a good company or the Universal Alliance, their fate would be to work in a factory. Level is also related to lifespan. Lin Shui is much older than Lin Na, already over 100 years old. Lin Shui's lifespan recently reached the eternal level, meaning her lifespan is infinite, and the effects of time are minimal. Over 100 years old is considered very young in the realm of eternal lifespan. Lin Shui lamented, You don't know, but I met my brothers and sisters a while ago. They're all incredibly old. I, for one, still look like I'm 20 years old. Nothing has changed at all. I like to thank Lin Na again. I almost failed that test, but Lin Na predicted the questions in advance and got many of them right, allowing me to pass without a hitch. Lin Na laughed and said, You've been repeating the same thing so many times. Don't say it again. I get angry if you do. Be angry, then be angry. Lin Shui was resilient. The two of them played for a while, and Lin Na's mood improved considerably. The food arrived, and all three of them enjoyed it happily. Lin Shui wanted to take Lin Na and Lin Luo out for some fun, but Lin Na, feeling down, decided not to. Lin Na and Lin Luo returned home. Lin Luo was preparing to go to the Deep Blue team tomorrow and began to prepare. Lin Luo found a time-space bag and packed some daily necessities. If it's so urgent, you're going tomorrow? Lin Na explained in astonishment. It's been a month already, it should be almost over. There's no need to worry about this year. I eventually grow up. It's too late for you to help me now. If you do, it might give them a bad impression. I looked into the Deep Blue team, and they're not as scary as they say. It's just that the previous missions were quite dangerous, and they're probably on vacation most of the time, so everyone's so scared. Our mission is probably just a formality. Besides, I'm a reserve member, and she wouldn't let me go in dangerous situations. Lin Luo said. I hope so. Lin Na sighed heavily. If you said you had another month, I could still help you. I still have some acquaintances. But with so little time now, I'm afraid I can't. No need, sister. Don't worry. Everyone needs to grow, and I believe I can grow. Lin Luo patted his chest and promised. I try again, even if it succeeds. I'm still worried. I just experienced the dangers of a planet, and I know how dangerous it is. You're so low level right now. Lin Na said worriedly. Don't worry, I don't think my luck is that bad. No matter how much Lin Luo tried to persuade her, Lin Na insisted on going. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lin Na, Lin Luo gave up. Lin Na made several more calls, trying to help Lin Luo leave the Deep Blue team, but the results were disappointing. She was rejected every time. It seems impossible. If I'd known you just joined the Deep Blue team, I could have helped you out. They'd be fine with one less reserve member, after all. But since you already registered with the Universal Alliance, that's definitely not possible. Lin Na blamed herself. I'm useless as your older sister. I said I'd protect you, but in the end, I didn't. You can't say that. You've been so good to me. You taken care of me since I was little, like both a father and a mother. Lin Luo said, I need to grow up too. I can't say I'd be under your protection forever. I need to work hard from now on. That being said, I'd be relieved if you were in another team. The problem is, you're in the Deep Blue team, and they have a lot of men on duty. While the pay is high, the risks are also high, and it's easy to get killed. Lin Na said. I understand. I be careful, Lin Luo said. I spend 30,000 cosmic coins on a life-saving watch. This watch contains the powerful strike of an immortal creature. Use it in times of crisis to save your life. Lin Na opened the shopping platform on her communicator and placed an order for the life-saving watch. Chapter 986. There's still stuff like this for sale. Lin Luo was bewildered. Lin Na smiled and said, That's why I said you don't know a lot of things. I feel more at ease with you having this secret watch. It helps you avoid danger as much as possible. Sister, why didn't you buy one for yourself earlier? Lin Luo asked. Lin Na shook her head and said, It won't have much effect on us. We might be able to dodge a single strike from an immortal level creature, but if they're chasing us, we have no chance of escape. This life-saving watch is more effective for you at your lower level. You reserve members are relatively weak, and immortal level creatures won't be very interested in you. They kill you if they can, but if they can't, they probably won't pursue you. You can be assured of that. It's different for us Eternals. The civilization in the 8th universe is relatively advanced now, so immortal level creatures can't be devoured indiscriminately. However, in some more primitive areas, immortal level creatures target Eternals and devour them. She thought of Captain Phoenix, absorbing some of the good things of the past. Her voice was tinged with sadness. For example, our captain this time was being closely targeted by the Earth god Xiahong. Otherwise, with her strength, she wouldn't have been able to escape. Lin Luo thought that he had already provoked an immortal level creature. This life-saving watch was useless, and it was so expensive. How nice it would be to give himself 30,000 universe coins. It would take a long time. With his original strength, escaping from some immortal level creatures would be easy. Earth god Xiahong was an exception. This old creature had lived for far too long, and his unleashed combat power far surpassed that of other immortal creatures, and was truly terrifying. Lin Luo believed that ordinary immortal level creatures, such as those running companies, were relatively weak. Faced with Lin Na's enthusiasm, Lin Luo naturally couldn't refuse. If he did, the trouble ahead would only worsen. Sister, I can't do much for you. Take this life-saving watch, Lin Na said with a touch of sadness. Lin Luo feigned deep emotion. Sister, from now on, live for yourself. Don't underestimate me. I'll be even more powerful in the future. I believe in you. I used to think you were just a fish in need of protection. Now it seems I was wrong. You could be a giant dragon with great potential in the future. Lin Na praised him highly. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Lin Na gave Lin Luo another good hug. Lin Luo felt his body soften in her embrace. Holding Lin Na was quite comfortable. Lin Luo quickly reminded himself that he already had many wives and couldn't continue. Otherwise, he would have one wife per operation, one wife per trip. Having too many wives wouldn't be a good thing. Lin Na was quite capable, but it was difficult for her to keep up with Lin Luo, and besides, the two of them didn't interact much. There are some things I need to share with you, like combat experience and the general situation of the outer universe. These are all my experiences, and I'm telling you in advance so you can be prepared. Lin Na took Lin Luo's hand, ready to share her experience. Thank you, sister. Lin Luo thanked her. Lin Na smiled and said, there's no need for us to be so formal between siblings. I should tell you this. That being said, I still want to thank you, sister. Lin Luo said. I told you everything that's important, but you're still not up to par. Lin Na sighed. If I could have returned sooner, I could have told you a lot of useful information. Now I can only briefly explain some of the most important things. Sister, I'm already very happy that you're back alive. There's really no need to say all this. Lin Luo smiled. Let's cut the crap. I can't let you stay up too late. You need to stay alert. I talk for 2 or 3 hours, then you can go back and rest. Lin Na began to explain to Lin Luo, briefly describing the situation in the 8th universe. The 8th universe is generally peaceful, but there are pockets of chaos. The Cosmic Alliance, a behemoth, is unmatched by other smaller corporations and holds absolute control over many planets. Many of these chaotic planets are undeveloped. The universe is simply too vast, and even the Cosmic Alliance, no matter how powerful, cannot fully develop it. These undeveloped planets contain many powerful creatures, and it's normal to find immortal-level creatures. For example, the forest planets of the Earth God Blood Red and the Wood Dragon are in a semi-developed state. The 5 immortal creatures on the forest planet are each incredibly powerful, possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, unmatched by other immortals. Initially, the most powerful immortal, the Earth God Xiahong, whose name is Forest, was extremely repulsive to other creatures. Once, a medium-sized company attempted to force its way in, and the person in charge was nearly devoured by the forest. This incident scared off many small and medium-sized companies. Large companies have comprehensive systems in place, and they will conduct an assessment of a relatively new branch if the cost is disproportionate to the benefits gained. If a large company assesses that occupying a forest planet could yield profits exceeding 70%, it will immediately choose to take over. For profits between 50% and 70%, the company will consider whether to take action. This is only a brief analysis, but there's a high probability of taking action. For profits between 30% and 50%, the company will hold a meeting to decide whether to take action, with the probability of taking action being 50-50. Generally, large companies won't take action for profits below 30%, only making a move under rare and exceptional circumstances. The forest planet has been evaluated by several large companies, and the results have all been negative. Deploying forces is likely to result in significant losses and limited gains. If all 3 immortal-level chairmen of a large company were deployed, there's a high chance they wouldn't be able to kill the immortal-level Earth God Blood Red Forest. A counterattack by the forest would likely injure the 3 chairmen, requiring substantial medical expenses. The death of one immortal-level chairman would be a devastating loss for the large company. Semi-civilized planets are generally like this. Large corporations cannot occupy them, and the Universal Alliance has no time to intervene. The Universal Alliance has also intervened to deal with some semi-civilized planets. There is a planet called Demon Star, home to 7 immortal-level creatures, each of which is extremely powerful. The Universal Alliance intends to recruit these 7 immortals, allowing them to enjoy the benefits of the 8th universe and integrate into its society. These 7 immortals verbally agree, but they actually rebel against the Universal Alliance, secretly contacting those who oppose the Alliance. This angers the Universal Alliance, which then destroys them. The Anti-8th Universe Alliance, or Anti-Alliance, is a group of people who disobey the rule of the 8th universe, led by a very powerful immortal-level creature. It is said that long ago, the leader of the Anti-Alliance competed with the speaker for dominance of the 8th universe. Chapter 987. 2 powerful beings battled within the microcosm, their battles obliterating the sun and moon, each strike causing a planet to explode. The battle lasted nearly a year before a victor was determined. In the end, all the planets in the microcosm were destroyed, reduced to ruins, and the speaker triumphed over the leader of the Anti-Alliance. This microcosm is currently unsuitable for life, but it's rumored to have been developed into a tourist attraction, frequently visited for check-in. In reality, this place isn't a tourist destination. Many people come simply to admire the battle between 2 powerful beings. The entrance fee is incredibly expensive, costing 200 cosmic coins. Lin Na recounted her experience of being ripped off. You better not go to this place. What tourist ticket? Last time I went there, I was charged 200 yuan for a tour guide who took me there, talked a bunch of nonsense, and then it was over. There was no fun at all. No, I remember now. The tour guide also sends you an AI simulation of a battle between two powerful creatures from the past. It's basically impossible to simulate a battle between powerful creatures. It's just two images, I think, at the eternal level. The technological level of the 8th universe far exceeds that of Earth, but there are limits to how high it can go. At most, it's a typical immortal level battle. This scenic spot has limited profits, so immortal level AI simulations are naturally out of the question. That would require a lot of money. Eternal level is already conscientious. Sister, didn't he say what the speaker looked like? No one knows how this scenic spot simulated a battle between two creatures. You reminded me. I think I was ripped off for those 200 universe coins. I only saw a dilapidated little universe and nothing else. I guess those two creatures were just some random simulations by the scenic spot. No wonder they said we were lucky, it just happened to be free. Clearly, the scenic spot lied. If they were truly simulations of two powerful creatures, not just us, but many immortal level creatures would have gone to see them. Lin Luo was secretly impressed after hearing Lin Na's story. Commercial fraud isn't just prevalent on Earth. It's also rampant in the 8th universe. I get it. Next time I visit that place, I definitely won't go there. Lin Luo nodded. Be careful not only in this little universe, but everywhere else. There are places where people demand money. If you don't have enough money, you might be detained there, and have your family demanded money. Lin Na went on to name several other places. They were all quite dangerous, full of false advertising and deception. Some seasoned scoundrels who venture into these places are at least skinned. Don't worry, sister. I've taken note of everything you said. Lin Luo hadn't been in Universe 8 long. He'd been avoiding it since entering, and hadn't really gotten to know it. Nara had a relatively high starting point. As a regular member of the Universal Alliance, she experienced high-level matters, and rarely gotten to know the lower and middle levels. I almost forgot to tell you. If your family refuses to contribute, they'd likely ask you to take out a loan to travel, Lin Na reminded her. If I don't have money, do I still need a loan to leave? What happens if I don't? Lin Luo thought of loans on Earth. Many unscrupulous businesses would do anything to get you a loan. Many people, unfazed by their lack of credit, borrow money recklessly, driving many businesses bankrupt. After all, Yin country is a society ruled by law. You can't do this recklessly. Lin Na, that's easy. Your body is the guarantee for the loan. They assess how much you can borrow based on your body. If you default, they repossess your body. Are the many strength-boosting drugs on the market made by these loan sharks? Lin Luo thought of a terrifying possibility. As long as a living thing must devour to evolve, with technological and social development reaching a certain level, a rational social structure will inevitably emerge. In the 8th universe, living things cannot devour each other indiscriminately. This so-called unbreakable convention applies, and even immortal beings must abide by it. Rules are static, but living things are alive. It's impossible to tell some creatures not to devour. Such transactions are carried out in secret, and selling one's body for personal gain is one such method, allowing for the acquisition of large quantities of food. While some wild creatures are plentiful, truly high-quality food is relatively rare and difficult to find on the market. Food made from eternal creatures is relatively expensive and rare, and is immediately sought after by many immortal-level creatures. Inferior eternal-level creatures are also sought after by many eternal-level creatures. Lin Na nodded and said, there are also many other channels. For example, in troubled areas, some companies will engage in frantic acquisitions, usually after massacring a large number of people. If a planet's inherent value is low and its native inhabitants are completely gone, the Universal Alliance will relocate many people to reoccupy it. There are also farms. Can these farmed creatures reach eternity? Lin Luo asked. Lin Na nodded and replied, in theory, yes. As long as there are sufficient resources, these creatures can be raised to eternity level. To be able to raise them to eternity level, there will probably be some defects. Of course, the nutritional value of these farmed eternal creatures is far less than that of wild ones. Most of them are used to satisfy hunger. It seems that the 8th universe is much more difficult to imagine. Lin Luo stroked his chin. Lin Na said, if you compare the 8th universe to the Wind Tribe planet, the 8th universe is a large society, and the Wind Tribe planet is a school. Your entry into the 8th universe is like moving from school to society. There are some things I won't mess around with. I pay more attention to them, Lin Luo said. It's already late. Go to bed early. You have to leave tomorrow. Sister, you should go to bed early too. Lin Luo felt that what Lin Na said was very useful, and would be of great help to him in the future. In reality, adapting wasn't that difficult. The 8th universe is just a relatively large Earth. Lin Luo treated the 8th universe like Earth, and many things were understandable. It seemed that intelligent civilizations all followed similar paths. If the end universe didn't perish in the future, it would likely develop into something like the 8th universe. Lin Luo secretly resolved to work hard and quickly become a powerful being to protect his home. The 8th universe was ambitious, and might even devour the end universe to compete with the 7th and 6th universes. Becoming a powerful being was difficult for Lin Luo. Simply becoming an immortal wasn't enough, he needed to be even stronger than immortal to achieve this. He couldn't put too much pressure on himself. For now, he needed to become as strong as possible. Chapter 988. Early morning. Pink sat bored at the job fair, watching the Wind Tribe members coming and going. Lin Luo's joining her team earlier had sparked a wave of enthusiasm, with many flocking to the job fair. After the job fair, the excitement quickly cooled, and Pink was bored again, watching the hustle and bustle elsewhere. During that time, a few brazen Wind Tribe members tried to tease Pink, but she gave them a good beating. I never come to a job fair again. This job fair is so boring. Pink sighed heavily. I told you, forget about finding a good job on this Wind Tribe planet. We were lucky to have hired someone. Ordinary Wind Tribe members wouldn't be suitable at all. Jialan said. Pink sighed helplessly. I have to admit, the average Wind Tribe member is too weak and simply unsuitable. With one day left, it seems we won't be able to recruit today. My suggestion is to pack up and leave early. There's no chance of finding one anyway, so why waste time here? We still have a mission to complete. Jialan had already given up. I think it's almost time to give up. We even hired a backup. Once they arrive, we can leave. Pink said. Jialan said, I don't think the backup should come. I feel they're still quite weak. Captain, that won't work. We have a clear rule. Whoever signs the contract for the recruit must go. Yes, that's the rule. That's why I'm not firing him. I should have made stricter arrangements up front. It would be better for him and us. Outer space is extremely dangerous. It could be fatal. Captain, stop picking. If you do, there really won't be anyone left. Everyone knows our team's reputation. No one wants to join. Look at how many people we have now. There are only 7 of us, all veterans. We haven't had any new blood in ages, and we don't even have a single reserve member. Pink protested. Jialan sighed heavily. You're right. We can only take it one step at a time. For now, we use the reserves. Lin Luo brought Lin Na over, carrying a suitcase. The suitcase was a strange space that could hold a lot of things. Pink waved. Handsome brother, you're finally here. I missed you so much these past few days. Miss me so much? Lin Luo felt a little uncomfortable. Pink was looking rather shrewd. Jialan said coldly, can't you be more serious? You're scaring everyone. Hee, Captain, don't say that. You know I'm joking. Pink laughed. Jialan said, even if you come, we don't need to look for you. Just get ready and we can go. She glanced at Lin Na, unconcerned. Pink, on the other hand, was more concerned. She said to Lin Na, as expected, attractive people have boyfriends or girlfriends. Is this your girlfriend? That's great. I'm here to give you a ride. Lin Na smiled and explained, I'm not his girlfriend, I'm his sister. I came here specifically to give him a ride because I was worried. So you're his sister? Pink smiled again. No wonder you're so beautiful. You're the handsome man's sister. I understand. I'm not that pretty anymore. The vice captain is also very beautiful, Lin Na said politely. You know me? Pink's eyes shone brightly, and her charming lips curled up. Lin Na nodded and said, Team Deep Blue is the ace team of the Universal Alliance. Every member is very famous. Pink is not only beautiful, but also very powerful. Pink pulled Jialan aside and said, Captain, you always look down on me. I'm quite famous in Universe 8. Everyone knows me. Stop being so conceited, putting on makeup all day long, Jialan said disdainfully. Pink didn't dare to snort. I don't want to bother with you anymore. Hello, Captain Jialan. Lin Na greeted politely. Jialan had a rather cold personality, and seeing how polite he was, she couldn't refuse him coldly. She replied, Hello? My name is Lin Na, and I'm from Fat Fu Lai. I'm asking you to take care of my younger brother. I take good care of your brother. You're the Wind Tribe member from the Phoenix Squad. Captain Jialan, you know me? I heard some of your stories. You're much stronger than the average Fengui. I think you're more suited to being a reserve member, with a chance to become a full member, but your younger brother isn't. Jialan said bluntly. Lin Luo felt awkward. He could tell Captain Jialan was straightforward, but he hadn't expected her to be so blunt. This was particularly hurtful, wasn't it? Since they were siblings, it felt too direct. Lin Na's face was filled with a smile. Thank you, Captain Jialan, for your compliment. I have a contract with Fat Fu Lai and can't leave for the time being. That's a shame. Jialan's expression flashed with disappointment. With so many implications, inviting Lin Na was merely a passing mention. If Lin Na was truly indispensable, she would have pushed hard for her invitation, and then used her financial resources to buy her out. The Universal Alliance has strict regulations. Companies and employees have contracts, so other companies can't arbitrarily snatch them away, creating malicious competition and driving up employee prices. But while rules are fixed, living things are alive, and poaching is common. In the beginning, poaching was rather covert and disallowed by the Universal Alliance. Over time, poaching became commonplace, and the regulations became more effective. Generally speaking, for a company to acquire another company, consent from both parties is required, the employees and the company itself. Employee consent is generally easier to negotiate, primarily with the other company's consent. Generally speaking, if the poaching company offers a 20% salary increase, employees will generally agree. The original company will often make outrageous demands, trying to push the price as high as possible. Some poaching companies consider the price to determine if it's worth it. If they think it's worth it, they buy the person. In Jialan's mind, it was obvious that Lin Na wasn't worth the price, so simply asking would suffice. Pink complained, Captain, your words are so hurtful. Can't you see the handsome guys are right here? Lin Luo smiled, it's okay. Captain, you're pretty straightforward. Being a reserve member of the team, you have to be prepared. It's going to be very dangerous. We veterans will try our best to take care of you, but sometimes we can't. Be prepared? Jialan said coldly. Chapter 989. Pink complained, Captain, could you please say something nice? You scare the new guy off right away. Jialan replied bluntly, if you can't even handle this little blow, then why join our team? You might as well just quit early. And then you have to pay a 500,000 coin severance pay. Pink was furious. How about you just give handsome brother 500,000 coin and let him quit? Oh, no money, Jialan replied. Pink scornfully said, what kind of captain is this? He can't even afford 500,000 coin. Handsome brother Lin Luo, don't listen to the captain. She's just old and a bit of a cynic. Old and a cynic? Lin Luo laughed. Pink, I give you one more chance. Repeat what you said before, and I promise I won't beat you to death, Jialan threatened. Pink didn't dare say anything more. The captain was serious. I leave my little brother in your care. You're all veterans, so please take good care of him, Lin Na pleaded. Pink patted her chest. Don't worry, our deep blue team is a harmonious one. The death rate was a bit high before, but now it's almost non-existent. Is that so? Can I ask what the death rate is? Lin Na asked worriedly. The death rate was around 30% before, but it's much lower now, around 14%. Pink remembered something. I forgot to tell you, there are only 6 of us left on the team. One of us died on a mysterious planet. Eternal level? Lin Na was completely devastated. She heard the Deep Blue Squad had a high mortality rate, which had kept people away from joining. She was still a bit skeptical about joining, thinking the reality might be better, not as outrageous as the rumor suggested. Pink's words made Lin Na feel like she'd been overconfident. Lin Na thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth and made a decision. Brother, wait here. I try to scrape together 500,000 universe coins for you. 500,000 universe coins is too much. Let's forget it. Lin Luo wasn't the original owner, so he wasn't afraid of danger. He experienced many dangers, and the ones the Deep Blue Squad had endured were nothing to him. Lin Luo didn't want Lin Na to actually spend 500,000 to get him out of the Deep Blue Squad he finally joined. Lin Na said earnestly, Brother, if things were still okay, I definitely wouldn't have thought of spending 500,000 to get you to leave. It's more important than ever that this matter is extremely serious, and you have to leave. Okay. Lin Luo couldn't act too strangely. Ever since he killed Lin Yaqiong, no one, except his sister, could doubt his identity. He sometimes considered killing his sister, Lin Na, but decided against it. Killing Lin Na would only increase suspicion. Lin Luo and Lin Na had a good relationship during their time together. Lin Na was a relatively good girl, and Lin Luo was no beast after all. He wouldn't do such a thing. Pink quickly said, "Actually, this team member has been alive for quite a while. He's the weakest among us, and he's been alive for almost 3 or 4 years. That's quite a long time. It's been several years since the last team member died." She said to Jialan, "Captain, I've been having trouble remembering some days, but you remember this one more clearly. Tell me how long it's been." "About 5 years, I think," Jialan said. Pink smiled and said to Lin Na, "It seems my memory is wrong. 5 years is still much better than I remember. One person's death in 5 years is nothing. Besides, veterans are usually in danger. Reserves are probably just the ones staying aboard the warships. Our warships are quite safe and can withstand even immortal-level creatures." Lin Na frowned slightly. "How many reserve members do you have?" "Currently, there's only one, but we may recruit a few more. Our reserve members are generally strong, and will choose to leave the promoted team every year," Pink said. "I leave too." Lin Na understood the reserve members. The Deep Blue team was too dangerous. They might survive once, but too many times would likely kill them. No one can always be so lucky and avoid danger every time. Those who had served in the Deep Blue team, reached ultimate life, and then rushed out to join the Cosmic Alliance team were highly sought after. Pink comforted Lin Na, "You can let your brother stay for a year. I don't think there's any danger in a year." "Is the mortality rate high that year?" Lin Na asked worriedly. Pink said, "It's definitely low. Don't you know that only one veteran team member dies in 5 years? Jialan said coldly, "You're still just some vice captain. You don't care about us or the team at all. I usually give you these missions, and you handle them like this. You don't even remember them clearly. I don't think any of my reserve players died. Many went to other teams. I did reserve some, and they wanted to give them a raise, but they all ruthlessly rejected me. It's normal for them to refuse. Our reserve players have a 50% mortality rate, which is actually a bit problematic. We usually only recruit 2, so 3 is half the rate, which is almost 50%. Captain, can you please agree?" Pink glared wildly. Jialan said calmly, "Some things are better known in advance. Hiding them is pointless. I'm trying to give him a clearer understanding, so he has a better chance of survival." Lin Na, feeling uneasy after hearing this, pleaded with Jialan, "I'm going to borrow 500,000 yuan now. I bought my brother's free agency with 500,000 yuan. Maybe you could have done that a month ago, but now it's almost time. I already submitted the personnel. Not to mention 500,000 yuan. No amount of money can offset the quota. The league has rules, and they can't let me do whatever I want." Jialan shook his head. "It's all my fault. If I had come back a month earlier, you wouldn't have had to join the Deep Blue team." Lin Na blamed herself. "Sister, don't overthink it. How could it be so dangerous? Didn't you listen to what Pink's sister said? A year in the Deep Blue team offers a lot of rewards. It's much more challenging than other teams. I thrive here." Lin Luo patted his chest. Joining the Deep Blue team was the first step. He had the final say in the future. For now, he had to get past Lin Na. Lin Na refused to give up. "Is there really no other way?" Jialan shook her head. "You better give up now. This is impossible." Chapter 990. Pink said to Lin Na, "You're Lin Luo's sister, but sometimes you don't need to worry too much. Everyone has their own path, and I have many younger brothers. I can't take care of them all. At most, I can only offer some advice." Lin Na hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously, "You're right. I can't protect him forever. Sometimes people need to grow. If I keep protecting him, if he encounters something in the future, he won't be able to handle it. As long as you understand, there's no need to raise the money. 500,000 universe coins is a very high price for you. I believe your brother will be a full-fledged team member the following year after working for a year, and his achievements may even be greater than yours." Pink began to make promises, which startled Lin Na. Lin Luo was deeply grateful to Pink. Pink persuaded Lin Na with a few words. Pink said, "If you really care about your brother, you should let him join us now. Think about it, if he quits now, it won't be easy for him to join another company, especially since he paid to quit, and his credit score will be tarnished. Even if your brother is very talented, some recruiting companies will have to think carefully. This year's job fair is over, so it's impossible for you to join. You have to wait for next year's job fair. There will be so many new students next year, and most companies prefer to hire those who have just graduated. Your brother's situation will make it difficult to get an offer. If this goes on for a while, Your brother might not even be able to join a mid-level company. You can't possibly support him forever, right? Lin Na nodded. You make sense. No matter what, I still have to give my brother a year. I hope you can take good care of him during this time. Don't worry about that. I take care of him, even without you telling me. He's such a good reserve player, I don't want anything to happen to him. Pink patted her chest proudly. Jialan sulked. Stop being so infatuated. I don't know what you're thinking. Captain, why do you say that? I'm just concerned about the new members. I see you're indifferent to the new members, who aren't very good looking, and only to this handsome one. And then you're talking too much here. I don't know you yet. You're just a look seeker. Can you please give me some face? You're saying that to me in front of everyone else. I don't want any face at all, Pink said angrily. Lin Na felt Pink was overly enthusiastic, so she pulled Lin Lu away from Pink and said to Jialan, Captain, I leave my brother to you. I will, don't worry. We have a certain tolerance for new members. The Deep Blue Squad isn't some ruthless team. Of course, if your brother performs too poorly, he'd likely be kicked out. Jialan said rather coldly. That's even better, Lin Na said cheerfully. Jialan was speechless for a moment, forced to acknowledge the reality. The Deep Blue Squad's reputation in Universe 8 wasn't good. The others were overjoyed to join other Universe teams, but Lin Luo felt uncomfortable joining one. Pink said, don't worry. There's no point in worrying. Our Deep Blue Squad is absolutely a qualified team. We produce elite individuals, and after a year, it will be easy for your brother to find another job. Okay. Lin Na felt a great deal more at ease after receiving Jialan's affirmation. Sister, you can go back now. Everyone has their own life, and I don't want to grow up under your wings forever. I grow up and protect you. Lin Luo comforted Lin Na. Lin Na smiled. Sister, I don't need you to protect me in the future. As long as you stay safe, that's the best reward I can give you. Okay, Lin Luo said. Jialan said impatiently, we given you enough time, newbie. Hurry up and pack up. We're going on a mission. Lin Na had a bad feeling. Didn't you say there were no missions? Why are there missions all of a sudden? Jialan said, Pink just said that one of our regular team members is in danger and may have died. We need to rescue him now. He's not dead, Lin Na said in surprise. Pink smiled. I was exaggerating a bit. He's probably close to death. Jialan hit Pink on the head, and Pink cried out in pain. Pink covered her head and complained, Captain, how many times have I told you not to hit me in the head? You must be jealous I'm smarter than you, so you hit me in the head. With your little IQ, you're smarter than me. It's mainly because I think you're being too untruthful, so I'm going to teach you a lesson. Jialan said coldly. I don't believe you, Pink said. Lin Na's mind was once again brooding over the idea of quitting. If 100,000 isn't enough, I can raise more and give the money to you guys. Is 600,000 universe coins enough? That's the maximum I can draw. Lin Luo grabbed Lin Na's slender hand and comforted her with a wry smile. Sister, this isn't a market where you can bargain. I think it's fine. I believe I improved significantly after a year with the Deep Blue team. Will it really be okay? Lin Na frowned, worried. Trust me, it'd be fine, Lin Luo said. Pack up and get ready to go. There's nothing to worry about. I can handle anything that isn't an extremely powerful immortal level creature. Jialan looked at Lin Na's worried expression and couldn't help but think of her sister. When she joined the Universal Alliance at the age of 12, her parents agreed, but her sister thought she was too young. She begged her parents to let her wait another year, but they ruthlessly refused. They had many children, and naturally, capable ones needed to be nurtured. Jialan's sister also joined a Universal Alliance team, and the two of them grew increasingly distant. When Jialan saw her sister again, the doting look in her eyes was gone. My sister has her own husband and children, so she won't treat me like a treasure anymore. Pink leaned close to Lin Na's ear and whispered, I tell you a secret known only to us within the Deep Blue team. Our captain, Jialan, can reach immortal level combat power when unleashed, rivaling even those immortal creatures. So powerful. Lin Na had just seen an immortal level creature, and naturally knew the difference between them. It's too easy for an immortal level creature to challenge an eternal level creature. The gap between a lion and a mouse is even greater than the gap between eternal and ultimate creatures. Some ultimate beings are so powerful that they can challenge eternal level creatures. An eternal level creature challenging an immortal level creature has never happened before. Chapter 991. Pink whispered, I tell you the secret. I won't tell anyone else. The captain was recently promoted. In the past, Our Deep Blue team might have encountered immortal-level creatures during missions, which was very dangerous. But now, that's almost impossible. I understand. Lin Na felt relieved. The Deep Blue team was incredibly powerful. All 7 official members were at the eternal level. Unless they encountered an immortal-level creature, they were virtually safe. The Deep Blue team's greatest achievement was encountering an immortal-level creature and returning safely, without complete annihilation. Some of the more famous Cosmic Alliance teams in the past were almost completely wiped out when they encountered immortal-level creatures, with not a single one left alive. Only the Deep Blue team achieved this. The Deep Blue team's survival from the immortal-level creatures came at a significant cost. The former captain, Jinlan, a Cosmic Royal Family creature, was severely injured, his limbs severed, leaving only his head. It's worth mentioning that the life of the Cosmic Royal Family is truly resilient. They can survive with only one head, while other creatures would rarely survive with only one. Jinlan's condition isn't good, and he's been hospitalized for over 100 years. His annual medical bills are incredibly expensive, approaching 1 million cosmic coins. This 1 million cosmic coins is considered cheap because it comes with insurance. That's right. The 8th universe also has insurance. When Lin Luo was being hunted, he thought the 8th universe was a barbaric land where everything was a matter of the survival of the fittest. Later, he discovered he was wrong. Other life forms were inherently more intelligent than most humans, not to mention their life levels. As long as there's intelligent life, it's destined to form a civilized society and a larger social framework. As for who invented insurance first, it was definitely the 8th universe, whose history far outlasts Earth. Captain Jinlan could be said to be both lucky and unlucky. Lucky for him, he survived, but unlucky for him, the annual expenses were high. 1 million universe coins is a hefty sum for a cosmic royal. His family, knowing Jinlan's annual needs, paid for 2 years, but then, unable to bear the burden, chose to relinquish their support. Jinlan was forced to resort to universe fundraising, hoping kind-hearted individuals and former comrades would donate more. A healthy Jinlan could easily raise the massive sum of 10 million, but he was seriously injured. Many, believing he was no longer worth befriending, gave him a small amount of money. Ultimately, only a little over 1 million in donations had been found, barely enough to cover a year's worth of nutrition. During this time, there will be second and third surgeries, as well as replacement limbs, all of which will cost a fortune. The Cosmic Alliance has already advanced 5 million in surgery costs, which is already a very good sum. True Blue's desire for the Cosmic Alliance to cover the entire bill is practically impossible. The Cosmic Alliance Insurance Company, feeling immensely pressured by True Blue's massive insurance premiums, is offering a minimum of 2 million cosmic coins to stop covering True Blue's expenses. This action angered Team Deep Blue. The members of Team Deep Blue were so enraged that they vandalized the Cosmic Alliance Insurance Company lobby before finally giving in. Officials from the Cosmic Alliance Insurance Company announced that True Blue Insurance would cover the entire cost, and that everyone else's premiums would be covered. From then on, the Cosmic Alliance Insurance Company had a coverage limit. The more you paid, the higher the coverage. The Cosmic Alliance Insurance Company was originally established by the Cosmic Alliance. Before establishing the company, the primary concern was to provide comfort to the team members. They never expected that comfort would be lacking, leaving the Cosmic Alliance deeply hurt. As a result, the Cosmic Alliance Insurance Company learned its lesson and ceased allying with the Cosmic Alliance, particularly after the Deep Blue team's insurance incident. The Deep Blue team struggled to control the massive power behind them, so they could leverage their own insurance company, which was established by a few counselors and elders. To outsiders, the alliance of a few counselors and elders seemed significant, but in the eyes of the Cosmic Alliance, it was too small. The Cosmic Alliance's acting speaker even made a particularly hurtful remark: "If you don't pay, the entire headquarters will." Recently, the Cosmic Alliance Insurance Company changed its name to Worry-Free Compensation Insurance Company to distance itself from the Cosmic Alliance. While they claim to be worry-free, the reality is that getting compensation later is very difficult. However, it's still better than other insurance companies. Some small insurance companies offer very large coverages with very low premiums, attracting many bargain-hunting individuals. If something were to happen to me, if it were minor, they might take some of the money from the insurance premium. If the compensation bill were too high, they simply run away with the money. When Lin Luo heard Lin Na say this, he felt that the Earth version was finally ahead, having completely exploited the insurance market in just 100 years. Some young people at the Cosmic Alliance Insurance Company had been dealt with by this person. Lin Na inquired about Jinlan's current condition. He had almost recovered and should be fully recovered in a few years. His hospitalization was covered by the Deep Blue team. No one else would have to pay a penny. To finance his treatment, Jinlan even asked someone to contact the Cosmic Royal Family, hoping they could provide some money. The Cosmic Royal Family considered themselves a large race, and the injury of a former member was not unreasonable. They offered $1 million as a token of gratitude. The Cosmic Royal Family leader thought that Jinlan would be deeply grateful for a gift of over 1 million cosmic coins. The leader overestimated the power of 1 million cosmic coins and underestimated Jinlan's audacity. Jinlan paid the electricity bill daily, hoping the leader would give him more money. Finally, the leader became angry and blocked Jinlan, unilaterally declaring him no longer a member of his clan. This infuriated Jinlan, who felt the clan leader was heartless and should have at least paid him some medical expenses before blocking him. Jinlan then resorted to moralizing, repeatedly denouncing his clan leader. Finally, the clan leader, unable to bear the pressure, gave Jinlan over 1 million yuan in medical expenses, acting as a buyout. The clan leader of the Cosmic Royal Family believed he was too kind, believing Jinlan's parents and siblings had all given up on him and not given him that much money. But he suddenly gave away so much money, which was painful to think about. Jinlan was overjoyed to receive the money, believing that the relationships within his race were quite practical. To receive such a large sum of money was far superior to family and sibling relationships. Lin Luo was shocked to hear Lin Na's words about Jinlan. He had never expected such a relationship to exist. Chapter 992. In the 8th Universe Alliance, relationships between races are relatively close, primarily due to the creatures' incredibly long lifespans, making them indifferent to any emotional connection. For example, Jinlan's parents were in this situation. Initially, Jinlan performed well, potentially becoming an elder or counselor. Jinlan's parents called Jinlan daily, and their relationship was very close, often asking if he had eaten. Jinlan would call his parents whenever he had time to check on their well-being, and both sides cared deeply for each other. The relationship quickly deteriorated. After Jinlan was injured, his parents rushed over, but upon seeing their son's condition, they immediately distanced themselves from him. Jinlan's parents, convinced their son was beyond saving, immediately proposed a private settlement. Over the years, Jinlan had provided them with numerous resources and funds, and his parents had also made significant sacrifices, raising Jinlan to such an age. With these two factors offsetting each other, Jinlan's parents only needed to pay Jinlan 1 million in medical expenses. So, Jinlan's parents immediately gave him the money, and the two sides signed an agreement, refusing to see each other in life or death. Of course, at least True Blue's parents could visit him, and True Blue could ask for a loan, which his parents had reason to refuse. The way True Blue's parents handled their relationship with True Blue quickly made headlines, being described as the best approach for both children and parents. At the time, many creatures felt that True Blue's parents were too heartless. True Blue, after all, had the potential to become an immortal, and recovery was highly likely. If True Blue's strength recovered and his level increased, True Blue's parents would be heartbroken. Subsequent events quickly revealed how clever Jinlan's parents were, as the medical expenses for Jinlan's treatment were a bottomless pit, already exceeding 100 million yuan. Jinlan, severely injured, with only a head left, was abandoned by his parents, becoming a prime example, widely promoted among parents. Some organizations use this case study in training programs for prospective parents. Lin Luo was stunned by what his sister Lena said. He hadn't imagined such an operation could be possible. Before the catastrophe, the nation's fertility rate remained low. This was primarily due to the high cost of bride price and marriage, which discouraged many from marrying, let alone having children. The annual cost of a child is significantly higher than the cost of marriage itself. This situation is less common in the 8th universe. Many creatures enjoy having children, unconcerned with ethical and family ties, primarily viewing them as investments. Both Li Sun's and Lin Shua's parents share this perspective, treating most children as investments. Compared to Lin Shua's parents, Li Sun's parents were better, less snobbish. At least Li Sun was a good person. Lin Luo thought Earth could adopt this model, making children an investment, and it would be impossible for the birth rate to be low. Later, Jinlan couldn't find anyone to help, so it had to turn to the Deep Blue team. Jia Lan was personally trained by Jinlan, so he had no choice but to choose Jinlan. Jinlan's survival was entirely due to the Deep Blue team. However, some people rumored that Jinlan survived without the Deep Blue team, mainly because they had a large deposit and extorted a large amount of money from the Universal Alliance. Pink asked about the 500,000 cosmic coins her captain had given her, but Jia Lan quickly declined, saying he didn't have the money. Presumably, the Deep Blue team was truly supporting True Blue, otherwise they wouldn't have had the money. The Deep Blue team was the ace team of the Universal Alliance, and their annual income was undoubtedly very high. The captain's income was probably around 500,000 or 600,000. Nara's team was relatively average, not particularly high-ranking among the other teams, and the captain's annual income was around 200,000. From this point of view, Jialan had to be considered a good person. In the 8th universe, everything was about the survival of the fittest and money. Family and love were a joke. We know everything we need to know. From now on, it's best you keep this a secret. Not many people know my secret right now. If it gets out, you know the consequences. Jialan's eyes turned cold. Lin Na quickly replied, I understand. I won't tell anyone else about this. I keep it to myself. That's good. As long as you understand that. Jialan nodded. At this moment, a massive spaceship descended from the sky. It was so massive that it practically covered the entire playground. This spaceship was a miniature version. If enlarged, it would have been half the size of a forest planet. The Phoenix Squadron spaceship, Lin Na's crew, was a decent-sized Eternal class, but it was still far inferior to a semi-immortal class ship. Captain, we can set off. Someone emerged. Jialan said, Pink, let's go. Goodbye, pretty sister. Pink waved. Goodbye, sister. Lin Luo said. Be careful on your way, and take care of yourself when you're out there. Lin Na waved. Okay, I remember that. Lin Luo waved. Your sister really cares about you. I wish I had a sister like her. Pink enviously said. You have a sister who treats you this well, but the premise is that she can't be prettier than you. Jialan said. Captain, you're insulting me. Am I that disgusting? Pink said angrily. You know better than I do. There are some things I shouldn't say. You're just shameless. Didn't you break up with your sister because she's prettier? Jialan ruthlessly exposed her. Nonsense. How is my sister prettier than me? I'm the only one who's prettier. Pink said angrily. I seen photos of your sister before. She's definitely much prettier than you. Jialan said bluntly. Don't think you can judge me just because you're the captain. I'm going to get angry, and even if you're the captain, I resist. If you're angry, then be angry. Do you think you can beat me? If you can't, then it's best not to humiliate yourself. The two began a verbal exchange. Lin Luo stared blankly at the scene before him, feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if he and the god of karma had seen it before. However, the verbal exchanges between the two were different. In one, the god of karma loved to brag and insult others, and was ultimately mocked by Lin Luo. Pink and Jialan were a different story. Pink didn't attack, but Jialan was the first to mock her. To outsiders, Jialan is seen as aloof and intimidating, but in reality, she's quite cunning and sharp-tongued. In Earth terms, she's a bitch of a contrast, which might endear her to many. In the 8th universe, with Jialan's strength, many people wouldn't dare to like her. Lin Luo had heard from Nara that some powerful eternal beings, upon entering a certain state, can unleash immortal-level power. If Pink was not lying, this was the situation of Jialan in front of her. Chapter 993. A purple-haired queen with red lips and white teeth came to Lin Luo's side. The queen was about 1.9 meters tall, almost as tall as Lin Luo. Intelligent species in the 8th universe are not tall, averaging around 1.7 meters. This isn't to say they're all that short, but more that they don't need to be that tall. When they use their true power, their entire bodies explode. It's common for a little girl to transform into a masculine Barbie doll. One advantage of being small is that it requires less energy. Many people prefer a small size, as it reduces energy consumption and saves money. Lin Luo's energy consumption in human form isn't high, but transforming into a giant golden dragon would consume a lot of energy. Being small has its advantages. The purple-haired queen wore a purple bodysuit that accentuated her perfect figure. Her long, slender legs were clad in purple high heels. Lin Luo discovered a peculiar hobby after joining the team. Pink, as their name suggests, preferred the color pink. Captain Jialan, with her blue hue, particularly favored the color blue. He wondered if the purple-clad queen before him might be named Purple. Are you new here? My name is Ziyun, a regular member of the Deep Blue team. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. The purple queen extended her slender hand, crystal clear and shimmering with a dazzling light. My name is Lin Luo, and I'm from the Wind Clan. Nice to meet you. Lin Luo extended his hand and shook it politely. Ziyun was a nice name. As the saying goes, purple has a more charming quality. Her hand was so soft that Lin Luo didn't want to let go. A Wind Tribe member? How rare. Only a Wind Tribe member can join our Deep Blue team. You must be exceptionally talented, otherwise it would be difficult to join. Ziyun was quite friendly. Lin Luo was somewhat surprised by Ziyun's reaction. Generally speaking, there's a hierarchy of contempt throughout the entire 8th universe. Higher races tend to look down on lower races. Higher races generally possess immortal-level creatures, while lower races lack them. Lin Luo had heard Lin Na say this, and had already prepared himself for disdain. He was surprised to find the Deep Blue team members so amiable. Thank you, Sister Z, for the compliment. My strength is relatively weak, and I need your continued care in the future, Lin Luo said respectfully. Ziyun smiled and said, it's normal for you to be relatively weak, so you're so strong right after joining a team, especially one like our Deep Blue Ace. I believe you'll be able to become a full-fledged member in the future. You're welcome. Work hard. Our Deep Blue team is desperate for new blood. Perhaps you can take over our team one day. Ziyun offered Lin Luo many words of encouragement. I almost forgot to ask you, do you have medical insurance? Medical insurance? Lin Luo felt the term was both familiar and unfamiliar. Ziyun was a little annoyed. Captain, you're right. Not buying medical insurance for you after you joined our Deep Blue team is a bit too much. Think about it, getting injured is a normal occurrence when you're working outside. If you have to pay for everything yourself if you get injured, you can't afford it. Medical insurance is absolutely necessary. It covers some serious illnesses, making it almost free. Lin Luo nodded. I haven't really understood that yet. It's not a big deal. You adapted to a lot of things, so it's normal to be a little confused. The main thing is that the captain didn't provide you with insurance and sent you directly outside. What if you got injured? Ziyun became even more angry. I can't be that unlucky, can I? Lin Luo asked. Ziyun said angrily, you don't know what happened here. If you knew, you wouldn't think so. She was shaking with anger as she recalled an incident from the past. It was about a time when Jialan recruited a reserve member. Jialan thought the team was struggling financially and had to pay Jilan's high medical bills every month, so they needed to save wherever possible and not spend too much. So Jialan didn't provide the reserve member with medical insurance, hoping for a lucky break. As a result, during a mission, the reserve member didn't stay properly inside the spaceship and was seriously injured outside. If it was only a minor injury, a bandage on the spaceship would suffice, without having to go to the hospital, which was extremely expensive and cost a lot of money. The reserve team member's injuries are severe. If I send him to the hospital, his life is in danger. If he dies, the claim will be even greater. The 8th Cosmic Alliance has a clear rule that if a member of a Cosmic Alliance team dies, the team is responsible for medical expenses. Each team has its own service planet, and profits and losses are the responsibility of the captain and the team members. The elders are primarily responsible for issuing missions and monitoring the team's performance. There are certain laws and regulations that teams must abide by, supervised by the elders and monitored by the counselors. A reserve player spent a full 30,000 cosmic coins to heal his injuries. Because they had no insurance, Team Jialan was responsible for the entire cost, which was like the sky falling. With medical insurance, the cost would have been much lower, covering 70%, or 27,000 in expenses. Team Deep Blue only had to pay 3,000 cosmic coins, and the matter was resolved, effectively spending 9 times more. Lin Luo was stunned by what he said. Sister Ziyun, are you in charge of finances? You already figured that out. Actually, I am. You have no idea how difficult it is. I've been in charge for nearly 1,000 years, and I always have to worry about the team's bad debts. It's a blessing to have a captain who's frugal. You don't have to handle many things yourself, others have already taken care of them. But if you had a captain who's more frugal with money, then being the financial officer would be incredibly tiring, worrying about so many things every day. Haven't you noticed I aged a lot? Not as pretty as before. Ziyun touched her beautiful face and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Luo was embarrassed. I hadn't joined the team yet, so I don't know the specifics. I almost forgot, Ziyun said. But Sister Ziyun is very beautiful. I haven't seen your aging skills before. I'm sure you must have been even more beautiful before. It's a pity I joined the team too late, otherwise I would have seen your stunning beauty. Lin Luo sighed. No, I'm really not as pretty as I used to be. You're quite nice to talk to. This time, the captain has added you as a good teammate. Ziyun chatted with Lin Luo for a while, then ran over to Jialan and Fenhong. You two should stop bickering and quickly secure the newcomer's insurance, Ziyun said to Jialan. Chapter 994. What insurance? Jialan was momentarily stunned. Ziyan said angrily. Captain, I'm finding you're becoming increasingly unreliable. Don't you know what insurance a new member of our team needs? First, they need medical insurance and personal accident insurance. If anything happens, we have insurance to go to the hospital, and it won't cost much. It's been a while since we had a new member join, so I forgot about it. It's not a big deal. I get it for the new member. Jialan finally remembered. Pink, not forgetting his revenge, said, Look, this captain is truly unreliable. He's only focused on fighting with his teammates. He hasn't even solved such a crucial problem, forgetting the lessons learned. Jialan countered, How dare this guy say that to me? Aren't you our vice captain? If I, the captain, have to handle everything, what's the point of you being the vice captain? If I, the vice captain, have to handle everything, what's the point of you, the captain? Pink said angrily. Okay, you're becoming more and more shameless. You don't even know who's the captain anymore. The Deep Blue Squad belongs to all of us, not just you. Shut up, both of you. What's the point of bickering all the time? Hurry up, let's go save Long Xian. If we get there a little early, there might still be a chance he could be saved. Ziyan stopped the two of them just in time. Lin Luo found it amusing. The Deep Blue Squad wasn't as terrifying as the hype made them out to be. While the mortality rate might be a little higher, the team was still quite harmonious. After teaching Jialan and the others a lesson, Ziyan regained her usual gentle demeanor and whispered, Are you a little frightened? No. Lin Luo wanted to say he wasn't frightened by the argument between Jialan and Pink, but it was Ziyan's sudden change that really startled him. Ziyan said gently, It's okay. You'll be fine after a while. The atmosphere in our team is pretty good. There's no bullying by veterans. As for insurance, don't worry about it. We take care of it. Lin Luo asked weakly, Will your salary be paid on time? I almost forgot to explain your salary situation. Your salary is 4,000 yuan a month. If your performance is good, we pay you promptly. If your performance is poor, it's reasonable to delay your salary. You're a member of the team, so it's only natural that we pay you a little later. Ziyan said seriously. It's only natural to delay wages. Lin Luo hadn't expected Ziyun to speak so confidently about delayed wages. After all, for the Cosmic Alliance's ace team, wouldn't it be a shame to have delayed wages? Ziyun's face was filled with disappointment, her eyes red. I know delayed wages are a serious matter. You might find it hard to understand why we delay them, but I don't really want to. It's mainly because our Deep Blue team is deeply in debt. How much do we owe? Lin Luo suddenly realized he was on the wrong ship. His monthly salary of 4,000 yuan was already more than many regular team members earned. Ziyan desperately wanted to reduce her salary, but the Cosmic Alliance had no strict regulations. Each team had to pay according to the required salary, not just whatever they wanted. I calculated it, and it's almost 200 million yuan owed, Ziyan said. That's a lot. Lin Luo estimated that the total wealth of a Wind Tribe planet might be around 10 million. This debt was equivalent to the debt of 20 Wind Tribe planets. It's a bit much. You know how difficult our planetary team is, right? It's mainly because we have a bad captain. The previous captain was bad enough, and the next one is also bad. Ziyun sighed, I think if I look for a job in another team, I definitely won't be able to get a job in finance. Jialan nodded, with 200 million in debt, does that mean the person managing the finances is completely innocent? Shut up. It's fine if you don't say anything, but if you do, I want to kill you. Even if you're the captain, I want to kill you, Ziyun said angrily. Jialan remained aloof, saying, Even if you kill me, I still can't pay back the 200 million. Ziyun said helplessly, Forget it. Let's hope our luck improves, and we can capture an immortal-level creature. Selling its corpse could bring us 100 million. How could they owe so much? Can I ask? Lin Luo was already certain he was on the wrong ship. 200 million wasn't something an average team could afford, only an ace team like this could. He really wanted to quit now, and not burden himself with this debt crisis. 200 million for 8 people, averaging over 20 million universe coins. With a monthly salary of 4,000, that's only about 50,000 a year. What a jerk. He'd have to pay it back for over 400 years without food or drink, and he couldn't afford any accidents during that time. Even the slightest misunderstanding would leave him deeply in debt. That's not right. Now that one person has died, the remaining debt will be shared among 7 people, who will have to pay back nearly 30 million universe coins. How long will it take to pay this off? Lin Luo really wanted to tell Lin Na, why don't I just switch teams? We still have time to fight next year. What a rip-off Fat Fulai company. They're just a newbie next to the Deep Blue team, and they racked up so much debt all in one fell swoop. Lin Luo smiled. What if I can't adapt to the new team's atmosphere? Can I choose to quit? Ziyun smiled. Our Sandla team has always been very clear. In other teams, you might have to pay a 500,000 yuan fee to quit, but we don't want 500,000 yuan. As long as you take the debt with you, that's all. Forget it, I think the Deep Blue team is pretty good, Lin Luo said. Pink said to Ziyun, Sister Ziyun, don't scare the young ones. We younger generations aren't that shady. At most, it's 500,000 plus 100,000 a month. You already reached this point this month, so you have to pay 600,000. My seniors all did the same thing, Lin Luo asked. Ziyun nodded. If that's the general situation, then many of them died, so it doesn't count. For those who are still alive, it's basically just a loan repayment. If you work hard for 10 years, even without food or drink, you should be able to pay it off. Lin Luo finally understood why the Deep Blue team would release them after a year. It turned out there were so many conditions. 1 million a year, plus the 500,000 starting fee, that's 1.5 million. There are some things your sister definitely didn't teach you, so we teach you now. In the 8th universe, if you want to survive, the first thing you have to do is learn to repay your loan, Pink said seriously. I do understand. Lin Luo's face wasn't looking good. In the Deep Blue team, he suddenly discovered that compared to the 8th universe, Earth was not mature enough in cheating people. Chapter 995. Team members can join the team, but they must immediately contribute to the team and start by accumulating hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Lin Luo's heart was bleeding. He hadn't done anything, yet he was already deeply in debt. He wanted to quit the team, but he couldn't, taking 600,000 universe coins with him. Jialan said, You two should stop intimidating the newcomers. Our Deep Blue team is not that bad. The debt is real, and the profits are real too. Haven't you heard that the more debt, the more we earn? Pink said coldly, Captain, you're just making sarcastic remarks. Our huge debt is largely due to you. I don't owe all this money. It's mainly owed by that damn True Blue. I really didn't expect him to borrow money in our team's name. Jialan said angrily. Ziyun said coldly, I told you back then, when it comes to your life, you do anything. The former captain is no longer the person we knew. He's become ruthless and ruthless. We should have severed ties with former Captain Jialan earlier. The money he owed us has nothing to do with us, and we wouldn't be in so much debt now. I never imagined this guy would be so ruthless. He directly cheated me out of so much money. We can't even pay it back now, Jialan said. Lin Luo was once again shocked by the chat logs from Jialan and the others. The publicity was that Team Deep Blue was a good team, taking the initiative to cover former Captain Jialan's medical expenses. The reality was not as the publicity had shown. Jialan, seeing he had no medical funds, had set his sights on his own team. He took out a loan from Totudai Company, Limited, a company known for its horrific lending practices. Their target audience was all living creatures in the entire 8th universe. As long as you were a living being, you could borrow from them. Totudai Company, Limited accepted all loans, offering large-scale loans as long as you could provide collateral. True Blue simply refused to release its ties with the Deep Blue team, using the team's name to take out large-scale loans. By the time the Deep Blue team discovered this, it was already too late. True Blue had taken out a 500 million yuan loan in the team's name. This wasn't to say they couldn't have borrowed more, but rather that the team's valuation was so high. An immortal being cost nearly 200 million yuan, so the amount of money True Blue borrowed was enormous. The Deep Blue team had worked for nearly 1,000 years to repay the 200 million yuan remaining after 3 months, and 200 million yuan was still a significant amount. Ziyun angrily said, I get so angry just thinking about this. Otherwise, the money we earned over the years would have been enough for retirement, and we have enjoyed life long ago. Why would we have to work so hard? Doing such dangerous work every day, and nearly not being able to come back several times. Yeah, I don't have to be so frugal on cosmetics. If 300 million were divided equally, each of us would have tens of millions. We could buy better cosmetics, and I might be even more beautiful than I am now. Pink said angrily. Jialan angrily said, I'm the one who's suffering the most. As the captain, all the profits of the Deep Blue team should belong to me. Let me be the first to receive the distribution. With this money, I can do so many things. Pink sneered, Captain, stop pretending. I don't even know what you're saying you want to do. You just want to use the money to play video games. What right do you have to criticize me? You buy makeup every day. What's the point of all that? I can improve my combat power here. Look, my combat power is fully unleashed. I can reach the immortal level. The cosmetics you buy are just for looks. In the 8th universe, the most useless thing is appearance. Education and personal strength are what matter most. You're completely useless. Jialan scoffed. Is my self-admiration okay? Pink confidently said, in my eyes, appearance is the most important thing, strength is secondary. You don't understand that at all. Lin Luo, influenced by the rest of the team, agreed, if the previous captain hadn't messed around. No, because of his medical expenses, I'd probably be making over 10,000 yuan a month right now. It's very likely, Ziyun said. Jialan sighed. No point in saying more. Let's just carry out the mission. Hopefully, we can capture an immortal level creature, and then we'd be able to repay all our debts. Pink followed with a deep sigh. Only an immortal level biological medicine, perfectly preserved, is worth 200 million. An ordinary corpse isn't worth that much. Instead of dreaming about it, let's just honestly work together to earn money and repay our debts. Ziyun agreed. Captain, you only reached the immortal level after unleashing your full power. In the past, we just run away when we encountered immortal level creatures. If you encountered older immortals, we still have suffered a miserable death. Can't you give me a little confidence? What do you mean we have to run away when we encounter immortal level creatures? Jialan said angrily. Oh, let's be more realistic. Pink said, we should learn from Captain True Blue's parents and sever this relationship early. That way, we wouldn't have to owe so much money. Now that this severance is a textbook example, many schools have even used it as a teaching video. You said this many times before. Forget it. Let's just earn our livings honestly. Jialan nodded. Lin Luo was also furious, thinking True Blue was truly inhuman. He hadn't felt anything before, but now, as a member of Team Deep Blue, he immediately felt it. The 8th universe has established a strong social order, unlike the predatory nature of the past. While money isn't everything, being without it is absolutely impossible. As the captain of a Universal Alliance team, Nara's annual salary is only over 300,000 yuan, and that's including the planetary service. Without the planetary service rent, Nara's monthly salary is less than 10,000 yuan. Lin Luo is only a reserve member, and even if Team Deep Blue had no debt, his monthly salary would have exceeded 120,000 yuan. Official members earn 5,000 yuan, so Lin Luo earns about 15,000, almost the same as Nara. Lin Luo suddenly remembered. I remember every space team has a service planet. Where is our Deep Blue team service planet? That's a very good question. Pink gave a thumbs up. Jialan gnashed his teeth. What else can we do? True Blue sold us out early. With a service planet, we could have slowly repaid the debt, which would have been much less stressful. Now, it's all on our team. Ziyun was even more furious. I trusted him too much. We should have been like his parents, putting aside past ties and moving on from him sooner rather than later. Then we wouldn't have to work so hard. Chapter 996. Lin Luo agreed. People who are too sentimental really don't end up well. Work hard to pay off your debts, Jialan said. Lin Luo was more concerned about his salary. Debts have to be paid over time, but I think salaries still need to be paid. Don't worry about that. We pay all the months you're owed. If you leave early, just pay the penalty and training fees. Ziyun said. Lin Luo hadn't expected the 3 aliens from the 8th universe to be so beautiful, yet so ruthless, to want to save his salary. Jialan was 1.60 meters tall, which was probably his actual height after shrinking. His actual height was probably much taller. She stood on tiptoe and patted Lin Luo's shoulder. Our team is having a tough time right now. As a member of the team, you have to work hard with us. If you really can't bear it, you can ask for it in advance. Remember to pay the money, so that we can relieve some of the pressure. Ziyun said. Don't go too far. Handsome brother finally joined us. Why are you just letting him go? Pink asked. Jialan said calmly. It's simple. Just pay his salary when the time comes. Pink immediately said, then just ignore me. Lin Luo said, it's impossible that there's nothing left, right? I starve to death if I were alive, and I need to eat. Don't worry about that. You get 1,000 yuan for food every month, Ziyun said. Then I'm relieved. Lin Luo immediately realized something was wrong. Joining Fat Fu Lai Company would pay him a salary of 2,000 universes. What kind of ace team? Only 1,000 cosmic coins a month. Lin Luo, with all his might, could only swallow his pride and acquiesce. Luckily, on the Wind Tribe planet, Lin Luo had obtained 500,000 cosmic coins, giving him a foundation for building a team. The 3 Jialan women were quite talkative, and Lin Luo had already learned a great deal from their conversation. One thing he was certain of, he hated the former captain Jinlan. Lin Luo even asked the 3 Jialan women if they could unite and kill this man called Jinlan. If Jinlan's medical expenses were refunded, the Deep Blue team would have an easier time. Jialan, with a mournful face, told Lin Luo that this was basically impossible. When the hospital billed the money, they would inform all family members that the medical expenses had to be paid in full. Lin Luo asked what would happen if the patient recovered but the medical expenses were not fully paid, and Jialan replied that they would be used next time. He was now certain that many companies on Earth were like rookies in the face of the 8th universe. The spaceship was moving at a remarkable speed and had already reached its designated destination. The planet we are currently entering is Planet 223. This planet is perpetually shrouded in smog, which contains a growth factor and a violent factor. All creatures grow enormous and are filled with aggression. Any creature that enters this planet will be killed. A red light shone from within the spaceship, and an alarm began to sound. Jialan became serious. We will soon be entering the smog planet. There are many terrifying creatures hiding in the smog, and many of them will attack us. We don't need to activate our protective shields, otherwise we'd likely be attacked by terrifying monsters. Pink said. Ziyun quickly stopped her. The shield is expensive. Every second of it requires star energy, and 1 point of star energy costs 1,000 cosmic coins. Sister Z, if we don't activate the shield, the warship will likely be damaged, and any damage will cost us more money. Pink said. It's okay, let me do it. The warship shield costs money, but I don't need it. Ziyun opened the hatch and jumped out. Her body rapidly grew, transforming into a giant purple bird in the blink of an eye. From the haze emerged a large black fish, its scales black, its massive tail swaying rapidly. At a high enough concentration, the haze resembled seawater. The black fish's eyes were huge, emitting a dark glow, and its massive mouth was filled with sharp teeth, gleaming coldly. Seeing Ziyun emerge, the black fish suddenly rushed over, opening its bloody mouth and biting her. Ziyun transformed into a giant purple bird, opening its maw, half its size, and swallowed the massive black fish in one gulp. Lin Luo was stunned. Seeing the sculpted Ziyun, she was actually a giant purple bird. Her mouth was incredibly terrifying, capable of swallowing a massive black fish in one gulp. Sister Ziyun, are you okay? No, I'm fine. You misunderstood me. I meant, is there any danger from eating this giant fish? I see it's completely black, so it should be fine, right? Lin Luo asked. Ziyun replied, you're talking about the fish I ate? That shouldn't be a problem. I eaten far worse. By eating this pig, I can go without food for over 10 days, saving 1,000 yuan on food expenses. Lin Luo was completely stunned. There was actually such a thing as this. Saving money had reached this point. No wonder Ziyun was so anxious. It turned out her main purpose was to save money. Pink envied her. Sister Ziyun has reached the pinnacle of saving money. It's largely due to her biological nature. If I had her digestive power, I'd definitely do the same. Forget it. We don't have that skill. He can still do it without the smog. Jialan sighed. Okay. Lin Luo had seen many abstractions, and the most abstract was probably Team Deep Blue. For a devouring creature like Ziyun, he didn't even know what to envy. Pink patted Lin Luo's shoulder and said, handsome brother, if I had money, I'd definitely help you out. Unfortunately, I don't have any myself. Your food allowance of 1,000 yuan a month might not be enough. You need more food to upgrade later, so you have to find a way yourself. This is a good idea. Lin Luo's face twitched violently, thinking that the big black fish must be unpalatable. He felt that if Ziyun knew of his thoughts, she would definitely criticize him immediately. Several more creatures attacked the space battleship, only to be devoured by Ziyun. Ziyun's race was called the Giant Star Bird, a race that had been devouring cosmic debris for years and ranked among the top 20 races in the 8th universe. Lin Luo thought Ziyun was from the Purple Star, the same race as Jialan and Pink. The colorful star people were quite strong, far surpassing those purple-skinned and blue-skinned people, and were a very powerful race. Chapter 997. Pink watched Ziyun devouring her food, feeling rather angry. Captain, next time we should go to a better planet where we can devour all the creatures there. We can't let him take advantage of us all. That makes sense. We should choose better planets next time, and try to save on all our food expenses. Jialan wholeheartedly agreed. As captain, she could get some special treatment, earning 2,000 cosmic coins a month. Saving a month on food was quite a bit. Since Jinlan had sold the service planet, they had to rent a place. The Cosmic Alliance had a dedicated staff dormitory, and as captain of the Deep Blue team, Jia Lan should have been able to live there for free. Jia Lan had her own pride, and couldn't afford to live there for free. Otherwise, it would make her look poor, and how would outsiders view her? Even if they were living on a planet belonging to the Cosmic Alliance, Jia Lan would live in the best possible place, in a premium dormitory costing 1,000 cosmic coins a month. Even living in a premium dormitory costing 1,000 cosmic coins a month, Jia Lan didn't think it was that great. Jia Lan often felt the scorn of others, believing that as the captain of the Ace Squad, she deserved to live in a luxurious villa. This was the last bit of dignity a captain of an Ace Squad possessed, but unfortunately, Jia Lan failed to protect it. Jia Lan knew she couldn't protect it because she was too poor. She refused to live in the free dormitory, sharing a room with 4 other people, while the other 3 mocked her. Jia Lan lived in the premium dormitory, all by herself in a large room, free from the humiliation of others. In the dead of night, Jia Lan would toss and turn in her bed, sometimes unable to sleep the entire night, her eyes wide open from dawn to dawn. Jia Lan wasn't a homebody before. She goes shopping every day. What girl doesn't like beautiful things? She was no exception, spending lavishly like Pink, shopping and eating at the mall, spending over 3,000 universe coins a day. Ever since Jia Lan was injured and hospitalized, and the Deep Blue team was sold, Jia Lan's life hadn't been easy. She had stopped spending as much as before. Jia Lan chose to play games every day. Playing not only saved her money, but also gained combat experience. Some gaming equipment was very expensive, and buying one could last a long time. Jia Lan often bought food games, where she could eat, drink, and play endlessly. She could also buy beautiful clothes, some made of high-quality materials. She couldn't show her vulnerability to others. In the eyes of many, Jia Lan was an internet addict with nothing else to do but play games. In fact, she often bought food games and clothing-changing games to entertain herself and add variety to her life. Pink looked at Ziyun, who was devouring frantically, and said angrily, "Sister Ziyun, stop devouring. It's more painful than killing me." Ziyun swallowed another large black insect in one gulp. "Do you think all these creatures I devour are delicious? I'm just trying to make a living. A monthly food allowance of 1,000 yuan is not enough for me. You know my racial talent. I can eat many creatures, but my digestive ability is terrible. I need to eat every once in a while." "You're right. I'm no longer interested." Pink glanced at it with disdain. The fat, swollen black bug's slight movement had completely extinguished her interest. "If you want to eat, I can bring you some. We can still share this kind of thing," Ziyun said. "Forget it." Pink suppressed her nausea. Under Ziyun's protection, the spaceship descended rapidly. The haze below had thinned, allowing for a clearer view. Below lay a dozen or so peaks, lined up in a row. Strange, earthy yellow vegetation formed a regular pattern. Some flying monsters, noticing the spaceship's descent, immediately attacked. From a small black dot, it rapidly expanded into a gigantic monster with a wolf's mouth and black wings flared wide, like a demon from hell. Pink looked at the giant black flying wolf with disdain. The monster up front was disgusting enough. Compared to this one, it's still pretty. This one is disgusting as hell. Just eat it, and you're still disgusted, Jia Lan said disdainfully. Lin Luo, Captain, you're wrong about this. Some ingredients taste the same as they look. This means this ingredient is really ugly. If you think of what it looked like in life, half of its flavor is lost. Xiao Luo, you're right. An ingredient's appearance determines its ultimate taste. I agree with you. Captain and Sister Ziyun are like-minded. We believe that the appearance of an ingredient is secondary. Pink was overjoyed, thinking she had found a soulmate. You haven't experienced true poverty. If you had, you wouldn't have such thoughts. As long as you think the food is delicious, you eat like crazy. As a seasoned veteran, Jia Lan felt helpless about his 2 teammates, believing they were lacking in many areas. Ziyun devoured crazily, devouring each creature completely. One after another, the smog-like creatures attacked, only to be devoured by Ziyun. An hour passed before Ziyun transformed from a purple giant bird back into her human form. Ziyun possessed a stunningly beautiful face, a curvy figure, and a pair of long, slender legs, cloaked in purple clothing. It was hard to believe that Ziyun was a giant bird, devouring everything. Pink envied and resentful. Sister Ziyun, you're so happy to have come to this smog planet. You devoured so much food in one go that you won't need to eat for a long time. You're envious, it's my race's gift. You can't envy me enough, Ziyun said proudly. What's there to envy? I'm not like you, the kind who eats everything, Pink said. Just stop talking. The most important thing we have to do right now is make money. If we want to live a good life, we need to make a lot of money to live a truly wonderful life. Jialan said. Lin Luo asked, puzzled, what should we do next? Should we hold a memorial for Brother Long Xian, or find and kill the murderer? No need for a memorial. The people of our Deep Blue team are dead, so we don't care about these things. Jialan said. Pink, the money grubber, said, Captain, I forgot to ask you something. Does Long Xian have no family? Not even a wife or children? If he's dead, his pension should be given to us. Chapter 998. Jialan nodded. You're right. Long Xiansheng is a member of our Deep Blue team, and he'd be a member of our team even after his death. We should inherit his pension. Captain, I think there are many things we shouldn't be too aggressive about, like repaying debts. If we owe a debt, then we're the boss. We can't just pay them back as soon as we get a little money. That's wrong of us. Think about it. Did Jinlan ever consider us when they lent us money? Lin Luo recalled a concept from Earth. If you borrowed money based on your own ability, why should you repay it? Repaying money is natural now, but it's not when you owe too much. The three Jialan women were shocked. They had never considered rebelling against Repay Now Company, Ltd. Repay Now Loan Company is wholly owned by the Universal Alliance, and many counselors and elders hold shares in it. If the three Jialan women wanted to rebel, they would likely suffer some setbacks. Pink reacted, clapping her hands vigorously. Shaolin, you really woken me up. We always wanted compensation, never considered denying it. It's not that you haven't thought about it, it's more that you don't like it. Think about it, it's wholly owned by the Universal Alliance. If we resist, you likely face retaliation, Jialan said. Ziyun frowned slightly. You mentioned not repaying your debt. We did consider it, but unfortunately, we're not strong enough. If you dare not repay, they will really dare to retaliate. Lin Luo had anticipated this and asked the three women, have you ever thought about a question? What question? The three Jialan women asked. Think about it. What would happen to the loan company if they killed you? Lin Luo asked. Ziyun, they won't get the money. Dead, we're worthless. We're always worried about their revenge, but they actually want us alive. Jialan clapped her hands. It seems we're too honest to pay back the money. We borrowed it with our own ability, so why should we pay it back? That makes sense. Pink said. So you need to change your mindset. Think about it, you borrow the money, but you're the one spending it. Why should you be so honest and pay it back? My opinion is, you don't need to pay it back at all. Lin Luo thought of a way to cut off the source of the trouble. The most important thing now was his salary. As long as the Deep Blue team didn't pay back the money, his salary would be guaranteed. Maybe 4,000 yuan a month would still be guaranteed. In the Universal Alliance, 4,000 yuan a month is still a lot. Jialan shook his head and said, we can pay less, but we absolutely must not refuse to exchange our bodies. They might even sell our bodies and disassemble them for profit. I almost forgot. Lin Luo was used to Earth, where people were the most important. Even if you couldn't pay, the creditor wouldn't kill you. Killing you would require a life penalty. In the 8th universe, it was different. If the other party didn't pay, they could harvest you. We pay less later. That'd be about half of what we paid back. If we were to pay it back with all our strength now, it might take 200 or 300 years. Now, if we extend it a little, we have 500 or 600. Jialan decided, we can't live forever living below the poverty line. If we borrow this money and spend it, then we pay it back quickly. The problem is, we haven't spent a penny yet. Well said, Ziyun said. I thought about this for a long time. I feel that as a member of the team, I must contribute to it. Lin Luo said righteously. Very good. Feel free to give us any good suggestions in the future. You really inspired me today. We're just too honest, which is why we made so much money for them. Jialan thought deeply. Shouldn't we get some of the money back? That would be fair to them. Pink said. Don't overthink it. Immediate Loan Repayment Company, Limited is even worse than us. They won't give us a penny. Jialan said. I'm kind of hoping Long Xian is dead now. Long Xian is an eternal level creature. I got a pretty good insurance policy for him. If he dies, the full liability compensation is 100,000 universe coins. Ziyun said. Pink, Sister Ziyun, this is your fault. Only 100,000 cosmic coins in compensation. We're such close teammates, and that's how little it's worth. I think it's too little too. Jialan and Lin Luo nodded. Ziyun said angrily, what right do you three have to blame me? You don't even know our team's budget. 100,000 cosmic coins for his death insurance is already the limit. The other team finance managers make a little money, but I'm the worst off. I work myself to death, but I don't get any. She pointed at Jia Lan angrily. Now you blame me. Earlier, you said we shouldn't give these team members insurance, and we should save as much as possible. I also said that some things are okay, and some things just can't be saved. If we hadn't given Longxian insurance, we wouldn't have received a penny. Now that we have insurance, we could even get some compensation. Lin Luo felt a pang of amusement and encouraged the three women. My suggestion now is to recruit more people and insure them. If something happens to them, and some of them have no family, we can make money. Pink agreed. It would be best to find those who are parentless and abandoned by their families. I can make a lot of money. It's okay to use some tricks. Accidents are perfectly reasonable. The outer universe is so dangerous, so it's perfectly reasonable for something to happen. Ziyun suggested. No, we can't do that. We want to make money, but we can't do anything illegal. I strongly oppose such immoral things. Jia Lan said righteously. Lin Luo felt a pang of guilt, thinking he had gone too far and shouldn't have resorted to such despicable practices. It's okay to want to make money, but the prerequisite is to have a conscience. Pink said coldly. Don't pretend to be so righteous. I don't know what you're thinking. The Universal Alliance has a specialist investigating, and any unnatural deaths will be included in the investigation. If you're caught, your role as captain will be in great danger. That's good for you to know. Jia Lan nodded. Lin Luo overestimated Jia Lan and underestimated himself. He believed the 8th universe was even more ruthless than Earthlings, with all sorts of loans, turning creatures into slaves, working them to death. The 8th universe was more advanced than Earth's version, but it inevitably had some shortcomings. Some things Earth had, the 8th universe didn't. Chapter 999. Loans in the 8th universe have evolved to a very advanced level, using various methods to force you to borrow money and repay the interest. On Earth, there are strict regulations, and the personal safety of those who cannot repay their loans is guaranteed. In the early stages, personal safety was threatened, but it was promptly stopped by the authorities. The situation in the 8th universe is different. If you cannot repay your loan, your entire person will be auctioned off, and any remaining value will be squeezed out. Pink advised Jia Lan, Captain, I think our Deep Blue squad needs fresh blood. Don't put too much emphasis on salary. Sometimes their compensation is even higher. We need to change our mindset. We need to recruit people who treat the team like their own family. I think Longxian is a very good candidate. Jia Lan nodded. Ziyun said, It's better for me to do it. The people you choose aren't very good. If I were to choose, I would definitely be able to make them clear. Her gaze casually glanced at Lin Luo, her meaning clear. Lin Luo had a sister, and upon her death, her property would be passed on to her. Lin Luo was furious. He'd come up with the idea, and now they were throwing it away. You're going too far. I was the one who came up with it, and now you're throwing it away. You're forcing me to get into an accident. Besides, I'm just a replacement, at the Divine King level. If I die and leave all my property to you, you won't get any of it. It's better to sacrifice you, since you're at a higher level. Lin Luo looked at the three members of the Deep Blue team. The atmosphere in the Deep Blue team was good, and Lin Luo quickly integrated. Team camaraderie wasn't important, money was what mattered. That makes sense. Jia Lan clapped his hands. As the team leader, I can't sacrifice myself. I think you can sacrifice yourself and fulfill the greater good. As the team's financial officer, I can't sacrifice myself either. If I sacrifice myself, who will manage my finances? Who will negotiate with those insurance companies? Without me, the insurance companies won't pay. Ziyun said. Then Pink has to be sacrificed. You're useless anyway, you only be vain. Might as well sacrifice my own small self and fulfill the greater good. Jia Lan said earnestly. Don't even think about me sacrificing myself, you two. I can't sacrifice myself. Pink said. It's okay. Accidents always happen. You don't need to worry too much. Jia Lan said calmly. Pink gritted her teeth. Aren't you afraid of something happening to you? You're always picking on me. I admire you. I hope you can create some accidents for me. Jia Lan said calmly. You three are going too far. I'm still alive and well, and you're already thinking I'm dead. A man's voice rang out. Pink exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Longxian, you're not dead. Almost. Longxian said weakly. Jia Lan's eyes froze. Longxian, where are you now? Are you okay? Captain, what do you want to do? Longxian asked warily. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm going to do? Will I hurt you? Stop doubting me. Jia Lan was furious, feeling slighted. Ziyun spoke gently. Long Xian, if you don't trust the captain, at least trust me. What do you mean? What do you mean by trusting you? Don't I, the captain, have any dignity? Jia Lan said angrily. Ziyun glared at Jia Lan. Long Xian said coldly, Deputy Captain, this isn't my first day on the Deep Blue team. Don't play tricks on me. You appear gentle on the surface, but you're actually more ruthless than anyone else. If I were to come out, you'd definitely kill me. Then just trust me, said Pink. Long Xian was filled with resentment. You are the one I least trust here. Just because I'm ugly, you insult me in every way and constantly berate me. And I don't even know you. Jia Lan said, I told you you could only trust me. No one else is any better than me. If you don't even trust me, who else can you trust? You're just a little better, but you can't trust me either. Long Xian said, I'm a newcomer. Just trust me. I can help you, said Lin Luo. Long Xian angrily said, you're the worst. I heard all the advice I gave you just now. Before, the Deep Blue team was just poor, but now we're both bad and poor. Why do you say that? I was just offering a suggestion. Lin Luo was furious. He had offered advice, but the problem was, none of the cases had worked. Long Xian had directly cast him as the bad guy, and Lin Luo cried out in injustice. Besides, if the 3 Deep Blue members weren't bad at heart, he wouldn't have succeeded so quickly. Lin Luo felt like an innocent instigator, mainly the 3 members of the Deep Blue team. That's right, Pink said. Ziyun was disgusted. Xiao Lin, what you're doing is wrong. No matter how poor our Deep Blue team is, we wouldn't sell our teammates to make money. We are people of integrity. Long Xian, don't worry. We've been together for so long, and you still can't trust me? Lin Luo did give some suggestions, but as long as we don't follow them, nothing will happen. Jia Lan said. Pink feigned anger. Handsome brother, you're such a person. I don't want to be with people like you anymore. We expel you when we get back. You don't deserve to be a member of our Deep Blue team. Pink, that's a good point. I expel you when I get back. Jia Lan said. Then I don't have to pay my compensation, right? Lin Luo asked. Jia Lan shook his head. That won't work. Compensation is compensation. We expelled you for poor performance, and it has nothing to do with compensation. I want to file a complaint. Lin Luo said angrily. If you want to file a complaint, go ahead. Generally speaking, your complaint is useless. Our Deep Blue team is already broke enough. The loan company knows your situation, and will immediately support our compensation claim. We pay whatever we can. Ziyun said. Jia Lan said to Long Xian, now you can finally trust us, right? We won't abandon a teammate for an outsider. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Long Xian was deeply moved and emerged from a corner. A miniature black dragon appeared, its scales all black, buried in the haze, obscuring everything. Jia Lan grabbed Long Xian, increasing the force in his grip. You're so brave. You actually dared to doubt the captain. I know I was wrong. Captain, please go easy on me. You were about to crush me to death. Long Xian screamed. Now you know why you're screaming so loudly. What were you doing just now? Jia Lan's grip increased again, causing Long Xian to scream in pain. Chapter 1000. Ziyun suggested, Captain, there's no need to show mercy when dealing with this kind of rebellious person. Just kill him directly. If I kill him, the insurance company won't be able to find out, and we can get compensation. Jia Lan said. Ziyun frowned slightly. It would be best if Long Xian died in an accident and we found his body. In that case, there wouldn't be any accidents. We could kill him directly, but there might be some accidents. You make a lot of sense. Jia Lan agreed. Pink stroked her delicate chin. We have to find a way to kill Long Xian. No accidents can happen. If someone finds out, it'd be very difficult to handle. If we become illegal residents, then things will be even worse. Our insurance will be useless. Ziyun said. Long Xian suddenly felt uneasy. Captain, how could you be this kind of person? I always thought you were a good person, but I never thought you were this kind of person. I'm sorry, I'm not that kind of person, but to alleviate the financial pressure on myself, I had no choice but to take this extreme measure. Don't blame me, blame Captain True Blue. We're now over 200 million in debt, and it's very difficult to live a good life. Only if you die, I can use your death insurance to make as much money as possible, sacrificing the small self for the greater good. You have to understand this principle. I told you when you first joined Team Deep Blue. Millions of years have passed now, And it's time for you to apply these rules. Jialan pointed at Long Xian and said, "You become like this? Recovery is basically impossible. I hope you understand the importance of sacrifice." "Who said I can't recover, Captain? You've forgotten my racial gift. I have super regeneration. As long as a small part of my body remains, I can be resurrected," Long Xian said hurriedly. Pink advised, "Brother Long Xian, sacrifice your lesser self for the greater good. Our lives are tough. I can't even buy my favorite cosmetics because I have to pay off my mortgage every month. I'm supposed to make over 10,000 yuan a month, but in reality, I only get 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan isn't enough. I hope you can understand." Long Xian angrily said, "Can't you just use less makeup? You're sacrificing my life to buy makeup for yourself. You're being incredibly selfish. Pink, you have to understand that everyone has their own hobbies, and some hobbies are more precious than others. Just shut up." Long Xian was furious. Pink said, "Forget it, I understand you. I would have criticized you before, but your attitude wasn't enough, and there's no need now. You're going to die soon anyway, so what if I let you win just once? Sister Ziyun saved me. I know you're the best," Long Xian pleaded. "Little Long Xian, Sister Ziyun has watched you grow up, from a clueless child to a full-fledged team member. When you first joined, you were just an ultimate life, but now you're an eternal life. Time flies. You've grown so much in a short time. Look at how I treat you. Don't you want to repay me? Now is the perfect opportunity to do so." Ziyun wiped her eyes, trying to hold back the tears. But no matter how hard she tried, not a single tear fell, leaving the corners of her eyes red from wiping. Long Xian said coldly, "Sister Ziyun, stop pretending to cry. I don't know you. Forget it. If you don't believe me, forget it. I can't wipe my tears anyway. Just die peacefully, so we can get more compensation for you." Ziyun simply gave up treatment. "I think everyone shouldn't rush. We need to take our time and make everything perfect. Otherwise, we might not get any compensation," Lin Luo said. Jialan nodded. "Xiao Lin is right. This is crucial. It determines whether we can get the compensation. I think we shouldn't take action. If we do, we definitely leave some clues, and then we can put Long Xian in one place. The smog planet has so many dangers. It's normal for Brother Long Xian to die here. This was just an accident we didn't want to happen, but it happened anyway," Lin Luo said. Okay. Pink nodded. "We can't let the insurance company discover our problems. We must be extremely careful. Everyone, please share your thoughts and refine your own approaches." Lin Luo discussed the details with the three women, Jialan, and others. The spaceships were monitored by the Cosmic Alliance, allowing them to obtain specific information. The spaceships had time records, making it difficult for Jialan and the others to change them. The three of them discussed this over and over, but one point remained unavoidable. Seeing the three unable to resolve the issue, Long Xian pleaded, "Please let me go. If your actions are exposed and you sacrifice yourself in vain, I'd rather let you go. I earn more money in the future and won't even need food." "You're dreaming. What about no food allowance? Think about it. Your food allowance is only 1,000 universe coins a month. If we kill you, each of us can at least get a few 100,000 universe coins," Ziyun said. "It's that much." The three of them were excited. Ziyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's so much. The insurance I insured them is pretty high. I just checked. Long Xian has been insured for many years. Last time, the insurance company had a promotion. It said that for 100 universe coins, you can enjoy excess insurance of over 1 million universe coins. So it's divided among the 7 of us. No, Long Xian is dead, so it's divided among the 6 of us," Jialan said excitedly. Her pink eyes flushed, tears streaming down her face. "After being poor for so long, I can finally live a wealthy life. It truly brings tears to my eyes." Lin Luo sighed, "Brother Long Xian, I have no grudge against you. I didn't want you to die, but now you can see that there's no way around it. You're destined to die. Don't forget one thing, the issue of time. If you kill me during this time frame, you have a very hard time getting your money back. Many creatures in the 8th universe are prone to insurance fraud. Insurance companies aren't that foolish and will definitely investigate thoroughly. All our insurance is with companies affiliated with the Universal Alliance. Unless you change the time, you won't be able to collect my insurance premium." Long Xian, driven by a strong desire to survive, spoke quickly. "That's true. If we can't control time well, we can't kill it." Jialan hesitated. Chapter 1001. Lin Luo said, "This is very simple. I have the ability to control time. I can move Long Xian's death forward so that he dies before our spaceship lands. Shaolin, you're amazing. I think you're our savior. Our future escape from poverty and prosperity depends entirely on your help. Jialan gave him a high evaluation, not forgetting to praise himself. Of course I'm amazing. I was able to discover such a promising talent among the vast sea of creatures. Pink sneered. Captain, you're truly shameless. I clearly recommended you, yet you claim you did it all yourself. You're wrong. What do you mean by my recommendation? What you saw with your own eyes is not the same as my introduction. You must know that whatever the captain does is right, Jialan said. Lin Luo looked down upon the deep blue team. They were all driven mad by poverty. Long Xian pointed at Lin Luo and cursed, "You're so vicious." Lin Luo's face turned cold. Captain, I don't think we need to give this guy a chance. Look, he's still scolding me. Just get rid of him. You've been a great contributor to our team and deserve this honor. Jialan was very impressed. Thank you, Captain. Lin Luo thanked him. Pink was anxious. Let's get to the next step. The best cosmetics have been released recently, but they're incredibly expensive. I can't afford them. 1,000 universe coins a month is too little. If I had a few 100,000, I could buy something really expensive. Your new cosmetics are supposedly effective. Apply them on your skin, and over a decade, your skin will become smooth and supple. Ziyun sighed. I haven't bought a nice piece of clothing in years. I usually buy things on sale. I wouldn't dare buy anything without a discount. Now I can really go buy some couture. Lin Luo couldn't help but ask, Sister Ziyun, how much did your clothes cost? About 500 cosmic coins. Ziyun felt rather aggrieved. Lin Luo felt that the 8th universe was too similar to Earth. It was true that women's money was the easiest to earn. Pink liked cosmetics, and Ziyun liked clothes. The two of them went on a spending spree. 500 cosmic coins might not be much in the Universe Alliance team, but on the Wind Tribe planet, it was a lot. An average person working part-time would earn about 500 cosmic coins a month. The Deep Blue team was already 200 million in debt. With such high debt, each person's monthly living expenses were 1,000 cosmic coins, which at least meant they could still afford luxury goods. Pink eyes flared red. Sister Ziyun, soon all these bad things will be over. We'd be richer and richer. Ziyun nodded. The first thing I do with the compensation is buy several high-end pieces. They cost at least 20,000 cosmic coins. I can't treat myself badly. As captain, I worked so hard for this team. Buying the latest immortal level combat gear and a new character model alone costs 20,000 cosmic coins. Jialan said excitedly. Ziyun said, I think we should reward ourselves. Then we can go see Captain Qin and show off in front of him. It pissed him off to death. You're right. Our biggest enemy is still the former Captain Jinlan. Pink agreed. The three women gritted their teeth at the mention of Jinlan. Jinlan was their greatest enemy, bar none. Long Xian also hated Jinlan to death, but the three women paid little heed to his feelings. Ziyun nodded vigorously. We must reward ourselves generously. Stop daydreaming. Right now, we're just trying to get rid of Long Xian and get the compensation as soon as possible, so we can have some fun. Lin Luo feared the long night would bring more trouble. Only when he got the money would things become real. Daydreaming now was pointless. Brother Long Xian, get going. Today is the day you die. Next year's anniversary will be your death, and we go and pay our respects. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Lin Luo said calmly. I just joined. You might not even know my name. He wasn't afraid at all. Let alone the question of whether there were ghosts in this world. Even if Long Xian knew his name, Lin Luo wouldn't be afraid at all. The person Long Xian hated most was Lin Luo, a member of the Wind clan. What relationship did that have with him? Pink smiled happily and said, we must celebrate Brother Long Xian's death anniversary properly. I think that when everyone dies and receives a generous compensation, we should pay our respects properly, especially our brother Long Xian. I dress myself up beautifully. Wear nice clothes and makeup. Sweet looks are popular lately, so I wear a sweet makeup look. No, it's next year anyway. Fashions change every day. Who knows what the style will be like then? I just follow the trend with my makeup. Ziyun said, I wear purple couture. I bought some video games. They only enhance my combat experience, but not much else. I can only show off my strength. Jialan said. Lin Luo felt that after killing Long Xian, he would have to discuss with the business department how to conceal the truth. He was worried that if he let the cat out of the bag, he'd lose the compensation. Long Xian, let's go! Jialan called out. Wait a minute, I think I can still save him. Long Xian called out hurriedly, fearing he'd be killed if he was too late. Do you want to say your last words, or save him? I don't think you need to save him, a last word is better. Lin Luo said. Long Xian's face was grim. You thief. Captain Jialan, let's act quickly and finish him off. Lin Luo said. Okay, from now on, we have a dedicated position in our team called Fund Development Specialist, specifically responsible for our funding sources. Jialan made a major decision. Now that this matter is over, I think it's necessary to rescind this position. Ziyun said. Thank you, three sisters, for your trust. Lin Luo said. Jialan, let's proceed accordingly. The night is long and dreams are many. There are still people coming to this smog planet. Some of them hunt smog-infested creatures to eat, and some may find them quite delicious. Brother Long Xian, rest in peace. Lin Luo was quite angry, but when he thought about the hundreds of thousands of dollars Long Xian could generate for himself with his death, his resentment suddenly faded. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Long Xian roared. Good death. Lin Luo said. Don't kill me. There really is a way to make our entire Deep Blue team debt-free. There's no need to resort to such extreme methods. Every penny of our earnings belongs to everyone. Long Xian, seeing the situation was urgent, shouted. Chapter 1002. Hurry up and tell us. We don't have the time to waste with you. Those cosmetics will be on the shelves tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and they're all out of stock. We use the finest materials. Only one planet has this material, and it's produced regularly every year. If we miss it this year, we have to wait until next year. I can't bear to age a year longer. Pink said anxiously. Long Xian said, I discovered a large immortal on this planet. I'm in this state because it devoured me. An immortal from the planet Smog? Jialan asked. Yes. Long Xian said, I came to this planet mainly to investigate. I heard there's an immortal here who wants to generate revenue for our team. You always been timid. To be so kind, coming here specifically to find an immortal, you must have another reason. Jialan asked suspiciously. No other reason, just to find an immortal. Long Xian said. Ziyun pulled out a high-tech tablet-like device and quickly searched, quickly finding Long Xian's recent spending. Long Xian has been gambling on Paradise Planet every day lately, and has lost nearly 100,000 universe coins. Losing so much money is what prompted him to do this. It was because I lost so much money that I went to the Smog Planet searching for an immortal-level creature, thinking that by hunting it down, I could repay my debt. Jialan shook his head. Gambling is harmful. I told you before, you almost always lose money. Try not to gamble. 1,000 cosmic coins a month is too little. It's hard to even make ends meet. I have to find some other way to improve the team, Long Xian said. How foolish. Ziyun sighed. You really haven't remembered our teachings. I told you when you first joined us, the worst investment is gambling. Because the dealer is likely to manipulate you, it's hard to make money. You might win some money in the early stages, but you definitely lose it later. Experts only get you addicted. They constantly try to get you to increase your stake until you lose everything. Long Xian said sadly, I regret it so much. If I hadn't lost so much money, I wouldn't have come to this smoggy planet, and I certainly wouldn't be in your hands. Why are you so sad? You're sacrificing yourself to help us achieve such great benefits. It's your honor, Pink said. Ziyun continued flipping through the tablet, her brows furrowed slightly. I didn't check all the records just now. Early on, he lost quite a bit of money gambling, but later on, he seemed to win quite a bit. How much did he win? Jialan and the other two were surprised. Winning at gambling in the 8th universe is very difficult. Often, the dealer deliberately sets up the game, judging your situation based on your circumstances. If you're shrewd and self-controlled, they won't lose money to you early on, but will continue to win, ultimately bankrupting you. The other type is someone who is easily deceived. The dealer will lose money to you early on, but will ultimately rip you off. Can I check how much you won? Ziyun took the tablet and examined it carefully. She said, this guy won quite a bit, a total of 200,000 universe coins. What, brother Long Xian, you won 200,000 universe coins? Pink was surprised. Okay. Jialan said coldly, you won so much money, and didn't tell the captain right away. Don't you know that the captain is your primary guardian? You should tell him no matter how much you earn. You're afraid I share it with us, so you're deliberately not telling us. No. Long Xian hurriedly explained, I wanted to tell you, but I didn't have time. Ziyun's face turned cold. Don't pretend. I don't understand what you mean. You just don't want to give us the money. You want to enjoy the 200,000 universe coins for yourself. That must be it. Pink agreed. Lin Luo said, if our guess is correct, Brother Long Xian must have put all the 200,000 cosmic coins he earned on this planet. Why didn't you deposit them in the bank? He was worried you'd find the records. If you did, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the 200,000 cosmic coins all to himself. So he said he put them on the smog planet. He made up a story about traveling to the smog planet for business, only to encounter an immortal level creature and suffer the consequences, leaving only a small portion of his body. Jia Lan's grip suddenly increased, causing Long Xian to scream in pain. Good boy. You earned so much money, and didn't give us any to spend. You were almost killed by an immortal level creature, and you begged us to come. Long Xian said, I'm willing to share 200,000 universe coins. Stop pushing. If you push any harder, I'd be strangled. Ziyan said to Jia Lan, Captain, don't kill Long Xian. We have 200,000 universe coins. We need to get them first. Once you get the 200,000 universe coins, you probably let me go, right? Long Xian said uncertainly. Of course. Once we get the money, we definitely let you go. 200,000, we split it between the four of us. 50,000 universe coins each, that's a considerable sum. Jia Lan promised. If you hesitate to agree, I'm still a little confident you won't kill me. You haven't hesitated at all, and there are still four of us. Long Xian counted the people around him. There were exactly four. Jia Lan, there are four of us. Lin Luo is a new reserve player, so he definitely won't get a share. We're splitting among the four of us, and he's not included. You have to trust me. Pink anxiously, tell us where you are now, and we go there. It would be bad if the money wasn't lost. It's best to keep it with us for safekeeping. Long Xian was smarter. I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. I don't understand what you mean. If I tell you where I'm hiding the money now, you won't let me go. No, you have to trust us, Jia Lan promised. Take me away now, and get me treated at the hospital. Once I'm well, I tell you where the money is. Long Xian made his demands. Lin Luo didn't want to be left out. I think 200,000 isn't enough to go around. It would be better if something happened to Brother Long Xian. That way, we could get more money, not just this little. That's true. Jia Lan nodded. Pink said, I don't think we can let Long Xian off so easily. If we do, this business won't work, and he'd likely quit Team Deep Blue. That's very likely. Jia Lan nodded. Chapter 1003. Ziyan said, 200,000 cosmic coins cost us 1 cent each. Even a single piece of couture is nearly out of our pocket, and buying anything else is practically impossible. That makes sense. Pink said, 50,000 cosmic coins is a lot for a poor person like me, but I still want more. If this business works, we can defraud the insurance company regularly. We can't do it once a year, but even if we do it once every 10 years, it'd be enough for us to live on for a long time. I think 10 years is just right, and the insurance company won't be too suspicious. Lin Luo expressed his opinion. That's the thing. We can do a long-term business. The 200,000 downstairs is only a one-time deal. We can't let him off the hook. Ziyan said. Jia Lan frowned. My biggest worry is that this guy will report this. We all be in trouble. He can't stay here. The Universal Alliance has always advocated equality and justice, and protecting its own interests. We be quick. The insurance companies are all part of the Universal Alliance. Pink worriedly said, if an investigation is launched, everything our team does will be monitored, and we won't be able to do this business in the future. That makes sense. Jia Lan nodded. Don't kill me. I think if we kill the immortal and take his body, we can get all the money back. Long Xian said. Don't say any more. Your life is not your life, mine is. At my full power, my combat power can reach immortal level, but compared to immortals, there's a huge gap. I may not be able to kill him 100%. Jia Lan knew how powerful immortal level creatures were. Unleashing their full combat power meant they could reach the immortal level, but that didn't mean they were truly immortal level creatures. Whenever you want to make money, choose the method with the least risk. Ziyan chose the safe approach. I agree. Jia Lan and Pink agreed. Goodbye, Brother Long Xian. I see you off. You're so vicious. Lin Luo, fearing Long Xian might talk too much, silenced him. The four conspired to murder Long Xian, fabricating an accident to defraud the insurance company of a large sum, leaving them with money to spend. Suddenly, the surrounding haze shifted, surging towards Lin Luo and the other three like a black wave. Pink suddenly sensed something was wrong. Oh no! Danger is imminent. They're coming with such force, they're definitely formidable. You're talking nonsense. Jialan angrily said, Long Xian, you idiot. You must have attracted some immortal level creatures when you came over here. I'm dying to kill you now. You're not saying you didn't want to kill me before. Since you're all going to kill me anyway, let's all just go along with you. Long Xian was like a dead pig, fearless as hell. Let's run. Ziyun sensed the immortal level creatures and couldn't help but panic. The gap between immortal level creatures and eternal level creatures was vast. The slightest aura emitted by an immortal level creature instantly terrified the eternal level creatures. Ziyun was relatively powerful among the eternal level creatures, so her performance wasn't as frightening. Some of the weaker eternal level creatures were likely to be frightened to their knees, possibly even suffering from incontinence. Let's run away. Lin Luo feigned fear. The immortals of the smog planet couldn't compare to those of the forest planet. The immortal earth god blood-red forest was truly terrifying. Get out of here quickly. Whoever can escape, escape. I hold him off. Jialan handed Long Xian over to Ziyun. Ziyun was quite moved. Captain, I always thought you were incredibly selfish, but now I see you have a noble side, sacrificing yourself for the greater good. Stop the nonsense. Do you think I don't want to run? The main thing is, if I run, the enemy might chase me first. I'm their most delicious meal. Jialan complained unhappily. It's the same for everyone. The creatures they choose first are the ones that benefit them the most. It's impossible to choose something that only fills their stomach. The smog concentration was so high that it transformed into a thick black fog that swirled and swirled like a black ocean. A pair of large black eyes opened wide, emitting a cold light like two gongs. Jia Lan's entire body swelled to a gigantic size, transforming into a giant blue tiger. The blue giant rapidly transformed into a giant blue tiger. Ziyun transformed into a giant purple bird, taking the three of them with her as they fled. Lin Luo sat on Ziyun's body and looked behind him. A monster with a horse's head and a bird's body emerged from the black haze, covered in black scales and emitting a black glow. Jia Lan transformed into a giant blue tiger and pounced at the haze monster. Lin Luo exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't Captain Jia Lan a member of the seven-colored race? The most he could transform into is a giant blue tiger." "How did he transform into a giant blue tiger?" Pink explained, "Brother, that's what you don't understand. Our outer universe's technology has advanced to a very high level, even applying it to biotechnology. Some of our species are inherently weaker, so we can use this method to enhance their strength. Aren't we very poor? How can we afford biotechnology?" Lin Luo asked, puzzled. "Some money can be saved, but some can't. For example, methods like this, which enhance one's strength, are simply not worth saving." Ziyun was quite frustrated. They were already so poor, yet they still needed to save money for Captain Jia Lan's surgery. She had saved a lot of money for this surgery. "What is this monster?" Pink asked. "This monster is called a millipede." Ziyun explained, "The smog planet has been able to survive for so long because of this immortal creature. Any creature that has any interest in the smog planet has been devoured by this immortal creature." Pink concluded, "I discovered that some primitive planets have been able to survive for so long because they have major problems, such as severe weather, toxic gases, and other environmental factors. Most likely, they have a powerful immortal creature. Immortal creatures can determine the fate of a planet. Without immortal creatures, a planet is destined to become food or slavery for others." Ziyun nodded. Jia Lan and the black millipede engaged in a fierce battle. The black millipede opened its bloody maw, its head covered in fangs. The fangs were extremely sharp and shone with a cold light. The millipede bit down fiercely. Jia Lan didn't dare to resist and slapped back. The tiger claw struck the millipede's head with terrifying force. Xue Lu was hit on the forehead by a huge force. He was confused for a moment and didn't react. Chapter 1004. Malula reacted, lashing out in fury. Its black bird-like body spread out, its wings flapped, and black lotus fire rose from between its black feathers. The black lotus fire burned fiercely, its temperature reaching hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, distorting space as it flew towards Jia Lan. The black lotus fire stained the black haze, emitting a black mist. Water vapor arose from Jia Lan's body, forming giant bubbles that continuously dissipated the incoming black lotus. The black lotus fire clashed with the blue bubbles, and for a moment, it was difficult to determine the winner. Malula was stronger, and the amount of blue bubbles he produced decreased, making him unable to counter the black lotus fire. The black and blue energies collided, and the flames spread in all directions. Ziyun and the other three were forced to move further away from the clash. The battle between the two immortals was terrifying. If they were caught in the crossfire, it would easily cause widespread damage. Malula was an immortal who had evolved a long time ago, and was no match for a forced immortal like Jialan. Pink watched Jialan struggle. Sister Ziyun, let's quickly activate the spaceship and find a way to escape. It feels like being caught in the crossfire would be very dangerous. Ziyun, that makes sense. How about we just abandon the captain? This is very dangerous. I have a very high insurance policy for the captain, which will cover 1,000,000 cosmic coins at once. Pink reminded her, be sure to take a short video. If you record it, the insurance company will have to compensate me. I installed surveillance. We don't need to be here. We can wait for the video to be recorded and then come get it, Ziyun said. Pink gave a thumbs up. As expected of Sister Ziyun, you thought of everything. Longxian nodded and said, let's get out of here quickly. That creature is truly terrifying. It's all this guy's fault. I kill you the moment I think of you. If you had divided the 200,000 between us earlier, the captain wouldn't have been in danger. Pink looked around. Black smog swirled around, and many creatures were rushing in. The creatures on the smog planet have a peculiarity. Everyone is immersed in the smog, inhaling large amounts of it. If they aren't from the smog planet, they immediately recognize them. These creatures are inherently hostile to outsiders, and are eager to attack them frantically. Longxian felt guilty. I didn't know either. I've been here before, and didn't encounter any danger. I hid the money in here. But this time is different. I didn't expect an immortal level creature to show up. That's why I said you're so stupid. You didn't even bother to find out what immortal level creature it was. You caused us all this trouble. If I die this time, I won't let you go, even as a ghost, Lin Luo said angrily. Longxian was stunned, then furious. You're a newcomer, and I'm an old man. Do you need to tell me what to do? Believe it or not. I kill you later. Lin Luo squeezed Longxian's hand, suddenly increasing his strength. I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Longxian quickly said, it's a misunderstanding. Old men like us hate newcomers the most. Talented people like you are amazing. That's about right. Lin Luo felt he would be promoted quickly, from a reserve member to a full member in no time. Longxian, filled with hatred, decided to go back and recover and bully Lin Luo properly. There hadn't been any bullying incidents in the Deep Blue team before, but now, starting with him, there would be. Let's leave. Ziyun spread her wings and flew off into the distance. The haze swirled continuously, churning like the sea. Within it emerged several enormous creatures, sporting fleshy wings and smooth black skin. They were no smaller than Ziyun, perhaps even much larger. A dozen pairs of eyes shone in the darkness, emitting a breathtaking blue light. The enormous creatures, like Ziyun, had transformed into giant star birds. They appeared to be eternal-level creatures. With a flap of their wings, they transformed into black shadows. Soon, a dozen or so black shadows descended and launched a fierce attack on Ziyun. Ziyun's enormous beak opened, and purple energy gathered frantically within it, forming a massive purple energy cannon. The dozen or so black shadows were unlike the creatures before them, who were generally weaker and easily killed. They were eternal-level creatures, slightly weaker than Ziyun, but not by much. Ziyun was extremely experienced in combat, and knew the consequences of being surrounded. She immediately chose to break free, opening her bloody maw and devouring a black bat. Pink, I can't escape right away. I'm relying on you. I understand. Pink's usual playful smile faded, and her body gradually grew larger. The colorful race possesses powerful talents, but their inherent combat power is relatively weak, requiring a biological transplant. Pink's parents are extremely wealthy, and before joining the Deep Blue team, she had already undergone a perfect transplant. Her body expanded at a visible speed, transforming into a giant pink creature. The pink giant then rapidly transformed into a pink star leopard. The star leopard is a species native to the starry sky, considered exceptionally powerful among the numerous races, and considered among the highest of the elite. Handsome brother, ride on me. Pink called out. Ride? Lin Luo felt something was amiss, and pulled Longxian onto Pink's back. Pink's limbs moved swiftly, accelerating continuously. In a short time, she had surpassed the speed of light, her entire body transforming into a flash of pink light. Some black fog obstructed their path, but it was dispersed by Pink. As expected, the Deep Blue team, as the Ace team, had no weak members. Pink thought she had found an opportunity. She spread her wings, glided for a moment, and suddenly soared into the air. Flying at an incredible speed, Pink reached over 1,000 meters. The haze swirled continuously, enveloping her like a black ocean. A gigantic crocodile emerged from the mist and charged towards her. Although Pink was vigilant, she was still accidentally struck and flung away, dragged a long distance. Lin Luo placed Long Xian on Pink's back and flew away, following inertia. The haze planet was too dangerous, not as dangerous as the forest planet, but it wasn't safe for the 3 members of Team Deep Blue. Lin Luo wanted to help Jia Lan slay the immortal-level creature. Immortal-level creatures were his target, and killing them would bring him great benefits. His evolution was nearing its peak. Ordinary eternal-based creatures were no longer sufficient for him. He needed immortal-level creatures. Chapter 1005. Jia Lan's battle with the immortal-level creature was an opportunity for Lin Luo, one he wouldn't normally encounter. Based solely on Lin Luo's own strength, it would be difficult for him to directly confront an immortal-level creature. He needed the assistance of an immortal-level creature, and Jia Lan was a perfect complement in this situation. Handsome brother. Pink saw Lin Luo being flung away, and quickly called out for help. The creature in the haze had already attacked, preventing Pink from charging forward. This was a massive black crocodile, enormous in size, much larger than Pink. Long Xian analyzed, the black crocodile before us is not only larger than you, but also far more powerful. If you were to engage it head-on, you would likely be no match for it. Why are you still on my back? Handsome brother was flung away, and you're still here? Pink said disdainfully. Long Xian said angrily, that's a bit harsh. What do you mean by saying that if Lin Luo gets flung, I have to be flung too? That's illogical. Very reasonable. Get off my back now. I won't. You shameless bastard. Pink said angrily. Long Xian, if I get off your back, I'm basically dead. I can stay on your back longer. You're still sitting on my back, making sarcastic remarks. What do you mean I'm no match for this black crocodile? If I die, how can you survive? I'm just giving you an objective analysis. If you confront him head-on, you're definitely no match. But if you rely on your agility, you can still survive. Thank you. Pink didn't bother arguing with Long Xian. She was ready to face the black crocodile's attack. The black crocodile's massive head lashed out at Pink. Knowing the danger, Pink quickly moved upward. It struck a large rock, which shattered into dozens of pieces, scattering across the ground. That was a close call. Pink breathed a sigh of relief. The black crocodile's blow had essentially crippled her. Long Xian continued his sarcastic remarks. I told you just now that you couldn't even follow a single sentence. You didn't believe it, but now you do, don't you? Luckily, you reacted so quickly and escaped, otherwise you'd be dead. Shut up. You keep making sarcastic remarks all day long. Pink was furious. From now on, listen to my instructions. I teach you how to fight, and then dodge as best you can. Your combat experience is far inferior to mine. Why should I listen to your instructions? Hurry and jump. The monster is about to attack you. The haze swirled, and the black crocodile attacked again. Pink Starry Sky Leopard had average vision, but its perception was relatively sharp. Its greatest advantage was speed. Pink didn't dare run. If she did, Lin Luo would definitely be gone, and she might even encounter even more powerful creatures. The haze planet is a rather mysterious planet, perpetually covered in thick haze, making it impossible to see anything. The Universal Alliance has explored it several times, but they haven't been able to accurately determine the number of powerful creatures. 2 immortal-level creatures are a strong possibility. If Pink encounters an eternal-level creature, she might be able to fight it out, but if she encounters an immortal-level creature, she barely stands a chance. Immortal-level creatures were too powerful, easily crushing eternal-level creatures. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. The black crocodile was clearly of a higher level and far more powerful, forcing Pink to dodge. Pink barely had time to land before she was forced to flee. The black crocodile's attacks were too frequent, leaving her no openings. She dodged rapidly and continuously to withstand the black crocodile's attacks. Lin Luo observed that Pink wasn't looking over, so he quickly melted and transformed into a giant golden dragon. Mist billowed in, and black snakes emerged from the water, biting at Lin Luo. Lin Luo's mouth, brimming with terrifying power, opened wide, and flames erupted from it. The flames ignited the black snake, causing it to burn fiercely, exuding a meaty aroma. This black snake looks rather dirty and unattractive, but it smells quite fragrant when burned. Lin Luo rushed forward and devoured the entire black snake flesh. He hadn't transformed into a dragon in a long time, and his dragon form required a significant amount of energy. Consuming this would significantly replenish his energy. After Lin Luo finished his meal of the black snake meat, he immediately ran back to help Jiao Lan kill the immortal-level creature. Damn it! Another immortal-level creature. I never thought my family would die here. It's all that damned Long Xian's fault. He left the money here, forcing me to come looking for him. Jiao Lan sensed a powerful creature approaching. It wasn't an immortal, but it was powerful enough. She had already been overdrawing her potential, battling the immortal. She didn't need an immortal to fight. A single eternal-level creature would be enough to kill her. A golden dragon roared towards them, and Jiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a creature from the smog planet. A creature from the smog planet would surely come to the aid of the millipede and attack him. I hope this golden dragon is in the same situation as me, having strayed into this place by mistake, Jiao Lan hoped. The golden dragon rushed over, and the millipede attacked immediately, lashing out with its largest tail, sending the millipede flying. Brother, you did a great job. I'm the captain of the Deep Blue team, the ace team of the Universal Alliance. If you help me take care of this creature, I give you half. Jiao Lan directly stated his name, hoping to help the other party, who had some intentions towards him. Okay. Lin Luo deliberately changed his voice, not wanting Jiao Lan to notice. Jiao Lan bit down on the bird's body, his fangs sinking into the flesh, drawing a large amount of blood. The millipede, in excruciating pain, tried to fight back, but Lin Luo rushed over, temporarily preventing him from harming Jiao Lan. Well done. Jiao Lan said happily, you're quite experienced in combat. You attacked without even needing my advice. Without Lin Luo's help, Jiao Lan's action would have been very dangerous. He bit the millipede, allowing it to counterattack. When the millipede is in pain, it unleashes a terrifying burst of force. If it struck Jiao Lan, it would likely injure him severely. The two of them coordinated their attacks, leaving the millipede unable to fight back. The wounds on its body multiplied, and blood continuously flowed from them, staining its entire body a crimson red. That's enough. Let's find a chance to finish it off, Lin Luo suggested. Of course. If we keep fighting, we'd be in danger. Jiao Lan thought the golden dragon before him was quite impressive, and immediately considered recruiting it. Chapter 1006. The official members of the Deep Blue team were all eternal-level creatures, but only two could fight alongside Jiao Lan. One was the vice-captain, and the other was a full member. These two were generally lazy, and rarely went on missions together. Jiao Lan was furious, but she couldn't do anything about them. They were both quite powerful, and often invited by other teams. She made it clear that they could leave, but they would have to pay off a portion of their debt. The two finally gave up on leaving. The debt was too much, a lifetime burden, and difficult to pay off. Jiao Lan felt that with the help of this golden dragon, she could hunt immortal-level creatures frequently, and quickly pay off her debt. Those were things to do later. Jiao Lan's most important task was to kill the millipede. I deliver the final blow, and you deliver your strongest blow. We slay it. Jiao Lan's body shone with a blue light, imbued with immense power, and it quickly cleared the haze around him. Boom! His entire body erupted in blue flames, immense and blazing, distorting the surrounding space. Jiao Lan transformed into a flash of blue light, and charged towards the pitch-black millipede. Jiao Lan ignited once more, and blue flame shot up into the sky. The entire millipede was engulfed in flames, burning fiercely, and a burning stench permeated the air. Lin Luo charged towards the millipede, his entire body accelerating, transforming into a golden flash of light, slicing the black millipede in two. A torrent of blood poured down from the sky like a torrential rain. The millipede's body had become filthy from years of inhaling vast quantities of smog, and its blood carried a foul odor. The blood spread, filling the air with a strong stench. The millipede's body had been cut in half, but it wasn't dead. Its head was still alive, and it fled into the distance. Lin Luo transformed into a golden flash and rushed towards the head. Be careful. Jiao Lan wanted to chase after it, but seeing the half of the millipede below, she gave up. There were so many creatures in the smog. If she chased after it, her body would be long gone by the time she returned, eaten by the various smog creatures. The result would be a loss. Jiao Lan reached the half of the millipede's body, and quickly retrieved her space bag. Lin Luo caught up to the head of the millipede, and immediately stowed it away in his own space bag. After doing this, he immediately chose to return. Jiao Lan didn't chase after it. After obtaining half of the millipede's body, she would definitely run to its rescue. Lin Luo had to return early to avoid unnecessary suspicion. After collecting the lower half of the millipede's body, Jiao Lan tried to continue chasing after it, but found it was gone. Don't blame me for this. I wanted to chase him, but I couldn't. She felt that without her help, it would be easy for the other party to dispose of half of the millipede's body. Jialan ran towards Ziyun and saw the giant purple bird being besieged by a dozen black bats. Ziyun, how are you doing? Jialan asked. Ziyun angrily said, Can't you see I'm being attacked? Come and help. I can't hold on any longer. I'm about to be eaten by these damn bats. You want my help, and this is your attitude? Are you worthy of me? Jialan asked. Captain, come and save me. That's more like me. Jialan transformed into a giant blue tiger, a massive energy ball forming on his body, and launching it at a dozen black bats. Several black bats, their flesh and blood ripped apart, fell from the sky. A few fled as far as they could, also seriously injured. Jialan didn't chase them. Ziyun took out a space bag and collected the black bat corpses. Any eternal level creature is full of treasures, and even a little bit of it can be used to make a lot of money. Ziyun opened her huge mouth and smiled happily. What a great harvest. By the end of this, we have a good share of the money. One giant bat can sell for around 20,000. You just stole one, so you won't get any of the money later, Jialan said. Who said I stole it? Do you have any evidence? Ziyun denied it. Jialan exposed her directly. Don't bother pretending. I'm maintaining my blue star tiger form, and I can see some of its subtle movements. If I were human, I might not. If you had told me you could see it, I wouldn't have stolen the food. I prefer money to food. Ziyun said angrily. Anyway, you're not going to get a share of Black Bat's money, Jialan said coldly. Ziyun said angrily. If I don't get a share of the money, then you won't get any money from selling it later. Jialan said, By the way, I just killed an immortal level creature and got half of its body. Selling this half would bring a lot of money. Think carefully about whether you want a share of the profits. I thought it through. I was wrong just now. I cheated and failed to live up to your expectations. I sincerely apologize. Ziyun quickly changed her tone. Compared to an immortal level creature, Black Bat was a joke worthless. What are you two talking about? I can't hold on any longer. This giant black crocodile is terrifying. It's about to bite me to death. You're going to lose a teammate soon. Pink shouted. Jialan asked Ziyun, Pink is dead, how much money will we get? I forgot to tell you. If you say the profit isn't great, the insurance company won't pay. They say you are doing dangerous work, and we're only challenging eternal level creatures. That's what the insurance company insured us with. They said if we were killed while challenging a creature comparable to ourselves, or if we encountered an accident, they would definitely pay. But the problem is, if we challenged an immortal level creature and killed it, the insurance company would unilaterally believe we deliberately challenged it to defraud the insurance, Ziyun said. We clearly encountered an immortal level creature, and I killed it with a massive outburst. How can that be considered insurance fraud? Jialan said angrily. This insurance company's finance department is in charge. They only care about whether you killed an immortal creature, and whether you made a profit. Even half of Malulu's body is worth at least 50 million. Seeing you get that much, they naturally don't want to compensate. Ziyun explained. Jialan angrily said, Damn insurance company. They won't pay for this, they won't pay for that. What the hell are they trying to do? There's nothing I can do. These insurance companies are just too disgusting these days. Ziyun felt quite helpless. Chapter 1007. Hurry up and save me. I'm about to die. Pink had a bad feeling. I come and save you right now. Don't worry, with me as the captain here, I won't let you get hurt. Jialan thought that if Pink died, she could earn a fortune, and then kill Black Crocodile, and make even more money. After hearing Ziyun's words, she had to abandon her money-making plan. Insurance companies have a system of robbing the rich to help the poor. If they profit greatly from a particular mission, they won't pay compensation. Jialan rushed over, reaching Pink's side, and launched a blue flame towards Black Crocodile. The Black Crocodile opened its mouth, releasing a large amount of black water, which tried to resist the blue flame. The blue flame was stronger, igniting the black water. The flames burned more and more fiercely, enveloping the Black Crocodile. The Black Crocodile was covered in blue flames, and the burning sensation continued, causing it to scream in pain. The Black Crocodile tried to extinguish the blue flames, but was unable to do so. Its body rolled over, and a scent of flesh wafted out. After a while, the Black Crocodile could no longer bear it, and fell to the ground. Ziyun rushed over, collected the Black Crocodile, and said happily, If you sell this Black Crocodile, you can get 100,000 universe coins. Not bad, Jialan nodded. Pink said angrily. You two are going too far, aren't you? I almost died, and you still have the energy to think about the black crocodile's value. Ziyun said disdainfully. If you say that, don't even think about taking our money. If you do, just shut up. That's fine, right? I like a bit more money then, after all, I just encountered great danger. Pink's mood brightened instantly at the thought of the cosmic coins. Black Crocodile wasn't just an ordinary Eternal, it was far more powerful than these. She'd been dodging until now, avoiding its numerous attacks. If Pink hadn't chosen to evade the attacks flexibly this time, Black Crocodile would have nearly killed her. Ziyun said coldly, you dress yourself up beautifully, and you have beautiful dreams, but you still want more money? Why don't you just go to heaven? I almost died, can't you ask for a little more money? Pink said angrily. Ziyun, it's different for me. I was in great danger just now. You were only attacked by one smog monster of the same level, but I was attacked by several monsters at once, and I was almost killed. According to you, I should have asked for more money, otherwise I'd be doing myself a disservice. Jialan said, the creatures you two encountered were too weak, and the monsters I encountered were much stronger. According to you, you should have given me more money. Longxian said, I think I need more money. Pink was attacked just now, and it was only with my warning that she was able to face the black crocodile. Otherwise, she would have been killed long ago. You make it sound like you helped me a lot. I knew how to dodge without you telling me. Pink retorted. Jia Lan accused Longxian, you're the worst offender. You lured an immortal here, and nearly killed me. And you still have the nerve to talk like that? I didn't mean to, but this immortal charged at me. With my strength, I wouldn't be in any danger on this smoggy planet, but this immortal just kept chasing me. Longxian angrily said, there are so many eternal-level creatures on the smog planet, and he doesn't want to devour them, but instead comes to devour me. Don't you think he's crazy? The four of them argued for a long time, with no conclusion. An immortal-level creature had died where they were. Some creatures wanted to approach, but were afraid of the four's strength and stayed away. Pink clapped her hands. I almost forgot. I don't know where the handsome brother is gone. Let's go check. Jia Lan and Ziyun hurried over to look for him. In their eyes, Lin Luo was quite good, with a talent for economics. The three of them ran over and found Lin Luo in a large pit. Lin Luo waited in the pit for a long time, listening to the three people's argument. He had overestimated the unity of Jia Lan's team. For a little money, these three could turn on each other in an instant. I'm here. Lin Luo held out his hand. Pink ran over. Handsome brother, you're so lucky to be alive. I thought you were dead. If you were, how would I explain this to your sister? You died on your first day here. That's right. We worked so hard to recruit someone like you. If you died, it would be our biggest loss. Jia Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Luo was a reserve member, so if he died, there wouldn't be much compensation. But the value Lin Luo had provided far outweighed the compensation. Jia Lan used to disapprove of Lin Luo, but now she sees his value as immense. Lin Luo felt the need to explain, I'm alive. Before I set out, my sister taught me a set of wind-hiding skills. Using this ability, I can hide in the wind, and my set will be blown away by the wind, making it invisible to the smog creatures. That's okay, Ziyun said. Longxian said, no one from our deep blue team can be left behind. Let's get ready now. Take out my 200,000 universe coins, and divide them among us. Ziyun snorted coldly, now you know we have to share. Where were you before? Longxian blamed himself. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being too selfish. I won't be so selfish anymore. I want to change my ways, and be a better person. This time, there are 200,000 universe coins. There are 5 of us here, and originally, each of us got 40,000. Let's redistribute it. You get 20,000, and Lin Luo gets 40,000. The extra 20,000 will be divided equally among everyone. Jia Lan decided. Why should we divide it this way? This money came from me, okay? I learned the rules of gambling time and time again, and I almost got torn apart by others to earn these 200,000. Do you know how hard it was for me? Longxian said aggrievedly. If you don't want to, you can just do it. We throw you onto this planet, and leave you to fend for yourself. And since I killed an immortal-level creature, you won't get a share. The Universal Alliance has clear rules limiting team sharing. When selling valuable items, they can't all be enjoyed by one person, they must be distributed equally among everyone in the team. As the team leader, Jia Lan couldn't act recklessly. He couldn't just sell an item and keep all the money. Longxian knew the value of half a millipede's body. Even a half of an immortal level creature could fetch a lot of money. He quickly changed his tone. Who said I didn't want to? I do. You're quite understanding. I was thinking of giving you a good scolding, and not giving you any money. Jialan sighed. The veteran team member was too slick and difficult to deal with. The newcomer was better. He didn't say a word the entire time, and played a huge role. If I had such a good newcomer, I could have 100 of him. Chapter 1008. Pink didn't forget to take credit. Captain, now you know how powerful I am, right? Earlier you said you didn't want Lin Luo. Without him, it would be hard for us to make money. Lin Luo is a lucky man. If you join us, we can pay off half of our debt. Jialan said disdainfully. I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you. You act as if all this money is yours. And I recruited Lin Luo, you're just an auxiliary. I'm the one who actually hired you. Stop talking. I knew you were that kind of person. The provincial leaders are always right. Pink sneered. Jialan said confidently, isn't it? Lin Luo smiled bitterly. Everyone, stop arguing. Let's go back quickly. The smog planet is still very dangerous. If another immortal appears, it will be difficult to deal with. Jialan, what's there to be afraid of? I can just kill it. Then we can make a lot of money. Ziyun scoffed, stop pretending. We know how to kill immortals. It's all about the golden dragon. Without it, you can't kill it. Besides, millipedes aren't particularly powerful. Pink agreed, that's right. Without the golden dragon's help, you can't kill it. Okay, I raised a few ungrateful people. When you face an immortal, you know how powerful it is. You might not even be able to withstand a single blow. Jialan said angrily. Lin Luo was quite helpless. Please stop arguing. We should focus on our business. If the immortal creatures show up later, it will be difficult to deal with them. Let's go! Jialan summoned a spaceship, a ship that was incredibly close to immortal class. After all, they were the ace team of the Universal Alliance, so their spaceships were undoubtedly far more powerful than those of the Fat Fulai Company. The Phoenix team spaceships could withstand a single blow from an immortal class creature. Not to mention the Deep Blue team spaceships, which were even closer to immortal class creatures. If everyone hadn't chosen to fight, they could have escaped aboard the spaceship. The spaceship, carrying a group of people away from the Haze planet, encountered some powerful creatures. Ziyun transformed into a giant star bird, devouring the creatures that rushed towards them. Ziyun's actions sparked envy and jealousy among the others, saving them a considerable amount of food expenses. Wind Tribe Planet. Do you think my brother will be in trouble? It's so dangerous out there, especially within the Deep Blue team, where the danger is even greater. Lin Na sat on the sofa, restless. After returning from the forest planet, the Phoenix team lost its designation. Most of the members had died, leaving her alone. It was impossible for her to carry out the mission alone. Lin Shui comforted her, don't worry. Your brother isn't that weak. I can't be so unlucky as to encounter danger on my first try, right? Lin Na sighed, you're in the Cosmic Alliance team, so you know some things better than I do. The Deep Blue team is particularly dangerous, primarily because of its high debt. This high debt forces this ace team to risk their lives. The other teams are fine, but they're all relatively insignificant. Lin Shui blamed herself. I didn't expect the Deep Blue team to have such high debt. I thought they were just a strong team. Isn't this your fault? You already done more for us, my sister and I. Besides, leaving Team Deep Blue isn't that easy. I can't even come up with 500,000 cosmic coins. Lin Na sighed. Now, a news report. Team Deep Blue, the ace of the Cosmic Alliance, has killed an immortal level creature, a millipede, on the Haze planet. Millipedes are dominant creatures on the Haze planet. Other outsiders are extremely hostile to them, and will attack them frantically upon encountering them. Killing them will greatly aid the Cosmic Alliance's exploration of this planet. Immortal level creature. Lin Na felt dizzy, and nearly fainted. Lin Shui quickly helped Lin Na up. Are you okay? Any way to contact Team Deep Blue? Lin Na asked anxiously. Lin Shui comforted him, don't worry. I ask for you now, and see if I can get in touch with them. Okay, thank you so much. Why are you telling me all this? Your business is my business. After some research, Lin Shui discovered that contacting the Deep Blue team was relatively easy. It cost 300 cosmic coins to call them. Whether they answered the call depended on various circumstances. Once they did, another 300 cosmic coins would be deducted. On the Wind Tribe planet, 300 cosmic coins was plenty. A month's salary was only that much these days. Lin Na, too worried about Lin Luo, didn't care and quickly made the call. Hello, who are you? A sexy, mature voice came from the other end. I'm Lin Luo's sister, Lin Na. I'm trying to find Lin Luo. Looking for Lin Luo, you might be late. Ah, did something happen to him? Lin Na had a bad feeling. Ziyun, don't overthink it, he's fine. We're basically distributing money here, and since the amount is quite large, we're asking him to do it. Distribute money? Lin Na was confused for a moment. She had been an intern before, and there were basically no benefits or bonuses. It meant doing the same work every day, but the salary remained the same. When he first started as an intern, his monthly salary was only 1,500 yuan, and it later increased to 7,000 yuan. What was her brother up to? A reserve member doing all the work of a regular member? Ziyun was delighted. You don't know how formidable your brother is. When he joined our team, we discovered he had a tremendous talent. He's incredibly skilled at managing money and increasing profits. We met capable individuals, but never one as skilled as this. Lin Na was stunned, unable to react. You mean my brother is not only fine, but also getting along really well with you? He could be a core member now. Ziyun nodded. If it weren't for the Universal Alliance's stipulation that the internship period must last 6 months, we could have promoted him to a full member right now. Lin Na wasn't particularly pleased. This was both a good and a bad thing. The good thing was that her brother was fine and doing very well. His future was limitless. But the bad was also obvious. Her brother had been with the Deep Blue team for a long time. With the Deep Blue team's high debt, every mission was bound to be extremely dangerous. He could easily die. Lin Luo had been there for so long, and something was bound to happen to him sooner or later. Chapter 1009. Lin Na felt relieved, her tone softening. Sister, I need to speak to my brother. Wait a moment. I let him know. He's almost done, and will get back to you shortly, Ziyun replied. Thank you, sister. Lin Na was filled with gratitude. Lin Shui said, I told you before, don't worry too much. Your brother must have some talent to pass that test and be selected by the Deep Blue team. Besides, since you're so strong, your brother must be strong too. This has something to do with his racial talent. Lin Na breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. I was a little distrustful of my brother. After a while, Lin Luo ran over to answer the phone. Sister, you called me? What's going on? Don't you know what it is? Didn't you go with the Deep Blue team? The Smog planet was attacked by an immortal level attack. I was so worried when I saw the news. I thought the news wouldn't be broadcast anymore, but I didn't expect it to be broadcast anyway. Lin Luo said. You're so unreliable. You didn't even call me back. Lin Na complained. I wanted to call you back too. I just have some unfinished business. I called you back once I finished it. Lin Luo explained. Lin Na said angrily, you don't know how worried I am about you. I give you 500,000 cosmic coins, so you can leave the Deep Blue team. The Deep Blue team is too dangerous. 500,000 cosmic coins might not be enough. Lin Luo smiled wryly. Huh? You mean even with 500,000 cosmic coins, the Deep Blue team won't let you go? Lin Na said. It's mainly because I'm about to become a full-fledged team member. They decided to transfer me to the regular team, saying there's a 6-month probationary period, and once that's over, I'd be able to become a full-fledged member immediately. The Universe Alliance has a clear rule that replacement players must serve 6 months on the bench, otherwise, they can't become full-fledged members. The main reason is that the Universe Alliance has many connections who have their offspring join designated teams, becoming full-fledged members with almost no training. This has led to a negative consequence. After their deaths, many of these connections have sought compensation from the Universe Alliance insurance company. The Universe Alliance has always followed the insurance company's principle of not paying if it can avoid it, and has also imposed a probationary period. They would like to pay nothing, but that's impossible. The alliances formed by these connections are also very powerful, and it's not just insurance companies that dominate. Insurance companies can exploit the poor or the rich, but they can't exploit those with connections. Many of these connections are very powerful, and have connections within the Universe Alliance insurance company. Later, the Universal Alliance conducted a test and found that members who had been interns for 6 months had significantly better survival abilities than those who became full members immediately, with a mortality rate that was more than half as low. If it weren't for this rule, Lin Luo would have become a full member of the Deep Blue team long ago. You want to become a full member? Lin Shui felt completely sick, and inevitably began to feel jealous. She had been in her team for almost a decade, and now there was no news of her becoming a full member. Lin Luo had only been a member for a few days, and he was already on the verge of becoming a full member. Lin Na frowned and said, being a substitute member is already dangerous enough. If you become a full member, won't it be even more dangerous? I worry about you every day. Lin Shui wailed with envy and resentment. Shaolin, tell me quickly, this isn't true. You only been a substitute member of the Deep Blue team for a short time, and you're about to become a full member. Your promotion is incredibly fast. Compared to you, I'm nothing. Sister Shui, I want to tell you it's fake, but it's real. Lin Luo smiled. Lin Shui asked, tell me how you became a full member. Lin Luo, it's quite simple. They were facing a serious debt crisis, so I told them a few secrets. For example, why should I pay back money I owed through my own merit? I also gave them some key advice to make their lives better. They wanted me to become a full member, and they all agreed that I was very talented. Is it that simple? Lin Shui asked. I didn't know this was happening. If I had known, I have asked Sister Shui to join our Deep Blue team, and you could have become a full member, Lin Luo said. Lin Shui looked regretful. I didn't expect becoming a full member of the Ace team would be so easy. If I'd known what I said, I would have joined this team too. Come on, you think just becoming a full member is enough? Let me tell you, it's still quite dangerous for you in this team. You might even end up dead, Lin Na warned. Lin Shui sighed heavily. You're right. Becoming a full member is much more dangerous than being a reserve. Some missions are too dangerous for reserve members to participate, but full members must participate. Lin Na looked dazed. My little brother is growing up too fast. I can't take care of him anymore. That's good. Now that I'm a regular member, I can be your protective umbrella. Lin Luo said. Lin Shui pulled Lin Na. I think everything about you is good, except for one flaw. You worry too much about your brother. He grow up, too. Besides, your brother has grown to such a high level, and he's doing a great job for you. You won't have to work so hard and take on such dangerous missions in the future. Hasn't Fat Fu Lai recently wanted you to form a new team? I don't think you need to. With Fat Fu Lai's approach, forming a team is a success. They continue to assign you tasks to maximize your value. You know the consequences, even without me telling you. You've been at Fat Fu Lai for so long. You know what kind of company Fat Fu Lai is. Honestly, other companies are much less oppressive than this one. Lin Na couldn't help but think of her teammates. I know everything you said. I asked the company to assign me a clerical position, and I leave Fat Fu Lai when my contract expires. She had signed a 30-year contract with Fat Fu Lai, and she still had 3 or 4 years left. Lin Shui worriedly said, Fat Fu Lai has always had a bad reputation. They're very likely not going to let you do clerical work. They want you to contribute as much as possible within the next 2 to 3 years. If you haven't considered leaving Fat Fu Lai, that's fine. But if you do, they squeeze you to death and very likely kill you. Lin Na didn't refute Lin Shui. As a veteran of Fat Fu Lai, she knew the company better than anyone else and knew what it was like. Chapter 10:10. Lin Na said, Fat Fu Lai company can't be that bad, right? I contributed enough to them over the years. I'm sure they allow me to switch to a civilian position. Check the online records, said Lin Shui. Let me take a look. Fat Fu Lai company has become a high-end company, with many upgraded procedures and online applications. Lin Na said to Lin Luo, you have things to do, so go take care of your own business first. I have something else to do. Lin Luo understood what Lin Na meant. Sister, if you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I still have some authority. Well, you only been an official member of the team for a short time, and you're already asking for my help. I've been here for so long, and it would be embarrassing for me to need my brother's help. Lin Na smiled, don't worry. Just do your job well in the team, and try your best to ensure your own safety. Everything else is secondary. I understand. Lin Luo responded, and Lin Na hung up the phone. Lin Shui asked Lin Na, didn't Fat Fu Lai agree to your request? It seems you can't hide anything. They don't agree to my request. Lin Na sighed. Lin Shui was furious. Fat Fu Lai is despicable. You've done so much for them, earned millions, and yet they treat you like this. Lin Na opened her phone. I now have 2 choices. One is to obediently form a team and carry out the new mission. The other is to be investigated by Fat Fu Lai. No, Fat Fu Lai is such a rip-off. If you keep working there, you die sooner or later. They won't even offer a pension, so your end is definitely not going to be good. Lin Shui said. Lin Na was in a state of hesitation, wondering whether to form a new team. Now he felt that Team Phoenix's mission to carry out the Earth God Blood Red wasn't a coincidence, but a conspiracy. There's a bad rumor circulating around Fat Fu Lai. Unless you get the boss's permission, The next best way to leave is death. Lin Na's teacher and team leader, Phoenix, had wanted to quit Fat Fu Lai a long time ago and promised not to join another company. Phoenix felt he earned enough money and wanted to retire and enjoy life, not constantly be on these dangerous missions. The team was Fat Fu Lai's ace team, and the missions they carried out were the most dangerous, with the potential for death. Team leader Phoenix had petitioned countless times, and recently, the boss of Fat Fu Lai finally agreed. The other regular members also wanted to leave, and the boss of Fat Fu Lai agreed. But the boss of Fat Fu Lai Company had given the company 3 tasks to complete, the first 2 of which were extremely dangerous. The Phoenix team completed the first 2 tasks, though there were several dangerous encounters, nearly killing everyone. The third task, capturing the blood-red child of the Earth God, was theoretically simpler, but it proved to be the most dangerous. The entire Phoenix team was unaware that they were capturing the immortal-level blood-red child of the Earth God. If they had known, they would likely have refused from the outset. Fat Fu Lai was overbearing, but Universe 8 had a union. The Phoenix squad could have chosen to refuse this mission through the union. Lin Na was lucky. She was the only one who survived, everyone else died. But she was also unfortunate. Fat Fu Lai, the company she had worked for, had turned out to be so despicable. Fat Fu Lai had done a favor for everyone on the Phoenix squad, but everyone on the team had repaid it, and after so long, the favor had all been repaid. After the Phoenix squad incident, Lin Na's attitude toward Fat Fu Lai shifted, from gratitude to resentment. Fat Fu Lai rejected Lin Na's request, and her resentment deepened. Lin Shui said, "If it doesn't work out, I can find some connections to help you sever your contract with Fat Fu Lai, so you can leave." "Those connections aren't easy to find, are they? Things aren't like they used to be. Fat Fu Lai was just a medium-sized company. If I could get enough benefits, they'd let me go. But not anymore." Lin Na shook her head. The doorbell rang, and the electronic system identified the person outside as someone from Fat Fu Lai. Lin Shui was furious. "Whoever I mentioned, they're here. What are they trying to do? They're trying to force me to death. I'm going to talk to them. Signing a contract with the company doesn't mean you're selling yourself. We're going to contact the union right away. Don't worry, you're probably going to make a big fuss. We can talk it over slowly. There's no need to rush," Lin Na soothed. "You make sense." Lin Shui nodded in agreement. The door opened, and 2 uniformed Fat Fu Lai employees entered. "Your Fat Fu Lai company is pretty good. They didn't have uniforms before, but now they have them," Lin Shui scoffed. "Who are you?" the rather pretty woman in the lead asked coldly. "What's wrong? You're going to attack me after I said a few words to you?" "I'm from the Universal Alliance team," Lin Shui said arrogantly. "You don't look like a regular member, just a substitute. I advise you not to provoke us at Fat Fu Lai. You be the one getting hurt," the pretty woman said bluntly. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me, a substitute? I'm a substitute, and I have a contract with the Universal Alliance. If you mess with me, the Universal Alliance will help me get justice." Lin Shui refused to give in. The beautiful woman nodded. "You have a point. If we kill you, the Universal Alliance will seek justice for you. But you have to understand one thing. You must know that as long as we pay a sufficient price, this matter will be settled. The Universal Alliance will not destroy our entire Fat Fu Lai company for you. A high-level company still holds a high position in the 8th universe. As the Universal Alliance, we can't just destroy it." Lin Shui said angrily. "You bastard. Lin Shui, get out of the way. Stay out of this," Lin Na said. "But," Lin Shui said. "Okay, I know you want to help me, but you see the situation now. I don't want to bring you bad luck because of me," Lin Na said. "All right." Lin Shui wanted to help Lin Na, but her own strength was limited. If she intervened forcefully, not only would she not be able to help you, but she would also suffer. "You are Lin Na, right?" The beautiful woman in the lead spoke. "Sun Chung Chung, we're old acquaintances. We're quite familiar with each other. You don't need to confirm again," Lin Na said. Chapter 10-11. Sun Chung Chung and Lin Na joined Fat Fu Lai at the same time. Both were rare talents. Sun Chung Chung belonged to the monkey people tribe, with abundant monkey hair and a common human appearance. The monkey people's aesthetics mirror those of the majority race. Once they become wealthy, they shave all their monkey hair, like their original race. Sun Chung Chung had a lot of monkey hair, so she shaves it off every once in a while, otherwise, she have too much. The two joined Fat Fu Lai together, but the difference between them was enormous. Sun Chung Chung performed well among the many new recruits. At only 15, she joined a mid to high-performing Fat Fu Lai team. Fat Fu Lai recruits many new recruits every year, and among them, Sun Chungchung performed exceptionally well. But Sun Chungchung met Lin Na, whose performance was truly astonishing. If such a talented young talent hadn't come from a poor family, he would have joined the Universal Alliance sooner or later, and Fat Fu Lai wouldn't have had the opportunity to snag him. The gap between Sun Chungchung and Lin Na was enormous. Lin Na's performance continued to improve, and soon she joined Fat Fu Lai's ace team, the Phoenix. Lin Na set a record by joining the Phoenix team, being the oldest to join. Sun Chungchung joined at the same time as Lin Na, and was often compared to her colleagues within the company. This gradually infuriated Sun Chungchung, who resented Lin Na. During one mission, Sun Chungchung's performance failed, leading to the entire mission's failure and nearly being expelled from the company. Later, thanks to family connections, Sun Chungchung spent a considerable amount of money to secure his position at the company. After this incident, Sun Chungchung's status declined further, and she was no longer even qualified to be compared to Lin Na. In the past, when people mentioned Lin Na, they liked to compare Sun Chungchung to her. Sun Chungchung was gradually marginalized. Fearing she would cause more trouble, her family spent a large sum of money to get her a clerical job at a company. Clerical jobs at companies have the lowest prospects, generally leading to a life of idleness and the lowest pay. Many people have remained in the same clerical position for centuries, with virtually no change. Whenever Sun Chungchung thought about this incident, she resented Lin Na, believing she had distracted her. She had made such a mistake because she wanted to prove herself no worse than Lin Na. Lin Na's condition improved, her life level evolved to the eternal level, her strength grew, and she was loved by the entire Phoenix team. Sun Chungchung, on the other hand, continued to work her usual 9-to-5 job. She climbed the career ladder through her own hard work, but surpassing Lin Na was nearly impossible. Finally, the hard work paid off, and Sun Chungchung finally got her chance. Lin Na didn't want to form a new team, and was ostracized by the top management of Fat Fu Lai. Fat Fu Lai had been upgraded to a high-level company, with a total of 5 ace teams under its purview, a requirement of the Universal Alliance. To upgrade to a high-level company, 5 ace teams were needed to maintain it. With the Phoenix team gone, a replacement was urgently needed. Fat Fu Lai had few eternal-level members, and each had their own responsibilities, making it difficult to pull them apart to form a separate team. Some eternal-level members could be spared, but their strength and experience were inferior to Lin Na's. Sun Chungchung smiled coldly. We're old acquaintances, but there are some things we should confirm. Don't think I help you cheat. I always been impartial. Are you kidding? I'd be too late to tell you, and you helped me cheat. Lin Na said. It seems you know better, so I won't pretend. The company sent me here this time, and you know better than I do. If you obediently form a new team and renew your contract with the company for another 100 years, all your penalties will be waived. Sun Chungchung said expressionlessly. Lin Shui said angrily, Fat Fu Lai is too overbearing. No matter how big the Universal Alliance is, they wouldn't do such a thing, forcing a member to work for such a long time. Sun Chungchung looked at Lin Shui coldly. I told you you're a member of another company, so it's best not to say anything. Our company has its own autonomy. Your Universal Alliance is huge, but we can manage our own affairs. Not just anyone can interfere. I will. Lin Shui said angrily. Shue, I do it myself. Lin Na didn't want to implicate Lin Shui. Sun Chungchung's eyes shone coldly as she stared at Lin Na. You better think carefully about whether you want to form a team? I don't think you want me to form a team to escape the sanctions from Fat Fu Lai, right? I might be able to harm you, Lin Na retorted. Sun Chungchung's face changed. Don't say that. I never said that. The choice is always yours. If I form a new team, you might be in trouble. By then, my power will be much greater than yours. Lin Na said coldly. Sun Chungchung's face darkened. You're the captain of the new team, but you can't do whatever you want. The company has strict rules. I only said a few words, and you're already scared. You even want to retaliate against me. Before you do, you need to carefully consider the other party's strength. Lin Na sneered. Stop the nonsense. Sun Chungchung regained her composure. We didn't come here to chat about this. I'm mainly asking if you want to form a new team. I don't. Lin Na's tone was firm and indignant. I worked for Fat Fu Lai for so many years. Even if I haven't made any contributions, I worked hard. Now I want to leave. Fat Fu Lai is targeting me. She couldn't help but think of the other members of the Phoenix team, who had brought huge profits to the company, but in the end, they couldn't even have a good ending. Fat Fu Lai has always been a company that's known for its exploitative nature. The more valuable you are, the the more unlikely it is to leave. Those with poor performance find it relatively easy to leave the company, but those with good performance find it extremely difficult. Sun Chungchung sneered. It seems you won't agree to the company's request. Now let me ask you again, do you want to form a new team? No. I didn't want to break off relations with the company. I wanted to part ways amicably, but now it seems impossible. I report to the union and say that Fat Fu Lai is exploiting me, Lin Na said angrily. Sun Chungchung took out a document and read, Our company suspects that you, Lin Na, made mistakes at work that led to the destruction of the entire Phoenix team. We are arresting you. The death of the eternal level Earth God Xiahong is also very likely related to you. Our preliminary conclusion is that the Phoenix team killed the eternal level Earth God Xiahong. Because you didn't distribute the resources evenly, you didn't gain more benefits and chose to find the eternal level Earth God Xiahong's parents. You were prepared for attack and left the space battleship early. As a result, you were not killed, while the other team members all died. Chapter 10:12. Lin Shui angrily said, I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you. Lin Na has worked at your company for so many years. You don't know her personality. She would never do such a thing. Sun Chungchung said coldly, Every living thing changes. Lin Na might have been nice before, but she might have changed now. Everything exists. Nonsense. You're just a dog of Fat Fu Lai. I get angry just looking at you. Lin Shui angrily said. Don't go too far. We at Fat Fu Lai have our limits. Sun Chungchung said with a scowl. Shui, don't say anything. Lin Na was deeply disappointed. The company she had always been loyal to was now like this. She just wanted to retire, and yet she was being exploited by Fat Fu Lai. Lin Na felt relieved that she hadn't lured her brother into Fat Fu Lai. Otherwise, she felt that because of her, her brother might have stayed at Fat Fu Lai forever. If Lin Luo showed better talent, he'd never be able to escape Fat Fu Lai. The other benefits at Fat Fu Lai are decent, but the inability to quit is truly disgusting. That's infuriating. Lin Shui wanted to say a few more words, but Lin Na stopped her. Lin Na didn't want Lin Shui to suffer any misfortune. Fat Fu Lai was powerful, so it would be easy for them to create a replacement for the Universal Alliance. Come with us and submit to the company's investigation, Sun Chungchung said coldly. No, we're going to file a complaint with the union. Fat Fu Lai can't take Lin Na with them. Lin Shui stepped forward to stop her. I've been patient for a long time. If you continue to interfere, I capture you now. You're just a replacement member of the Cosmic Alliance, and your power is extremely limited. Sun Chungchung's face darkened, and he threatened to attack the person next to him. The person next to him, the security captain of Fat Fu Lai Company, had reached the eternal level, but his hopes of evolving to the immortal level were unsuccessful. Eternal level creatures have a threshold. Some creatures will never reach this level in their entire lives. After extensive research in the 8th universe, a drug was developed that can be taken by ultimate lifeforms and allow eternal level creatures to evolve. The threshold for immortal level creatures is even higher. Not all drugs can help. Genetic modification is required. Genetic modification can theoretically enhance one's talents and allow for a better evolution to the immortal level. For immortal level creatures, further advancement is essentially impossible. All genetic modifications are impossible. The older generation of immortal level creatures currently only slightly increase their strength, unable to achieve a qualitative leap. I go through this for you. Please don't harm my family, Lin Na said. Sun Chungchung, let's go. She gave the security captain a look, and he was about to take action. No need, I can leave on my own, Lin Na said. Lin Shui said to Lin Na, Is there anything I can do? No, it's best not to contact my brother to prevent anything bad from happening. With something this serious happening, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good if I didn't tell him. Just listen to me. Just don't tell him. Okay. Lin Shui couldn't promise Lin Na anything. Sun Chungchung took Lin Na away, but Lin Shui was completely helpless. No, Nana's brother is the only one who can save her now. The others might not have enough power. Lin Shui tried to contact the others, but it was difficult. Some had too little power, or she wasn't familiar enough. She called the Deep Blue team, desperate to contact Lin Luo. The Deep Blue team returned to the trading planet with the half of the millipede's body. The price of the half of the millipede's body was around 30 million. Jialan, Ziyun, and Pink were very dissatisfied, saying that half of an immortal level creature could be sold for at least 100 million, and half of the body could fetch at least 40 million. A sudden loss of 10 million would be heartbreaking for anyone. The three protested vigorously, but their protest was ineffective. The reason was that the immortal level creature, the millipede, had been hunted by someone before, and its most valuable part was its head. The lower half had little nutritional value. The Deep Blue team wanted to sell the half-immortal creature on the black market. The prices offered were far from satisfactory, with most being over 30 million, and one person offering over 40 million. However, the black market offers no protection, so it's possible that the goods might be sold, but the balance won't be collected. Black market operations often pay no taxes, except occasionally, which leads to frequent inspections by the tax authorities of Universe 8. Many transactions have been caught, with both money and goods confiscated. The Deep Blue team wanted to trade, but the risks were significant, so they gave up. Hunting an immortal creature is not easy. Immortals are extremely rare, and if one dies, it's essentially gone. It's impossible for them to regenerate in large numbers all at once. The millipedes were sold for a total of 30 million, all used to pay off the debt. Jialan intended to take out 15 million and distribute it to everyone, so that 15 million would be enough to pay off the debt. After all, the debt couldn't be repaid. Jialan's idea was a good one, and the Universal Alliance became even more vigilant, anticipating the Deep Blue team's prediction. Without giving them a second chance, Lin Luo immediately came up with a new idea. The Deep Blue team had captured many other creatures, and it would be better to sell them for cash. Otherwise, if they were sold for digital currency, they would definitely be taken away. The Deep Blue team all agreed that Lin Luo's idea was a good one, using cash to avoid the debt. Digital currency is simply destroyed by the enemy, leaving nothing behind. Cash is more convenient to use. The black crocodiles and black bats killed by Jialan sold for a total of nearly 1 million, with each person receiving 200,000. Lin Luo, as a substitute member, shouldn't have been unable to share that much money. It was his main idea. In the future, he will become the Deep Blue team's military advisor, responsible for improving the efficiency of the funds. Lin Luo received the substantial sum and prepared to undergo surgery to transplant dragon blood. The Wind Tribe members were too weak, and he couldn't use their blood in future operations. Lin Luo's true form was already a dragon, so surgery to create a dragon body was ideal, as it would facilitate future use. He could gradually use the transformation surgery to use his true form. Lin Luo wanted to perform a major body transformation, and he needed to keep it a secret from his attending physician. He had previously considered bribing the attending physician to get him to slack off, but this idea was fraught with risks. If Lin Luo bribed the attending physician, he would know him well and might use this as a threat. He had better conceal the matter from the attending physician and not let him discover any flaws, otherwise, things would be very difficult. Chapter 1013. Inside the spaceship, everyone began counting large sums of money. Pink counted the money several times, excitedly saying, "With this money, I can buy the latest cosmetics and the latest beauty pills. Taking them will grant me immortality, and I stop getting those inexplicable pimples on my face, keeping my skin moisturized and smooth." Ziyun was even more excited. "It's been a while since I've seen so much money. My little treasury has a lot of savings. Hundreds of thousands of universe coins is no small amount. It's already 50% of my savings." "Only 50%? Pink was surprised. "Sister Ziyun, you actually have so much money. I always thought you were as poor as me, with only a few hundred universe coins." "I don't know what you're talking about." Ziyun realized she had let the cat out of the bag and flatly denied it. "Pink, Sister Ziyun, stop explaining. You just let it slip that these hundreds of thousands of cosmic coins are only 50% of your savings, which means you have at least over 200,000. Jialan's eyes grew deep, and he questioned Ziyun. "Let me be frank. The finances you manage are very likely involved in embezzlement, and I have a very reasonable suspicion." "Nonsense. Our Deep Blue team has been bankrupt for so long, and I only been receiving 1,500 a month. With my accumulated wealth over 100 years, I'm sure I have over 200,000 cosmic coins. Isn't that reasonable?" Ziyun puffed out her chest, unyielding. Jialan said coldly, "I doubted you for a moment. Why are you so nervous?" "I'm not nervous, I'm angry. I'm managing your finances, and you're doubting me like that." "Anyone would be furious," Ziyun said indignantly. "Jialan, the main thing is, there are so many problems with what you said, it's hard not to be suspicious. I just asked, why are you so nervous?" "Who said I was nervous?" Ziyun said. Long Xian, having recovered a little, said, "I think this money shouldn't be left with Sister Ziyun anymore. She's a strong suspect of corruption. Our debt is already very high. If you take a little, and I take a little, when will we pay it all back?" "That makes sense. The position of managing finances is very important. We must find someone trustworthy. We can't just let anyone do it," Pink said. "What do you mean?" I managed the finances without any credit, but I worked hard. You want to treat me like this now? I'm the first to protest. Ziyun said angrily. Jialan said coldly, what do you mean by no merit, but hard work? Don't you have any sense of reason? You embezzled so much money, and now you're being asked to resign. Not investigating you is already very good. I don't accept it. Ziyun said angrily. It seems my position as captain is becoming increasingly less prestigious. If you don't accept it, then don't accept it. If you don't teach me the job, forget about these hundreds of thousands of universe coins. Jialan threatened. I agree. Pink said. I agree too. Longxian nodded. Pink said, the captain and I both agree. Your position will be terminated immediately. Ziyun's face darkened. With all three of them agreeing, it was difficult for her to keep her position. Lin Luo said, I think Sister Ziyun embezzled some, but I don't think it was enough. For someone to have saved over the past 100 years, there must have been over 100,000. I think embezzling a few tens of thousands is perfectly normal. No one can guarantee that a financial manager wouldn't embezzle a single cent. Ziyun was confident again. I think what Lin Luo said makes sense. I did embezzle 50,000 universe coins. I admit my mistake. A lot of that money was my salary. I apologize to everyone here. I didn't do that well. Pink sneered. I think Sister Ziyun is despicable. She's lost our trust. Even if she takes on the financial manager role, I won't trust her. This financial manager needs to be replaced, Jialan said. Longxian raised his snake-like tail and said, I agree. Having a corrupt finance manager is bad for our team's future. I suggest they need to be replaced. Ziyun angrily said, Longxian, you dare to backstab me. Longxian said nonchalantly, Sister Ziyun, you can't blame me for this at all. Sister Ziyun also wanted to kill me before. We're even on the hook now. Our feud is over. Just wait. Sooner or later, I exact my revenge, and you regret what you did to me. Ziyun gritted her teeth. Longxian was unfazed by Ziyun's threats. Lin Luo said, I think Sister Ziyun has managed finances for so long, and no one else can match her. I think Sister Ziyun is the best person to manage them. Now that he's admitted his mistake, I think he should just hand over the 50,000 yuan in stolen money. Who knows if he embezzled 50,000 yuan? Maybe even more, Pink wondered doubtfully. Ziyun hurriedly said, I really only embezzled 50,000 yuan. I make an account, and let everyone take a good look. We can't understand the account, so how can we know if you tampered with it? Pink continued. It seems like this matter can't be resolved. You insist on being so critical. Ziyun angrily said, you can ask a professional to take a look. If there's a problem with my accounting, a professional would definitely be able to spot it. Jialan looked at Lin Luo and said, you will supervise Ziyun from now on. In the future, you must inform me of any expenses. Thank you, Captain, for your trust. Lin Luo agreed immediately. He hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. Jialan had entrusted him with financial oversight. There must be some ulterior motive. Pink said, I think I can do it. I can do it too, Longxian said. Jialan said angrily, I know what you two old hands are thinking. You must be thinking about getting more money by overseeing the finances. Forget about that. I have Ziyun draw up a monthly list. We all check it out. We're going to do a lot of business soon, and it seems like it's bound to grow, which will give us more room for maneuver. We need to prevent this kind of mishap. Okay. Pink and Longxian were disappointed. Jialan comforted them. One thing you can rest assured about is that I won't pay those 3 people who don't come to the team often, unless they're willing to export. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Lin Luo nodded. Captain Jialan, it's great that you thought of this. If these people don't work, why should we pay them? This is essentially a disguised form of extortion. Chapter 1014. There have always been 3 veterans in the Deep Blue team, relying on their seniority to completely disregard Jialan. They consider themselves veterans recruited by the former captain, Jinlan, and their behavior is quite arrogant. Unexplained disappearances, absenteeism, and early departures are commonplace. Jialan pays them 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses and often uses kind words to persuade them to return. But these 3 are very difficult to talk to, ignoring Jialan and bullying him in the workplace. To prevent Jialan from cutting off their living expenses, they frequently visit the team to help with missions. At first, they came at least once a month, but over time, they came every 2 or 3 months. Currently, the 3 have lost contact, and Jialan's attempts to contact them have failed. Lin Luo's advice is to never be polite to these 3, they are simply going too far. The veteran employees have contributed a lot, But that's no reason for them not to come. Lin Luo's proposal was accepted by the four. The four of them toiled tirelessly to earn money, while the three of them comfortably enjoyed it all. This was inherently unfair. Jialan asked, Lin Luo has been appointed financial monitoring officer. Does anyone object? No, the three replied in unison. Lin Luo's series of actions brought benefits to the Deep Blue team. Jialan was a bit superstitious and believed in luck. In the past, the Deep Blue team's luck had always been mediocre, and they had attempted to hunt immortal-level creatures to quickly repay their debts. The problem was that despite their preparations and the arrival of all three members, they simply couldn't find any immortal-level creatures. They even spent money trying to find immortal creatures, but ultimately failed to find any, spending a whopping 20 to 30,000 cosmic coins. After Lin Luo's arrival, immortal creatures that had previously eluded them were finally found. Jialan struggled to confront the millipede, but at this critical moment, another golden dragon appeared. With the help of a top-tier immortal creature, Jialan gained a significant advantage. The millipede died, and the more valuable horse head was snatched away by the golden dragon, which infuriated Jialan. Jialan believed that he was the primary force in resisting the immortal creatures, and that he should be the one to reap the greatest benefits. The damned golden dragon was doing this on purpose. It had likely been lying in ambush nearby, intent on hunting this immortal creature. The golden dragon couldn't hunt on its own, so it needed other creatures to help it. Jialan stepped right into a trap and engaged the millipede. She thought of the millipede's head, worth at least 40 million yuan. It's so infuriating. That damned golden dragon stole the most nutritious horse head. Every time I think about it, I want to kill him. Lin Luo felt rather embarrassed. He had stolen the millipede's head himself. Jialan and Ma Lu were in a similar situation up front. Neither could do anything to the other. It was Lin Luo's fierce attack, transformed into the golden dragon, that caused Ma Lu to lose to Jialan. Practically speaking, Jialan should have gotten more items. Lin Luo's communicator rang. She checked and saw it was Lin Shui. Sister Shui, what do you want? It's a serious matter. Your sister has been arrested. Lin Shui was anxious on the other end, her voice tinged with tears. Calm down, don't get excited. Take your time and speak. Lin Luo quickly consoled her. Lin Shui recounted the entire story. Lin Na had refused to comply with Fat Fu Lai's plan to establish a team, and had been arrested and investigated by the company. Lin Shui tearfully replied, This is so infuriating. Your sister joined Fat Fu Lai and has been working diligently, doing everything exceptionally well. She nearly lost her life. Now, 2 or 3 years have passed, and your sister wants to work some clerical job to get through her contract. But this Fat Fu Lai company is trying to kill her. Sister Shui, don't cry. I take care of this. Lin Luo said. Yes. Lin Shui couldn't help but wonder, your sister told me not to tell you about this, fearing you get excited and do something irrational. Can you really handle it? Don't worry, I can't, but my captain can. I believe in her abilities. Lin Luo said. Isn't that really a bit abrupt? Lin Shui couldn't help but think of her team's captain, who was rather strict with a reserve member like her. She expected her captain to help Lin Na, but it was practically impossible, and she'd probably be scolded. Lin Luo had only recently joined the Deep Blue team, so his words probably didn't carry much weight. No, the captain treats me very well. They're like family to me. I tell them. Don't force it. I'm not a child. There are things I know, and I handle them. Don't worry, wait for good news. Yeah. Lin Luo hung up the phone and explained his situation to the Jialan team. Pink angrily said, I hate these shady companies. What's going on? I joined your company as an employee, not as your slave. You're the one who controls my life and death. I made so much money for your company, and yet I'm going to die in the end. No one has more experience than me in this area. Long Xian angrily said, I joined a shady company before, and worked there for a year or two, creating millions in value for the company. I thought I was strong enough and wanted a bigger platform. This shady company wouldn't let me quit, and kept pestering me to pay a high penalty. Fortunately, my clan is strong enough to threaten this shady company. At first, this black-hearted company tried to force their way in, but I and my clansmen blocked their door. In the end, they had no choice but to give up and let me leave the company. Ziyun was grateful to Lin Luo. Lin Luo is one of us now. His affairs are our affairs. We must help him deal with them properly. Jialan angrily said, To dare to bully our Deep Blue team members, you truly don't take us seriously. Lin Luo asked, Fat Fu Lai Company is a high-end company and is inherently powerful. I'm afraid our team can't interfere in their affairs. That's easy. I have someone in the union. I find them for you, Jialan said. Pink smiled and said, don't worry, handsome brother. Don't underestimate our captain. Our captain got this position not because of her strength, but because she has connections and a strong background. Why do I feel like you're not praising me, but rather insulting me? As if I became captain entirely because of my connections? Jialan said coldly. Pink smiled and explained, you can't say that. Relationships are also part of strength. Chapter 1015. Jialan nodded, not finding anything wrong with what Pink said. Many things in the 8th universe are different from Earth. On Earth, relying on connections is an insult, but in the 8th universe, it's a compliment. Our ancestors, great-grandfathers, grandfathers, and fathers worked so hard, their ultimate goal surely being to enjoy a good life. Those without connections are looked down upon, and so are their entire families and races. Jialan proudly said, there's no need to call on my grandfather to deal with these people. He's a councilman, so it's not appropriate for him to be called in for such a trivial matter. Just call in my sister. Lin Lu asked curiously, Captain, you have such strong connections. Why do you still owe so much debt? And you're being chased by those people behind you. Ziyun sighed, connections can only determine status, not money. Debts must be repaid. That's fair enough. I make a call. Jialan took out his communicator and called his sister. What do you want to talk to me about? A cold voice came from the other end. Your sister called you, and that's how you react. Jialan said angrily. It's normal to treat you like that, because every time you call, it's never good. The other party said rudely. What do you mean by bad? Every time I call, it's normal. As her sister, shouldn't you help me? Okay, if we're talking about shamelessness, you're the one who's got to be the most shameless. Tell me what's going on. I have other things to do. One of my team members' sister is being harassed by Fat Fulai. Can you help me get her out? I think I heard about this. Is it Lin Na? How did you know? Jialan asked curiously. Nothing strange. I specialize in handling matters involving large companies. Fat Fulai is already a large company. He's already reported the person he wants to deal with to me. He suspects he has connections to the Earth god Xiahong. The Elders' Council of the Universal Alliance wields considerable power. It usually oversees the large companies under it, and all personnel changes at these companies must go through the Elders' Council. Jialan's sister, who oversees personnel changes, knows so much about this. Can you help me with this? Jialan asked. It's no big deal. I call him right now, and have him release Lin Na. Sisters are always the best. You're so fickle. When I didn't help you, you called me an old woman, and then when I did, you became a good sister. You're so realistic. I never said old woman, Jialan denied. I know all the chat messages on your space battleship, Tianlan said. Jialan angrily said, you eavesdropped on me? Do you know how despicable you are? Oh, that's okay. Tianlan shrugged, the main thing is, I'm monitoring all of your teams, and I have to be responsible for you. There are some things I can't help but eavesdrop on. I just happen to hear them. I don't believe you. I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. I'm going to talk to Fat Fulai Company. Tianlan hung up the phone, and Jialan was furious. Jialan angrily said, this old man? My sister has had a habit of prying into my privacy since she was little. I'm really helpless having such a sister. Pink said thankfully, I don't have a brother like that right now. Don't praise me, I get peeped at all. Jialan, why do you have such an association? I'm so beautiful, it's perfectly normal for me to have such an association. Pink said confidently. You're the one who's shameless, Jialan said bluntly. Pink comforted Lin Luo, don't worry about it. With the captain's help, this matter will be resolved smoothly. Thank you, Captain, and thank you, Sister Pink, Lin Luo said. Pink smiled, it's okay. It's just a small matter. We're all team members, and it's our duty to help each other. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. I do my best to help you. Thank you so much, Sister Pink. Nothing much. Pink said happily. Jialan said angrily, can you please stop being so shameless? It was clearly my help, and you're so shameless, taking credit for it. Captain, that's a bit hurtful. We're a team, and we should share. According to what you said, good things should be shared, so why don't you share your cosmetics and beauty products? That won't do. Pink flatly refused. Look at yourself. I said earlier that we share the good things, including the cosmetics and those products, and you're refusing again. You're really too pragmatic. Jialan said. Pink, unwilling to give in, said, then bring us your video games. That won't do. You're being rude to me, But look at how you refused to take the money when I asked you to. I never said anything like you did, that things should be shared. Jialan coldly refused. You two should stop arguing. We're 150 million in debt. You still have the time to argue? You should find a way to pay it all off as soon as possible, Ziyun said. Long Xian said to Lin Luo, I'm counting on you. Tell me what your plans are. Lin Luo said, my research shows that if you want to make more money, you have to take risks. Without risks, the money would have been taken away long ago. We need to seek wealth and glory through risk. Your words make sense. Tell me what kind of risks you face. Long Xian agreed. This time, the risks were quite significant. The entire team almost died on the smog planet. The benefits were obvious. The Deep Blue team had paid off 50 million in debt, and they could spend even more if they continued. Debts like this one could be fully repaid in 3 operations. My next target is the forest planet. It's home to the Earth God Blood Red. This time, we're hunting an immortal level Earth God Blood Red. As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, a deathly silence fell around them. The forest planet is a well-known entity in the 8th universe, home to 5 immortal level creatures. Even on some savage planets, having 5 immortal level creatures is quite rare. The Deep Blue team is an ace team, but they're not qualified to enter the forest planet. There are still too many powerful creatures. Jialan can only reach immortal level combat power at full power, and there's still a significant gap between him and a true immortal. By hunting a forest planet with 5 immortal level creatures, the Deep Blue team is courting death. Chapter 1016. Long Xian gave Lin Luo a thumbs up with his dragon tail. I think I'm very brave. I buried 200,000 cosmic coins on the Haze planet, and you're setting your sights on the forest planet. The Haze planet is far less famous than the forest planet. It has only 2 or so immortal level creatures at most. After killing an immortal level millipede, Jialan wasn't particularly panicked. The forest planet was different. The 5 immortal level creatures were all very powerful, from the older generation. Pink, handsome brother, I know you really want to make money for us, but sometimes you shouldn't overthink it. Don't paint us a rosy picture. Pick something simple, so we can make more money. Ziyun, yes, you taken on an important position, and we have high expectations of you, but you must remain rational and not act rashly. Can I say I'm serious? I really want to go hunting on the forest planet. I want to find truly powerful immortal level creatures. The captain is close to evolving. If we kill a powerful immortal, she'd be able to evolve to immortal. It's extremely difficult for an eternal level creature to upgrade to immortal. Lin Luo had been lingering at eternal level, and it was extremely difficult to advance further. During this time, Lin Luo had tried very hard, but he still couldn't evolve to immortal. He devoured the head of a millipede. Eternal level Earth God Blood Red was still a long way from the peak of eternal level, let alone immortal level creatures. Lin Luo thought about killing immortal level creatures and devouring some of them, which would have a high probability of evolving to immortal. Jialan thought Lin Luo was just joking. Stop talking about this nonsense, and tell us about our next plan. If we pay off our debts quickly, we can get out of this mess. Lin Luo smiled wryly. I'm serious. Captain, don't you want to evolve to immortal? Of course I do. Immortals are extremely powerful in any universe. It's very difficult for Eternals to reach immortal status. Immortals are incredibly powerful, and always at the top of the biological hierarchy. There are many Eternal Elders in the Elder Council, but these Eternals are at the bottom of the hierarchy. The Immortals make the decisions at the top. For example, Jia Lan's sister is in this situation. She joined the Elder Council a long time ago, but never had any power. Recently, Jia Lan's sister evolved to immortal status, and now holds much of the power of the Elders. Some Elders have voluntarily handed over their power to her sister. Making friends with any immortal is far more valuable than so-called power. There are many benefits to Jia Lan's advancement to immortal status. Because of her, Team Deep Blue was upgraded from an ace team to an immortal class team, giving them far greater power. Currently, their space battleship is under the supervision of the Elder Council, a rule of the Universal Alliance that applies to many ordinary teams as well. Nara dared to pick up Lin Luo earlier because someone from the Elder Council temporarily blocked or destroyed the surveillance. Nara dared to pick up Lin Luo, otherwise, she wouldn't have dared. Even if the two were friends on Earth, Nara would at most let Lin Luo go, but she wouldn't have gone to pick him up. The Immortal level team doesn't need to worry about this. The Elders Council respects the Immortal level team and won't deliberately eavesdrop. Ziyun clapped her hands and said, "Yes, I didn't think of that. If the captain were to upgrade to an immortal level creature, we gain many benefits. One of them would be a much lower interest rate on our debt. We currently have a debt of 150 million, and 50 million of that is pure interest. Just think about it, it's a lot. 50 million in interest? That's a lot. Jialan froze. Doesn't that mean all the money we earned previously went into interest? We haven't even paid back the principal. Ziyun nodded. Yes, I haven't told you this. If I had, our team would probably have disbanded. Then we might as well disband, said Pink. Long Xian sighed. Disbanding doesn't mean the debt is zero. We still have to pay it back. It'd be split evenly among the members of our team, and then gradually repaid later. Unless we die, there's no other way. No wonder you hid the money and refused to hand it over, Pink said disdainfully. Long Xian shouted, It doesn't seem to matter that much, does it? I just thought since I can't pay off all the debts, I might as well save the money for good living. Jialan said, I remember that if I became an immortal, our team would become one too, and then we have zero interest. No organization would offend an immortal for no reason, not even large companies, like loan companies and insurance companies. What if they provoked the wrath of an immortal and launched a surprise attack? Even if they later called the police for support and stopped the immortal creatures, the losses would be enormous and impossible to replace all at once. They would try to offer preferential treatment to some immortal creatures in an effort to win them over. Ziyu nodded. It's zero interest, which will reduce a lot of debt crises and save us a lot of money. There are also many other benefits. For example, our team can enjoy free meals at the canteens run by the Universal Alliance. Just enough to fill our stomachs, not fancy food. Pink said excitedly, free meals are great. I can save 1,000 universe coins a month, which is a lot to spend on cosmetics and nourish my skin. Jialan said disdainfully, I usually ask you to buy food, but you're so reluctant to buy cosmetics. Think about it, how long have you been vice captain? I'm almost evolving to immortal level lifeforms, and you're still stuck in the same place. You still have a long way to go. Long Xian is catching up to you. When he surpasses you, I give him the position. No, I can never be replaced as vice captain. I'm going to take some evolutionary pills next. Pink said. Jialan said, I hope you do that. Ziya recounted the benefits of becoming an immortal, including various perks like paid annual leave, doubled wages, meal allowances, and so on. That's great. It seems I really need to become an immortal again to benefit the entire team. Jialan's eyes lit up as he heard the benefits of becoming an immortal, eager to become one. Long Xian was calmer. There's no need to rush. Right now, we're discussing how to gain greater benefits. The prerequisite is that we must survive. If we can't even survive, let alone anything else. Chapter 1017. Ziyan regained some composure. That's right. We want to make more money, but the prerequisite is to save our lives. If we can't even save our lives, how can we even talk about making money? Jialan said anxiously, Lin Luo, stop playing tricks here. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. I know you must have an idea, which is why you're attacking the forest planet. That's right, handsome brother, you definitely have an idea. Pink said. Lin Luo smiled confidently. If I have an idea about the forest planet, I must have done my research, otherwise I wouldn't do it. Tell me the detailed plan, Ziyan asked curiously. Okay. Lin Luo detailed the plan, which mainly involved uniting 3 wood dragons to attack the 2 immortal-level earth gods, Xiahong. The specific plan needed to be communicated to the wood dragons, and they would then plan the next step. At this time, Tianlan called, and Jialan answered. How's the situation going? I knew you were this type of person. When you asked me for help earlier, you called me sister so affectionately, but now you're not calling me sister anymore. You're so practical. Look at what you're saying. Of course I did call her sister, but I was anxious and asked right away. Jialan explained. Tianlan said, I already notified Fat Fu Lai that your sister will be released soon, but it seems some procedures are complicated, and they're reluctant to let her go. This Fat Fu Lai company is so bold. We asked them to release her, and they refused. I'm going to kill them. Jialan was furious, but then politely said, Excuse me, sister. Could you please help me get her out? No help. Tianlan refused decisively. That's a bit hurtful. Just refuse directly. I already call you good sister, Jialan said. Tianlan said bluntly, What's going on? Just because you call me good sister, I have to help you. I'm being too cheap. That's not right. What do you mean by cheap? How can you insult yourself? Jialan said. Has it been too long since you've seen me? You don't take me seriously anymore. Tianlan said angrily. Jialan realized she said the wrong thing and quickly corrected herself. Look, sister. I just said it because I was angry. I didn't mean it that way. I told you I haven't dealt with you in a long time, but you're getting more and more arrogant. I'm going to deal with you. It seems you still remember the lesson from before. I suddenly awakened your muscle memory, Tianlan said coldly. Jialan gritted her teeth and said politely, Sister, your words are a bit harsh. My respect for you comes from the bottom of my heart. That's more than enough. I forgive you. Enough talk. I already found the person for you. Now it's up to you, Tianlan said. Jialan reluctantly hung up the phone. She needed to go to Fat Fu Lai. Lin Luo asked, What about my sister? The matter has been notified. Your sister has been released. It's just that Fat Fu Lai values her very much and wants some benefits, so they're still holding back on releasing her. Jialan said. Ziyun angrily said, I always had a deep disdain for these private companies. The Universal Alliance is already a scam, and these private companies are even worse. If you can't create value, they find ways to make things difficult for you. I understand. Long Xian nodded vigorously. Pink, what's this Fat Fu Lai company? It's just a private, high-end company. What's so great about it? Our Deep Blue team is the ace team of the Universal Alliance. We're here in person. I don't believe Fat Fu Lai will hold us back. Yes, they wouldn't dare hold us back once our Deep Blue team shows up, Jialan said. Enough talk. Let's go now, and show them what we're made of. Ziyun treated Lin Luo like one of her own, and drove the spaceship to Fat Fu Lai Company. Lin Na was locked up in a special cell, and she hadn't even had a good meal lately. She hadn't slept all night, the noise was too loud. Lin Na was already an eternal level being, so sleep was essential for her. But she hadn't been eating well recently. She needed to replenish her energy. A good night's sleep was the only way to maintain a steady supply of energy. Lin Na, I never thought you'd end up like this. You were so outstanding back then, I looked up to you, and now you're a prisoner, Sun Chungchung said. Lin Na said, You're such a mean person. You're just hoping for bad luck. Sun Chungchung, I just want you to be in trouble. You know how quickly someone can fall from the top to the bottom? You used to be so impressive, the future captain of the Phoenix Squad, and now you're a prisoner. Lin Na said expressionlessly, You're not much better than me. You're just a clerk now, so you don't have much hope. Sun Chungchung gritted his teeth and said angrily, It's all your fault. If you hadn't performed so well and put me under pressure, how could I have made such a mistake? You acted on your own during that last mission, and I wouldn't have ended up like this. The most incompetent people are those who blame others for their own mistakes, Lin Na said. You're being quite arrogant now. I torture you when the time comes, and see if you can still speak like that then. Sun Chungchung said coldly. Lin Na's face changed. She knew some of Fat Fu Lai's torture methods. Companies often wage war against each other, sending spies to steal secrets. Companies have strict oversight of espionage, and those caught are severely punished without mercy. Caught spies often suffer a fate worse than death, even worse than death itself. You were so tough just now, but now your face changes immediately when I tell you about some of these torture methods. It seems you're not as strong as I thought. You get scared too. You're just a human being, Sun Chungchung scoffed. Fat Fu Lai won't let you do whatever you want. Lin Na still had some feelings for Fat Fu Lai, believing they wouldn't be so ruthless. Sun Chungchung couldn't help but burst out laughing. Should I laugh at your naivete or your stupidity? Fat Fu Lai has always been a very strict and snobbish company. If you can't generate profit for them, you think you can get by. Not to sound harsh, but you'd probably be sold out. No. Lin Na's face darkened. Perhaps you understand deep down that I've been waiting for that day for a long time, and I believe I won't be waiting much longer. Sun Chungchung said with a cold smile. A company leader walked in with someone, his face grim. General Manager Zhou, you're here. Sun Chungchung took the initiative to approach her. The person in front of her was the general manager, who usually handled the company's trivial matters. General Manager Zhou's father was an immortal-level member of the company, and under normal circumstances, he would not appear at Fat Fu Lai. Chapter 1018. Have you been coming here more often lately? Zhou Bufan asked coldly. Sun Chungchung smiled and said, Lin Na and I are good friends. It's only natural for me to visit her often. Zhou Bufan, I don't understand what you mean. You want to torture Lin Na, right? Now it seems you don't have the chance. Why not? Sun Chungchung asked grimly. Lin Na has strong connections. She has connections in the Universal Alliance. Now our boss called and asked me to release Lin Na from the company, Zhou Bufan said. The Universal Alliance's Elders Council, Sun Chungchung said in astonishment. Zhou Bufan said angrily, besides the Universal Alliance, Have you heard of any other company having one? It seems not. Sun Chungchung shook her head. Zhou Bufan looked at Lin Na coldly. I didn't expect you to have such connections, to have a Universal Alliance elder speak for you, and an immortal level one at that. Lin Na thought back to the people she usually had close relationships with, but there were no members of the Universal Alliance Elders Council. She usually interacted with the Universal Alliance team members during work, but it was difficult to contact the Universal Alliance Elders Council members. The Elders Council had the power to directly command the Universal Alliance team, and the two were in a subordinate relationship. She had never even come into contact with the Deep Blue team, the ace team of the Universal Alliance, let alone the members of the Elders Council. Could it be my brother? Lin Na knew the ways of the world. She was usually very popular at Fat Fu Lai Company, and everyone wanted to please her. But when she fell into trouble, she was immediately doomed. Many people deliberately kept their distance from Lin Na. Lin Na had a general relationship with the Universal Alliance team, so it was impossible for her to call on the Elders Council for help. Lin Na thought of her brother, and no one else would help her like this. Sun Chungchung said unwillingly, I told you, this Lin Na must have connections with outsiders. She's clearly from our Pangfulai company, but she's not working for the company's benefit, and has been helping other companies. Sun Chungchung, shut up. If I said she was helping other companies, then what about you? Lin Na saw Zhou Bufan approaching, and she instantly understood everything. Sun Chungchung's words were tortured, but they weren't just alarmist. They could very well happen. Her heart was cold. She had done so much for Pangfulai, and in the end, this was the result. She couldn't even retire. Lin Na had been at Pangfulai for a long time, and knew all too well what Pangfulai did to useless people. I contributed so much to Pangfulai, and what have you done? Stop feeling unfair. I generated 100 million in profits for the company, and you worked so hard all these years, and you probably haven't even earned $1 million. Lin Na demanded. Sun Chungchung stuttered at the question. I'm a clerical worker, unlike you. What's the difference? I asked you to do clerical work, but you're useless and don't admit it, blaming the environment instead? Lin Na asked. Sun Chungchung gritted her teeth and said, Don't think you're saved. The Elders Council can interfere with our high-level company. I don't dare kill you, but we can still do other things. I don't have the final say on this matter, do I? Lin Na held out hope for Fat Fu Lai Company, but the real decision-maker was Zhou Bufan. Zhou Bufan's face was expressionless. Lin Na, I'm so optimistic about you. Why did you refuse me from forming a team? General Manager, you should know better than I do why I should refuse. The captain and the others have worked for you for so many years. How have you treated them? Lin Na said angrily. What do you mean? How do you say I treat them? Haven't I treated them well? They complete their assigned tasks, and I pay them. It's always been a straight-up relationship. Zhou Bufan retorted. Lin Na's face flushed with anger. Do you think your salaries are high? Compared to the salaries of teams from similar companies, you pay them 30% less. Our ace team's salary is the same as that of the Universal Alliance team. Let's not talk about all that. You done us a great favor. We had a hard time back then, and you gave us a second chance at life. If that favor has a price, I repaid it over the years, and that's more than enough. The captain and the others have earned enough money over the years. They're tired of fighting and want a peaceful life, but you don't even. Even after all this, you still won't let them go. The captains were lucky enough to pass the first 2 missions, but the 3rd mission is practically impossible. You just want them dead. Zhou Bufan said coldly, Why are you saying all this? It's mainly because you're weak. That mission isn't particularly difficult. If you could just capture the eternal level Earth God Siehong and immediately escape, nothing would happen. Sun Chungchung echoed, I believe the missions announced by the company are reasonable. They won't let us die. You're not strong enough, and instead of complaining about the bad things you encountered, you're blaming the company. Lin Na sneered. I don't know you yet. Even if this mission is accomplished, you definitely announce other missions later. You want us dead, because you don't believe we won't join another company after leaving Fat Fu Lai and take company secrets with us. Zhou Bufan tried to retort, but then lowered his head and chuckled sinisterly. Did I get it right? Lin Na scoffed. Zhou Bufan sighed. You're a smart person. There are many things I don't need to explain explicitly, you already know them. Of course, you won't believe me when I tell you a lot. I'm telling the truth. Since you said that, I admit it. You're telling the truth. Think about it, you worked at the company for so long. Now you're leaving, how many company secrets are you taking with you? Sure enough, your kindness has a purpose. Fat Fu Lai is a very demanding company. Your generous donations are all motivated by your own agenda, Lin Na said. You're right. If I weren't so harsh, do you think Fat Fu Lai could grow so quickly from a small company to a large one? Next, the company will select a small universe to establish its own base. I believe it will eventually rank in the top 100 and become a giant company. Zhou Bufan said confidently. Lin Na bluntly attacked. Don't let your dreams be too good. What giant company? You're so shady. Sooner or later, this company will go bankrupt. This time, I will go out and tell you everything about your company. I believe many people in the company know your true colors, and will definitely not treat you the same way as before. We are grateful to you, but that doesn't mean you can treat us like slaves. Chapter 1019. Okay, now that you said that, I can't seem to let you go. If I let you go, our company will be in trouble. Zhou Bufan gritted his teeth and said angrily. Lin Na, you never intended to let me go from the beginning. If you really wanted to let me go, you wouldn't have spent so much time talking to me. You're afraid that these scandals would spread to Universe 8 and cause you great harm. It seems you know many of our company's secrets. I was right to suggest letting you go. You have such strong opinions about our company. If you leave, you will definitely retaliate. To prevent that from happening, I have to suppress you. Zhou Bufan said. Lin Na, her face torn, was no longer polite. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I know your company very well. The Elders' Council said you wouldn't kill me, but you will still decide to imprison me here. Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain. You already know it anyway. Zhou Bufan said. Bang! A loud noise came from outside. Zhou Bufan's communicator immediately buzzed. Someone from the security department was calling. This is terrible, General Manager. The Deep Blue Squad, the Ace team of the Universal Alliance, has intruded into our company headquarters. Their spaceship has crashed directly into our building. Why are you calling? Don't you know what to do? No matter who dares to intrude upon our Fat Fu Lai headquarters, we should attack them directly. Is this really okay? They're the Ace team of the Universal Alliance. It's not a good idea for us to do this. Don't move, you idiot. I'll be right there. Okay. Zhou Bufan angrily hung up the communicator and glared at Lin Na with a cold look. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out you have external support, the Ace team of the Universal Alliance. You're truly something. Lin Na didn't respond to Zhou Bufan's question. She immediately realized it was her brother Lin Luo. She couldn't help but worry. Brother too. Fat Fu Lai is now a high-end company with a lot of powerful equipment. If Fat Fu Lai goes crazy and attacks him, I think it would be extremely dangerous. With such a serious incident outside, Zhou Bufan had no choice but to take Sun Chengcheng with him. Fat Fu Lai headquarters. A hole had been smashed in the middle building, and a spaceship had fallen into it. The building was remarkably sturdy, withstanding the blow with no signs of collapse. The middle building had over 1,000 stories, and the surrounding buildings were shorter, giving it a protective feel. Much of the construction was still ongoing, and only a small portion had been completed. 3 women and 2 men were strutting around below the building. The 3 women were stunningly beautiful, each with their own unique style, a striking sight in any location. A tall, handsome man with otherwise ordinary features, his skin covered in dragon scales. Long Xian looked around at the Fat Fu Lai Company's security personnel and said fearfully, Captain, are we going too far? We're here just to rescue someone, not to cause trouble. There seem to be many eternal-level creatures on the other side. If we clash, we'd be the ones to die. Are you from our Deep Blue team? Why are you so scared? Pink sneered. Long Xian, I'm thinking about everyone else. We're on someone else's territory now, so we have to be careful. If a conflict breaks out, we'd definitely be the ones to suffer. Even with the Universal Alliance behind us, it's hard for them to help us. Ziyun stroked her delicate chin. You're still relatively young and don't understand the logic here. If we hadn't acted a little more assertively, we might not have been able to get through today, and would have caught them off guard. Sometimes, the more cowardly you act, the more people want to bully you. Only when you act assertive enough will they not dare to bully you. Pink echoed, that's right. Long Xian still felt unreliable, but... Jialan said angrily, what's so unreliable about that? I'm the captain of the Deep Blue team. I have my own responsibilities. Ziyun, you don't have to doubt me. Long Xian said, that doesn't seem to be the point, is it? The main thing is that we have to give others face, so we can proceed. If we don't give them any now, they'd probably explode. Shut up. I thought you were so impulsive earlier, and I thought you stand up for once. I didn't expect you to be such a coward, constantly speaking in sarcastic terms. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you here. Jialan said angrily. Long Xian lowered his head and muttered, "If I had known you were so impulsive, I wouldn't have come here." "What did you say?" Jialan's voice grew a little louder. "Nothing." Long Xian had a strong desire to survive. Jialan said, "I hate people like you the most. People like you are capitulators. Even if we're already at war, you're still thinking about surrendering. If you were in the Universal Alliance army, you'd be killed the first time." Pink suggested, "Captain, simply hacking away won't cut it. Long Xian has a strong self-healing ability. Last time, only a small section of him remained, and he was able to return to this state. This shows how powerful his self-healing ability is." Ziyun said jealously, "It's true. I think I'm usually pretty frugal, but compared to Long Xian, I'm still far behind. I get injured frequently, and my medical expenses total several thousand universe coins a year, while Long Xian doesn't spend a thing." Pink clapped her hands. "Speaking of medical expenses, it reminds me of something. I once saw Long Xian at the hospital." "What were you doing there?" Jialan stared at Long Xian. "I have a strong body that heals itself, but I still get sick easily. I'm also very afraid of getting sick. After all, with my condition, any illness I get is a serious one, the kind that can't be cured. I definitely need a thorough checkup." Long Xian hurriedly explained. Pink said coldly, "You're treating us like children, aren't you? We don't know your race, but you're from the Fanlong clan. Your strength lies in your ability to heal. Your members live much longer than other races. For high-ranking members like you, unless they're dead, common illnesses can't be cured. Did you secretly go to the hospital to donate blood? You're such a disgusting villain." Long Xian knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he craned his neck. "I donated my own blood. What does it have to do with anyone else? With such a meager monthly living allowance, I can barely even fill my stomach, let alone improve my strength. I was the last to join the Deep Blue team. Of all the people, I'm the weakest. I can't keep suppressing myself like this. I have to find a way to improve my strength. Without money, how can I improve myself?" Jialan said coldly, Okay, you're right. You won't get any money next time. Our team doesn't need selfish people like you." Chapter 1020. Isn't that selfish? I'm just hiding the money I earn from selling blood. It's only enough for my own nutrition and some strength-enhancing hormones, not much more. Long Xian was immediately displeased. The next mission was on a forest planet, and their target was the immortal level Earth God Xiahong. The immortal level Earth God Xiahong was covered in treasures, and every item on him was extremely expensive. Pink mocked, "Don't treat us like fools. I don't even know what you're thinking. You're just afraid we force you to draw blood like crazy. You don't understand the importance of sharing both good and bad times." Ziyun said, "As punishment, Long Xian must go on the next mission and cannot receive any rewards. Only by striving for unity can our team achieve greater benefits." "No!" Long Xian had always been the target of bullying. Jialan and the other two could gain emotional value from bullying him. As a result, Lin Luo suspected Long Xian of having masochistic tendencies. He had the lowest voice in the team, and whenever he spoke, he was despised by everyone. But Long Xian liked to say that nothing unexpected ever happened, and he was always despised by everyone. "Everyone, stop arguing. We're here to pick a fight, not start an internal conflict. Everyone's staring at us, so we should keep a low profile," Lin Luo said awkwardly. "That's right." Jialan nodded. Pink disdained Long Xian. "Hurry up. You're kneeling on the ground, making us look like workplace bullies. How will everyone see us? You were clearly in the wrong, and now you're putting us in a bad spot. Unless you promise to include me in the next dividend distribution, I'm going to keep kneeling and not get up." Long Xian threatened. "Good boy, you dare to threaten us? Believe it or not, I beat you to death right now," Jialan said coldly. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't get up." Long Xian continued to kneel. "Brother Long Xian, just stand up. The captain was just joking, not serious. Be more honest next time," Lin Luo advised helplessly. "Seriously?" Long Xian said. "Of course. You're very important to us too. How could we not give you a share of the profits? Our team is very united." Lin Luo was now the planner, and held great power. Long Xian looked at Jialan. Seeing Lin Luo's words, Jialan could only nod helplessly. "Great." Long Xian couldn't contain his joy and jumped up and cheered. He immediately lost consciousness, and was petrified in his place. Pink said, "Captain, look at this Long Xian. He's always had bad intentions. As soon as you agreed to let him go, his true colors showed. Even if there's no wine now, if there was, he probably opened some. Long Xian forced an explanation. I'm so excited mainly because you trust me again. I'm very happy about that, not for any other reason. Do you believe what you said yourself? Pink asked. I don't believe it. Long Xian shook his head. You're quite honest. I have other things to deal with right now, so I won't deal with you for now. I deal with you when I get back. Jialan felt a surge of irritation. The team had too much to deal with. For all these years, I've been so focused on paying off my debts that I hadn't properly taken care of the team's affairs. I hadn't expected the team to end up like this. Hello, I'm the security captain of Fat Fulai Company. I wonder what brings you here. A large man in formal attire trotted over, his tone rather flattering. Pink nudged Long Xian with her elbow. See? I told you, sometimes you have to act assertive to get others to respect you. If you act too soft, they won't even bother with you. He's just a security guard. Even if he's the captain of the security team, his monthly salary is only 3,000 universe coins at most. 3,000 universe coins isn't something anyone needs to work themselves to death on, Long Xian said. Pink angrily said, whose side are you on, you? How can you talk like that? You're always helping others. I think you're a born rebel. Long Xian said weakly, I'm not helping others. I'm just telling the truth. Shut up. You get angry every time you talk. I want to kill you right now, Pink said bluntly. Jialan crossed his arms over his chest. You're the security captain, and your authority is very limited. I'm telling you, you can't make the decision. Call your general manager. I call the general manager now. Wait a moment. The security captain survived countless company incidents primarily by staying out of other people's business. The company is the company's, and your own is yours. The two are different. Many of his predecessors were prone to meddling, treating company property as their own, and getting into conflicts with others. The security captain ended up being killed by the other party. That Fulai company captured him and demanded compensation. Whatever compensation the other party could offer was considered a reward, with 20% of that as compensation. That Fulai company, however, refused to pay a single cent in compensation, acting with utter ruthlessness. The security captain had already made a phone call and was about to make another one to have Zhou Bufan come over. No need to call, I'm already here. Zhou Bufan arrived with a group of men, each emanating a powerful aura, each akin to an eternal being. What's wrong with you? They already gone this far, and you're not even offering a token resistance? What have I taught you? The company pays you so much just to have you do this kind of thing. Zhou Bufan scolded. The security captain kept his head down, allowing Zhou Bufan to criticize him. Being scolded wouldn't hurt much. Losing your job would be the real problem. Pink said bluntly, what's there to scold you about? They're only making a few $1,000 a month. They're working themselves to death. That's right. Ziyun was even more blunt. I already investigated your company. They're incredibly harsh. Many people have died, and you don't have much money. Who would want to work for you? Pink, that's right. Of all the high-end companies, yours is the most stingy. We have to publicize it when the time comes. I'm sure your Fat Fulai company won't be in good hands. Zhou Bufan's face darkened. Don't think you can do anything just because you're the A's team of the Universal Alliance. We have our tempers too. If you want us to withhold publicity, that's fine. Quickly release Lin Luo's sister, Lin Na, or don't blame me for being rude, Jialan said bluntly. Zhou Bufan angrily said, what rudeness? Aren't you already being rude? You destroyed most of the entire building. There's a huge hole. Repairing it will be difficult. What can I say about a mistake just now? Jialan said arrogantly. Zhou Bufan gritted his teeth and said, okay, the mistake directly created a big hole in our central building. Chapter 1021. Ziyun said arrogantly, I advise you to release Lin Na. Otherwise, we, the Deep Blue team, won't be able to control what we're going to do next. I won't let her go. What can you do? Zhou Bufan feared the Deep Blue team, but with so many people around him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Long Xian sensed something was wrong. I told you not to make such a big deal out of it. Now, they're stuck in there with no way out. Pink sneered, can you be a little more assertive? You're not as courageous as the new team members. You're truly shameful. Lin Luo is much stronger than you. Long Xian, isn't that what I meant? See if the other party wants to reconcile. We simply want to come and take Lin Na away. We have no other intentions. Don't worry. You've forgotten what level of creature the captain is. There's no need to be afraid. Pink said confidently. What are you talking about? I almost forgot. The captain is much more powerful than before. Long Xian slapped his thigh. Jia Lan looked at Zhou Bufan with a cold expression. You're the general manager of a high-level company, but you're nothing compared to our ace squad. Are you kidding me? Zhou Bufan said coldly, I know you're powerful, but you're just an eternal-level creature. Why should I be afraid of you? Our high-level company has 5 immortal-level creatures. The Universal Alliance is the most powerful in the 8th universe, but they're not something the ace squad can bully. The company was only established a short time ago. We don't need to save face. We just let others bully us and smash a huge hole in the main building. Even if the Deep Blue team is the ace team of the Universal Alliance, they can't mess around in our company. They have to pay the price today. Zhou Bufan sneered. You should have heard the noises around you. Your actions this time have truly gone too far. If I don't punish you properly, my company will no longer be needed. Capture these people. Sun Chunchun shouted. A dozen elite eternal-level creatures, each with a distinct appearance and a powerful aura, stepped forward and surrounded the Deep Blue team. They were the elite of Fat Fuel Company, enjoying high salaries far superior to those of ordinary security personnel. They usually had little to do, only stepping forward when the company needed them most. High salaries come with high risks. Security personnel can refuse risks, but these elites cannot. Who dares? Jia Lan's body rapidly transforming into a blue tiger, exuding the aura of an immortal-level creature. Immortal? Those trying to get closer retreated. Zhou Bufan's face darkened. Immortal-level creatures represent immense power. No one wanted to provoke an immortal-level creature. Pink patted Long Xian's shoulder. Look at what's going on now. I told you, strength is what matters. Without it, no matter how humble you try, no one will pay attention. These people are scared and retreating. But Fat Fuel also has immortal-level creatures. Long Xian remained steadfast in his opinion. If we were gentle at the beginning, and the captain showed us the immortal-level creature, there's a high chance the other party wouldn't offend us and would release Lin Luo. But now we're slapping someone in the face, and it hurts. Just shut up. I noticed you're just a traitor. We're in the advantage, and you keep saying bad things. I just want to kill you, Pink threatened. I'm stating a fact. My words won't change the outcome, Long Xian said weakly. Shut up, Pink said angrily. Jia Lan threatened bluntly, I'm giving you 1 minute to release the person I want, or I make you suffer. Is your Pang Fu Lai company flushed with money and planning to rebuild its headquarters? Zhou Bufan's face darkened, and he glared at Jia Lan unkindly. Pang Fu Lai had only recently been promoted to a high-end company, and many wealthy clients had already arrived. These clients, impressed by Pang Fu Lai's potential, were willing to spend heavily. The Deep Blue team's arrival at headquarters had significantly weakened Pang Fu Lai's credibility, and future orders would undoubtedly be affected. Zhou Bufan constantly berated the Deep Blue team for being incompetent and not giving him any respect. If they had given him any, he would have suffered a fate worse. Currently, many people were broadcasting live with communicators, and these images had already been broadcast throughout the 8th universe. Fat Fuel Lai's image was already tarnished, and it depended on Zhou Bufan to determine how much it could recover. Before being promoted to a high-level company, Fat Fuel Lai was willing to trade its reputation for profit. In many mid-level companies, reputation was worthless. What truly mattered was cosmic currency. For high-level companies, reputation was crucial, affecting every aspect. A mid-level company had 1 immortal-level being, while a high-level company had 5 immortal-level beings. Fat Fuel Lai only has 1 immortal-level creature, Zhou Bufan's father. To become a high-level company, you need 5 immortal-level creatures. This is an ironclad rule, a consensus among all high-level companies. The other 4 immortal-level creatures have invested in Fat Fuel Lai to earn more money. If today's matter isn't handled properly, the 4 immortal-level creatures will undoubtedly be disappointed with Fat Fuel Lai and will likely withdraw their support. A high-level company requires 5 immortal-level creatures. If 4 immortals leave, then all the efforts of Zhou Bufan and the others will be in vain, and Fat Fuel Lai will once again become a mid-level company. Zhou Bufan's face darkened. If you apologize to my company now, I release the person you want. Otherwise, this matter won't be easily resolved. You see how many people are around. She had tried her best to be humble, hoping Jia Lan would let her go. Long Xian said, they already lowered their stance very low. Why don't we just let it go? I feel like at this point, we were the ones who crashed into their building first. I'm not trying to help them, I'm acting in a fair way. So we're in the wrong. Apologizing is fine, and they even handed the person over. So we're doing pretty well. I see you're really timid. The reputation of their Fat Fuel Lai company is one thing, but ours isn't? We, the Deep Blue team, have our dignity too. Pink said. Well said. Our Deep Blue team's reputation is extremely valuable. Unless they offer a high price, we won't yield. Ziyun patted her chest. Lin Luo felt a strange feeling. Ziyun had been so grandiose in her words, but then the tone suddenly changed. It turned out that money could buy it. Chapter 1022. Pink agreed, giving a thumbs up. Sister Ziyun is right. We, the Deep Blue team, have our dignity. Unless we're forced to pay, force won't make us submit. I agree. Lin Luo felt that after spending too long in the Deep Blue team, he eventually became assimilated, becoming a money-obsessed person. Long Xian, who had been a bit more sleazy earlier, agreed with Ziyun. Fat Fu Lai's reputation is crucial, it affects the company's bottom line. The Deep Blue team's reputation is equally crucial, also affecting the company's bottom line. Jialan flatly refused. I disagree. I already given you enough face. If it were any other Universal Alliance team, we have already taken action, and wouldn't have dragged you out for so long. Zhou Bufan was about to explode with rage. Long Xian, seeing he couldn't persuade the team members, decided to change his strategy. He turned to Zhou Bufan and asked, "You're General Manager Zhou, right?" "You are?" Zhou Bufan asked unkindly. "Don't be so angry. I'm mainly trying to make peace with you. What's your position on the Deep Blue team?" "I'm just an ordinary official member, not holding a high position. I want to resolve this peacefully. It's actually very simple. All you have to do is give us some money, maybe 10,000 yuan. Long Xian glanced at the people around him. "I believe the people around me are generally good people. They're a bit impulsive, and they're easily persuaded by money. Get as far away from me as you can. You're just an ordinary member. How dare you talk to me like that?" Zhou Bufan was about to explode with rage. "And why should I compensate you? You damaged our headquarters building, and we lost face. Do you know how much damage we suffer after this incident? At least millions, and you still want me to pay you compensation? You're a fool." Long Xian immediately got angry. "I was helping you out of kindness, and you actually scolded me. People like you really don't have any sense of reason. I don't need your help. Get out of here." Zhou Bufan was furious. Long Xian said to Pink, "I wanted to help this person out of kindness, but instead of thanking me, she's constantly disdaining me and doesn't care about her life or death." Jialan said coldly, "Hurry and release her. You know our Deep Blue team is very busy, usually dealing with multi-million-dollar deals." "You're kidding. Everyone knows your Deep Blue team is heavily in debt and owes a lot of money. If you could handle multi-million-dollar deals all at once, your debts would have been cleared long ago, and you're still carrying them." Zhou Bufan, in a rage, exposed the Deep Blue team's true colors. Pink excitedly said, "We're going to see something interesting. The captain mentioned the team's debt problem to the team, and there's nothing wrong with it. But if anyone else mentioned it, she'd be furious and about to explode." Long Xian sighed, "This Zhou Bufan is courting death. I've been so humble, but she still insisted on fighting to the end. She deserves her death." Lin Luo had a foreboding feeling. "Our captain won't lose her mind and kill the other person." Ziyun said, "A previous captain would probably have accidentally killed her. The current captain won't be so impulsive. At most, he let this person suffer. It seems sometimes I need to resort to extreme measures to make you speak more gently and less arrogant." Jialan grabbed Zhou Bufan, and Zhou Bufan was powerless to resist, being held tightly in his grip. "What do you want?" Zhou Bufan said in panic. "What do I want? It's not obvious enough. I'm really giving you face. You, an eternal-level creature, dare to speak to me like that. You have to understand one thing. Eternal-level creatures are always inferior to immortal-level creatures. Talking like that is tantamount to committing a capital crime," Jialan said with a dark face. "If you kill me, Fat Fu Lai Company will not let you go," Zhou Bufan said, his body trembling. "Then I want to see how Fat Fu Lai Company will hold me accountable." Jialan said proudly, "Do you think just because you're the daughter of an immortal you're so powerful? Let me tell you, my sister is an immortal, my father is also an immortal, and I'm almost one too. I don't know how you compare to me. What if I kill you? Do you think your father will back you up? Fat Fu Lai Company has a wide network of connections, but compared to my family, you're still far behind. You're nothing compared to me." Zhou Bufan was speechless. The other party's connections were also very strong, no less powerful than Fat Fu Lai Company's. Fat Fu Lai Company had to go to great lengths and pay a high price to curry favor with an elder of the Elders' Council. This time, the Elders' Council suddenly asked Zhou Bufan to release Lin Na. Zhou Bufan contacted the elder he usually courted, but the result was not good. The elder he courted flatly rejected Zhou Bufan, saying that the elder held great power in the elders' council, and his father was a council member. At that moment, Zhou Bufan cursed the counselor. He heard he'd been offered every last bit of benefit, yet his actions were completely incompetent. Zhou Bufan could only curse inwardly, not daring to actually offend the elder. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me. Zhou Bufan begged for mercy. Go get your men to release Lin Na, Jialan said coldly. I go get her right now. Zhou Bufan quickly called Sun Chuncheng, who, upon receiving the order, immediately went to bring Lin Na over. A moment later, Lin Na was brought over. Brother, Lin Na said with joy. Sister, Lin Luo shouted. Hurry up and release Lin Na, Pink said angrily. Sun Chuncheng ordered his men to capture Lin Na, showing no intention of releasing her, and simply chose to ignore Pink. Captain, I think the pressure isn't enough. We should apply a little more pressure, Pink shouted. Jia Lan's tiger claws suddenly exerted force, causing Zhou Bufan to cry out in pain. Zhou Bufan burst into a rage, cursing Sun Chuncheng, you're a dead man. Let him go. Let him go, Sun Chuncheng said helplessly. The shackles on Lin Na were gone, and she could use her own strength, harnessing the abilities of the Wind Clan, transforming into a gust of wind and arriving at Lin Luo's side. Sister. Lin Luo gave Lin Na a big hug. Feeling the warmth, Lin Na chided Lin Shui too. I told her not to tell you, but she insisted. Sister, you should really thank Sister Shui. If she hadn't told me, I wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly. If I had come, these people would probably have tortured you, Lin Luo said. Ziyun, I investigated some of the things going on at Fat Fu Lai. The point is, you can't resign. Excellent people rarely have a good ending, while mediocre people often do. This is truly disgusting. Those with merit receive less, while those with less ability are left to bleed the company dry. It's truly unfair. Long Xian hates exploitation. Since he joined the company, he's been exploited almost constantly, a fact that deeply resents him. Whenever he sees exploitation, Long Xian becomes furious. Chapter 1023. Ziyun said, your brother has performed very well in our team. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a full-fledged member. Thank you for your care, Lin Na said with a smile. Pink said, no need to thank me too much. If your brother wasn't so outstanding, we wouldn't treat him so well. Zhou Bufan cried out in pain, I already released Lin Na. Can you please let me go now? Jialan said to Lin Na, how do you want to deal with him? Pink said angrily, I think we should just kill him. This person has no intention of letting you go. Even if the Elders' Council speaks up, they'd probably imprison you and not let you out. That's not much better than killing him outright. Lin Na thought for a moment, not wanting to cause any trouble for Jialan. Forget it. That Fu Lai company wasn't good to me, but they also helped me a lot. I don't want to embarrass you. Pink said, you still? You're kind-hearted, but the other party wants to kill you, yet you're thinking of them. Sometimes being too kind isn't good, it won't be rewarded. Ziyun, kill Zhou Bufan. An eternal-level creature dares to be so presumptuous towards an immortal-level creature. Killing him isn't excessive. Long Xian angrily said, I hate those vicious companies that oppress their employees. This Fat Fu Lai company needs to be severely punished. This general manager must be killed. Lin Luo looked at Lin Na and said, Sister, it's up to you. Lin Na shook her head and said, forget it. Lucky for you, the person involved said they'd let you go, so I let you go. Jialan let go of Zhou Bufan, and he fell from her grasp. Zhou Bufan smashed a massive hole in the ground, leaving it covered in wounds. General Manager, are you okay? Everyone rushed forward. Zhou Bufan, supported by them, managed to stand. Jialan said coldly, next time you face an immortal-level creature, be polite. Even if I kill you, what can your father do? You're just one of his children. I believe your father has many children, and won't offend me because of you. Zhou Bufan's face turned pale. Immortal-level creatures, as she had said, have many children. The reason she was able to manage Panculi wasn't because of a parent-child relationship, but mainly because of Zhou Bufan's considerable abilities. Among his many brothers and sisters, Zhou Bufan stood out, enabling him to successfully manage the entire Panculi company. I'm asking you a question. Do you understand? Jia Lan's tone was threatening. Zhou Bufan trembled. I understand. It's good that you understand, Jia Lan said coldly. Pink clapped her hands. It's been resolved successfully. We can go back now. Long Xian said guiltily, let's leave early. I have a bad feeling something bad might happen next. Don't be such a pessimist, Pink said bluntly. Let's go. Jialan was just about to return to the space battleship when a massive creature descended from the sky. You, Team Deep Blue, have gone too far. You've been messing around in my fat flu-like company, and now that you've done the damage, you're just going to walk away. How could that be possible? A resounding voice echoed. A massive creature descended from the sky. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a bird, and its wings could cover the sky with their wings spread. The tail was a gigantic tiger tail, over 1,000 meters long, and a single powerful swing could destroy a building. This bizarre monster was none other than Zhou Bufan's father. His name was the Dragon Tiger Beast, and his given name was Zhou Daolong. Father. Zhou Bufan looked up, filled with fear. What have you done? You're being bullied like this, and you're just cowardly responding? Zhou Daolong angrily said. Zhou Bufan didn't dare to retort, so he could only keep his mouth shut and tremble. Her father had many children. The death of one wouldn't mean much. After this incident, Zhou Bufan's position was no longer guaranteed. Zhou Daolong's eyes bulged as he stared at Jialan. You're the ace team of the Universal Alliance, but do you know how much damage your actions today have caused our company? So what? Jialan said. I gave them enough face at the beginning. They refused to yield and insisted on confronting me. They deserve this fate. Shut up. You're not here to mediate. Who would have crashed a spaceship directly into a building? Zhou Daolong said angrily. Jialan forced an explanation. My spaceship lost control and crashed directly into the central building. It's my fault, and I'm willing to compensate. You're treating me like an incompetent creature. I believe any excuse you make. Spaceships are all controlled by AI these days. You have a million ways to prevent them from crashing into a building. Zhou Daolong said angrily. Jialan said, believe it or not, I already given you a reasonable explanation. Besides, what can you do to me? I already said I'd pay you compensation. What else do you want? You can't possibly kill me. Lin Luo couldn't help but ask Ziyun, is the captain always this arrogant? Ziyun nodded, yes, he is. Lin Luo sighed, I feel the captain's survival is mainly due to his sister and father. Otherwise, with his arrogance, he would have been beaten to death long ago. That's the way it is. Ziyun couldn't help but envy. Sometimes a person is born extraordinary. Lin Na agreed, I think so too. She was already a typical example, having worked at Fat Fu Lai for years, yet her pay wasn't even half as good as Zhou Bufan's. Long Xian said, it's so hard for the poor to rise above their status. I sometimes resent those who have connections. These people are born extraordinary, and without even trying, they're much better off than us. For us, the only way to change our fate is to work hard. Lying down will only lead to faster death. Lin Luo agreed with Long Xian. The wealth gap in the 8th universe had widened. Lying down on Earth might still allow one to survive. Lying down without working hard in the 8th universe would result in death. Lin Luo felt that Long Xian's values were sound, and he hadn't become a lackey of connections. Sometimes, when the gap between rich and poor is wide, dignity is paramount. Long Xian added, of course, my hatred is divided into categories. I think the captain's connections are great, they can help us a lot. Pink said, my family is just average. I envy the captain. If my family were that good, I might as well become an immortal. Ziyun criticized, that doesn't seem to be necessary, right? You earned quite a bit over the years, and you've been on the team longer than the captain. The main reason you haven't become an immortal is that you spent all your money on appearances. Pink said confidently, Sister Ziyun, you don't understand? Image should precede strength. Only if your image is good will the other party take action later. Chapter 1024. Ziyun bluntly attacked, you're overthinking it. Every creature has its own aesthetic. What you call a good image is merely your own opinion. In the eyes of some creatures, no matter how beautiful or attractive you are, it's still ugly. I call this public aesthetics. Pink hesitated for a long time, unable to effectively refute Ziyun. Ziyun's point made a lot of sense. Many creatures have different aesthetics. It seems there's no public aesthetic, only regional aesthetics. Long Xian remembered clearly that each region had its own aesthetic, and that region was primarily occupied by a single race, with no other races. If multiple races occupied a region, it would be difficult to achieve a unified aesthetic. Lin Luo learned a lot from Pink. The aesthetics of the 8th universe were different, unlike Earth, where aesthetics were uniform. Earth was primarily one race, with only humans on Earth. Without the interference of other races, their aesthetics were naturally uniform. Shut up. I don't need you to remind me of this. Anyway, I just want to feel beautiful and pretty within my own race. I don't care about other races. Pink said. Long Xian said, I think we should focus on the captain right now. The captain can't defeat Fatty Fuli's founder. We might die here. What are you thinking? You always think the worst. We're the ace team of the Universal Alliance. Unless this founder doesn't want to stay in Universe 8 anymore, Zhou Dalong wouldn't dare do anything to us. Pink said confidently. I hope so. Long Xian had a bad feeling. Your explanation is a bit far-fetched. Zhou Dalong was nearly exploding with rage. If it were any other creature, he would have already attacked. The Jialan before him had an extraordinary origin. Both his father and sister were immortal-level beings. The consequences of Zhou Dalong killing Jialan would undoubtedly mean he could no longer remain in the 8th universe. Jialan, that's my explanation. Kill me if you dare. You said it, I'm going to kill you. Zhou Dalong couldn't contain his rage and attacked Jialan. He had to teach Jialan a lesson, otherwise, this matter would be difficult to get over. Pang Fuli Company had just become a high-end company, and its reputation was paramount. The sharp bird claws slashed forward, leaving 3 distinct scratches, and flew towards Jialan's position. Jialan didn't dare to resist, and quickly dodged to the side. 3 red scratches landed where Jialan lay, leaving 3 bird claw marks, each more than 10 meters deep. Long Xian exclaimed in astonishment, old immortals are simply powerful. If those 3 scratches had landed on the captain, he would likely have lost his combat ability. Pink, you're not talking nonsense. The captain only achieves immortal-level combat power when he's at full power. How long has the other immortal been around? The difference in power between us is enormous. Lin Na bowed. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you're in danger. Don't say that. You're Lin Luo's sister. We have an obligation to protect the families of our members, Ziyun said. But, Lin Na said. Pink comforted, don't worry too much. The other party wouldn't dare to kill us. We should leave as soon as possible. If 2 immortals fight, we quickly become cannon fodder if we stay here. Seeing Zhou Dalong and Jialan fighting, everyone had already stepped aside. A single blow from 2 immortal-level creatures could destroy a planet. Jialan said, Old man, you're truly useless. Look at your accuracy. I dodged it in an instant. Zhou Dalong, enraged, lunged forward, increasing his speed to maximum, transforming into a dark shadow and swiftly darting towards Jialan. Jialan had been on guard and had chosen to avoid him, but Zhou Dalong still struck her. She landed safely on the ground, relying on inertia, without suffering much damage. Old man, aren't you very strong? Why do I feel like you're so useless? You can't even touch me. Jialan continued to taunt. Zhou Dalong was furious. If you had the guts, you wouldn't have to hide. If you had the guts, you wouldn't have to attack. Jialan refused to show weakness. I'm going to kill you. Zhou Dalong opened his dragon mouth, and a massive amount of energy rapidly gathered within it, forming a massive sphere within. A massive storm erupted around it. The nearby plants began to shake violently, threatening to break at any moment. The sphere began to tumble violently, emitting a dazzling blue light. The blue sphere fell towards Jialan, who quickly dodged to the side. The force was too great, and Jialan was swept away by the aftermath, crashing hard into the building. The building cracked massively, splitting in half. Zhou Dalong flew over, looking down at Jialan from the sky. You're quite formidable. You were able to dodge my attack. If you had been hit directly, you would have been dead. Jialan rose from the ground. What's so great about you? I only reached the immortal level, not truly become one. My talent is no less than yours. If I were truly immortal, you wouldn't necessarily be my match. If I were you, I wouldn't say that. You should beg for mercy right now. Your father and sister are powerful, but that doesn't stop me from killing you. Zhou Dalong threatened coldly. He had prepared for the worst-case scenario. If Jialan didn't beg for mercy, he was ready to kill her. Otherwise, the label of coward would go to Fatty Fuli. After this incident, Fatty Fuli had been relegated from the high-level company to the mid-level company. All of Zhou Dalong's efforts had been in vain. Pink said, It's over. Zhou Dalong's threats will likely lead the captain to fight to the death. That's a real possibility. Ziyun knew Jialan well. Long Xian said uncomfortably, Zhou Dalong killed our captain, so we're likely his next target. I almost forgot. Pink, concerned about her own life, shouted to Jialan, Captain, you want to die, but I don't. I want to live a little longer. Look at me, I'm so beautiful. It would be a shame to die at such a young age. Zhou Dalong said coldly, Jialan, do you hear me? If I kill you, everyone in your team will die too. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I let you go. You don't have to let me go. If you dare to kill me, You won't end well either. My team members aren't afraid of death. They're mainly afraid of me, Jialan said. Are you sure? Zhou Daolong scoffed. Captain, I'm worried about my own life. Don't overthink it, Pink shouted. Ziyun said, our team is just getting back on its feet. I don't want to die yet. Me neither, Long Xian shouted anxiously. Chapter 1025. Waste. Jialan cursed. She knew this would happen. These team members were rebellious. Zhou Daolong smiled and said, I think you should respect your teammates' opinions. Your opinions alone aren't enough. Life and death are in your hands. I think you should respect your teammates. Jialan angrily said, I'm the captain of the Deep Blue team. They don't keep their word. Only my words count. Pink shouted, I protest. I'm an official member of the Deep Blue team, not property. Ziyun said, I want to live a few more years. Me too, Long Xian said. Lin Na, a look of guilt on her face, said, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't blame me, sister. It's just the captain being too tough. Lin Luo said. Zhou Daolong taunted, it seems your team is still no match. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I let you go. Stop threatening my team members. If you want them to beg, go find them, not me. Jialan said confidently. You're definitely not going to apologize to me, Zhou Daolong said angrily. Of course, Jialan said. Then die. Zhou Daolong couldn't contain his fury. Pink screamed, it's over. The captain is courting death, taking us with him. How could we have such a captain? The good times were just beginning. I didn't expect this to happen. Ziyun said. I usually stay away from the team, because I'm afraid the captain will go crazy. Now he's gone mad, and he's even risking our lives. Long Xian said with a mournful expression. Shut up, all of you. I'm not afraid of anything, nothing at all. Jialan said angrily. My patience is limited, and you already surpassed it. So, I won't be polite. Zhou Daolong wanted to kill Jialan. Zhenlan, if I die, your massive debt will be unpaid, and your newly restored organs will be auctioned off. Think carefully. Jialan shouted. Zhenlan? Zhou Daolong looked around, but didn't see Zhenlan. Zhenlan was the former captain of the Deep Blue Squad, and was very famous in Universe 8. Before Zhou Daolong became an immortal, Zhenlan already possessed immortal-level combat power. After Zhou Daolong became an immortal, Zhenlan possessed even more terrifying combat power than he did. After Zhou Daolong established Fat Fu Lai Company, Zhenlan suffered an accident and was attacked on an inaccessible planet. Only his head remained, and he returned. The 8th universe contains many mysterious and dangerous planets, home to powerful creatures. Even immortals would likely be killed if they entered. The Universal Alliance designated these dangerous planets as inaccessible planets, meaning that even immortals cannot easily enter them. Under normal circumstances, no immortal would dare to enter these inaccessible planets without permission. When Zhenlan entered these inaccessible planets, it made the news and caused quite a stir. Zhenlan's return alive also made the news. Compared to himself, Zhenlan was clearly far more powerful and far more courageous. But while Zhenlan lay in the hospital for so long, he had been constantly improving. The benefits of running a company are so numerous that Zhou Daolong felt that starting one was the smartest thing he had ever done. A company could earn him a lot of money, helping Zhou Daolong rapidly improve his strength. The stronger the company, the stronger Zhou Daolong became. When the company ran low on cash, Zhou Daolong would exploit the employees, issuing them difficult tasks, to earn more money. Through this exploitation, Zhou Daolong gained enough money to significantly improve his own strength. He repeatedly exploited his employees, disregarded their lives, and used clever tactics like withholding compensation to earn a large sum of money. This money allowed Zhou Daolong to buy potions that boosted his strength, further increasing his power. When Zhou Daolong saw Zhenlan, he felt powerless, believing himself no match for the powerful creature before him. That was in the past. Zhou Daolong's strength had greatly improved, and Zhenlan was no longer his own. He firmly believed in one truth. There's a difference between running a company and not running one. Running a company is definitely much more powerful than not having one. Zhou Daolong looked at Jialan coldly. You're deliberately trying to scare me. Zhenlan is lying in the hospital right now. How could I possibly come to your rescue? Aren't you unwilling? Then I remove one of your legs right now, and see if you agree to my request. Fat Fu Lai had suffered such an insult. If he didn't take some concrete action, it would be difficult to restore the reputation of the Fat Fu Lai Company, and it would be extremely detrimental to its future development. Zhou Daolong knew he couldn't kill Jialan. Cutting off both of Jialan's arms wasn't a big deal. He could recover with some surgery later. You bastard, Jilan, get out here now. Who's paying for your medical bills? If you don't come out now, I stop paying your debts once this is over, Jialan roared. Pink asked, puzzled, has the captain discovered something? Could it be that the former captain has recovered and has been feigning illness, lying in bed and refusing to come out? It's very possible. The captain was impulsive, but not foolish enough to commit suicide, Ziyun said. Long Xian trembled. If the former captain hadn't come, we would have been the ones to die. Don't be such a pessimist. I'm so beautiful, I don't want to die, Pink said. What's with the true dragon? Stop your alarmist rhetoric. How long has he been lying in bed? Even if he gets up, what's the impact? How much can his strength improve in such a long time? I'm a completely different person now. I have a large company behind me, which provides me with a lot of funding. I spend a small amount every once in a while on True Dragon Potion. The True Dragon Potion can significantly boost my strength. One True Dragon Potion costs 30,000 universe coins, and I almost always have to take an injection. After all these years, my strength has reached a very high level. So what if he was stronger than me before? I spent so much money improving my strength. If True Dragon appears before me again, there's no way he can be my opponent. Zhou Dalong had been developing secretly. No one knew he spent so much money to significantly improve his strength, which made him very uncomfortable. It's like walking in the night in splendid attire, your wealth unknown. Chapter 1026. In the 8th universe, the number of cosmic coins a creature possesses determines their strength. Increasing one's strength is relatively easy. With enough cosmic coins, one can purchase True Dragon Potion, True Phoenix Potion, Flame Emperor Potion, Sword Emperor Potion, and so on. These potions come from high-level immortal level creatures. They achieved immortal status long ago, and after countless years, their strength has grown to a terrifying degree. They are at the top of the 8th universe, and do not appear frequently, occasionally selling potions, and living a luxurious life. The 8th universe has moved away from the law of the jungle, and has adopted a world where money solves everything. The creatures who formulated this plan are powerful immortal level creatures, and they must abide by this rule, occasionally adding some of their own potions. The True Dragon Potion, True Phoenix Potion, Flame Emperor Potion, and so on, contain only a single drop of blood from these high-level immortal level creatures. Even a single drop of blood, when consumed by other immortal level creatures, brings enormous benefits. No wonder our company's treatment is so poor. It turns out you used all your money to buy potions to boost your strength, resulting in the loss of all our overtime pay. Other high-end companies have 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, but ours doesn't even have one. It's all gone to Zhou Dalong to buy medication. That Fu Lai is so demanding, and is growing so rapidly. I want to become an immortal someday, so I can start my own company and learn from them. Many of the employees present at Fat Fu Lai expressed their dissatisfaction with Zhou Dalong. A few bolder employees deliberately raised their voices, causing Zhou Dalong's displeasure. If you dare to have any objections to me, you will all be expelled. Zhou Dalong shouted angrily. Everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to utter a single word. I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. I'm going to rip one of your arms off right now. Just as Zhou Dalong was about to attack Jia Lan, a blue shadow appeared. This blue shadow was a blue and white dragon. The dragon resembled a giant oriental dragon, enormous in size, covered in blue and white scales, emitting a dazzling light. The blue and white dragon extended its claws, blocking Zhou Dalong's attack. Bang! The dragon claws collided with the bird's claws, making a loud noise. Zhou Dalong's attack was blocked. His bird-like eyes narrowed as he stared at the blue-white dragon. You can actually move freely and appear here. Pink, I discovered that the former captain wasn't just a little sinister, but extremely sinister. He could move a long time ago, but he always stayed in bed, asking us to pay his living expenses. I remember seeing him just 5 years ago. Back then, he looked sickly. Now he can just move like a shadow. Long Xian said. Ziyun was furious. We haven't had a good day in all these years. It's all because of him. He's either on the way to paying off his debts, or in the process of paying them off. I want to kill him now. Lin Luo, I think now that he's the former captain and can move freely, he'd be responsible for all the debts he has in the future. We won't have to work so hard anymore, and we won't have to pay off our debts. Every penny we earn will be ours. I agree. Pink and Long Xian both agreed. 150 million in debt is too high. They often suffer from sleepless nights, simply feeling suffocated by the weight of the debt. No, I'm not in good condition right now. If you weren't in danger, I wouldn't be able to come all the way to help you resist this powerful enemy. Jinlan forced a few coughs to appear weak. Jialan said coldly, stop pretending. I don't know you. You clearly recovered quite a bit, but you just been lying in bed. Just follow me and join the team. Don't even think about slacking off. I've been fooled. Jinlan gritted his teeth. Jialan sneered, if you don't fall for it today, I have many ways to get you to tell us about your recovery. The outcome will be the same. Once you recovered, come and help us repay the debt. Don't think you lie in bed all day and have me pay you back. Don't overthink it. Jinlan wanted to defend himself, but it was difficult. Many people had seen his shadow appear, so he had already recovered considerably. Let me be honest with you. I can only help with my shadow. My overall condition hasn't recovered yet. A little shadow help is fine, Jialan said. Jinlan wanted to die knowingly. Tell me, how did you discover my problem? You be working with me as a shadow. I always been kind to my own employees. Jialan smiled and said, I noticed your medical expenses have been decreasing recently. You're afraid we find out. You reduced the cost by a few hundred yuan each time. Maybe we won't notice any problems in the short term, but over 5 years, it will be much less. Jinlan felt a wave of pain in his heart, and his entire body was shaky. After such a long period of recuperation, his body had recovered significantly, and he no longer needed medical treatment. He had paid for all the medical expenses himself, and with such high daily bills, Jinlan was reluctant to spend them, trying to save as much as possible. Jinlan's efforts to save money had ultimately led to Jialan's discovery. From now on, he wouldn't be able to rest easy, he would have to work like a slave again. Jialan angrily said, don't act like you've been wronged. We've been paying you back all these years, and we haven't had a single day of good life. And you, on the other hand, are spending every day in the hospital. Just think about it, I'm going to kill you. Jinlan felt a little embarrassed and a little guilty. He thought that without his teammates, he would likely have died in the hospital. You two seem to be neglecting me, Zhou Dalong said angrily. Jinlan said arrogantly, if I were you, I'd just get out of the way and not continue fighting with me. You? I seem to have some memory of you. The guy who scared me the first time he saw me. Who said I was scared? Zhou Dalong said angrily. Jinlan said bluntly, I won't remember. You should be thankful I remember, because those who I remember are only marginally capable. At least you won't be killed by a single blow. Thank you so much, Zhou Dalong gritted his teeth, feeling deeply insulted. All right, this matter is settled. Let's leave. Jinlan said domineeringly. Pink, the previous captain seemed okay, but when I think about how much debt he made me pay, I find him incredibly disgusting. Purple Cloud, sometimes I think the captain is quite impressive. He noticed details we didn't. Chapter 1027. You're leaving my Fat Fulai company on your own turf, and you want to just leave. Do you have my permission, your master? Zhou Dalong angrily stopped him. I just want to leave. What do you want? Jinlan continued his arrogant tone. Zhou Dalong angrily said, don't go too far. Your time is over. Things are no longer the same. You can do whatever you want. You've been in the hospital for a long time, and a lot has changed during that time. You're no longer the strongest of our group. You can try. Jinlan showed no sign of backing down. Zhou Dalong was furious. If you have the guts, fight me in outer space. If I can't beat you, we can leave freely. If you can't, I have to kneel down and apologize, and compensate you for everything I have here. You seem quite confident. Jinlan smiled. Zhou Dalong was bewildered. He shouldn't have said that. Jinlan, a patient, had been bedridden for so long that his strength should have deteriorated significantly. Jinlan, in turn, turned against Tian Gang and began to despise himself. Zhou Dalong glanced at the nearly ruined Fat Fulai headquarters and said, let's go to the outer universe and fight. If I win, you spare my team, Jinlan said. Zhou Dalong, then if I win, you must kneel down and apologize to me. Enough of the nonsense, let's go to the outer universe and fight. Jinlan, confident in himself, took the lead and flew towards the outer universe. Zhou Dalong followed closely behind Jinlan, rushing into the outer universe. Soon, a dazzling light bloomed in the sky. Pink exclaimed in surprise, I never imagined the previous captain was so strong. He remained so strong despite being bedridden for so long. Ziyun stroked her delicate chin and said, you joined the team too late and don't know Captain Jinlan well enough. The captain and I have been with the Deep Blue team since its inception. We had 3 captains, and Captain Jinlan was the strongest. Our Deep Blue team reached its peak. Long Xian angrily said, he's so strong, yet he's been lying in the hospital all day, and we're being worked like oxen. This guy is despicable. He must be put to work. Lin Luo gave a thumbs up. I think we should mainly thank the captain for successfully exposing the previous captain's scheme. It was you who reminded me to check Zhilan's medical expenses. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have discovered this. Jialan gave Lin Luo a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. I was just giving you a heads up. Without you, we wouldn't have discovered the truth the previous captain had concealed. I think it's largely your credit. Jialan praised Lin Luo. Lin Na came before Jialan and bowed. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, I would have been in great danger. It's okay. We're a very united team in the Deep Blue Squad. Everyone's family is ours, Jialan said. Long Xian saw an opportunity and quickly stepped forward. My father has been in the hospital for years and needs over 1,000 cosmic coins every month. My finances are a bit tight, and I hope I can help you. Are you sure? Jialan glanced at Long Xian. Long Xian gritted his teeth and said, My father has been ill. I knew it wasn't good for you financially, so I naturally didn't tell you. Now I think your finances are improving a bit. And the pressure was just too great, otherwise, I wouldn't have said it. He had already thought of a countermeasure. He would ask his father to go to the hospital and get a fake certificate, which would likely be concealed from Jialan. Long Xian earned 200,000 universe coins, but all of it was confiscated. He later shared another 100,000 universe coins, so overall, he lost a lot. Lin Luo, what do you think? Jialan trusted Lin Luo deeply, and had already considered him her advisor. She couldn't make a decision right away, so she could ask Lin Luo for his opinion before deciding on the next step. It's simple. Just check brother Long Xian's bank statements. As he said, they definitely show a lot of spending. Medical records are easy to falsify, but bank statements are not, Lin Luo said. That makes sense. Jialan nodded, looking at Long Xian coldly. I give you one more chance now. Tell me the truth about your father's situation, and I won't pursue the matter further. If I find out you lied, you won't get paid a cent for your efforts on the next mission. Long Xian hesitated, then confessed, I'm guilty. I shouldn't have been jealous of Lin Luo. Well, your living expenses for the year are gone, Jialan said. Ah, Captain, you said you wouldn't punish me if I admitted my mistake, so why are you changing your mind now? Long Xian was completely upset. Punishment is definitely necessary. If everyone is like you and tries to extort money from us, it will be very difficult for us to deal with it later. Jialan said confidently. No, without this money, I might starve to death. You deserve it. Jialan was overjoyed. Long Xian's annual living expenses were not a small sum, approximately 12,000 universe coins. Can't you give me another chance? Long Xian pleaded. Of course I give you a chance. Now I think 1 year's salary seems a little low. How about 2 years' salary? If the punishment is severe, some people won't dare mess around. Jialan thought for a moment. 1 year is fine. Long Xian immediately corrected himself. Pink glanced at Long Xian guiltily, thankful she hadn't mentioned her family was in trouble, otherwise she would have been the next unlucky person. She thought Lin Luo was quite good, but sometimes you had to be wary, you could easily be tricked. Pink changed the subject. Captain, do you think Captain Zhilan can really win? What Captain Zhilan? I'm the captain, Jialan said dissatisfiedly. Pink quickly corrected himself. It just comes out of the mouth. I should call you Zhilan. Don't worry, I think we definitely win, Jialan said confidently. What if we lose? Ziyun asked. Zhilan has been an immortal for a long time, and is very famous among all immortals. Even if he's been lying in the hospital for so long, I don't think his strength will decline much. Zhou Dalong is using the company's money to continuously improve himself, but I think his improvement is very limited. He's still not as strong as Zhilan. Zhilan will definitely win. Jialan added confidently, you may not believe in Zhilan's strength, but you must trust my judgment. Hearing Jialan's words, everyone felt relieved. Suddenly, a massive object fell from the sky, smashing a building into rubble with terrifying force, creating a massive crater in the ground. The massive object was none other than Zhou Dalong. Chapter 1028. Pink looked up, bewildered. Captain, it seems you made a slight mistake in your judgment. Zhilan is such a loser. We were hoping he could defeat Zhou Dalong, but we didn't expect him to fall from the sky like this. Ziyun criticized. Long Xian said to Zhilan that Zhilan, are you really capable? If not, please tell us sooner so we know what to do next. Don't worry too much. I was just careless and was knocked down by him. I definitely kill him once I get up there. My recovery is very strong. Zhilan said confidently. Then hurry up and charge over, Jialan commanded. Jinlan angrily rushed into outer space again, running to fight Zhou Daolong. Ziyun worriedly said, I feel like Jinlan is no match for Zhou Daolong. If we apologize to Fat Fulai on livestream, will our Deep Blue team survive? Yeah, we spent so much money raising Jinlan, and this is how he repays us. He's such a loser. Pink asked. Lin Luo, what do you think? Jialan asked. Lin Luo, Jinlan can't defeat Zhou Daolong. We shouldn't be concerned about saving face, but primarily about our own survival. After Zhou Daolong destroys the Jinlan Phantom, we be the next ones to go. My advice is that everyone pack up and run. With Zhou Daolong's ruthlessness, he definitely try to cut off our arms or legs, preventing us from getting out intact. Long Xian said urgently, I think the best approach is to flee quickly, and not give them a chance to persecute us. Shut up. Is it your turn to speak yet? Jialan said rudely. I'm sorry. Long Xian apologized hastily. Pink anxiously asked, Captain, tell me what we should do next? Jialan, pack up. We need to escape quickly. Our physical integrity is important to us, and so is our reputation. We can't just stand there and suffer humiliation. Isn't that the same as what I said? Long Xian protested. Jialan, what do you know? What I said is different from what you said. What you said is nonsense. What I said is the captain's words, and it determines what the team does. Isn't that different? Long Xian complained. Tell me what's the same. Lin Luo said coldly. No. Long Xian quickly replied. The battle continued for another half hour. Long Xian had a bad feeling. Has the shadow of Jinlan been slain by Zhou Daolong? There's no sound at all. I have a bad feeling. Pink said. Ziyun said unsurely, Jinlan was very strong before, but so much time has passed, and his strength has been greatly weakened. He's long since fallen behind. Jialan was considering retreating and wanted to seek Lin Luo's opinion. Lin Luo, what do you think? Wait a minute. Jinlan's strength isn't much different from Zhou Daolong's. If we run away now, we won't gain anything. Lin Luo was quite confident in Jinlan, believing he was stronger than Zhou Daolong. Since you say so, let's wait a little longer. I still trust your judgment. Lin Luo's repeated correct judgments had earned Jialan's trust. The people of Jialan chose to trust Lin Luo, and not flee the main planet where Fat Fulai Company was located. With a loud boom, a massive monster plummeted from the sky, slamming down heavily, destroying 2 buildings in quick succession and creating an even deeper crater. Zhou Daolong tried to get up, but the pain immediately hit him, and he was unable to rise. We won! Pink burst into joy. Ziyun said to Long Xian, It's a good thing I didn't listen to you, otherwise we'd be embarrassed. Tomorrow's headlines would definitely be about True Blue fighting hard, while his team members actually escaped. Team Deep Blue truly is a team without humanity. I always said Brother Long Xian isn't a particularly good person, Pink echoed. Long Xian pointed at himself, bewildered, and said, What did I say? Didn't you agree with me on running away? Why are you suddenly targeting me? Ziyun, did you ever say that? Yes. Long Xian wanted to explain. I wasn't the only one saying that. Just shut up. If you had better teammates, I would have replaced you long ago. You're always disrupting morale, said Jialan. Jinlan approached Zhou Daolong, his mouth half open, a fong-filled maw, and a black energy cannon rapidly forming. Zhou Daolong, feeling the threat of death, immediately begged for mercy. Stop attacking. I surrender. Next, I fulfill the conditions you agreed to. Jinlan said coldly. I understand. Zhou Daolong nodded. Lin Luo said, You also need to bring my sister's compensation. Zhou Daolong's face darkened. She resigned voluntarily? Why should I give her compensation? Compensation is only given after she's fired. Just pay me when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I heard about some of the things going on in your company, withholding employee wages and treating them like free labor. Jinlan said bluntly. I pay. Zhou Daolong's face darkened, and he had no choice but to compromise. Lin Na, worried, said to Lin Luo, We seem to have gotten enough already. It wouldn't be good to continue now. Sister, they treated you this way. Don't be so grateful. You lost your job at Fat Fulai, and it takes some time to find another. You need this money, Lin Luo consoled. Lin Na hesitated, then nodded heavily. You make sense. Zhou Daolong gave Lin Na compensation, 2 years' worth, approximately 30,000 cosmic coins. This sum was enough for Lin Na to live on for a long time, without having to worry about finding a job. After receiving the money, Lin Na returned to the spaceship, which sailed away from Fat Fu Lai. Pink gave Jinlan a thumbs up. I didn't expect you to be so strong even after lying in bed for so long. Today's situation couldn't have been resolved without your intervention. Lin Luo knew Jialan was the core of the team. I think it's mainly due to the captain's wise leadership. Under her leadership, our team will continue to improve. Ziyun said happily. I think so too. The captain saw through the fluctuations in Jinlan's medical expenses and realized that Jinlan was slacking off. Otherwise, we would have been so embarrassed today. I think so too. Jialan didn't forget to praise Lin Luo. I have to praise our new member Lin Luo. He's been performing very well recently. Our team is lacking such talent. I used to think our team lacked strength, but now it seems that's not the case. What we lacked was someone who could provide strategic advice. Chapter 1029. Lin Luo said modestly, I think my pay is limited. It's mainly because the captain did a good job. It's all okay. Jia Lan was even happier, saying to Jinlan, why didn't you just kill Zhou Daong earlier? After what happened, they'd definitely be thinking of revenge. Have we left Fat Fu Lai's planet now? Jinlan asked. Yes. Jia Lan nodded. That's great. Jinlan relaxed, his body weakening considerably, blurring to the point of being almost transparent. No wonder you didn't just kill Zhou Daong earlier. It turns out you were dying, Jia Lan said bluntly. Jinlan sighed. If I were still healthy, killing Zhou Daong would be relatively easy. My strength hasn't improved during this time of illness. It's been steadily declining. Defeating him is already my limit. Pink's face grimaced. You were just holding on. If you hadn't held on even a little, we'd be finished. That's true. Jinlan nodded. Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you held on. If you hadn't, we'd be finished. Jinlan said, I paid a lot for this, so it's reasonable for me to ask for 100,000 universe coins. I need to repair my injuries and fight better next time. I need you for the next battle. 100,000 is too much, Ziyun replied. How about 50,000? Jinlan knew Ziyun well, and slashed himself. 50,000 is too much. 20, no less. 10,000. It's a deal. Watching Ziyun and Jinlan haggle over the price, Lin Luo gained a new understanding of Ziyun and understood why she was being used to manage finances. Pink curiously asked Jinlan, what kind of planet did you enter to become like this? I'm terrified just thinking about that planet. Jinlan hadn't mentioned it before, but the moment he brought it up, his fear surged, making him dread, let alone discussing the matter in detail. The 8th universe contains several massive planets with life. Some of these planets are so large and vast that their sheer size rivals that of smaller universes. The larger the planet, the richer its resources. These massive planets spawn powerful immortal-level creatures. Jinlan had entered one of these planets, hoping to become even stronger. Jia Lan said, You're serious? There's a massive planet with a fruit on it. Swallowing it grants immense power, and rapidly increases your strength. Why would I lie to you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked my life to reach that planet just to pick that fruit. But I failed. The immortals living there naturally didn't want me, an outsider, to get close and launched a fatal attack. Thankfully, I was lucky. I managed to escape with a head and, thanks to treatment at the hospital, I managed to return alive. Jinlan said. Jia Lan sighed, that person was truly incompetent. If only they had killed you, we wouldn't have been so in debt and would be living a good life now. Yeah, I don't think I can blame Jinlan entirely. I should blame the immortal creatures on that planet for not killing you, said Ziyun. Pink said, if only Jinlan were dead. I could buy lots of cosmetics, and I wouldn't have to live so shabbily. I believe I'd be even more beautiful than I am now. Long Xian sighed, I'm in this state now, because I'm running out of money, so I gambled. I wouldn't have gone to some small planet, which is why I ended up like this. Are you serious? Jinlan asked. Jia Lan said angrily, of course I am. You almost got us killed, don't you? You're always working so hard. You have to work really hard on us during the next mission. Now that your phantom is able to move, you have to join us. No problem. Jinlan's race is the Celestial Dragons, a powerful race throughout the entire 8th universe, with unique natural abilities. He creates a phantom, and it has the ability to recover. Jia Lan said, don't agree so quickly. We haven't finished talking yet. You have time to agree after we're done. Jinlan said confidently, I'm an immortal. There's nothing particularly dangerous in the entire universe. I can handle it easily. Now that I see you're having a hard time paying off your debts, I send my shadow out of the hospital to create more benefits for the team. This will be of great benefit to both you and me. Pink bluntly retorted, we already exposed you lying in the hospital. Why are you talking so nicely? Don't you know how we've been living these past few years? It's all because of you. We've been paying off our debts every day, without even a penny to spend on ourselves. Ziyun said angrily. Long Xian pointed at his body and said, because of paying off my debt, I'm in this state now. It's all your fault. Jinlan smiled awkwardly. It's all my fault. Don't be angry. I can't help it. If I hadn't relied on your help, I might have died. Everyone has a desire to live. You should understand. Pink said angrily, I understand, you big-headed ghost. I don't want to kill you just now. Me too. Long Xian and Ziyun nodded. I will work hard in the future to pay off my debt. Jinlan said shamelessly. It's good that you can say that. It saves us from arguing later. Jialan nodded in satisfaction. Jinlan had a bad feeling. You should explain what you're going to do in detail, so you have a clear idea of what to do. That way, your chances of success will be higher. Jialan looked at Lena, wanting to say something. It's not convenient to say it right now. We tell you soon. Don't even think of refusing. You're the least qualified person here to say no. All our hard work is your fault. That's right. Long Xian and Ziyun nodded. Thank you so much for your help today. If you hadn't intervened, I would have been in great danger, let alone receiving compensation. Lena thanked her. Pink smiled. You should thank my brother most. Without his support, we wouldn't have been able to help you so quickly. I still have to thank you all the more. Lena said with relief. My brother has grown up. I never thought I need his help. I'm very happy about that. Lin Luo smiled. Sis, you helped me so much, so I have to help you too. Take the compensation and rest for a while. You worked so hard all these years. Chapter 1030. The spaceship arrived at the Wind Tribe planet, and a group of people gathered below. Everyone held awe in the Cosmic Alliance. The Deep Blue team was the Cosmic Alliance's ace team, and many dreamed of joining it. Of course, knowing the missions and high debts of the Deep Blue team, they wouldn't consider joining this ace team. As soon as the spaceship stopped and the hatch opened, a figure ran over. Lin Na! Lin Shui shouted. Lin Shui. Lin Na ran over and gave Lin Shui a hug. Lin Shui couldn't hold back her tears. Great. You're back. I almost thought you wouldn't make it back. It can't be that serious, right? I can still make it back alive. Lin Na smiled and reached out to wipe away Lin Shui's tears. Lin Shui wiped her tears vigorously. You're not worried at all, are you? You're well aware of Fat Fu Lai's notoriety. They were likely responsible for the deaths of the Phoenix team. They never treat anyone who quits well. They're always ruthless. Lin Na sighed. We worked so diligently for Fat Fu Lai, and we were betrayed like this. It's heartbreaking just thinking about it. I can only say Fat Fu Lai is despicable. Lin Shui said, if you made this kind of contribution at another company, the treatment would be very good. You might even get a security deposit after you quit, which would provide enough for your monthly living expenses. Lin Na, I hate Fat Fu Lai quite a bit, but because of our past relationship, I can't take any revenge. Let's just let this go. Fat Fu Lai is too powerful. Jia Lan has completely humiliated Fat Fu Lai, but he's unable to exact full-scale revenge. It's difficult for an individual to fight a company. Jia Lan has humiliated Fat Fu Lai, and is likely to face retaliation from Fat Fu Lai. Lin Na's escape from Fat Fu Lai is largely due to Jia Lan's reputation. Jia Lan's strength alone isn't enough. Jia Lan has an immortal-level father and sister. Lin Na didn't dare say much, knowing the danger of her situation and fearing retaliation. Lin Shui calmed down considerably. Your safe return is the best reward. Thank you so much, brother, Lin Na thanked. Lin Shui smiled and said, watching you grow up has been incredibly rewarding. Sister, rest well. Don't go anywhere for a while, okay? Just stay on Wind Tribe planet. Fat Fu Lai won't dare mess around. Lin Luo could tell Zhou Daolong wouldn't give up, and would likely seek revenge. Lin Na was fine in public areas, but staying in undeveloped areas would likely lead to retaliation. I understand. I stay on the Wind Tribe planet for the time being, Lin Na said. I have things to do. Sister, you should rest well. Lin Luo waved. Be careful on your journey, Lin Na said. Lin Shui watched the spaceship depart and sighed. Lin Luo is growing so fast. Not only has he joined the new ace team, he's also earned everyone's trust. He has a bright future, and will achieve even greater success. Lin Na said, yes, my brother has grown up. My brother has developed so rapidly that he's a little unlike the old Lin Luo. Lin Shui realized she misspoken and quickly explained, I meant that my brother is getting better and better. There's nothing else to it. You noticed that too? Lin Na asked. What do you mean? Lin Shui said. My meaning is obvious. I mean you noticed that my brother has become increasingly different. He's far more capable than before, like a completely different person. Lin Na said. Yeah, could it be that he's only discovered this huge change after surviving a disaster? Lin Shui said. Lin Na shook her head. Maybe it's not that simple. Maybe my real brother is dead, and the brother we have now isn't the same person he used to be. Ah! Lin Shui thought of a possibility. I was just kidding. When you grow up, you grow up. Sometimes, your willfulness, your temper, and your laziness will change. Lin Na laughed. Lin Shui breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought you said my brother was replaced by someone from outer space, and we were kept in the dark. My brother has gone through trials and tribulations, so it's normal for him to change. I don't think it's too surprising. Lin Na had long noticed something was wrong with Lin Luo. She sensed a familiar aura about him. This aura was very similar to that of the Golden Dragon, almost indistinguishable. During this time, Lin Na had been constantly thinking about the past. One thing she was certain of was that her brother was dead. She just didn't want to believe it. When someone resembling her brother reappeared, she chose the new brother without hesitation. From the beginning, Lin Na knew she was wrong. She had been deceiving herself. The Golden Dragon came to rescue her, and everything made sense. Lin Na didn't want to expose her brother. He had saved her twice, so she had no right to do so. And the Golden Dragon's portrayal of her brother gave her something to think about. Her brother wasn't dead. He's simply gone somewhere far away. Have I been discovered? Lin Luo sensed something strange about Lin Na. He felt that keeping Lin Na around was an unstable factor, and a dead Lin Na would cause him considerable trouble. The fact that a living Lin Na had chosen to report Lin Luo would be the biggest problem. Lin Luo still believed in the beauty of human nature, and believed that Lin Na wouldn't do this to him. He had saved Lin Na twice, and knowing her well, he knew she wouldn't backstab him. Seeing the outsiders leave, Zhilan asked, Now, can you tell me what the mission is? Lin Luo said, We're heading to the forest balloon to work with the 3 wood dragons to hunt the Earth God Blood Red. As long as we kill an immortal level Earth God Blood Red, our debt will be repaid. Zhilan immediately backed off when he heard they were going to hunt an immortal level creature. Actually, I haven't recovered yet. I need some rest. Jia Lan's face darkened. I told you clearly before. Everyone else can quit, but you can't. Pink said, Yes, you're the one who made our lives so miserable. Now we're trying to pay off our debt, and you just have to cooperate. Jinlan tearfully said, I love to cooperate, but my strength doesn't allow it. Didn't you see me and Zhou Daolong fighting tooth and nail? It was incredibly difficult, and I almost lost. The Earth God Blood Red on the forest planet is incredibly powerful. Even if you and I went together to fight it, we probably wouldn't be its match.